Song Qinghe unexpectedly bound to the future interstellar live broadcast system, thus connecting to time and space. People from the future interstellar world marvel at the lost Hua Xia Civilization. So this is what the Great Wall looks like? What have historians restored? Anchor, please let me taste some food. Request for accessory tutorials, tipping 100 interstellar battleships. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, she helps the country break through technological barriers time and again, from national fitness to intelligent mechs, becoming a role model for the entire populace. Only one person silently guards her side. You protect the country, I protect you. Chapter 1. Matching successful capture successful. Matching degree reached 99.99. Suitable for matching. Matching successful. Hello, host, I'm the live broadcast system now. 77 from the universe year 9876. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me in the future. A slightly magnetic voice echoed in Song Qinghe's mind. Song Qinghe's hand, which was about to open the car door, paused slightly as she smiled and nodded at the camera before getting back into the car. She had just completed a world tour performance, and today's final stop was her hometown, Hua Xia Civilization. Originally, after the performance, she was supposed to have dinner with her parents, but the voice that had just appeared in her mind made her cancel that plan. Driving away from the venue, it wasn't until she reached the basement of her community that Song Qinghe stopped the car, her hand gripping the steering wheel slightly tighter. System, here. Song Qinghe felt a bit dizzy. She had just been questioning whether she was seeing things due to exhaustion from the world tour. Now it seemed that the voice in her mind was not a hallucination. What are you? Song Qinghe seemed calm, not shaken, but her grip on the steering wheel turned pale from exertion. Host, I come from the M galaxy. To be precise, I come from the future, separated from you by several thousand years. Future? Although Song Qinghe understood that the voice in her mind couldn't possibly be something created by current technology, its straightforward claim of coming from the future still caught her off guard. A slight ripple seemed to flash through the air, and Song Qinghe felt the space in front of her warp a bit, as a man in a suit and tie silently appeared in the passenger seat. The man smiled slightly at Song Qinghe, politely bowing. Hello, host, I'm number 77, your live broadcast system. Song Qinghe's pupils contracted. She had completely failed to notice how the man appeared. Biting her lips slightly, she reached out her finger toward the man, but unexpectedly found it passing through him instead. Looking in surprise at her finger, Song Qinghe blurted out, "Are you really the system?" Of course, what the host sees is just a projection. No. 77 smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. Binding the host is to hope that you can do live broadcasts for the future interstellar people. Song Qinghe was astonished to find herself in outer space, with planets emitting different glows in front of her. When humanity left Blue Star, it was too hasty, and a lot of information was gradually lost during the Great Migration. Blue Star, as our mother planet, makes us regret that the brilliant civilization of our ancestors has been lost in the river of time. After continuous research and development by our scientists, we finally created a system that can traverse time and space for deployment. Host, I formally invite you to start a live broadcast introducing the ancient Blue Star Civilization for the interstellar people. I chose you from thousands of people because you are a very suitable candidate, and I believe you can lead the interstellar people to appreciate the ancient Blue Star's charm. The system selection was not random. The first thing it did upon entering ancient Blue Star was connect to the most advanced network here, and all data was presented before it. Song Qinghe, a Hua Xia person from ancient Blue Star and an ambassador for Hua Xia musical instruments, had just finished her personal world tour, undoubtedly making her the best candidate to help the interstellar community re-establish their understanding of ancient Blue Star, the MY live broadcast. Will the future interstellar people be able to see it? Yes. When I connected to the ancient Blue Star network, I found that many things our historians restored were different from ancient Blue Star. Since you can connect to the network, why don't you directly capture data from the network to show them? Song Qinghe didn't understand this point. Since this live broadcast system could connect to the ancient Blue Star network, why not send information back directly? I'm just a live broadcast system, and there are some permissions I can't open. Number 77's expression remained calm. Host, I will take you to see the historical ruins restored by our historians, and you'll understand why I chose you. No. 77's finger traced across the starry sky, and the scenery in front of Song Qinghe changed, landing inside a planet. This planet is a restoration of famous buildings around the world based on historical records by our historians. What you see in front of you is constructed in imitation of the most famous Great Wall of Hua Xia. Historians say it's a wanton restoration. Song Qinghe looked at the building in front of her, a question mark forming above her head. If number 77 hadn't said this was the Great Wall, she would have thought it was just a cement wall. Are you sure these things are a wanton restoration? That's right, I was originally very proud of this, but after receiving information from ancient Blue Star, I realized it wasn't like that. A slight expression of shame appeared on number 77's face, seemingly feeling too ashamed of what had been touted by interstellar people. Looking at the cement wall in front of her, Song Qinghe didn't need to look at other buildings to know they would definitely be an eyesore. History is always extinguished in the passage of time. Not to mention humanity has undergone several great leaps, already separated from the mother planet by billions of light years. That I think I understand what you mean. Looking at the cement wall in front of her, a glimmer of light flashed in Song Qinghe's eyes. I accept your live broadcast invitation, but I want to make one thing clear. She turned to look at number 77, her usually gentle face now serious. I am a Hua Xia person, and moreover, I will promote Hua Xia Civilization. Since the future interstellar people want to search for lost civilizations, as a Hua Xia person, she naturally has to prioritize Hua Xia Civilization. In the global view, which country civilization could be more irresistible than Hua Xia Civilization? Deal. Number 77 did not hesitate and immediately agreed. Back at home, no. 77 had already transmitted the rules of the live broadcast directly into her mind, and she quickly understood the rules. The interstellar people would see a holographic image of the live broadcast, just like she had seen number 77 today. Everything on her side could be projected, and if she received tips, she could exchange the tips in interstellar coins for items in the system shop. Looking at the rows of things in the system shop that she had never seen before, she fell silent for a long time. It was only now that she deeply realized the gap between the future interstellar world and the present. I found that the bodies of ancient Blue Star people are very fragile in the future interstellar world. This is almost impossible since they are supporting physical training and mental training from a young age. No wonder ancient Blue Star was ultimately abandoned by history. Current technology is simply too backward, and a casual starship could wipe out all of ancient Blue Star. This kind of military defense is too weak. Why did humanity leave Blue Star? Song Qinghe interrupted number 77's complaints in her mind. Number 77 was unusually silent for a moment. Because in a few hundred years, Blue Star will be discovered by people from other star systems and will be invaded and destroyed. Number 77's words left Song Qinghe in silence. As well, so, in the future, Blue Star would be invaded by aliens? Chapter 2. The Roots of Hua Xia. The Soul of Hua Xia. No one can distort. Song Qinghe looked at the system shop containing Interstellar Physical Manual, Mental Training Guide, and Mech Composition, and a thought emerged in her mind. If Blue Star started preparing from now, would it not be like the interstellar history says, passively being beaten when aliens invade in a few hundred years? After my live broadcast, will all interstellar people be able to see it? Yes, host. Once your live broadcast starts, I will directly contact the interstellar mainframe, Lady Nuwa, for a galaxy-wide notification. Then let's start the live broadcast tomorrow, Song Qinghe said as she headed to the study to prepare materials. The first live broadcast would begin with the correct understanding of architecture, allowing those future interstellar people to see what the true cultural heritage of Hua Xia is. The Great Wall, as the most significant feature of Hua Xia, is like the root and soul of Hua Xia, and no one can distort it. Song Qinghe walked into the study, where there was a well-equipped tea table, her usual place for tea drinking. She didn't know how many people would see this live broadcast, but even if only one future interstellar person watched, she would still introduce what she planned to talk about. Today, as previously said, the spread of civilization is a long-term task, and it is not easy, not just for the future, but also for the present. For this live broadcast, Song Qinghe decided to start with a tea ceremony demonstration. There has always been a saying in Hua Xia, when friends come from afar, treat them with tea. The relationship between gentlemen should be discussed over tea. System, start the live broadcast. Yes, connecting to Lady Nuwa for a galaxy-wide push. All the intelligent brains in the M galaxy received a forced pop-up from the superbrain Nuwa. The time travel live broadcast system has been successfully deployed. The lock time is May 1st, 2023, in ancient Hua Xia, and the broadcaster is Song Qinghe. Initially, scientists developed the ability to travel through time to communicate directly with people, but they failed repeatedly. Later, they thought of using intelligent brains to create a small system for deployment, and after many experiments, the people of the M galaxy gradually forgot about it. If it weren't for Nuwa's forced reminder today, the people of the M galaxy wouldn't have remembered this matter. This forced reminder immediately caused a sensation throughout the galaxy. For no particular reason, everyone flocked into the live broadcast room to see what ancient Hua Xia people looked like. Do they look like the gorilla species restored by historians? What? It's already successfully deployed? Is it reliable? Let me see who this person is. By the name, it seems to be a woman. Can she communicate well? Oh my God. Could ancient people understand what we said? Nuwa should be able to translate our writing, right? If you asked me to recognize ancient Hua Xia characters, I wouldn't know, even though I have Hua Xia blood. By the way, are those researchers reliable? I hope the bound person doesn't end up not being able to explain anything. I'm just here for the excitement. Didn't the ancient people look ugly? I saw in a museum that those people's portraits don't look like this. Exactly. I think everyone shouldn't hold too many expectations but be mentally prepared, so we won't be shocked when she appears. You don't have to be like that. Just follow my lead. I turned off my senses. I heard the environment of ancient Blue Star is not good. Damn, you reminded me. Is ancient Blue Star similar to a garbage planet? So I really don't understand why we need to learn about a backward civilization. Humanity should look forward. Why keep searching for the past? The online debate was incessant, and although most people were complaining, the number of viewers was geometrically increasing that I in the highest conference room of the Capital Star. Those attending the Supreme meeting gathered in one conference room, with Nuwa personally cutting into the live broadcast. Seeing the comments on the screen, the people in the conference room were also discussing. We should contact the system users first. This is a galaxy-wide live broadcast. If there are any issues, the consequences could be unimaginable. Who knows how the live broadcast was arranged without any notice? Nuwa didn't remind us beforehand. Well, broadcasting like this is good. It saves those historians from fervently wanting to introduce disconnected civilizations every day. Let them see, and maybe they'll keep quiet. Perhaps things aren't as bad as we think. Discussing this now is meaningless. Let's see how it goes first. It has started. The melodious music was directly synced to everyone's intelligent brains, and those who were previously chattering suddenly seemed to have been paused, holding their breath. What is this beautiful sound? Then the images gradually appeared before them. Steam rose from the kettle, and a pair of hands as white as jade lifted the kettle. Then they saw a woman sitting cross-legged behind the table. The woman wore a fitted long gown, with a light green gown embroidered with half-open pink lotus flowers. Her hair seemed to be styled, with a strand of long hair cascading down from her forehead, adding a playful touch to her soft and charming face. Song Qinghe rinsed the tea leaves, refilled the kettle with hot water, and a faint tea fragrance wafted through the air. Did you smell something? It feels faint but fragrant. I smelled it too. Is it from what she's brewing? Why can't I smell anything? Is the person in front not sharing their sense of smell? Many people seemed to awaken from a dream, quickly turning on the sharing, and instantly the faint tea fragrance filled their senses. Song Qinghe pinched the cup with her fingers, the pale yellow tea at the bottom of the celadone bowl, and after taking a sip, sweetness instantly filled her mouth. Those who had opened sharing wore expressions of intoxication. The taste seemed ordinary at first, but the more they drank, the better it tasted. Song Qinghe looked up at the virtual screen appearing before her, where many words were already scrolling. The system had thoughtfully changed the interstellar text to the characters familiar to Song Qinghe. Song Qinghe exclaimed, "Oh, they can feel what's happening here?" "Yes, host. Viewers can choose whether to open the sharing of taste and smell, so everything you sense here, they can also feel." Song Qinghe nodded thoughtfully. This was quite convenient. She smiled and greeted the virtual screen. "Hello, future you. I am Song Qinghe from Hua Xia, Blue Star." Song Qinghe's tone carried a gentle beauty, and when she spoke, listeners would subconsciously quiet down, focusing on her words. If someone had opened the sharing system just now, they would have tasted the tea. This tea is called pu'er, brewed just now from Yunnan province in Hua Xia. In the early days, tea leaves were not consumed as a beverage, but used as medicinal materials. Tea wasn't until the Sui and Tang dynasties that it gradually evolved into a commonly consumed drink. During the Tang dynasty, which lasted from 618 to 907 AD, tea had become widespread and developed extremely rapidly. I wonder if you still have the habit of drinking tea? Song Qinghe smiled slightly at the virtual screen. The reason I greet you with tea on our first meeting is that treating friends with tea is our highest etiquette in Hua Xia. The pu'er I mentioned earlier can effectively protect the stomach and help with detoxification if you have a poor digestive system. Amidst the beautiful music, Song Qinghe slowly narrated the origin and development of tea. Chapter 3. Hua Xia People, Hua Xia Soul. I once visited the most famous restoration planet in the galaxy to see the restored buildings. The interstellar people looked proud when they heard Song Qinghe mention the restoration planet, especially the staff and historians from the restoration planet, who wore expressions encouraging her praise. I only saw the restored Great Wall and chose to turn back. Song Qinghe looked at the comments on the screen, constantly refreshing with "Isn't it shocking? Is the restoration identical?" and revealed a look of regret. If I hadn't been informed in advance that it was the Great Wall, I truly wouldn't be able to recognize those poorly made cement imitations as the Great Wall. Song Qinghe's words stunned the interstellar people, and everyone had the thought that she might be crazy to a Hua Xiao person. Seeing the Great Wall distorted like that is truly heartbreaking. That I didn't look at the other buildings because the Great Wall made me realize that even such a magnificent structure cannot be restored, let alone others. Song Qinghe's words caused an uproar throughout the entire galaxy. What is she saying? I thought I misheard. Is she saying that the restored buildings on Star are not real? What kind of joke is she making? That was restored one tune by historians, and there was a long debate over it. But as a person from ancient Blue Star, she should know better than us, right? Someone weakly defended Song Qinghe, but was quickly drowned out by the outcry. Exactly, this woman looks cultured and graceful, but how can she speak so shamelessly? I want to see how she wraps this up. Historians were rolling up their sleeves, eyes blazing with fire. Although they wanted to understand the lost civilization, this woman had just dismissed what they had painstakingly restored as worthless, and they were immediately dissatisfied. A little girl dares to criticize what we have restored if she can't back it up with something. Just wait until I tear her apart. Song Qinghe completely ignored the doubts in the comments and directly asked the system, "Can my computer connect to the live broadcast system?" "Please wait, host." Detection found low-level intelligence, establishing connection. The Great Wall of Hua Xia is primarily made of city walls, built by the ancient Hua Xia people using wisdom and sweat as the first military project. The Great Wall began in the Western Zhou dynasty, and later was greatly built by Qin Shi Huang after the unification of the Six States, at which time it was known as the 10,000-mile Great Wall. Now, the Great Wall is listed as a World Cultural Heritage Site, visible even in the universe as spacecraft leave Earth. Song Qinghe lightly tapped on her computer. You can watch the documentary about the Great Wall of Hua Xia first. I will explain in detail later. The majestic and grand Great Wall appeared before all the people of the galaxy. Everyone saw the continuous city wall, solemn, dignified, and towering. Seeing the footage of the Great Wall, the comment section rarely went blank. Everyone was speechless. Upon seeing the real Great Wall, they suddenly felt a bit ashamed. What was claimed to be a one-ton restoration was completely reduced to rubble compared to the real Great Wall. In Hua Xia, we have a saying, not reaching the Great Wall is not a true hero, which literally means that if one hasn't reached the Great Wall, they cannot be considered a hero. Although there are other implied meanings, this alone is enough to demonstrate the Great Wall's status in our Hua Xia. Although Song Qinghe's voice was soft, it was powerful and meaningful. During the Qin and Han dynasties, the main length of the Great Wall exceeded 10,000 kilometers. After 2,000 years of continuous repairs, as the largest ancient defense project, its total length now exceeds 21,000 kilometers. That time, the Great Wall protected the borders for us Hua Xia children, isolating us from enemy cavalry attacks. The term Great Wall originated during the spring and autumn and warring states periods. Song Qinghe suddenly looked directly into the camera, her eyes bright. I'm not sure how much the future galaxy understand about Blue Star. The 5,000 years of history in Hua Xia, the brilliant civilizations of each dynasty, are worth our understanding and contemplation that we are still pursuing the history of the past, seeking the truth of history. Providing the most accurate restoration is the true significance of historians' existence. The Great Wall is the soul of Hua Xia. The Great Wall carries the aspirations of countless Hua Xia children, the heroic spirits of innumerable ancestors. As long as the Great Wall stands, Hua Xia stands. Each statement grew more resolute, stunning the interstellar audience. That moment, The seemingly weak and harmless woman revealed her determination and bottom line. Hua Xia people, Hua Xia soul. In this moment, the interstellar people with Hua Xia heritage suddenly felt a surge of national pride from deep within. They also had some Hua Xia blood, even if it had thinned, but the blood within them ignited, and some even shouted out loud. After a moment of silence, a string of donations flashed wildly across the screen. Horned Head donates 10 starships to the host. I Love Meat donates 10 planets to the host. Bag Loves Baby donates 10 airships to the host. The dazzling special effects of the gifts made Song Qinghe feel quite uncomfortable. System, can these effects be turned off? Turning off effects. Song Qinghe smiled slightly at the camera. Thank you for the donations, and thank you to all the friends watching the live broadcast today. In the next live stream, I hope to discuss Hua Xia Civilization with you again. The screen in the live broadcast room gradually dimmed, and Song Qinghe's figure completely disappeared. In the highest conference room of Capital Star, everyone snapped back to reality from their shock. This person is quite interesting. After leading Blue Star's technology for so many years, can we not do this job well? That can't be said after all. Ancient Blue Star is too distant for us, and we can't fully grasp the thoughts of the ancients. Then let's keep it this way. Let the inspection department monitor it, and if there are any other signs, immediately proceed with system destruction. Understood. Agreed. Song Qinghe, close the live broadcast system. Can I see how much the donation value is? The current donation value is 100,000. 100,000. She was almost blinded by the flashes. It was only 100,000? How is this donation value calculated? Song Qinghe opened the system exchange page to see what the items were worth in exchange. 1,000 interstellar coins can be exchanged for 1 donation value. There's a saying about unscrupulous merchants that might be applicable here. The system exchange page mainly featured items from the interstellar era, and when Song Qinghe saw that the exchange value for interstellar body technique was 100,000, she felt satisfied. Great, tonight's earnings were just enough to exchange for 1 book of body techniques. Is this body technique something everyone can learn? Yes, it is suitable for everyone to exercise, but it is recommended that the host first learn the children's body technique. The host body may not be able to handle the difficulty of adult body techniques. Song Qinghe's mouth twitched children's body technique. She felt that the hierarchy of disdain had been fully established at this moment. The system exchange page shifted interstellar children's body technique, exchange value, 10,000. Chapter 4, Interstellar Toddler Body Technique. Interstellar people start body technique training from a young age. During childhood, their meridians have already expanded, allowing them to endure adult body techniques. The host has not previously expanded their meridians, so the toddler version is the most suitable choice. Song Qinghe readily exchanged for the Interstellar Toddler Body Technique. After the exchange of Interstellar Toddler Body Technique was successful, the originally bright font turned gray. What does this mean? Some exchanged items are one-time exchanges, and once exchanged, they are gone. Song Qinghe pondered. It seems that the Interstellar Society has clear protections for certain things. She opened the Interstellar Toddler Body Technique that appeared in her hand. Inside was a holographic instructional video that explained in detail, with a teacher clearly indicating where the force should be applied, at what step training should stop, and how to adapt. Song Qinghe decided to experiment on herself first to see if this so-called Interstellar Toddler Body Technique was really as the system described. If the body technique could indeed improve the physical fitness of the entire population, once confirmed, she would definitely find a way to promote it. Song Qinghe directly entered the training room. Dancing was something she had practiced since childhood, and compared to ordinary people, she at least had a bit of a foundation, with flexibility better than the average person. As Song Qinghe performed the first movement, the holographic video stopped playing, only correcting her movements. By the third movement, Song Qinghe was already drenched in sweat. Each movement seemed simple, but the teacher in the holographic video was particularly strict. Without completing one movement correctly, she would not proceed to the next. Looking at the seemingly simple movements that required full precision, Song Qinghe felt she was undergoing extreme stretching. Perhaps learning this toddler body technique from a young age really is the best. Children's flexibility is indeed much greater than that of adults. She had been practicing dance for many years and had very good flexibility. Struggling to complete the fourth movement, Song Qinghe was out of strength, lying on the training room floor, not wanting to move a finger. Host, you did great. Many children can't learn 4 movements on their first try. Song Qinghe did not feel comforted at all. She felt the system was mocking her. After resting, Song Qinghe finally had the strength to get up and take a shower. After leaving the bathroom, she remembered that she had put her phone on silent. No wonder it was so quiet. Picking up her phone, indeed, a barrage of messages almost caused her phone to vibrate off the table. She first opened her agent's messages. Her agent was her close friend Si Jingjing. Both of them loved Hua Xia music and were almost obsessed with Hua Xia instruments, wanting to bring them to the world. They clicked immediately, and while she toured the world, Si Jingjing had always accompanied her, and they had traveled through many countries. I'm so mad, that damn woman is so shameless. Qinghe, don't respond yet. Let me think of a way to tear her face off. I spit, that shameless woman has such thick skin. Most of the messages were filled with curses, and Song Qinghe quickly scrolled through, her eyes filled with confusion. Si Jingjing had talked for so long, but she still didn't understand who she was talking about. Suddenly remembering something, Song Qinghe directly clicked on the big-eyed emoji, and as soon as she entered, her phone began to vibrate wildly. Many people were ING her, asking for her opinion, causing her phone to lag for a while before it finally caught up. She opened her phone and glanced briefly to understand what was happening. The true Hua Xia vocal arts are only revealed in practice. I just don't like to show off. I'm all about hard training. With no time for performances around the world, seeking attention is ultimately not advisable. We need more diligent and hard-working individuals. Yu Danqing, a well-known musician of Hua Xia instruments, also had a fan base. As soon as this statement came out, netizens automatically associated it with Song Qinghe. Recently, the only event making waves was her tour to bring Hua Xia instruments to the world. With her head down, exiting the social media app, Song Qinghe remained non-committal about Danqing's words. She had seen plenty of people who could not reach the grapes claiming they were sour. She had never been afraid of a head-on confrontation. In fact, she had little interaction with Yu Danqing and did not understand why her hostility was so strong. After tidying up her things, Song Qinghe grabbed her bag and went out. She had an appointment with her teacher today. No matter where she went, the first thing she did upon returning was visit her mentor. Perhaps it was due to practicing the body technique, but she felt a warm current flowing through her body. Song Qinghe's mentor, Ran Yongbing, was a master of Hua Xia instruments, having taught countless students, with her being the most favored disciple. Song Qinghe was diligent and had been learning Hua Xia instruments from Ran Yongbing since she was young. According to Ran Yongbing, she was both talented and hardworking. And if someone like her did not succeed, then truly no one could. Ran Yongbing lived in the faculty building of Haiqing University, where he served as an honorary professor, occasionally teaching classes to students, which was a joy for the old man, as he felt youthful being around young people. When Song Qinghe arrived, Ran Yongbing was puffing his beard and glaring. My student finally comes back. What is wrong with me having a drink with her? You're really annoying. The tall man spoke calmly, unaffected by Ran Yongbing's anger. I'll drink for you. You just watch. Have you forgotten what the doctor said? Or do you have to be sent to a nursing home before you'll listen? Ran Yongbing, angered, threw the orange he was holding at the man. You brat. You just want to send me to a nursing home every day. I want to go. I still have to teach the kids instruments. Grandpa, if you don't want to go, just obediently follow the doctor's advice. It's good for you, good for me, and my mom can be at ease. Song Qinghe smiled and knocked on the door. Teacher, I'm here to see you. Ran Yongbing, who was originally angry, immediately broke into a smile. Qinghe, come in quickly. You just come without bringing anything. You little brat, you have no sense. Hurry up and pour her some water. Ran Yongbing shot a glare at the man, then cheerfully invited Song Qinghe to sit down. The man raised an eyebrow, did not retort, and turned to pour water. Qinghe, quickly sit down. Ran Yongbing pointed to the sofa for Song Qinghe to sit. Thank you. Song Qinghe nodded at the man with a polite smile. Oh, look at me. This is my grandson, Lu Anren. Ran Yongbing introduced the man to Song Qinghe. You hardly ever see him. He rarely visits me. He is usually in the army. Doesn't he come back for a year and a half? I'm really afraid I won't see him if I kick the bucket. Grandpa, Lu Anren spoke with resignation. His grandpa really said anything that came to mind. Chapter 5. Miss Song is a bit afraid of me? Teacher, you should relax with your temperament. Living a long life is easy. Song Qinghe smiled and teased Ran Yongbing. She knew that Ran Yongbing was just saying it. Her mentor, a typical tough exterior but soft heart, was secretly very fond of this granddaughter. Even the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes had smoothed out. Your performance in Haicheng is the last stop of the tour, right? Ran Yongbing looked at Song Qinghe with concern. This apprentice of his was always his pride, and he fully supported her world tour to promote Chinese musical instruments. He had always been dissatisfied with Western instruments occupying most of the market in China. It was a sad thing that Chinese instruments, which had been passed down for thousands of years, were gradually declining. Now that his student was determined to promote Chinese instruments, he was genuinely happy. Yes, Haicheng is the last performance. I will rest for a while and reflect. Song Qinghe said calmly. As one approaches the end, growth becomes slower, but compared to herself, even a little progress is worth encouraging. Ran Yongbing nodded. He was very assured of this disciple. Song Qinghe always had clear goals and would achieve them no matter how difficult they were. Though her personality could be described as stubborn, he really admired her resilience. The aroma from the kitchen soon wafted out, and Lu Anren came out with the dishes, making the small living room feel like a parade. Grandpa, it's time to eat. Come, let's taste my grandson's cooking. You're in for a treat today. Even I, this old man, haven't had it many times. Ran Yongbing immediately pulled Song Qinghe to the dining table. I'll help. Song Qinghe quickly got up, feeling a bit embarrassed to let Lu Anren do all the work while she waited to eat. Help with what? These chores should be done by men. Otherwise, what are men for? Ran Yongbing said this, but seeing that Song Qinghe was truly embarrassed, he didn't stop her. Lu Anren chuckled and handed the chopsticks to Song Qinghe, saying, just take this out. Okay. Song Qinghe took the chopsticks, her fingertips just touching before separating. Lu Anren's cooking was indeed quite good, and Song Qinghe ate a full bowl of rice today. Normally, she would only eat half a bowl to feel full. With this, Ran Yongbing frowned, saying, look at you, you can't be like other girls skipping meals for the sake of your figure and talking about dieting. Eating so little, how can you support an entire performance without a good physique? Teacher, I really ate a lot today. Song Qinghe said helplessly. She truly ate a lot today, and she wasn't on a diet. It was just a habit formed since childhood to not eat too much. When she was learning dance, she would face severe punishment if she slightly exceeded her weight. So over time, she developed the habit of not overindulging in meals. You should take care of yourself. Don't eat too much and watch your diet. Lu Anren said lightly, disapprovingly looking at Ran Yongbing, who was once again reaching for the chopsticks. Ran Yongbing glared, saying, didn't you cook for me to eat? I usually eat very lightly. How much oil is there in the cafeteria? Is that so? Lu Anren replied coolly, not knowing who was the one asking the cafeteria to cook special meals every day. Cough, 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 this brat. Ran Yongbing's face turned a bit awkward. He only occasionally craved something good, and he didn't know who let that slip. After dinner, Song Qinghe chatted with Ran Yongbing for a while, but seeing that he looked a bit drowsy, she suggested leaving. Let that little brat Anren take you home, Ran Yongbing decided. Girls should pay more attention to safety. There have been a lot of news about girls being victimized lately, so be careful. Just as Song Qinghe wanted to decline, she saw Lu Anren stand up and calmly say, let us go. The words she wanted to say were swallowed back, since he had already expressed his stance. She didn't need to be so pretentious. She hadn't driven this time, originally planning to visit her parents after dinner, which wasn't far, so she could walk there. Lu Anren drove a jeep, and after getting in the car, he looked at Song Qinghe and asked, Miss Song, where are you going? After giving him the address, she suddenly heard him say, Miss Song, are you a bit afraid of me? Huh? Song Qinghe looked at Lu Anren in surprise. His eyes were sharp, and his handsome face was expressionless, as calm as if he were saying the weather was nice today. No. Song Qinghe felt a bit awkward. She only felt unconsciously tense when interacting with male peers in private. It was fine with others around, but as long as it was just the two of them alone, she felt extremely uncomfortable. Song Qinghe slightly closed her eyes, looking at Lu Anren. It had nothing to do with Mr. Lu. It was my own problem. Nodding thoughtfully, Lu Anren didn't say much more, but started the car and drove directly to the address Song Qinghe provided. The car quickly arrived at the destination. "Thank you," Song Qinghe said, about to open the door to get out. Miss Song, Lu Enren tapped his fingers lightly on the steering wheel, his gaze carrying a depth that Song Qinghe couldn't understand. "I wonder if it would be convenient to leave a phone number? I'll be going back to the army tomorrow, and I'd like to ask Miss Song to help look after my grandpa a bit." "Oh," Song Qinghe realized and readily agreed. "Okay, don't worry, I'll visit the teacher whenever I have time." Lu Enren watched Song Qinghe enter the community before driving away. After returning from her parents' house, Song Qinghe felt exhausted and lounged on the sofa for a while before slowly getting up. She didn't like going back to her parents' house because whenever they saw her, they urged her to get married. Now, she was glad she had moved out to live, saving herself a lot of trouble. System, is the marriage rate in your interstellar world high? Song Qinghe suddenly wondered if people in the future were still in a state of being urged to marry. The marriage in the interstellar world is based on a distribution system. Distribution? Song Qinghe was truly surprised this time. What if the distribution is unsatisfactory? The distribution system will capture the most compatible individuals for allocation. If one is truly unsatisfied, they can apply for a release. What is compatibility? Genetic compatibility. The higher the compatibility between the two, the more exceptional the children they will have. Is your medical level already very advanced? Song Qinghe thought of some scenes from sci-fi movies she had seen, wondering if people didn't need to go to the hospital when they got sick anymore, but rather use some kind of treatment device. Interstellar people rarely get sick unless the system paused unusually, unless it's a genetic disease. Some people have poor genes, and during growth, there may be a genetic breakdown that cannot be repaired. Chapter 6. 8 pieces of brocade. It seems to be a very serious problem if even your advanced level can't fix it, Song Qinghe sighed. Genetic diseases are conditions that our researchers currently cannot conquer. Do you have any special medicine for treating cancer? Song Qinghe asked out of curiosity, as she didn't know anyone with the disease. However, in modern society, cancer is considered incurable. Almost everyone diagnosed with cancer has received a death sentence. It's just a matter of time. Cancer? The system was momentarily confused. Detected cancer symptoms. Are you referring to tumors? That is simple. As long as the medicine is injected into the body, the symptoms can be eliminated. Song Qinghe sat up suddenly, her face filled with astonishment. Are you saying you have such a medicine that can eliminate cancer? Yes, host, there is such a medicine in the exchange mall. Song Qinghe quickly opened the exchange mall. There were too many items in the exchange mall. She only glanced at them and didn't pay much attention to the specifics. Following the system's guidance, she eventually found the medicine in a corner. Is it really so cheap? The price of the medicine surprised Song Qinghe. She thought it would be quite expensive, but it turned out that a single vial could be exchanged for just 1,000 points. She had prepared for a major expense, but the price gave her a pleasant surprise. This medicine treats one person? Song Qinghe held the small vial she exchanged, which was brown and opaque, making it impossible to see the contents inside. Yes, one vial treats one person. Song Qinghe held the medicine, thinking she could find someone to test its effectiveness. However, there was no rush for that. System, can you help me investigate what the interstellar beings most want to know about Blue Star? Of course, I will contact Lady Hua. The interstellar network buzzed with excitement as the shock from the live broadcast of the ancient Blue Star people had not yet faded. Everyone's minds were filled with a survey asking what aspects of ancient Blue Star they most wanted to understand. This survey prompted interstellar beings to stir with curiosity. People were discussing the matter everywhere. I want to know which has better cuisine, interstellar or ancient Blue Star. Don't mention it. That pu'er tea from last time was so memorable. Compared to that, I prefer some mysterious events. I'm out of inspiration recently and want to find something exciting. Actually, I'm more interested in what the host wore that day. I think it had quite an allure. Historians were fuming. What a joke. She should definitely talk about the history of ancient Blue Star. Otherwise, why did we send a live broadcast system there? Calm down, calm down. Actually, if she just shares her daily life, I'd be happy. I'm very interested in the daily lives of ancient Blue Star people. This comment suddenly gained traction, and the approval rate soared. Song Qinghe received the statistics sent by the system and couldn't help but be speechless. Everyone wanted to see what ancient Blue Star looked like and how they lived. This was quite similar to how modern people are curious about the lives of ancient people. Knowing the general direction, Song Qinghe directly closed the virtual system, as she had a rough idea of how to conduct the next live broadcast. The next day, Song Qinghe continued to practice children's martial arts with her virtual teacher. Today, she learned the fourth move and then paused. Her strength was not enough to support her learning the fifth move. After exercising and taking a shower, Song Qinghe chose to start her live broadcast. All the interstellar beings who had followed her last time received the news immediately. Song Qinghe stood in the dance studio wearing her training outfit and showed a gentle smile to the camera. Since many people are interested in the lives of Blue Star people, today I will lead everyone to understand a bit. If you have anything specific you want to know, feel free to ask me through the bullet screen. I will definitely share everything I know. Having just taken a shower, Song Qinghe's face was flush from the steam, and her eyes sparkled with a hint of charm. We have a saying, the plan for the year lies in spring, and the plan for the day lies in the morning. Today, I will show you what I usually do, but my life is a bit boring, so please don't mind. Song Qinghe smiled playfully as she stood in the training room. The first thing I do after waking up is practice 8 pieces of brocade. 8 pieces of brocade is a fitness practice, which might be similar to your martial arts. However, compared to that, 8 pieces of brocade is a bit gentler and can effectively treat many physical ailments. 8 pieces of brocade originated in the Northern Song dynasty, which was over 800 years ago from my current time. It is something passed down from our ancestors. As Song Qinghe spoke, she began to assume the starting position and slowly started practicing. If anyone is interested, you can practice along with me and compare the differences between interstellar martial arts and 8 pieces of brocade. I welcome your feedback. The reason 8 pieces of brocade has its name is that it consists of 8 sections, each with a movement, hence the name 8 pieces of brocade. As Song Qinghe's movements appeared graceful, many interstellar beings put down what they were doing and began to practice along with her. I wonder how everyone feels after practicing. Song Qinghe slowly finished her routine and smiled at the virtual screen. I don't know if it's just my illusion, but I feel like there's a warm current in my body. You're not alone. The warmth is very subtle. I thought I was mistaken. You guys are just blowing smoke. Is the host really that mindless? Has the host really become mindless so quickly? Is it just that you all think anything the host does is great? Song Qinghe glanced at the bullet screen, noting that if 8 pieces of brocade is practiced consistently, it will improve your health. After exercising, it's time for breakfast. Sometimes I also cook at home. My equipment is quite complete, but I don't do it often. My cooking skills aren't strong, so I won't embarrass myself. Today, I will take you to explore the breakfast world of Blue Star people. Haicheng is a tourist city, and its most distinctive breakfast is a type of noodle. Slurping noodles is something all Haicheng people enjoy. Song Qinghe held her phone, pretending she was actually live broadcasting. There are many people doing live broadcasts now, so her actions weren't surprising. Today, I brought you to this place, which is an old brand in Haicheng. Local people generally like to eat here. After ordering a bowl of noodles, Song Qinghe found a table to sit down. Friends who want to taste Hua Xia cuisine can activate the sharing mode. The aroma from the small shop was already wafting in the air. Song Qinghe could smell it, and naturally, the interstellar beings could too. Some had already started urging her impatiently. Chapter 7, The Sound of the World, have 5 tones. Ah, host, hurry up, what smells so good? Heavens, the nutritional supplement in my hand suddenly doesn't smell good anymore. This is the latest flavor developed. What should I do? I'm about to drool. What did the host just say? What powder? The aroma wrapped around all the senses. Even the lively little black one stopped talking, secretly waiting for Song Qinghe's food to arrive. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Song Qinghe's noodles to be served. Don't be fooled by Song Qinghe's appearance of being aloof and unworldly. She probably suppressed her appetite too much while dancing as a child. And now that she has grown up, she particularly loves various street foods. Since it was morning, Song Qinghe didn't choose anything too strong in flavor, instead opting for a lighter broth. One sip of the fresh soup made her stomach come alive. What kind of divine taste is this? Calling all interstellar chefs. Please develop more flavors like this. Look at what you have created. Exactly. Any chef worth their salt should be proud only if they can serve a meal of this level. In the interstellar space, a plump figure who was sleeping soundly was abruptly pulled awake. It was urgent, and yet they were still sleeping. They quickly logged into the live stream. What live stream? The chubby figure impatiently didn't understand why their companion was acting crazy so early in the morning. It's the live stream of that ancient blue star person. She's currently live streaming her breakfast, and the comments are going wild. Upon hearing this, the chubby one sneered coldly, seeking attention. What good food could there be from the ancient blue star? With the level of pollution there, it must all be terrible. Although he had watched her first live stream, and couldn't deny that the pu'er tea she mentioned was indeed fragrant and mellow, he felt that was just the best stuff she had specially chosen for the live stream. Why did humans flee from the blue star? Not only because of the invasion of aliens, but also because the blue star had become so polluted that it was no longer habitable, forcing humans to abandon their home planet and drift in the universe. You should hurry and check it out. The Chinese cuisine she shares is much better than the new flavors we have launched. The person hurriedly dropped this line and left, eager to taste what that powder was like and see if they could replicate it. The chubby one reluctantly opened his brain interface, wanting to see what this ancient blue star person was up to. As soon as he entered the live stream room, the aroma immediately hit him. As a chef, the previously tired expression on the chubby man's face brightened instantly. His eyes widened as he caught up with Song Qinghe starting to eat the noodles. Song Qinghe, without any idle burden, made slurping sounds while enjoying the noodles and gently explained to everyone that this type of noodle is very smooth and tender. And the way to enjoy it is to slurp it to get that feeling, with just one bite. The rich soup and tender noodles conquered the stomachs of the Interstellar people, and the comments were urging Song Qinghe to eat a few more bites quickly. Song Qinghe smiled lightly and didn't delay. She quickly finished a bowl of noodles. These noodles are made from rice and are also known as rice noodles, which are slightly different from noodles made from wheat flour. In China, the cuisine varies from north to south, and if you're interested, I can take you to taste more Chinese food. Now, we're going to my personal studio. Song Qinghe got into the car and reached out to turn on the car stereo, needing to take a little time. It seems she hadn't introduced herself to everyone yet. As she started driving, she said, "I am a cultural promoter. What I mainly do now is promote Chinese musical instruments, allowing everyone to understand and appreciate them through performances around the world." Along the way, Song Qinghe talked about her work in detail, and the Interstellar people listened with great interest, finding it not boring at all. As soon as they heard her mention Chinese musical instruments, those involved in music perked up, eager to see what the ancient blue star's instruments were like. There are indeed musical instruments in the interstellar realm, and music plays a crucial role in countless battles. Song Qinghe's studio is by the sea, located in a villa area. She chose this place for its serene environment and directly bought a villa to convert it into a studio. Here by the sea, sometimes we also take instruments to the beach to play music with nature. There was no one else in the studio. After this tour, Song Qinghe let the staff take a break. They had been running around during the tour and were exhausted. So when they returned, she simply gave them all time off, saying to contact her by phone if there was anything urgent. There's a basement here filled with Chinese musical instruments. Let me take you to see them. As soon as the basement lights were turned on, all the instruments appeared before the eyes of the interstellar people. Are these all musical instruments? Why do I feel like I don't recognize any of them? They look difficult. I wonder how the music from the ancient blue star compares to interstellar music in terms of beauty. Of course, interstellar music is better. Isn't our goddess Daisy's song beautiful? Aren't the pieces she plays great? That's different. Daisy is a level 7 resonator with mental powers, so her techniques must be more advanced. Goddess Daisy definitely wins hands down. What's there to discuss? Exactly, they don't look impressive at all. How can they compare to our goddess Daisy? Seeing the instruments, Song Qinghe didn't pay attention to what was being said in the comments. She took out a soft cloth and gently wiped the instruments. Chinese musical instruments have been passed down for thousands of years, from ancient times to the present. Song Qinghe lightly plucked the strings. For example, the guqin I am plucking now, also known as the yaoqin, has a history of over 3,000 years. The guqin has a wide range, deep tone, and lingering sound. There's an ancient saying in China: in the sky, there are 5 stars. On the ground, there are 5 elements. The sounds of the world have 5 tones. The guqin is also listed as a national intangible cultural heritage here. Song Qinghe snapped out of her thoughts and saw the comments were in an uproar. Although she didn't know who Goddess Daisy was, She wouldn't pretend not to see the disdain for Chinese musical instruments. How about I play a piece for everyone using one of the Chinese instruments today? Song Qinghe lightly tapped her fingers and finally picked up a small object. What is the host holding? I thought the host would play the guqin. But what is this? A rock? Haha. She must have given up since she can't win against Goddess Daisy. So she randomly picked something to play and then said she isn't good at this instrument. You there, speaking the truth. Daisy could outplay her with one hand, okay? Chapter 8. The Sun, Sound of the Earth. Song Qinghe smiled brightly at the camera, holding an instrument in her hand, the sun. The sun is a unique closed-mouth wind instrument of the Han nationality in China, mostly made of clay, and the one in my hand is a clay sun. Song Qinghe displayed the clay sun clearly for everyone to see. As one of the oldest instruments in China, the sun has a history of over 7,000 years. There are many shapes and materials of sun, and the one I have is quite ordinary. Song Qinghe found a spot to sit down and slowly brought the sun close to her red lips. A mysterious and desolate sound emerged from the sun in Song Qinghe's hands, and the previously noisy barrage suddenly hit the pause button in unison. The sound of the sun, also known as the sound of the earth, signifies a period of rest and recuperation after the splendor has faded, a tranquility after removing the restlessness. A heart that drifts without a place, slowly settling down, waiting for the spring of the coming year, diligently, far away from worldly matters. It was only when Song Qinghe finished playing that the barrage erupted like a fountain. I don't know why, but I suddenly miss home. Just now, I felt a chill on my face, and when I touched it, I realized I had been crying. It's hard to describe, but I feel both heavy and light, as if I could float far away with her music. I take back what I said earlier. I think she and Daisy are completely different types. The Interstellar audience could not describe in words what they felt. They sensed that the music they heard was richer than interstellar music, and it seemed that the whole world could quiet down during Song Qinghe's performance. All right, that's it for today's live stream. I hope you didn't find it boring. Song Qinghe waved at the virtual screen and closed the live broadcast system. As Song Qinghe walked out of the basement, she heard noises coming from the studio, and her heart tightened. She grabbed a stick and walked towards the source of the sound. In the studio, a girl was rummaging through things, making the noise herself. Seeing someone, Song Qinghe relaxed. What are you doing here? Startled by the sudden voice, the girl turned around and rolled her eyes when she saw it was Song Qinghe. I'm looking for something. Just in time, come help me find it. The girl was Song Qinghe's manager, Si Jingjing. Si Jingjing had turned the entire table into a mess. What are you looking for? Song Qinghe casually placed the stick aside and noticed the table's disarray. It's that woman Yu Danxing. She really infuriates me. I remember there was a list of contestants from your previous competition here, right? Didn't she participate too? Her results weren't better than yours. Yet she is so arrogant, really giving her face. Si Jingjing's face was all puffed up with anger. Song Qinghe felt helpless. Why are you still fixating on this? Their mouths are on other people. How can you control what they say? Moreover, different people have different perspectives. In the end, it's the results that speak. Song Qinghe had never been afraid of challenges. She enjoyed more challenging things and welcomed different people to provide corrections. As for someone like Yu Danxing, she never bothered to explain or argue. She found it meaningless. That's not how it works. Don't you know you're at a crucial moment for being selected as the Hua Xia star? Si Jingjing placed her hands on her hips, filled with frustration. The Hua Xia Star is an award assessed based on the contributions of musicians in China, endorsed by the national administration, making it one of the most prestigious awards. This award includes singers, producers, musicians, and artisans related to instruments. Anyone related to music can participate. There are thousands of people in China engaged in music, but only 10 are selected. Therefore, these 10 must sit at the top of their respective fields, recognized by the public and the state. If Song Qinghe could obtain the title of Hua Xia Star, it would undoubtedly be a significant affirmation and influence for her next steps in promoting Chinese instruments. This kind of thing is hard to come by. If it really doesn't belong to me, then there's nothing I can do. Song Qinghe had a relaxed attitude towards the Hua Xia Star matter. There are many excellent people. She never thought she was inferior, but also never denied that others were excellent. She enjoyed having worthy opponents and respected those who dedicated their lives to music. The Hua Xia Star is an award from the national administration that everyone desires. But only 10 are chosen from thousands, so the competition is evident. That's not how it works. Xi Jinping immediately denied it. You may not be selected as the Hua Xia star, but if the reason is that the administration believes you can improve, I can accept that. If you tell me you weren't selected because of baseless accusations, I would be furious. Humph. As for the hype, Xi Jinping showed a cold smile. Xi Jinping, have never been afraid of anyone. You dancing, always claiming to delve into technique? I'll find a way to get someone to record a segment to see how well her level of research has improved. Song Qinghe couldn't help but pinch her brow. Be careful. If you get caught, it'll be a tangled mess. Don't worry. You don't need to be so anxious. Xi Jinping patted her chest boldly. By the way, why did you come to the studio today? Just came to take a look. Song Qinghe didn't answer directly. She couldn't tell Xi Jinping about the Interstellar live stream. Who knows? Xi Jinping might even take her to the hospital to get her checked out. By the way, do you know about our high school teacher Yu, being ill? Xi Jinping changed the subject, her expression becoming serious. Song Qinghe paused in cleaning the table. What happened? What illness does Yu have? The two had been in the same class since middle school and hadn't been separated until high school. Yu was their homeroom teacher. Yu had a good relationship with the students in class, and at graduation, many cried, and even in college, they organized trips to visit Yu every year. A few days ago, when they went to see Yu, they were told that he had stomach cancer and had lost so much weight that he no longer resembled his former self. Yu used to be a cheerful, slightly chubby person, and the students who saw him this year almost cried on the spot. Originally, his belly was slightly protruding, but now he was just skin and bones. Looking emaciated. After leaving Yu's home, someone shared the news in the group, causing an uproar. Everyone felt uneasy seeing the once plump Yu turn into his current frail appearance. A classmate who was a doctor looked at Yu's medical report and said the situation was not optimistic, urging everyone to prepare themselves mentally. The cancer had already spread, and Yu didn't have much time left. Xi Jinping wiped her tears from the corners of her eyes. I was thinking of having you find a time for us to visit Yu together. Chapter 9. The medicine for treating cancer. Cancer spreads very quickly once it metastasizes, leaving very little life remaining. Song Qinghe felt a bit sad. During high school, Yu had always treated her well. He was worried that she would fall behind in her studies because of her music lessons and even gave her extra tutoring. If she did poorly on a test, he would carefully talk to her and comfort her, telling her not to take it to heart. Don't you have the medicine? Inject him with it, and his body will recover. The system, which had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Song Qinghe was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't thought of it until the system reminded her of the vial of medicine she had exchanged. Jingjing, how about we go visit Yu today? Song Qinghe suggested. Is he at the hospital or at home? Xi Jinping sighed and said he was at home. Yu didn't want to add any financial burden to his family since he was already in this condition, so he decided to go home and wait to die. This sentiment made the students feel very uncomfortable, but there was nothing they could do to persuade him. It was the final choice of a dying person. As Yu said, whether it was early death or late death, it was still death. Even if he were hospitalized, it would only mean a few more rounds of pain relief, and there was no other difference. Yu lived in an old community not far from Haiqing High School, where most of the residents were teachers from school. When the two arrived at the community, it was already past 10 in the morning on a weekday, so there weren't many people around, adding a touch of serenity to the place. Yu lived on the 3rd floor, and the old building had poor sound insulation. Through the door, Song Qinghe and Xi Jinping could hear the suppressed groans of pain and vomiting. After standing for a while, they finally knocked on the door. There were some rustling sounds from inside, and it took a long time before the door was opened. It was Yu's wife, whom they called Shirmu. She had been at home accompanying Yu since he fell ill, and she looked quite haggard. Shirmu was taken aback when she saw the two of them. After a moment of realization, she said, "Oh, it's you. Here to see old you, right? Come in quickly." Hearing the commotion, Yu slowly made his way out of the bedroom, supporting himself as he came. When he saw Song Qinghe and Xi Jinping, a smile appeared on his face. "What brings you two here? Qinghe, aren't you on a world tour?" "Teacher." Although Song Qinghe and Xi Jinping had mentally prepared themselves, seeing Yu in person still made their hearts ache. The once plump teacher you now looked empty in his clothes. The vibrant color in his face had faded, leaving only a waxy, pale complexion with a familiar smile. Song Qinghe felt her eyes get a bit moist. She had been busy with the world tour and hadn't seen Teacher Yu for several years, never expecting him to be in such a condition now. "Please have a seat. You two are too kind bringing gifts," Teacher Yu said with a hint of reproach. Throughout his life, he had educated many students and maintained good relationships with them. But only the students from Song Qinghe's class consistently came back to see him. Over the years, they had formed a half-teacher, half-friend relationship. "Teacher, we've been quite busy these past few years. You know, Jingjing and I travel all over the world, and we haven't been able to come see you sooner," Song Qinghe said, her voice a bit choked up. She truly couldn't imagine Teacher Yu's current situation. But how should she bring up the medicine she had? That medicine needed to be injected into the body. It wasn't something that could be taken orally. If it were an oral medicine, she could have secretly mixed it into something for him to drink, but injection was a different matter. "Good kids, it's nice to see you caring," Teacher Yu said, maintaining a broad smile. "I'm just an old man. I've lived a good life. It's just a pity for your Shermu, having to suffer with me until the end." Shermu was quietly wiping her tears on the side. In the late stages of cancer, the pain was more than one could imagine. The pain originated from the bones. And while Teacher Yu was relatively tolerant, there were times when he couldn't suppress his irritation, and his temper had become much worse than before. "Teacher, we don't know how we can help. If you need anything, please let us know," Si Jingjing said with concern in her eyes. Teacher Yu smiled. "What can I possibly need?" Before he could finish, his expression suddenly changed, and the frail man doubled over, trembling all over. Shermu hurriedly supported him, and then Teacher Yu began to cough violently, as if his whole body was collapsing into a ball from the coughing. For a moment, no one paid attention to Song Qinghe and Si Jingjing. It was the first time they had encountered such a scene and didn't know what to do. They wanted to help, but felt helpless. After a long while, Teacher Yu gradually calmed down. It seemed the wave of pain had passed. "Did I scare you?" "I just couldn't hold back the pain for a moment." Teacher Yu managed a weak smile. After each bout of intense pain, he hardly had any strength left. Song Qinghe bit her lip. Teacher Yu's condition was worse than she had imagined. "Teacher, I know a doctor who has medicine that can treat cancer. But this medicine hasn't been approved by the National Drug Regulatory Agency. Would you be willing to give it a try?" Qinghe. Si Jingjing tugged at Song Qinghe. How could they casually give someone medicine, especially for cancer? Although Teacher Yu looked very unwell, if there were any problems with the medicine, who would take responsibility? "You have medicine?" Shermu's eyes lit up. She had exhausted every possible method, tried all kinds of Western and traditional medicines, folk remedies, and even went to temples begging for divine intervention. "Yes, but I can't guarantee anything. This medicine needs to be injected," Song Qinghe said, determined not to back down. However, she didn't want to sound too definitive. If Teacher Yu was willing to try, they could find a clinic to administer the injection. Teacher Yu smiled bitterly. He understood the good intentions of his students. No one wanted to die. Shermu had sought so many remedies in the past, and he had endured them all in the hope of a miracle. But how many miracles exist in the world? "Forget it. My life is like this. I don't want to end up causing you trouble." Teacher Yu understood Si Jingjing's concerns. Song Qinghe had a bright future ahead. It wasn't worth it to sully her reputation for him. He was already at the end of his life, and whether the medicine had side effects was irrelevant to him, but others would surely blame Song Qinghe. "Old you should give it a try," Shermu suddenly cried out. "Do you really want to leave me alone in this world? Xiaoyan hasn't even gotten married yet. Can you rest assured leaving?" Xiaoyan was their child, who had just graduated from university this year and started working. "If it doesn't work, then I'll give up." "I understand what you mean. If there is really no way to treat this, I want to blame Xiao Song," Shermu said, her eyes red, pleading with Teacher Yu. Chapter 10. Green Medicine. Teacher Yu was silent for a long time before finally speaking helplessly. "All right, stop crying. Don't let the children laugh at us. I am this way now. Whether I die early or late, I will die anyway. If I could, I would also want to leave painlessly." Teacher Yu's words made Mrs. Yu cry even harder, and both Song Qinghe and Si Jingjing felt a bit uncomfortable. "Classmate Song, I'll trouble you." Teacher Yu smiled gently at Song Qinghe, a smile that seemed to entrust his life to her completely. Song Qinghe felt a bit anxious, but there was no turning back once the arrow was shot. All she could do was to be firm in her choice. She chose to believe in the system. After all, she had only practiced the interstellar child body technique for 2 days and already felt a difference in her spirit. Although this medicine had never been tested, it was produced by the future Interstellar Society, so it surely wouldn't be bad. The group arrived at the clinic at the entrance of the community. The staff at the clinic were familiar with the residents and immediately greeted Teacher Yu and Mrs. Yu. "You're here. Are you here for painkillers again today?" The clinic staff knew that Teacher Yu was in the late stages of cancer and that there was nothing they could do about such a disease. They could only provide a little pain relief, which was better than nothing. "Xiao Zhang," Mrs. Yu smiled at the clinic staff. "I need your help to find some medicine for old Yu. I need you to give him an injection." "What kind of medicine?" Xiao Zhang advised. "It's better not to use any medicine recklessly at this time. His immune system is already weak. Be careful." Xiao Zhang could understand Mrs. Yu. She had been driven nearly mad searching for folk remedies these past few months, asking everyone she met. They had been asked many times. However, for cancer, there were no miraculous drugs or folk remedies, and it was said that Teacher Yu's stomach cancer had already spread, so he couldn't last long. "Please just help me. You know I'm unwilling to give up. I have to try. What if there's hope?" Mrs. Yu looked at Xiao Zhang with hope. Xiao Zhang sighed, "Fine. Since we are old neighbors, I'll help you, but technically this isn't allowed. I'm helping you as a friend." After taking the syringe, Xiao Zhang looked at Mrs. Yu. "Where's the medicine?" Song Qinghe handed the vial to Xiao Zhang. The brown bottle obscured the contents. Xiao Zhang inserted the syringe, drawing out the liquid inside. The light green medicine gradually filled the syringe. "What kind of medicine is this?" "It's green?" Xiao Zhang was a bit surprised. Most medicines are transparent, and this green one was the first he had seen. He hesitated, looking at Mrs. Yu. "Are you sure this medicine is really okay? I've never seen a medicine this color. It's not some unverified product, is it?" "Don't worry about that. Just hurry up and give it to my husband." Mrs. Yu, seeing her firm attitude, Xiao Zhang didn't say anything more. Sometimes, giving one piece of advice is a kindness, but too much can make the listener unhappy. And the one advising can also become frustrated. As the needle pierced the skin and the syringe was slowly pushed, the entire green liquid was injected into Teacher Yu's body. Song Qinghe anxiously stared at Teacher Yu, unsure of what would happen after the injection. "I told you not to be overconfident, but you wouldn't listen." Si Jingjing quietly pinched Song Qinghe. "What if this medicine causes any problems? What will you do?" "It won't cause problems," Song Qinghe said firmly, even though she felt anxious inside. Teacher Yu gave Song Qinghe a reassuring smile. "You all go back. I'm just an old man. Whatever happens will happen. Don't feel burdened. Don't rush." Song Qinghe sat beside Teacher Yu. "Teacher, what do you feel now? Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable?" The system had said that this medicine would take effect as soon as it entered the body and would directly devour the spreading tumors. Teacher Yu laughed. "It's not some miracle drug. How could it just work like that?" "Old Yu, your complexion looks much better now." Mrs. Yu suddenly spoke up. She knew Teacher Yu best and observed him most carefully. She could clearly notice even the slightest change in him. Seeing his complexion visibly becoming rosy, Mrs. Yu's voice trembled a bit, as if she feared she was seeing things. She rubbed her eyes vigorously, afraid it was her mistake. "Really, teacher, I think you look much better now." Si Jingjing nodded in agreement, noticing that Teacher Yu's complexion indeed seemed improved. Teacher Yu was taken aback. If it were Mrs. Yu saying this, he could dismiss it as her worrying too much, but since Si Jingjing said the same, he felt a bit uncertain. He stood up and walked to the mirror in front of the clinic. His reflection was still thin, but just as Mrs. Yu and Si Jingjing had said, his face, which had turned pale and yellow from pain, was now regaining its color. Most importantly, Teacher Yu extended his hand to test his strength. It seemed he had regained some energy. Previously, pain had left him with no strength at all, but now, he actually felt strong again. He suddenly turned his head to look at Song Qinghe, and seeing her smiling face, his eyes became a bit moist. Could this medicine really be effective? Xiao Zhang was astonished. Teacher Yu's current state was completely different from when he first arrived. After the injection of the green medicine, his condition had evidently changed. "Teacher Yu, why don't you go to the hospital for another checkup to see if your health has improved?" Song Qinghe suggested, genuinely curious about how miraculous the interstellar medicine was and whether it could truly eradicate cancer. Yes, yes. Old you. Let us go to the hospital for a checkup. Mrs. You stood up excitedly. She had almost forgotten about the hospital, but was now just happy to see Teacher Yu's improved complexion. Perfect, I'll drive. Teacher, Mrs. Yu. Let us go together. Si Jingjing was also a bit excited, not expecting Song Qinghe to have such a friend. Later, she would have to ask her about it. If there really was a miraculous drug for cancer, that would be a huge achievement. Si Jingjing drove the group straight to Haiqing Hospital, where they registered for the oncology department and anxiously waited. The hospital was crowded, and many people were waiting for examinations. Teacher Yu sat on a bench, feeling better than ever, even better than before he had cancer. He had a feeling that the medicine Song Qinghe brought him might indeed be a medical miracle. 110. You family. The nurse called at the door, and Teacher Yu hurriedly stood up. Mrs. Yu wanted to accompany him inside, but was stopped by Teacher Yu. I can go in by myself. It's fine. I feel great now. After saying that, Teacher Yu stepped into the examination room. Chapter 11. May there be no cancer in Hua Xia. The smell of disinfectant in the hospital is strong, and there are many different kinds of people, some joyful and some sorrowful. It is the only place that welcomes both new life and death. Yu Shimu anxiously clasps her hands together and paces back and forth. After glancing at Yu Shimu, whose attention is focused on the examination room, Song Qinghe pulls at Song Qinghe. You need to be honest with me. What is going on? Which friend of yours has this miracle drug? I've never heard you mention it before. Cough, cough. Song Qinghe pretends to cough, still unsure how to fabricate a friend. Let us not talk about that for now. Let us see the results of the teacher's examination first. I hope they're better. Song Qinghe feels quite guilty, realizing she needs to find a way to make this drug public. If this medicine can truly cure cancer, then she can exchange a few more doses and submit them to the state, ensuring that there will be no cancer in Hua Xia. When Teacher Yu comes out, his expression is dazed, as if he has been shocked by something. Seeing Teacher Yu's expression, Yu Shimu's heart sinks, and she hesitantly takes a couple of steps forward. Even after facing such situations countless times, each time she finds a folk remedy, she holds a glimmer of hope. What if it works? Teacher, Song Qinghe, and Si Jingjing quickly support Yu Shimu, who is staggering. Teacher Yu comes to his senses and quickly steps forward, noticing Yu Shimu's hair has turned white, feeling a pang in his heart as he helps her sit on a bench. Are you all right? Yu Shimu shakes her head, her eyes fixed on Teacher Yu. What about you? What did the doctor say? The doctor said, prompted by Yu Shimu's reminder, Teacher Yu recalls the examination results. I have no cancer cells in my body, not even a tumor. What? Yu Shimu thinks she misheard, staring blankly at Teacher Yu. Look, the examination report. Teacher Yu hands the report to Yu Shimu. She snatches it from him, trembling as she reads it. Song Qinghe glances at it too. The report clearly states that there are no issues with his body, except for slight malnutrition. Previously, Teacher Yu had been unable to eat anything due to the torment of the illness, so naturally, his nutrition had not kept up with his body's needs. The Interstellar drug for treating cancer only treats cancer. It doesn't restore missing nutrients, which will need to be replenished gradually. Yu Shimu stares at the report for a long time, unable to articulate a complete sentence. Old you, am I seeing things? I feel like I recognize the words on this report, but I don't understand their meaning. Yu Shimu is a bit incoherent. She doesn't even know what to express, only that she's extremely emotional. Her heart feels like it's about to explode. You're not mistaken. The cancer cells in my body are gone. Teacher Yu's eyes well up with tears as he tightly holds Yu Shimu's hand. I'm really fine now. My illness is completely cured. Si Jingjing, astonished, looks at the report in Yu Shimu's hand. Teacher Yu and Yu Shimu are embracing and crying, and she can't believe it as she keeps flipping through the report. Did the hospital confirm they didn't make a mistake? This thing. How could the hospital make a mistake? Song Qinghe rolls her eyes at her. What are you talking about? The examination results of Teacher Yu make her even more curious about the Interstellar products. She still doesn't know how many surprises the items in the system store will bring her. Teacher, this is great news. You and Yu Shimu don't need to cry anymore. I see the report says you're malnourished, so now that you're well, you really need to replenish your nutrients. Song Qinghe advises with a smile. Xiao Song, our old Yu's life is saved by you. If you ever need anything, just say the word, and we will help you with anything. Yu Shimu excitedly grabs Song Qinghe's hand, her face full of gratitude. Please don't be so polite. Yu Shermu. Teacher Yu is my teacher. This is just my way of showing appreciation as a student. I didn't expect the medicine to work so well. Right. Who is that friend of yours? We should prepare a big gift and visit in person. They're truly our family's lifesaver. Yu Shermu slaps her forehead, realizing they really need to thank the person who provided the medicine. Without that medicine, old Yu wouldn't have recovered. No need, Yu Shermu. My friend has a bit of a peculiar temperament and doesn't like to meet people. I'll definitely convey your gratitude. Song Qinghe politely declines. Come on, you can't just conjure someone out of thin air. Yu Shermu, the urgent matter is to take teacher Yu home quickly. He needs to replenish his nutrients. Don't worry about what to eat. Anything nutritious is fine. Si Jingjing Yukimising. Yes, Yu Shermu, Jingjing, and I'll take you both home. Teacher Yu, you must rest well this time. We're looking forward to having you join us for a drink at the next class reunion. Song Qinghe smiles as she pushes the two out of the hospital. Since it's confirmed that everything is fine, there's no reason to stay in the hospital. Don't worry, as long as your teacher is fine, I guarantee he'll be back to his healthy self soon. Yu Shermu jokes, her brow, which had been furrowed with worry over teacher Yu's illness, now relaxes. Song Qinghe and Si Jingjing escort them home, politely declining Yu Shermu's warm invitation to stay. Wow, Song Qinghe, you're starting to share little secrets with me. Si Jingjing, driving, glances sideways at Song Qinghe. Song Qinghe straightens her face. Treasure your life and drive safely. All right, I'll let you off the hook for now, but when I find the time, I'll definitely interrogate you thoroughly. Si Jingjing huffs, turning her attention back to the road. By the way, don't forget about Madame Mo's banquet tomorrow night. I'll pick you up in the morning for some pampering. We need to outshine those little vixens at the banquet. Si Jingjing continues chatting as she drives. Song Qinghe can't help but laugh. What outshine little vixens? I'm not a star. I'm not in that line of work. Why should I steal the spotlight? Are you silly? How many investors do you think will attend Madame Mo's banquet? This year's tour may have ended, but we need to plan for the future. We can't just sit and eat. Who knows which big sponsor might take an interest in us tomorrow, waving their hand to sponsor our next tour entirely. That would be better than us begging for help later, just to ensure the tour goes smoothly. Si Jingjing's words leave both of them a bit silent. The world tour isn't as glamorous as it seems on the surface. Promoting Hua Xia Instruments is their grand ambition, even if they need to invest their own funds. They want Hua Xia Instruments and music to reach the world. Their performances aren't like a Star-S concert, which can generate substantial income. The world tour is more of a semi-public welfare nature, so funding shortages often occur. For this, Si Jingjing truly runs around tirelessly. Chapter 12, it turns out to be a certain show-off. Song Qinghe forced a relaxed smile. All right, I'll cooperate, but if you want to outshine me, that's probably impossible. I'm not on that path. TSK, if you ask me, with your figure on display, it's not worse than those stars, but unfortunately, who knows who will benefit from it in the future? Si Jingjing expressed her regret, but she never pressured Song Qinghe to sacrifice her appearance, truly bending for a mere 5 grains of rice. Both of them had their principles. No matter how difficult it was to seek sponsorships, they never compromised their bottom line. Mrs. Mo's banquet was quite famous in the circle and beyond. Not only in the music industry, but also in entertainment-related fields. Attending Mrs. Mo's banquet was considered an honor. Mrs. Mo was familiar with many big capital tycoons, and someone once tried to dig in her background, but ultimately came up empty, making her quite mysterious. She was also a big fan of Chinese music and had sponsored many youth Chinese instrument competitions in recent years. In her words, these things should be nurtured from childhood. Children shouldn't only recognize Western instruments and forget the heritage passed down by their ancestors. Song Qinghe met Mrs. Mo at her personal concert. At that time, the concert didn't have much impact, but Song Qinghe took it seriously, even if there was only one audience member present. Although the concert was successfully held, it only filled a small part of the theater. After it ended, Mrs. Mo specifically went backstage to present a bouquet of flowers, and the two became acquainted, finding a lot in common. At that time, Song Qinghe didn't know Mrs. Mo's influence in the entertainment industry. She merely thought she had made a friend from a different generation. Later, when Mrs. Mo sent her an invitation to the banquet, she realized Mrs. Mo's capabilities. However, Their relationship didn't change because of Mrs. Mo's status. When Song Qinghe thought of Mrs. Mo, she recalled the matter of cancer medication. Among the people she knew, the only one capable of delivering such medication to the state was likely Mrs. Mo. Everyone said she had a red background, but whether it was true or not, no one knew. However, many things do not arise from nothing. Song Qinghe felt that even if Mrs. Mo wasn't connected, she knew high-level people. That was a realm Song Qinghe could not currently access. Mrs. Mo had a house specifically for hosting banquets, and this event was also held there. After getting out of the car, Song Qinghe and Si Jingjing handed their invitation to the doorman, who checked it before allowing them into the courtyard. Have you noticed? This banquet seems stricter than before. Si Jingjing looked around and saw security personnel in black suits, their muscular outlines visible under the fabric. Wow! Which company provided these security personnel? They look impressive. Si Jingjing's eyes sparkled as she watched a passing security guard, her gaze glued to his slightly lifted backside. Cough! Tone it down a bit. Don't forget today's main event. Song Qinghe really wanted to turn her head back, as Si Jingjing was great in many ways. But she was just too much of a sea queen, interested in countless fish in the ocean. Yet she justified herself, saying that it was human nature to seek pleasure. Even the ancestors believed people should follow their instincts. I'm just worried the young men might be too lonely, sacrificing myself to help them get through the long night. Everyone gets what they need. Isn't that great? No matter how you put it, she had a point, and Song Qinghe could never win an argument against her. Song Qinghe traveled around the world to showcase the splendor of Chinese instruments, while Si Jingjing also left many marks across the globe. But hers were all related to the fish in the sea. Wow! Song Qinghe looked quickly a real gem. Si Jingjing excitedly tugged at Song Qinghe. Song Qinghe helplessly followed Si Jingjing's gaze and was stunned. Wasn't that her mentor's grandson, Lu Anren? Just yesterday, he said he was going back to the army, and today he appeared here. Lu Anren, like the other security guards, wore a black suit, while others looked like they were in uniforms. On him, it seemed like high-end fashion, and he effortlessly made the whole outfit look luxurious just with his face. When Song Qinghe noticed Lu Anren looking over, as if he were looking at a stranger, she suddenly understood that he seemed to be on duty. But most of the attendees at Mrs. Mo's banquet were from the entertainment industry. Did they really need military personnel to keep watch? Although she had her doubts, Song Qinghe didn't rashly approach him to interrupt, slightly awkwardly pulling Si Jingjing along. Let's go. First say hello to Mrs. Mo. Si Jingjing regrettably pouted, thinking it was a shame to only be able to look at such a rare gem without being able to approach it. However, she knew the main purpose of tonight, so she didn't dwell on it and followed Song Qinghe into the house. Song Qinghe wore a one-shoulder evening gown with a half-blooming lotus on her left shoulder, echoing her name. Upon entering the house, she saw Mrs. Mo holding a wine glass and chatting with someone, and they also took 2 glasses of wine to walk over. As soon as Mrs. Mo saw Song Qinghe, her smile became genuinely warmer. Embracing Song Qinghe, I attended your last concert in your world tour. It was even more impressive than before. You're too kind. Song Qinghe exchanged a few pleasantries with Mrs. Mo, but seeing the crowd coming to greet her, she moved to another area with Si Jingjing. You stay here for a bit. I'm going to take a look around. While I find someone suitable, I'll introduce you. Si Jingjing had already surveyed the area. This was her battlefield now. Okay. Song Qinghe agreed, holding her glass and finding a sofa to sit down. She also wanted to find an opportunity to discuss the medication issue with Mrs. Mo. If she couldn't find a chance today, she'd have to arrange another time. As the host of the banquet, Mrs. Mo was very busy, with people constantly coming to greet and talk to her. Many guests had exhausted their creativity just to receive this invitation. One invitation could bring one guest into the venue, and Si Jingjing came in with Song Qinghe. Although Mrs. Mo only sent out 50 invitations, there were about 100 people who showed up. Song Qinghe noticed Mrs. Mo chatting with someone, then turned to go upstairs, where 2 expressionless security guards stood at the stairs, looking quite serious. When someone saw Mrs. Mo going upstairs and tried to follow, the security guard stopped them and wouldn't let them pass, no matter what. It was probably embarrassing, and those who were stopped didn't dare to cause a scene at Mrs. Mo's banquet, leaving in a dejected manner. Oh, I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's a certain show-off. A sarcastic voice sat down next to Song Qinghe. Song Qinghe withdrew her gaze and looked at the woman in a red dress, whose chest was pushed up to create a curve. Noticing where Song Qinghe's gaze lingered, the woman felt a mix of shyness and anger, snorting coldly. Song Qinghe smiled slightly. "Oh, it's teacher you, long time no see. Have you been busy lately?" The woman in the red dress was Edu-Tainment, who had made veiled comments about Song Qinghe online. "How could I compare to you, the busy one, traveling all over the world?" Edu-Tainment's tone carried a hint of sourness. Chapter 13. Psychic turmoil. Song Qinghe ignored the provocation from Edu-Tainment and smiled slightly. Addressing teacher you with a compliment, "I also want to bring recognition to our Hua Xia musical instruments. After all, holding on to our own little treasures won't do any good for Hua Xia instruments." This was in response to what Edu-Tainment had said online. Edu-Tainment's face turned red and white, and after a while, she let out a cold laugh, saying, "You've said so much, but what results have you achieved? One cannot only focus on the process. One must also look at the outcome. As for the results, there's no need for you to worry about them, teacher you. After all, even if just one person falls in love with Hua Xia music because of my performance on Hua Xia instruments, I would be happy." Song Qinghe raised her glass to Edu-Tainment, smiled slightly, and stood up. She had already seen Xi Jingjing waving at her, so there was no need to waste time with Edu-Tainment here. Seeing Song Qinghe swaying towards Xi Jingjing, a flash of indignation crossed Edu-Tainment's eyes. "Damn it, this woman knows how to put on an act. One day, when I catch her in a slip, I will teach her a good lesson." Edu-Tainment looked down on Song Qinghe, likely having a sense of rivalry. She always considered herself a key figure among the new generation of Hua Xia instruments. However, there were always people mentioning Song Qinghe, and everyone praised her, which made her feel uncomfortable and gradually led to a sense of comparison. "Qinghe, come here. Let me introduce you. This is the chairman of our famous Zhenxiao Company in Haicheng, Chairman Hua Qing. Zhenxiao Company is a local enterprise in Haicheng, mainly engaged in food production and well-known nationwide. Chairman Hua, I've long heard of your name." Song Qinghe smiled slightly and extended her hand. Hua Qing was a middle-aged man, maintaining better shape than many people of the same age, appearing very cultured and elegant. "Miss Song, I've heard much about you. Today, seeing you in person, you truly live up to the rumors, beautiful and talented." "Chairman Hua, you're flattering me, making me feel quite embarrassed." Song Qinghe smiled politely and chatted with Hua Qing. Xi Jingjing and Song Qinghe played several rounds and finally decided to take a break. "What was that woman Edu-Tainment looking for you about?" Xi Jingjing twisted her ankle. High heels weren't that comfortable to wear. Song Qinghe lazily leaned back on the sofa, her smile almost frozen. What else could she want? Would she settle down without throwing a few jabs at me? Hey, with my temper, I gave her face, and we haven't even troubled her yet. But she dares to come looking for trouble. Xi Jingjing's anger flared up. She almost wanted to rush over to Edu-Tainment and argue with her. Forget it. It's best not to cause a scene at Madame Mo's banquet. It would be too embarrassing and troublesome for her. This remark instantly deflated Xi Jingjing. She looked around. Where did Madame Mo go? Usually, Madame Mo would be present throughout the banquet and had never disappeared. Only then did Song Qinghe notice that Madame Mo had gone upstairs and hadn't come down for a long time. The two exchanged glances. It seemed that the guests on the second floor were quite important, given that Madame Mo would dismiss so many guests to accompany them. Song Qinghe also noticed that many people were subtly glancing at the second floor, seemingly discussing something, with part of their attention clearly focused upstairs. This piqued Song Qinghe's curiosity. Who could be on the second floor to attract so much attention? "Qinghe." Madame Mo stood on the second floor, waving at Song Qinghe. "Come up for a moment." Song Qinghe responded and walked up the stairs, feeling as if her back was being scrutinized. All eyes were on her. No one knew why Madame Mo had delayed her ascent. Madame Mo pulled Song Qinghe closer, her face showing a hint of apology. "Qinghe, I need to ask you for a favor in a moment." "Madame Mo, please, don't be so polite." "If I can help, I definitely will," Song Qinghe quickly replied. "It's like this. There's an elder whose health isn't very good. Due to illness, his nerves are quite weak, and he has trouble sleeping. Later, could you play some soft music with your instrument in the room to see if it helps him sleep?" "Okay." Song Qinghe readily agreed, as it was a small matter. And since Madame Mo had asked so earnestly, there was no reason for her to refuse. Madame Mo led Song Qinghe into a room filled with instruments. Choose one. Song Qinghe scanned the room and finally selected a flute. It was easy to carry, and its clear sound was suitable for helping someone sleep. This will do, Madame Mo. Good, follow me. Madame Mo didn't mind what instrument Song Qinghe chose. She led her to another room. After lightly knocking a few times, the door opened in response. Song Qinghe was taken aback to see the person who opened the door was Lu Anren. She had seen him in the courtyard before, but didn't know when he had moved upstairs. Madame Mo had already approached the elderly person in the room, and Song Qinghe followed her inside. Uncle Chi, this is a little friend I specially asked to come, who specializes in Hua Xia instruments and has a lot of spirit. Could you let her play for you to see if it helps you sleep a bit? Madame Mo held the elderly man's hand, her tone pleading. The elderly man had gray hair and dark circles under his eyes from long-term poor sleep, yet his eyes were bright. He patted Madame Mo. All right, you are very kind. The elderly man then turned to Song Qinghe and said, Little girl, I'm going to trouble you. You're too kind. Song Qinghe smiled politely at the elderly man and found a spot to sit down. Detected a patient with psychic turmoil. Would the host like to load the psychic soothing assistance? The system, which had been silent, suddenly spoke up. What does that mean? Song Qinghe paused. The person lying on the bed is a low-level psychic initiator who has not trained their psychic abilities, which is why their psychic energy is in turmoil. The host can use the soothing assistance, which consumes 100 reward points for a single soothing communication. Are you saying that the soothing refers to calming down his turbulent psychic energy? Yes, this person's psychic energy turmoil is on the verge of collapse. If not soothed, it will ultimately lead to a breakdown due to the brain's inability to handle the psychic energy, resulting in what you call brain death. Song Qinghe was startled and immediately applied for the exchange. The melodious sound of the flute began to play, and in a place unseen by everyone. Ripples spread outward from around Song Qinghe. The elderly man, who had been half lying on the bed, found the feeling of his head exploding slowly, fading away upon hearing the flute. A look of comfort appeared on his face, as if he hadn't felt this comfortable in a long time. Initially, his head only hurt occasionally, but later the pain became more frequent, severely affecting his work and life. He had been to the hospital, but the doctors couldn't find the cause. They only noted the extreme activity of the brain cells. Painkillers initially worked, but eventually, he seemed to develop an immunity, and even the strongest painkillers became ineffective. He managed to remain calm, relying solely on his willpower to avoid losing control. Chapter 14. Mental power. Everyone in the room noticed that the elder's breathing had changed. He had originally been just resting with his eyes closed, but now he had truly fallen into a deep sleep. The sound of the bamboo flute gradually faded along with the elder's breathing until it completely disappeared. Mrs. Mo was almost in tears. She had initially approached this with a mindset of trying out, but she never expected Song Qinghe to give her such a big surprise. The three people in the room quietly stepped out and closed the door. Qinghe, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, Uncle Chi wouldn't have been able to sleep, Mrs. Mo said, holding Song Qinghe's hand with a slightly choked voice, showing a hint of losing her composure. You're like my reborn parents. Song Qinghe smiled gently at Mrs. Mo. Sister Mo, what you said is too serious. It was just a small effort. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, I noticed that elders seem to have this condition for a while. What did the doctor say? Mrs. Mo's emotions calmed down, but the worry on her face remained. The doctor said his brain cells are much more active than those of ordinary people, but they couldn't find any other issues. Indeed, it was true. With current medical standards, it was difficult to detect issues related to mental power, as people were not yet aware of it. The elder in the room was experiencing what the system referred to as a low-level mental power disturbance, which, in their view, was quite basic. The current Blue Star had hardly encountered it. Sister Mo, I have something else to ask of you today. Seeing that there was no one else around, Song Qinghe took the opportunity to mention the cancer medication. She glanced at Lu Anren, who was standing straight at the door of the bedroom, showing no intention of leaving. Mrs. Mo understood and pulled Song Qinghe to a small reception room nearby. Let's talk over here. Sister Mo, I have a type of medication that can treat cancer and ensure a complete cure without any side effects. Song Qinghe got straight to the point with Mrs. Mo. Mrs. Mo's eyes widened slightly. She felt she might not have understood Song Qinghe correctly. If it weren't for knowing that Song Qinghe was usually very cautious, she would think she was joking. Are you saying this medication can completely cure cancer? Mrs. Mo pressed for clarification. Yes. Song Qinghe nodded and recounted the situation with Teacher Yu, showing Mrs. Mo the different test reports that had been sent to her phone. Mrs. Mo looked at the reports on the phone in shock. She noticed that the latest report was from today. There was no reason for Song Qinghe to lie to her. Creating such a falsehood would bring no benefit to her. What do you want to do with this information? Mrs. Mo was somewhat unclear about why Song Qinghe was telling her this. Did she want to get to know some pharmaceutical companies to produce and promote the medication? I know a few people in the medical field. If you want, I can connect you with them. Mrs. Mo, who already liked Song Qinghe, was even more eager to help after seeing her succeed in helping Uncle Qi fall asleep. Moreover, if this medication really worked, as Song Qinghe claimed, it would attract capitalists rushing to invest without needing any introductions. Song Qinghe shook her head. Sister Mo, that's not my intention. I heard that you can talk to higher-ups. I want to donate this medication to the country so that it could be developed further. This way, cancer won't be feared anymore. You want to donate it to the country? Mrs. Mo was genuinely shocked this time. She had considered many possibilities, but she never expected Song Qinghe would want to hand over the medication to the state. This was equivalent to giving away a treasure that could produce golden eggs. Mrs. Mo looked deeply at Song Qinghe. You know that by donating to the country, all you can get in return is a nice honor and a symbolic reward. If this medication is truly, as you say, you would be giving up countless wealth. Song Qinghe looked at Mrs. Mo with a gentle and determined smile. I'm sure, Sister Mo, if this medication is given to the country, our country will be much more advanced than others in the fight against cancer. For me, if one day there is no cancer in Hua Xia, that is far better than guarding mountains of gold and silver. Okay, Mrs. Mo was greatly moved and immediately agreed. I'll help you make this connection. Qinghe, I truly didn't expect you to have such high awareness. It really surprises me. Mrs. Mo regained her composure, a smile appearing on her face. Don't worry, I will fight for more benefits for you. Song Qinghe no longer declined and smiled in agreement. I didn't bring the medication with me, but I will personally deliver it to Sister Mo tomorrow. No need. I'll have someone come and pick it up. These are small matters, Mrs. Mo said casually. All right, then I'll head down first. If you need anything, just contact me, Song Qinghe said, seeing that everything was settled and not wanting to stay longer. The people in the room probably wouldn't wake up for a while. I'll go down with you. It's not good to leave the guests waiting downstairs, Mrs. Mo said, also getting up and sighing. Today was a coincidence. If I'd known Uncle Qi was coming, I wouldn't have set up the banquet. She had almost canceled it. But Uncle Qi said it was fine since the banquet was on the first floor and wouldn't disturb him. Since she had already notified everyone, canceling would feel somewhat inappropriate. The two walked down the stairs hand in hand, and immediately someone approached to chat. Song Qinghe discreetly stepped aside. She had many questions she wanted to ask the system now. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, Song Qinghe quietly walked out of the house and sat in a corner of the small garden. Most people were still inside socializing. There were hardly any people in the garden. System, Song Qinghe called softly, what's going on with the mental power you mentioned before? Mental power and physical skills are both compulsory courses for interstellar beings. Some people are better at physical skills, while others excel in mental power. Mental power, like physical skills, is trained from childhood and is divided into different levels. Different qualifications may lead to different achievements in the future. In the interstellar realm, only those with strong mental power will have great potential. For example, the mental power level required for mech warriors or starship commanders is higher. So what you said about the mental power disturbance, what's that about? Can it be cultivated like physical skills? How can it still go haywire? The so-called mental power disturbance occurs when the mental power in a person's brain exceeds the range it can bear, leading to chaos. There is a profession in the interstellar realm called a mental power organizer, which is a branch of medical practitioners specializing in organizing the mental power of those experiencing disturbances. The human brain is a very mysterious part. Although interstellar beings start training mental power from a young age, improper handling can harm the brain. At such times, A mental power organizer will use their abilities to help the patient organize their mental power. Chapter 15. Interstellar Infant Mental Power Training Method. Just like genetic diseases, people with higher mental power are more terrifying during a riot. Once a riot reaches its peak, the person causing the riot will literally die from pain. The system's straightforward words caused a look of horror to flash in Song Qinghe's eyes. So what you mean by mental power training is to expand one's brain domain, allowing mental power to not overflow within this container. You can understand it this way. Mental power training is also about making mental power controllable. Otherwise, the situation of that person just now would occur. His mental power must be in chaos. Does a mental power organizer also need to be specially trained? Song Qinghe is now a bit interested in this mental power organizer. Earlier in the room, she used 100 reward points to exchange for a calming ability. And while using it, her own emotions were very relaxed, feeling quite comfortable. Mental power organizers are considered innate professions. Such people usually have a stronger empathy ability and can use different manifestation methods to help those with chaotic mental power. What do you mean by manifestation? Song Qinghe didn't quite understand. Manifestation refers to externalizing one's mental power, just like the calming ability exchanged by the host, which manifests mental power and attaches it to the bamboo flute. With that said, Song Qinghe finally understood. In the end, one still needs to cultivate mental power to be able to manifest it. She opened the system store, and sure enough, she saw Interstellar Mental Power Training Method. And after searching a bit more, Interstellar Infant Mental Power Training Method was indeed there. It requires 50,000 reward points. Song Qinghe was a bit surprised. Why does the infant physical technique only require 10,000, while mental power needs 50,000? Everyone in the Interstellar can practice physical techniques, but not everyone possesses mental power. All right, Song Qinghe understood. Rarity makes things precious. The cultivation of mental power itself is difficult, and the number of people who awaken mental power is even fewer, making it even harder. How did you hide here? It was hard for me to find you. Just as Song Qinghe was considering whether to exchange for the mental power training, Si Jingjing walked over in her high heels. What do you want from me? I came out to get some fresh air. I met almost everyone I should know inside. She's completely ready to retire after her success. Si Jingjing sat down next to Song Qinghe and nudged her. Hey, what did Madame Emma want with you just now? Why were you inside for so long? It was nothing. She just asked me to play a piece of music. Song Qinghe answered lightly, avoiding the main point. Seeing the current state of martial law, one can tell that the identity of the person upstairs is not ordinary. She wouldn't spill anything she couldn't say. Si Jingjing was greatly disappointed. Huh. I thought she was introducing you to some resources. My little fairy, it seems we still have to work hard. Si Jingjing wrapped her arm around Song Qinghe's shoulder and leaned her head on her shoulder. Song Qinghe smiled gently. Don't worry. I will work hard to take on jobs. You said it. Don't say I exploited your time later. Si Jingjing rubbed her fists together. As long as Song Qinghe was willing to take on jobs, there would be plenty of options to choose from. Gotit, si papi. I go. Dare to say that to me, and I will really peel your skin off. The girl's crisp laughter echoed in the garden, making those who heard it smile knowingly and sigh. How wonderful it is to be young. When Song Qinghe returned home and took a shower, she sat barefoot on the balcony. In the end, she exchanged for the Interstellar Infant Mental Power Training Method. After the exchange, the originally bright training method instantly dimmed. She opened Interstellar Infant Mental Power Training Method, and a virtual image appeared again. This time, the image showed a group of colorful bubbles colliding with each other. And Xingran tried to poke one, and with a bang, the bubble burst. The virtual image displayed 100. System, what does this mean? Song Qinghe looked puzzled. Mental power training involves passing through different levels. This way, your mental power will be improved. If you do not pass the current level, you will remain at this level. The host is currently at the first level of mental training. Evade all bubble attacks within the specified time to pass the level. If 100 bubbles are burst, it will be a failure. Song Qinghe suddenly realized. So when she touched a bubble earlier, it showed the 100. She became interested and closed Interstellar Infant Mental Power Training Method, directly transferring to the training room. The training room was spacious and allowed for movement. The virtual image opened again. This time the entire training room was filled with colorful bubbles. The host just needs to give the command to start, the system reminded. Start. As soon as Song Qinghe's voice fell, the colorful bubbles floating in the air rushed towards her one after another. There were many bubbles, and even though Song Qinghe could easily do a split, she could only last 5 minutes before the game ended. Although it was only 5 minutes, Song Qinghe felt extremely tired. Her body still had energy, but her mind felt completely drained, making her not want to move even a finger. Is a mental power training for interstellar infants really this difficult? Lying on the floor, Song Qinghe took a moment to rest before speaking. The record for S-level mental power in the interstellar realm is successfully passing the levels in one breath. Even the lowest E-level mental power can at least pass 2 or 3 levels. In infancy? Yes. The mental power training for infants is specifically targeted at infants. Song Qinghe felt she shouldn't have asked. This was completely self-inflicted torture. As if sensing Song Qinghe's frustration, the system kindly spoke up. Host, you're already doing great. After all, the future interstellar people have been improved over many generations, and both their brain domains and physical abilities are much higher than those of ancient blue star people. It's fine, I'll try again. After feeling rested, Song Qinghe initiated the challenge again. Her character has never been one to admit defeat. Perhaps due to lack of experience the first time, during the second attempt, Song Qinghe was already able to last 8 minutes successfully. Regardless of how others did, compared to herself, she had made progress, which satisfied her greatly. The next day, after Song Qinghe finished practicing physical techniques, the doorbell rang. Before she could shower or change clothes, she hurriedly opened the door, wondering if the breakfast she ordered had been delivered. The person standing at the door was taken aback when they saw the sweaty Song Qinghe, awkwardly averting their gaze. Mr. Liu, what are you? Song Qinghe was very surprised. She never expected Liu Anren to appear at her doorstep so early in the morning. I was entrusted by Madame Mo to come find you for the potion. Liu Anren turned his gaze back and saw Song Qinghe's soaked clothes, his ears turning slightly red. Song Qinghe suddenly realized, you can come in, just wait for me a moment. Chapter 16, The Beauty of Yunjin, perhaps due to the influence of her mentor. Song Qinghe gradually felt less nervous upon seeing Liu Anren and could naturally invite him in to wait. She hadn't exchanged for the anti-cancer medication yet and needed to go prepare it. Once Liu Anren entered the living room, he habitually surveyed the surroundings. The entire room was simple, clean, and there was a faint fragrance in the air, indicating that the owner was a very disciplined person. Song Qinghe returned to her room and exchanged for 10 doses of medication. She didn't plan to exchange for more. Such medication was precious due to its rarity, and she hoped that the country could develop alternatives that suited their era through these medications. Even if the efficacy wasn't as miraculous as interstellar medications, as long as it was effective against cancer, many people would be willing to undergo several treatment courses. After packing the medication into a bag, Song Qinghe came out of the bedroom and saw Liu Anren sitting up straight on the sofa, as if he were waiting for an inspection from a leader. Song Qinghe couldn't help but smile a little, and the remaining tension in her heart instantly vanished. Mr. Liu, here is the medication, she said, handing the bag to Liu Anren. There are only 10 doses in total. I think those researchers should know better how to study it than I do. So I 1T overstep. Liu Anren looked at Song Qinghe, his gaze sharp. He hadn't expected that the woman he saw at his grandfather's house would hold something like this. Undoubtedly, her actions would increase the country's goodwill towards her. Only 10 doses? Liu Anren confirmed. Song Qinghe nodded without hesitation. Yes, and this medication is non-renewable. It cannot be recreated, so they must use it cautiously. Pressure creates motivation. Song Qinghe thought, worrying that if they knew she could continuously obtain this medication through means, the development of such medication wouldn't be as prioritized as it is now for this limited edition drug. People always cherish the scarce. 10 doses. A number that's just right, Liu Anren replied. I will definitely pass on the message. He nodded, his black eyes fixed intently on Song Qinghe. Miss Song, if you have any requests, feel free to mention them. Song Qinghe was slightly taken aback, taking a while to understand what Liu Anren meant. No, this is for the country. It's voluntary. I never thought of getting anything back from the country. I just hope that one day, China can completely research this medication so that many people can be saved. Song Qinghe said this with sincerity, her clear eyes showing no false sentiments. Good. Although Lu Anren's expression didn't reveal much, there was a hint of appreciation in his gaze. If Miss Song changes her mind, feel free to call me anytime. Song Qinghe smiled slightly at Lu Anren, but didn't say anything more. Teacher Lai, I'm here to pick up the clothes, she said, knocking on the door with a charming smile. Lai Jinfan, who was focused on sewing, looked up and smiled upon seeing Song Qinghe. Qinghe, come here, just in time to give me some feedback on this piece I'm working on. Teacher, your skill is so good that I'm afraid your fans will hear and say I don't know my place. Song Qinghe joked with Lai Jinfan. By the way, is this Yunjin? Song Qinghe asked as she walked in and finally saw the fabric in Lai Jinfan's hands. Yes. Lai Jinfan looked at the clothing and then at Song Qinghe. You know, when I was designing this outfit, I was thinking about who could wear it well. Lai Jinfan clapped her hands. ISN, a coincidence that you showed up? Me? Song Qinghe pointed to herself, her eyes widening. Of course it's you. Lai Jinfan excitedly took the dress off the mannequin. Come on, try it on for me so I can see how it looks. Song Qinghe went to the fitting room, changed into the dress, and emerged, instantly brightening Lai Jinfan's eyes. She had made a qipao with Yunjin. Qipaos are very selective in who can wear them. Not everyone looks good in them, but Song Qinghe just happened to be able to embody the elegance of a qipao. Not bad. My judgment is indeed good, Lai Jinfan said proudly, circling around Song Qinghe and adjusting the fit, nodding in satisfaction. Qinghe, you are so suited for this dress. Song Qinghe felt a slight stir in her heart and sought Lai Jinfan's opinion. Teacher Lai, I want to record a vlog to explain this dress. Is that okay? I promise it won't appear on any online platforms. Song Qinghe assured Lai Jinfan, thinking it would be a good opportunity to educate Interstellar people, which is why she made this request. Typically, designers are reluctant to share unreleased clothing for fear of having their ideas copied. However, Lai Jinfan didn't mind. She had always loved designs in the Chinese style, and her studio focused on that as well. She was indifferent to Song Qinghe recording a vlog. While plagiarism could be frustrating, she had a clear understanding of her own abilities and was not afraid. Song Qinghe opened the live streaming system. The content she broadcasted wouldn't be seen on Blue Star, so she felt at ease. Interstellar people received the notification that Song Qinghe was starting a live stream and couldn't help but mumble. Why do these ancient Blue Star people never give a heads up before going live? They like to spring surprises. It was always like this. They never notified in advance. The live stream room gradually filled with some people, but it was still far fewer than the first time, as not everyone happened to be free to catch the live broadcast. Song Qinghe didn't pay attention to the number of viewers in the live stream. When she stood in the live stream room wearing the qipao, the barrage of comments went wild. Wow, this really requires good looks. I suspect the system selects people based on their appearance. Host, I beg you for that dress. It's 1,000,000 times beautiful. How is it so beautiful? Some quick-fingered viewers took screenshots and posted them on the Interstellar network. Those who weren't watching the live stream couldn't resist clicking the link and entering the room upon seeing the pictures. Hello, everyone. Song Qinghe smiled lightly. What I'm wearing is a dress made from fabric called Yunjin, known as a qipao. Lai Jinfan's studio had many different types of fabric, but today, Song Qinghe primarily wanted to introduce Yunjin, so she walked directly towards it. Yunjin is a traditional silk craft of China and is also a geographical indication product of the country. The saying an inch of brocade is an inch of gold refers to Yunjin. Song Qinghe held up a piece of Yunjin, showcasing it to everyone. The vibrant colors were as beautiful as the clouds in the sky, causing all the Interstellar people to widen their eyes. Many of their clothing materials were functional with relatively simple colors. It was her first time seeing such beautiful colors on a single piece of fabric. Chapter 17, Qipao. The national dress of Chinese women Yunjin has a history of over 1,600 years and is hailed as the crown jewel among brocades, representing the highest achievement of Chinese silk weaving craftsmanship. It is a brilliant crystallization of Chinese silk culture. As the foremost of China's 4 famous brocades, Yunjin was a royal tribute during the Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. The term Easter treasure refers to Yunjin. Yunjin has many varieties, including Zhuanghua, Weijin, Quden, and Kujin. Zhuanghua is the most complex variety in Yunjin weaving, characterized by its rich and varied colors. Weijin, on the other hand, features patterns woven with gold threads, which remain dazzling even after hundreds of years. Traditional Chinese culture has always favored warm and vibrant colors, which is exactly what Yunjin embodies. Song Qinghe gently twirled around, and her qipao accentuated her figure perfectly. I swear, this woman has it going on. Are you here to admire her or to listen to her introduction? Hey, stop arguing, doesn't matter. The beautiful host is still quite appealing, a feast for the eyes. Stop it, don't interrupt me while I'm watching the host. The outfit I am wearing is called a qipao. If you are familiar with Chinese history, you would know that there was a time when we were referred to as the Republic of China period. The qipao became the women's attire of that era, also known as a national essence and women's national dress. The original qipao referred to the long robes worn by the 8 banners women during the Qing dynasty. The one I am wearing now is a Republican qipao. The qipao allows women to showcase their beautiful posture and curves. In China, during the 1980s, it was designated as the national diplomatic attire for women. The gentle beauty of the qipao highlights the Eastern charm of Chinese women. The embroidered qipao, with its floral patterns on a blue background, has a deep charm. I hope you all like this national dress of Chinese women. If anyone is interested, I can upload the making process of the qipao to the live stream, so you can check it out anytime. I can host, hurry up and show it. I want to try to make one. I'm all thumbs, can't do anything. If I can make it, I must share it. At least it shows that we Interstellar folks can do it too. Actually, I want to know how hard it is to make Yunjin. I feel like this craft might just vanish into history, which is such a pity. Seeing this comment, Song Qinghe fell into deep thought. Many techniques of Yunjin cannot be resolved by modern craftsmanship, but will it be much simpler in the future interstellar era? If Yunjin can reappear in the interstellar world, then this could be considered a successful promotion, right? If anyone else is interested in Yunjin, I will upload the specific making process to the live stream. Song Qinghe immediately decided to include everything she had introduced earlier into the live stream's materials, giving interstellar people a learning opportunity. Perhaps what we currently need human labor to complete could be resolved with technology in your hands, and she looks forward to your results. Song Qinghe smiled at the virtual space, concluding today's live stream, thanking all the lovely viewers for their rewards and saying goodbye. After ending the live stream and changing out of her clothes in the fitting room, she finally found Lai Jinfan, who had been busy all along. Teacher Lai, I've recorded it. Thank you for providing such beautiful clothes. Song Qinghe helped Lai Jinfan put the clothes back on the model. What are you being polite for? This piece of clothing is yours to keep. If you need adjustments, just let me know, and I'll alter it to your size. Lai Jinfan was genuinely pleased with how the outfit looked on Song Qinghe. As a designer, nothing makes one happier than seeing their creations worn by the right person. The clothes you want are ready. When you leave later, just pick them up from the front desk. Lai Jinfan reminded her, by the way, can you come help me with the design release next month? This outfit will be the grand finale. Me? Song Qinghe was surprised. Teacher Lai, isn't it a bit inappropriate for me to be the grand finale at such an important event? If I say it's appropriate, then it is. This outfit took me a year to make. If I alter it to your size, who else could be the grand finale if you don't? Song Qinghe was at a loss for words when she tried on the clothes. Lai Jinfan hadn't mentioned that it was meant to be the grand finale at the release event. Seeing Song Qinghe's helpless expression, Lai Jinfan playfully scolded. So many people would love to have this opportunity, and you dare to act like this. Song Qinghe couldn't help but laugh. All right, since you say so, and you don't mind me embarrassing myself, I'll go. That's more like it. Lai Jinfan happily batet Song Qinghe. All right, take your things and go. Swamped. Song Qinghe was ushered out of the studio, chuckling. Lai Jinfan's decisive personality meant that once she made up her mind, no one could change it. Just as she exited the studio, Si Jingjing called. Qinghe, where are you? Just came out from Teacher Lai's. Great. I need your help. Their essay recording at the Haicheng TV station tonight, and you need to go. What? Song Qinghe was astonished. What TV station recording? ISNT Haicheng TV putting together a program about Chinese treasures, specifically introducing China's intangible cultural heritage. One of the performers originally scheduled to perform today had a car accident and can't participate in the recording. They were referred to us for help at the last minute. I thought it was a great opportunity for you to make an appearance, and I heard many experts are invited too. This is a win-win situation, so I just agreed on your behalf. Xi Jinping's words came out like a machine gun, rapid fire and overwhelming. By the time she finished, there was nothing left to say. All right, send me the details to my phone. Song Qinghe felt a bit tempted when she heard Xi Jinping mention the program, focusing on China's intangible cultural heritage. If it works out, it could be directly broadcasted to the interstellar world during the recording, aligning perfectly with what she is currently doing. Song Qinghe's eagerness raised Xi Jinping's suspicions. Wait, why are you so agreeable this time? Are you hiding something from me? Miss, didn't you say I should take on more work? I'm just being obedient. Song Qinghe chuckled. In the past, Xi Jinping often urged her to participate in all kinds of public appearances, but she never really enjoyed it, always thinking that promoting Chinese instruments didn't require such measures. Now, suddenly agreeing without any bargaining made Xi Jinping suspicious. Chapter 18. Chinese treasures are right. I'm mainly interested in its theme, so I can learn more about it. In the end, Song Qinghe gave Xi Jinping a reasonable explanation. Only then did Xi Jinping put her doubts to rest. I'll pick you up tonight, so just wait for me. The recording that evening was at Haicheng TV station. The program Chinese Treasures is a collaborative effort between Haicheng TV and the national station, aiming to pursue dreams in China. Both the national station and Haicheng station attach great importance to this program. It almost faced a cancellation tonight. The chief director was nearly furious, but unfortunately, the performer who had a car accident wasn't doing on purpose. This was a great opportunity for exposure, and the performer was feeling terrible, but lying in the hospital. There was no way to get up and go to the recording site. All the other staff were present, and it was impossible to pause the recording for one person. Xi Jinping arrived at Haicheng TV station on time with Song Qinghe. The chief director for this episode of Chinese Treasures was a relatively well-known director from Haicheng station, entrusted with an important responsibility by both stations, so he was very serious about the recording. When Song Qinghe arrived, the chief director even took a moment from his busy schedule to personally thank Song Qinghe. The recording was scheduled to start at 7 p.m., and the two hadn't had dinner before coming. Fortunately, I smartly bought sandwiches in advance. Otherwise, you would have starved by the time you started recording. Xi Jinping took a bag out of her purse and placed it on the table. Song Qinghe was busy getting her look together, performing a pipa solo in place of the original performer. The outfit she borrowed from Li Jinfan was just right for the occasion. It was an ink wash painting gown with the design outlined by Li Jinfan, making it look like the painting was flowing when worn. Click! Xi Jinping took a photo, perfect timing. She looked beautiful today and could post a picture to show off to her followers, infuriating that annoying woman. What annoying woman? Song Qinghe adjusted her dress, not understanding who Xi Jinping was talking about. Xi Jinping glanced at the makeup artist, who coughed lightly, saying, "The makeup is done here. I'll go check on the others." Once she was sure the makeup artist was far away, Xi Jinping spoke up. "Who else could it be? It's you, Danqing, of course. What's wrong with her?" Song Qinghe didn't care at all, but Xi Jinping kept ranting. It was better not to bring it up. Once it was mentioned, Xi Jinping would get furious. This annoying woman is just too disgusting. Look at her. Xi Jinping quickly swiped her phone, pulling up Edu-Tainment's social media. The latest post was from yesterday, right when she attended Madame Mo's banquet. Edu-Tainment posted a photo of herself in a red gown, standing in a courtyard. Captioned, "Honored to be invited to this banquet where strength speaks for itself." Isn't that quite normal? Song Qinghe didn't see any issue. Madame Mo's banquet was indeed sought after in their circle, so it was understandable for her to show off a picture. Why are you looking at this? Look at the comments below. Xi Jinping rolled her eyes, scrolling up. Most of the comments were from Edu-Tainment's fans, along with a few lesser-known figures in the industry. "Sister Qing is so amazing. When will I get a chance to attend such an event? Wow, so beautiful. Sister Qing is gorgeous today. Sister Qing, when you attended the banquet, wasn't someone else not invited?" Edu-Tainment replied to that comment with a hee-hee, an ambiguous statement that instantly resonated with her fans, confirming that someone wasn't invited, which was why Sister Qing said that. Immediately, others began to mock her, specifically tagging Song Qinghe. Song Qinghe rarely used social media. Her messages were turned off, so she naturally didn't know someone had specifically tagged her. In situations like this, It's all a matter of perspective. Whether I was there or she was there, who's to say? Song Qinghe was indifferent. Although she didn't understand Edu-Tainment's cryptic way of speaking, she still looked down on such behavior. She believed that both in life and work, one should be open and honest, without anything to hide. I don't care if you don't mind, I do mind. The previous grievances haven't been settled, and she's still acting all high and mighty. Does she even have any self-awareness? Xi Jinping rolled up her sleeves and started taking pictures of Song Qinghe. Fortunately, Song Qinghe's looks were very photogenic, and the casual photos turned out vibrant. Xi Jinping made a quick color adjustment and immediately posted them on social media. In terms of looks, I'm confident that Song Qinghe can outshine Edu-Tainment by a mile. I'm not worried at all. Song Qinghe wasn't someone who loved using the internet. Usually, her social media accounts were managed by Xi Jinping. As a social media expert, Xi Jinping skillfully managed Song Qinghe's account, making it quite popular. Although the Chinese music scene had a fixed circle, Xi Jinping occasionally posted photos of Song Qinghe, gaining her quite a few fans. However, most of the time, they posted about performances. Once Song Qinghe's photos were posted, fans immediately came to admire them. Previously, they had been provoked by Edu-Tainment's fans, and Song Qinghe's fans were holding back their anger, knowing that Song Qinghe was too laid back to rush her. This time, when the photo was posted, Xi Jinping added a caption, "Guess where you will see me?" Fans knew that Song Qinghe must have an event coming up, but they weren't clear on what it was. Xi Jinping wouldn't reveal anything that hadn't been officially announced. They had to wait for the program team to promote it before they could jump on the bandwagon. Before Song Qinghe's program started, they could directly go to the studio to watch the performance, and when it was time to perform, they could just head backstage. Song Qinghe wanted to stream the recording site for Xingji to see, so she definitely needed to find a good spot. During the live broadcast, "Can I communicate with you using my thoughts?" Song Qinghe felt that the biggest issue at the moment was how to comment during the live broadcast. Previously, she had streamed alone, talking to a virtual screen without a care, but at the recording site, if she talked to herself again, someone might think she was crazy and send her to the hospital. Host, there's no need to worry. You can use your reward points to purchase a phantom. What is a phantom? Song Qinghe opened the system store and searched for phantom. Host, the phantom allows you to separate what others see of you from what you actually do. You can set the image that others see, so no matter who meets you, they will see the image you've set, without affecting what you do. Song Qinghe understood. It was essentially a sleight of hand, which could work. Chapter 19. The 4 treasures of the study: brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. As soon as Song Qinghe heard about this from the system, she immediately exchanged one. A phantom, which can be used once, only costs 10 to redeem, cheap and useful. Today's theme for the Hua Xia treasures recording is the 4 treasures of the study, inviting all the representatives of brush, ink, paper, and inkstone to the scene, with performers like Song Qinghe playing in between. The Interstellar people received a reminder that the broadcaster was going live again on the same day and found it strange. This broadcaster from Ancient Blue Star had never gone live twice in one day, and some people, curious, clicked into the live stream to see what was happening. In the live stream, a scene quite different from usual appeared. In previous broadcasts, the host would appear in front of them, but this time the live stream looked more like a stage. What is this? Where's the host? Could it be that the host is going to perform? I'm a bit excited. Is this the performance stage of Ancient Blue Star? It looks rather simple. Don't get your hopes up. Ancient things are just for show. They definitely can't compare to us. Interstellar people watch performances mostly in holographic format, where a star performer seems to stand right in front of you, providing a more intense experience. Hello, Interstellar friends. What you are seeing now is a recording of a program about the inheritance of Hua Xia, co-hosted by Haicheng Television and the National Channel. I think this opportunity is quite rare, so I'm going live again to share with you all. Song Qinghe slightly adjusted the virtual screen, allowing the people in the live stream to see her image. I will also perform on stage later, and I hope everyone likes it. Wow, today the host is beautiful again. What you said makes it sound like the host wasn't good-looking before. 555, host, you have so many beautiful clothes. I didn't even have time to learn, and this one you're wearing is also very nice. Song Qinghe smiled slightly. Today's recording theme is the 4 treasures of the study. I wonder how much you all know about the 4 treasures of the study in your interstellar world? Song Qinghe felt that the situation was not optimistic, as according to the system, in the future, the entire interstellar world would be fully intelligent, and almost no one would write anymore. The so-called four treasures of the study refers to the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, each of which has a long history. Is the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone what I think it is? Oh my, I need to tell my grandfather quickly. He loves these things the most. Yes. I need to notify my grandmother. She practices calligraphy at home every day and thinks her writing is quite good. As soon as Song Qinghe explained the four treasures of the study, many people immediately informed their elders. Historians were also eager to act. When they previously restored artifacts, they had found incomplete writing tablets, but it was impossible to trace who they belonged to. They could only infer the existence of these items from fragmented pieces. Paper is very expensive in the interstellar world. Only true nobles with family heritage would keep paper books, which are very precious. What? The ancient Blue Star broadcaster is going to talk about brush, ink, paper, and inkstone? What are we waiting for? Hurry up and set up the live stream for me. I want to see how my writing compares to the ancient Blue Star people. I think my writing is quite good. Dear grandson, have you set it up? Don't let me log in and find the live stream has ended. Countless similar conversations were happening in different interstellar households, and those who were originally uninterested in the live stream eagerly went to the live stream room. The number of people in the live stream gradually increased, but Song Qinghe didn't pay much attention. Her gaze was on the stage. The recording had begun, with the host coming from the national channel, who usually had an interest in the cultural heritage of Hua Xia, and this time took the initiative to volunteer. Dear audience, welcome to Hua Xia Treasures. I am a host Xie Dongsheng. Hua Xia is known as the most mysterious eastern world. With magnificent mountains and rivers, fertile land, and towering peaks, this 9.6 million square kilometers area has nurtured countless brilliant civilizations and hopes. Hua Xia is flourishing with traditional culture that has a long history. Today, Hua Xia Treasures will take you into the intricate world of the four treasures of the study. First, let us invite the representative of the brush among the four treasures to come on stage. As Xie Dongxing's words fell, several elderly men appeared on stage. As each person on stage introduced themselves, Song Qinghe's voice gradually resonated in the live stream. The brush among the four treasures refers to the calligraphy brush. The calligraphy brush first appeared in the Neolithic era, and the earliest characters in Hua Xia, Oracle Bone script, were also first written with a brush before being carved. Currently, the most famous brushes in Hua Xia include the Hubei brush, Sichuan brush, Taicang brush, Hodian brush, Chongkong brush, and Wenkong brush. At this point, the stage was just right for each brush-making artisan to introduce the brushes they represented. Hello everyone, I'm the maker of the Wenji brush. Our Wenji brush has a total of 126 processes, all done by hand. The person on stage looked proud, and it was evident he had deep feelings for the brush he represented. Each artisan places immense importance on their craftsmanship. Oh my God, did I hear that right? Did he say it takes 126 processes to make a small brush? Does a tiny brush really need that many? I think so too. This must be an exaggeration. Ancient Blue Star people sure know how to boast 126 processes for such a small thing. Do they think that in the interstellar era, technology could just make it easily? Come on, let us hear how the other brushes brag. This is hilarious. Song Qinghe could not deny the comments in the chat. Ignorance is bliss, as they say. The characteristics of Xian brush are its pointed, round, even, and strong bristles, which are durable and combine flexibility and rigidity. The Xian brush is also known as the ancestor of brushes. The Xian brush has more than 70 operational steps and is finally refined using a magnifying glass, ultimately becoming a tribute along with Xian paper. Haha, this is killing me. This brush says it has over 70 processes, much less than the previous one. Did they think the earlier claim was too outrageous, so they reduced the number? I think you hit the nail on the head. These ancient Blue Star people can really boast. They even adjust their bragging in silence because they overshot the mark earlier. Although it sounded a bit exaggerated, it's much better than the previous one. Hello, everyone. I am the representative of the Hubei brush, known as the best of all brushes. The Hubei brush is made with strict material selection and is as detailed as embroidery. going through more than 70 processes before eventually becoming the renowned Hubei brush. Chapter 20, Ink Brush Paper and Inkstone. Haha, I'm laughing so hard. These people must think the first person exaggerated too much, so the later ones made modifications to tone it down. The early bird gets the worm. They probably didn't discuss it well, and the later ones are collectively watching him make a fool of himself. After all this, I see that the brush tip looks quite soft. Can it really write? Why does the brush they're showing look different from the ones in the galaxy? As for the previous ones, I also think so. I've seen my grandmother practice calligraphy, and the brushes she used were much larger than this. The bullet comments were lively, while the event had already begun to transition to the next segment. The scholars of Hua Xia have always referred to themselves as ink masters, leaving behind literary traces that became ink pens. Xie Dongsheng stood on stage, speaking eloquently to all the audience present. Ink, as a medium for writing and painting, is indispensable. Hua Xia calligraphy and painting possess a suitable balance of heavy and light styles, resulting in diverse and fantastical brilliance. Now, let us take everyone into the world of ink. Song Qinghe looked at the documentary playing on stage and began to explain, "What you are seeing now is an introduction to ink. Ink appeared later than the brush, but its continued existence from its inception to today speaks volumes about its value. Ink is generally divided into two types, soot ink and oil soot ink. When produced, ink typically comes in the form of ink sticks, with the ones that emit a bluish-purple light being the best, followed by the black ones. I saw some friends saying that there are people in the galaxy learning calligraphy, right?" Song Qinghe smiled with satisfaction and joy, pleased that there is such a tradition even in the galaxy. After today's live broadcast, I will upload some famous calligraphy works and various methods of ink production to the live room. Those interested can check it out. The attention of the galaxy residents was immediately diverted. "Oh, is there even a method for making ink? Host, hurry up. My grandmother is driving me crazy, asking me to help her get ink. It's literally killing me. What should I do? I think this host is really a treasure. She seems to know a lot." Seeing this comment, Song Qinghe smiled and explained, "I mainly know a bit about our Hua Xia culture and heritage, not just because of my work, but more out of love for Hua Xia culture. I'm very proud to be a Hua Xia person. To me, this land is full of mysteries and wonders worth exploring for a lifetime." The explanation about ink on stage was complete, and now the representative of paper among the four treasures of the study came up. "Host, do you have a method for making paper?" Yes. Paper is a very precious resource in the galaxy now. Do you have a method for making paper, host? Right, host. Don't you have many methods for making the four treasures of the study? Surely there's one for paper? Now the paper in the galaxy is occupied by nobles. What do you think, host? Song Qinghe noticed that many people were asking about paper and thought for a moment, realizing that the galaxy is now a high-tech world. Not only in their era, even in our current time, the use of paper is decreasing. More people are choosing to solve problems with smartphones. Don't worry, I will upload the methods for making the four treasures of the study to the live room's database. Friends who need them can extract them, Song Qinghe quickly promised. As soon as she finished speaking, a wave of rewards flooded the live room. My grandfather told me to make sure to reward the host with 100 starships. My grandmother said I can't be worse than the previous rewarder. I must surpass them, so I'm rewarding the host with 500 planets. Haha. It seems the previous friends are all being controlled by their elders. Oh, I'm also being controlled today. The live room was soon overwhelmed by a wave of rewards. On stage, Xie Dongsheng had already picked up the Xian paper. Xian paper is a geographical indication product of our Hua Xia country and is also one of the first to be included in the National Intangible Cultural Heritage List. With a long history, as you can see, this paper is pure white and dense, light but not slippery, tough yet able to absorb moisture, and not prone to discoloration. Xian paper is known as the king of paper and is praised for its millennium longevity. Xian paper products include plain white albums, printing books, letter paper, and antique couplets, etc. Soon we will appreciate what it's like to splatter ink on Xian paper. Now, let us invite the inheritors of the inkstone craftsmanship to come on stage. Song Qinghe pointed to the four people on stage and said, "You see, the four here represent the Hongxi inkstone, the Duan inkstone, the Shi inkstone, and the Taohe inkstone. These four types of inkstones are known as the four famous inkstones of Hua Xia. As an essential tool for calligraphy, inkstones are widely used. Over time, inkstones have become more than just simple stationery. They are collectibles that combine carving and painting, highly favored by scholars and ink masters. Song Qinghe zoomed in with the camera so everyone could see the inkstones on stage more clearly. Wow, this thing looks so beautiful. No wonder it's collectible. If it were me, I would too. 555. Do you think people in the galaxy can make such things? My grandmother has already started pinching my arm crazily. Don't mention it. My grandfather slapped me to the ground. He.S. at level 10 in martial arts. OMG, a level 10 martial arts master just appeared. I need to hold on to his leg. All right, I need to prepare for the performance. I hope you all enjoy it later. Sensing the thoughts of the audience, Song Qinghe left the seats and went backstage to prepare. This performance is actually just a supporting role, serving as a backdrop, with a famous master painting and writing in front while she plays live music beside them. To be honest, this performance doesn't quite match Song Qinghe's current identity. So the chief director is extremely grateful that she is willing to help. This is entirely a favor that Song Qinghe is doing. Although it's not a big role, it left a very good impression with the chief director, who, while not saying much, has a significant say in this area of Haiqing. Song Qinghe adjusted the equipment, holding the pipa as she walked onto the stage and found her designated spot to sit. The music flowed gently from her fingertips, and the masters on stage had just begun to paint and write live. The audience in the broadcast room was already immersed in the beautiful music, while the Galaxy residents also quieted down. As Song Qinghe played, there was a kind of magic about her. It seemed that hearing her music made you calm down with its rhythm. The ink and wash painting dress flowed under the lights, and the camera unintentionally captured this scene, giving her a big close-up the next second. Song Qinghe's focus was entirely on the pipa in her hands, her fingers dancing like butterflies fluttering gracefully. In this state, she exuded a gentle and tranquil aura that undoubtedly attracted the attention of the entire audience. Chapter 21, The King of Folk Music. Pipa, it's not anything else. Just this ancient blue star streamer that the system found really quite good looking. The streamer not only has good looks, but also impressive skills. Heh. Can you stop mindlessly praising? Which ancient blue star person doesn't know this? It's common knowledge there, and you still find it worth mindlessly praising here. Hey, as a star traveler, what level is your physical skill? Share it with us to broaden our horizons. Look at what you said. You should be at least level 10 in physical skills to match his arrogant tone. Exactly. The streamer didn't ask you to watch if you don't like it. Please close it. Every day, wanting to watch and also wanting to curse. Can you not embarrass us, star travelers? What? Can't people speak? Can you be a bit quieter? What's the noise about? Is it that the streamer isn't good looking, or that the performance isn't enjoyable? You have such a good opportunity to enjoy, yet you still have the leisure to argue. Song Qinghe played 3 pieces on stage, and only then did the painting teacher put down the brush. Seeing this, she played the last note and was about to leave. Dongsheng quickly called out to her, "Miss Song, please stay. I would like to introduce everyone to Miss Song Qinghe, a well-known promoter of Chinese musical instruments in our Hua Xia. She has been dedicated to promoting Chinese instruments and performing around the world for the past few years, all to let Hua Xia music and instruments reach the world." Xie Dongxing's gaze towards Song Qinghe was full of admiration. He truly respected her efforts. Let's have a little interview with Miss Song. Miss Song, can you tell us what drives your dedication to promoting Chinese instruments? Song Qinghe smiled gracefully. I promote Chinese instruments because I believe they are an indispensable part of our traditional culture. I hope more people can understand and learn about Chinese instruments. Once you engage with them, you'll realize their beauty and grandeur. Thank you for your wonderful performance, Miss Song. We look forward to collaborating with you again. After Xie Dongsheng finished his visit, he let Song Qinghe leave the stage and went on to introduce the calligraphy and painting that had just been completed. He had just received the director's instruction to interview the performer who would be on stage soon, and he wasn't very keen on it. As the host who controls the flow, he preferred everything to go smoothly without any unexpected incidents. Interviewing the performer was clearly an unexpected addition. However, since the director requested it, even if he was reluctant, he still had to comply. His reluctance vanished once Song Qinghe began to perform. As a fan of Hua Xia culture, Xie Dongxing naturally had a good understanding of Hua Xia music. Once an expert makes a move, you can tell right away. Listening to Song Qinghe's performance was undoubtedly an auditory feast. He even felt a bit embarrassed for not expecting her rendition to be so good. He had made the mistake of assuming she was just someone trying to leverage connections with the director to gain exposure on the show. Fortunately, he still had time to correct that impression, especially after learning that Song Qinghe had been promoting Chinese instruments on her own, which earned her even more praise. As Song Qinghe slowly walked down, she spoke to the audience in the live stream. The instrument I just played is the pipa, a traditional plucked instrument. The Tang Dynasty poet Bai Zhi once wrote a poem describing the pipa. The big strings sound like a torrential rain, the small strings like whispers. The mixed sounds of the big and small strings, like pearls dropping on a jade plate. The pipa is also known as the king of folk music and the king of plucked instruments. Streamer, what was the name of the piece you just played? It's a pity that I forgot to record it. Haha, I was clever. I started recording as soon as the streamer appeared on stage. I'm drooling over the screen. Damn, share the resources in front, come on. I'll send you my account number. The piece just played was called Yangshan Bai Xue. What did everyone feel when listening to it? I felt like I was seeing the revival of all things, a vibrant scene. It felt very light and cheerful, like being in nature. But it's a pity that the greenery in the star realm is too sparse. Everything is artificial. If only there were real plants. Song Qinghe was a bit surprised by this comment. You don't have greenery in your star realm? Yeah. There really isn't much greenery in the star realm because many plants don't grow well in our galaxy. The variety is very limited. I remember a few years ago, historians recreated the original forest of ancient blue star and made a holographic image. It was really beautiful. It's because our current planet can't grow plants well. They keep mutating, which makes our fresh vegetables very expensive. We're better off. At least we can grow vegetables on our planet. But the prices are not something ordinary people can afford. Ordinary people only have nutrient solutions. When can a streamer take us out for a good meal? Eating with you is like eating for us. Streamer, what else is delicious in ancient blue star? Last time we just had noodles. Can we have something different next time? Seeing the comments drifting further into discussions about food, Song Qinghe couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. When there's a chance later, I'll take you to experience Hua Xia cuisine. Actually, there are many delicious foods in other countries, but unfortunately, I'm Hua Xia, and I only have a Hua Xia stomach, she whispered. She really didn't like eating food from other countries. Whenever she traveled around the world, her favorite flavor was still that of Hua Xia cuisine. Abroad, the most common thing she did was look for various Hua Xia restaurants. This puzzled Xi Jingjing, who couldn't understand why. When abroad, she still wanted to eat Hua Xia food. I want to try new things, but my stomach doesn't allow it. All right. Today's live stream ends here. Thank you for the gifts today, my little cuties. See you next time. Song Qinghe smiled and waved at the virtual screen. After the performance ended, she could leave. Xi Jingjing had just sent her a message that she was waiting in the parking lot with the car ready. Song Qinghe didn't linger and directly left the Haiqing TV station. The recording ended quite late, and it was already past 9 p.m. The streetlights outside were all lit up. Just as Song Qinghe was about to call Xi Jingjing to ask where she was, a car honked nearby, slowly approaching her. As the car got closer, Song Qinghe realized it wasn't Xi Jingjing's car. Thinking it was someone mistaking her for another person, she didn't look into the car. The window slowly rolled down, revealing Lu Anren's handsome face. Song Qinghe was taken aback. Mr. Lu, get in the car. Lu Anren pointed to the passenger seat. I came with my friend. Song Qinghe wanted to refuse, but seeing Lu Anren's persistent gaze, she ultimately swallowed back her refusal, opened the door, and got in. Chapter 22. Has there been a breakthrough in cancer treatment in Hua Xia? It's all up to you. Lu Anren drove, fast yet steadily. And by the time Song Qinghe was looking down a message, Xi Jingjing, the car had already left the parking lot of Haiqing TV station. Which little fairy are you running off with? How come I didn't know you had any friends who would come to your recording site to find you? No way. Song Qinghe, are you hiding another dog from me? I don't know what friends you have, but you must have another dog to abandon me like this. Xi Jingjing's messages came one after another, making Song Qinghe suspect that her typing speed must have been developed from raising fish. Noticing Lu Anren's gaze, Song Qinghe turned off her phone and tossed it into her bag. Mr. Lu, where are you taking me? Song Qinghe thought she was rather bold for getting into a man's car, even if he seemed like a good person. You'll find out when we get there. Lu Anren replied with just one sentence, offering no further explanation. Song Qinghe felt helpless and internally complained that saying something without saying anything was useless. Anyone who found a boyfriend like this would truly be unlucky. The car fell into a complete silence, since Lu Anren was unwilling to speak. She certainly couldn't pry anything out of him. The car stopped in front of Villa, and Song Qinghe followed Lu Anren out. Two soldiers stood at the entrance of the villa and immediately saluted upon seeing Lu Anren. After he returned the salute, he led Song Qinghe inside. In the living room sat several people. The elderly man at the head of the table was someone Song Qinghe had seen last time at Madame Mo's place, and Madame Mo was sitting right next to him. Two middle-aged men were also seated nearby, engaged in conversation with the elderly man. When the elderly man saw Song Qinghe, he smiled and waved, "Xiao Song, come and sit." Song Qinghe subconsciously glanced at Lu Anren, who nodded at her, prompting her to walk over to where the others were seated. Madame Mo, who had been standing, cheerfully pulled Song Qinghe over. "Come, Qinghe, sit here." Madame Mo sat her down and continued, "The reason we've called you here is regarding that cancer medication." "Oh," Song Qinghe suddenly understood. "What's wrong with the medication? Is there a problem?" "Actually, there's a problem." The middle-aged man sitting across from Song Qinghe slammed his thigh, his face filled with excitement. "It's a huge problem. Where did you get this medication? It's so miraculous. We want to know if that capable person can clarify things. We are willing to offer our sincerity. Whatever requirements he has, as long as we can fulfill them, we will absolutely comply." "Yes, Miss Song. We wonder if your teacher would be willing to come out of retirement. We can hire him as our honorary consultant. He just needs to guide us occasionally," the other middle-aged man said, his expression full of enthusiasm, as if he were looking at a rare treasure. With the cancer medication in hand, their first task would be to conduct experiments to understand the substance, as they needed comparative data. The results were beyond everyone's expectations. They thought that even if it was an effective drug, there were many similar ones on the market, but many did not meet expectations. Some cancers could be treated with medication, while others simply could not. Moreover, the recovery period was long, requiring the body to heal slowly. However, this medication truly cured the illness. After a short time of use, the body showed drastic changes upon examination. All cancer indicators returned to normal, and the tumors that had appeared in the body seemed like a previous illusion. This could not be explained as a medical miracle. It was a true medical marvel. Everyone at the research institute was ecstatic. When they first received the medication, they had looked down on it. However, since it was sent by the military, they had to reluctantly complete the task assigned by their leaders. Those engaged in scientific research were typically very proud people. The only way to defeat them was to create something they could not produce. After the two men excitedly expressed their thoughts, Song Qinghe finally spoke up. "I'm sorry, but there are only those 10 bottles of the medication left. Those 10 bottles should be enough for you to analyze the components or find alternative medications." Song Qinghe was firm, adding, "Besides, I currently cannot bring anyone out. I believe you seniors have made significant contributions to the research of the medication. I can only assure you that these 10 bottles are truly one of a kind in this world and will never be available again." Her words made the two middle-aged men calm down somewhat, their expressions revealing regret. "What a pity. How come we didn't discover such talent earlier?" "Well, we might never discover it in our lifetime." At this moment, the elderly man spoke up. "All right, I told you before that Xiao Song here wouldn't be able to help. If she had someone, how could she possibly hide it? You've received the medication, which is the only one available. If you use one bottle, the rest must be studied thoroughly. Whether Hua Xia will make a breakthrough in cancer treatment depends entirely on you. You need to have a certain level of pressure to have motivation." The two middle-aged men exchanged glances. Although a bit disappointed, they still had confidence. It was as if the answer had been placed right in front of them. It was up to them to comprehend it. If they truly could not analyze it, they could die in penance, feeling guilty for betraying the trust of the country. "General Qi, we will take our leave now. We hope to report good news to you soon." Not getting the answers they wanted, the two middle-aged men quickly expressed their intention to leave. They were obsessed with research and would not have left the laboratory if it weren't for the presence of an extraordinary individual. All right, I'll wait for your good news. The elderly man was also not polite with them, letting Lu Anren see them off before turning to Song Qinghe with a kind expression. I apologize for troubling you to make this trip. They are genuinely in awe of the person who could create this medication, which is why they are so excited. Don't be afraid. The elderly man's voice was gentle, as if he was comforting Song Qinghe, fearing she might be intimidated by the two enthusiastic individuals earlier. You flatter me. I truly have no way of producing a living person from just the medication, Song Qinghe quickly replied, feeling a bit flattered. Previously uncertain about the elderly man's identity, she now thought she should know who he was from the way the two middle-aged men addressed him. Qi Yiwei, one of the generals of Hua Xia, was not only well known within the country, but also famous internationally. Many might not have known Qi Yiwei's name, but when mentioning the king of Hell Qi, everyone would change their expression, as his remarkable achievements were numerous, and many of his actions took place abroad. Many forces both loved and hated him, making him a top subject of interest. Chapter 23. You were lying before Qi Yiwei chuckled and smiled at Madame Mo, saying, "You seem a bit nervous, little friend." He then turned to Song Qinghe and said, "Don't be nervous, little girl. I'm not a big tiger that eats people." Uncle Qi, if you say that, which little girl wouldn't be scared? Madame Mo covered her mouth and smiled, holding Song Qinghe's hand. But Uncle Qi is right, don't be nervous. Uncle Qi is really nice. And last time when you played the flute, it helped him sleep well. He didn't know how satisfied he was. Song Qinghe smiled slightly and looked at Qi Yiwei. General Qi, I wonder if you're feeling any better? Just call me Uncle Qi like Xiao Mo does, Qi Yiwei corrected with a smile. Song Qinghe laughed. Okay, Uncle Qi, does your head still hurt? To be honest, after listening to your flute music that day, I felt like my head didn't hurt as much. It was really unbearable before. Qi Yiwei sighed. I guess I'm getting old. Otherwise, when I was young, how could this little pain disturb my sleep and appetite? When I was young, my head would occasionally hurt, but not as frequently as now. It was within my tolerable range. Maybe it's because of aging that these headaches have become more intense and more frequent, making it hard for me to sleep. Song Qinghe couldn't fully understand the Interstellar child mental exercise method, so she couldn't expose it yet, but she could still sit down and comfort him. She could use her reward points to buy the Interstellar mental comfort skill again. Does Uncle Qi want to listen this time? Although I don't have the flute, I brought a sun, an ancient Chinese wind instrument, with me, and it should work well too. Qi Yiwei chuckled. Then I'll trouble you, Xiao Song. I can finally have a good night's sleep today. Then come with me, Madame Mo said with a smile as she stood up and helped Qi Yiwei toward the bedroom. I'm really glad I had the idea to let Qinghe try it. Who knew it would be so effective? You've worked hard these years, Qi Yiwei said, patting Madame Mo's arm with a smile. Because of my headaches, you've had to run around looking for doctors and remedies. Madame Mo's eyes glistened a bit. Then she smiled and said, You just know how to make me cry. Just wait until I tell my mom. Oh no, you can't tell your mom. Otherwise, she'll start nagging me again. Qi Yiwei and Madame Mo were both in second marriages. Madame Mo had followed her mother to remarry when she was young. Although they weren't biologically related, Qi Yiwei treated Madame Mo like his own daughter. This is also why Madame Mo cared so much about Qi Yiwei. Even though she hadn't changed how she addressed him, she had long regarded him as her real father in her heart. The bedroom in this villa was larger than the last one. After Song Qinghe waited for Qi Yiwei to lie down, she nodded to both of them, took out the sun from her bag, and found a spot to sit. A deep, ethereal sound slowly emanated from the instrument in Song Qinghe's hands. Qi Yiwei felt as if he were in nature, with the sounds of flowing water and birdsong around him. He felt as if his brain was being gently caressed by a soft hand, gradually falling into a deep sleep. Song Qinghe continued to play for a while longer before putting down the sun. She and Madame Mo quietly exited the room. Qinghe, I won't say too much in gratitude. If you need any help, be sure to find me, Madame Mo said warmly, holding Song Qinghe's hand in appreciation. Song Qinghe smiled shyly. Sister Mo has already helped me a lot. It's just a small matter, so please don't take it to heart. About the medication, Uncle Qi has already reported it. The rewards from the country may only come after their arrest progress, so be patient, Madame Mo reminded her. I understand, Sister Mo. I'm not worried about the rewards, Song Qinghe said, feeling a bit embarrassed. She truly hadn't thought about receiving a national reward. In fact, The moment Song Qinghe submitted the medication, her background had been thoroughly investigated. Even if the rewards didn't come right away, she was already noted in the eyes of certain people, which could only benefit her. For now, the national level was still quite satisfied with her, not only for her high ideological awareness, but also because she herself promoted Chinese civilization, which naturally made them have a better impression of her. However, Song Qinghe was still unaware of all this. She was just doing what she thought was right. "It's quite late now. Let Xiao Lu take you home," Madame Mo said to Lu Anren, who was sitting in the living room. "Xiao Lu, please help ensure Qinghe gets home safely." "Yes," Lu Anren nodded, striding toward the door. Madame Mo escorted them to the car and, after confirming they were leaving, turned back into the house. Having delayed in the villa, it was already past 11 o'clock. Song Qinghe covered her mouth and yawned. Her routine was generally quite regular, and she usually went to bed by 11. At this moment, she was a bit overwhelmed, her eyes already feeling heavy. "You were lying before." Lu Anren's voice suddenly rang out in the car. Song Qinghe jolted awake, all drowsiness gone. "What?" She pinched her fingers and applied slight pressure. This was her way of displaying nervousness. Lu Anren glanced at her. "You look very nervous." "No, I'm not." Song Qinghe opened her mouth, almost wanting to slap herself. With such an obvious stutter, claiming she wasn't nervous was just a joke. Lu Anren chuckled lightly, causing Song Qinghe's face to flush red. "How embarrassing. Do you really only have 10 vials of that medication?" Lu Anren's voice was low but echoed in Song Qinghe's ears like a thunderclap. Originally tense, Song Qinghe calmed down after Lu Anren's straightforwardness. "Yes, only 10 vials," she firmly stated, as long as she didn't admit it. There wouldn't be an 11th vial in this world. Lu Anren looked deeply at Song Qinghe. She straightened her body, her back stiffening, and her lips slightly pressed together. The car stopped at the entrance of Song Qinghe's community. She unbuckled her seatbelt and opened the car door. "Mr. Lu, sometimes knowing when to stop is far more important than having excess," she said as she turned to leave. Lu Anren watched her departing figure, a playful smile appearing on his cold face. Interesting. He actually had a day where he was lectured. Too much of a good thing can lead to loss. This was what Song Qinghe had advised him. Perhaps she was right. Things that are too easily obtained are often not cherished by humans. He understood this principle well. However, at this moment, he was filled with curiosity about where Song Qinghe got the medication. If it weren't for her clear background, he would almost suspect that she was the descendant of some hermit to have such resources. Chapter 24. Wood-carving enthusiast Song Qinghe returned home, holding back a surge of frustration, and began to sweat in the palms of her hands. She never expected that Lu Anren would be so perceptive, able to tell that she was lying. Even if he figured it out, as long as he had no evidence, she would firmly insist that there were only those 10 vials. It wasn't that she was unwilling to exchange more, if those 10 vials couldn't yield any results. She doubted that even 1,000 would make a difference. What she feared now was that the potion contained many plants not found on Earth. That was why she needed to find substitutes. Even if they couldn't be 100 replaced, she could find similar ones. It didn't have to be a perfect restoration. Even if they could develop a first-generation potion that alleviated cancer patients' conditions, that would be good enough. Song Qinghe recalled what the Interstellar people had said in the comments before. They rarely saw any green plants. Many were synthetic. This meant that the potions in the interstellar realm must contain other substances, unlike traditional Chinese medicine, which often extracts from herbal medicines. However, these were issues that researchers should be concerned about. She wasn't good at that and didn't know much. Song Qinghe stopped thinking about these things, took a shower, and went straight to bed. During the night, she dreamt that Lu Anren was following her, constantly saying, "You are lying." By the end of the dream, she was so furious that she wanted to shove something into his mouth to silence him. Struggling awake, she realized that dawn had broken. Breathing lightly, Song Qinghe angrily punched the bed, feeling annoyed that he even chased her into her dreams at night. It was impossible to fall back asleep, so she got up, practiced the Ba Duan Jin warm-up, and then continued to practice her martial arts. Perhaps due to the anger from her dream, she surprisingly managed to practice up to the 5th movement today. After completing the 5th movement perfectly, her stamina was exhausted, and she lay down on the floor, not wanting to move at all, not to mention anything else. She felt that her body seemed to have gained a bit of strength over the past few days of practicing martial arts. Her phone kept vibrating, and after a struggle, she finally reached it. Qinghe, are you coming back today? It was her mother, Ms. Meng Xiaodai, on the other end of the line. Ms. Meng's voice was gentle, as if afraid to disturb her. Huh? Song Qinghe looked at her phone again and realized it was already the weekend. She had been so busy these past few days that she hadn't even noticed the weekend had arrived. Usually, on weekends, barring any unexpected circumstances, she would return home to have a meal with her parents. Okay, I'll go back for lunch, Song Qinghe replied, resting a bit longer before getting up. She went to her study, bringing along the wood carving she had found previously, preparing to take it back to show her father. Her father was a wood carving enthusiast, fond of various unique wood carvings, and their home was filled with many such items, big and small. Ms. Meng would often complain, saying that Song's father should just live with the wood carvings, as he either polished them or excitedly learned to make his own. Despite her complaints, she still set up a workspace for him at home so he could practice his carving skills. Although Song's father couldn't compare to the masters of carving among self-taught individuals, his skills were quite decent. Upon arriving home, Ms. Meng had just finished washing fruits in the kitchen and chided Song Qinghe. After the tour, I won't mention that. But now that you're back, you don't even know to come home on the weekend? I had to call and remind you. I just got busy and forgot. Song Qinghe quickly smiled to appease her, pinching a cherry from the bowl Ms. Meng was holding. Go wash your hands. How old are you? You can't eat without washing your hands, Ms. Meng gently scolded. Song Qinghe stuck out her tongue, washed her hands, and returned to the living room. Where's Dad? Where else would he be? In his private garden, Ms. Meng replied irritably. Song's father's private garden was actually his workspace. Once he entered his workshop, he wouldn't come out until he had made some progress on his work. I'll go take a look, Song Qinghe said, quickly slipping away to her father's workspace. Her father's workspace was in the basement, where he had hired someone to renovate it specifically for storing various wood carving materials. Upon entering the workshop, Song Qinghe quietly turned on her live stream. Her dad couldn't hear any outside noise while carving unless he stopped himself. Hello, Interstellar friends. Today is quite coincidental. I'm back at my parents' place, and my father is a wood carving enthusiast. I thought I'd take this opportunity to educate everyone about wood carving. Song Qinghe smiled charmingly at the virtual camera, wondering if there were still wood carvings in the interstellar realm. Now let me show you around. Her father's wood carving collection was extensive, featuring all kinds of styles and shapes. Streamer, can you show me that large object? What is it? Song Qinghe adjusted the camera to focus on a wooden screen. This is a screen with various birds in different poses, depicting 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. This screen caused quite a stir when it was auctioned at a high price by my father. It's considered an antique with a long history, but it's been well preserved. She showcased all of the collection, eliciting many gasps from her viewers. Did the ancient Blue Star people have such good craftsmanship? Are we not also collecting artisans now? I think this level would definitely be great for making mechs. Indeed, the craftsmanship is solid. It shows a strong foundation. Wood carving can be divided into three-dimensional round carving, root carving, and relief carving. In fact, wood carving is a branch of woodworking, all dealing with wood, Song Qinghe said with a playful smile. The history of wood carving is quite long. In China, the earliest discovered wood carving items date back over 7,000 years. However, many skills have been lost over time, and the market is now dominated by machine-produced carving products, with standardized factory assembly lines, which have stripped wood carving of its spirit and aesthetic appeal. As a traditional art of China, wood carving is not in its heyday today, but is gradually declining, which is truly a pity. A look of regret appeared in Song Qinghe's eyes. In today's increasingly restless society, wood carving is a task that requires one to calm down, immerse themselves, and accumulate time. Without a bit of patience, one simply cannot engage in wood carving. Just as she mentioned before, while machines have indeed brought a lot of convenience to people, they have also gradually diminished the space for many artisans to survive. Wood carving is just like that. The market is gradually declining, and hand carving is a labor-intensive task. There are very few willing to quietly learn the skills, which is quite unfortunate. Chapter 25. The 5 Great Wood Carvings of Hua Xia. Song Qinghe quickly shook off her slight disappointment. Wood carving is distinguished by the choice of materials. There are hard and coarse woods, as well as softwoods. Generally speaking, softwoods are easier to carve, while hardwoods are not as easy to work with. Hardwoods, such as mahogany, boxwood, rosewood, almondwood, and palmwood are considered excellent carving materials. Beginners mostly choose softwoods like linden, ginkgo, camphor, and pine because these woods have a simpler structure and are easier to carve. The beautiful wood grains on the wood inspire many carving masters to carve according to the wood's natural patterns, resulting in pieces that possess unique charm. China is vast and rich in resources, and based on regional divisions, there are many different wood carving schools. However, there are 5 major wood carvings in Hua Xia: Quanzhou wood carving, Dongyang wood carving, Liqing boxwood carving, Guangdong Chaozhou gilded wood carving, and Fujian longan wood carving. Each region's wood carving has its own local characteristics. Now, let's take a look at what my father is carving. Song Qinghe winked at everyone and moved the camera toward her father, who was focused on carving a small object in his hands, about the size of his palm. The rough framework was already in place, and he was now working on the internal details. Is that a monkey? I think it looks like a monkey too. So this can really be carved by hand. Am I the only one who thinks the host family is quite good-looking? The way her dad is focused is really handsome. You're not alone. My father enjoys carving small items, mainly as practice pieces. Song Qinghe pointed to the carving tools in front of her father. These were wood carving tools. And he was holding a carving knife, now working on some detail. Song Qinghe zoomed in, allowing viewers to closely observe the direction and curvature of the carving knife in her father's hands, as if they were sitting at the table watching him carve. Eventually, a small monkey came to life in her father's hands. He looked at the wooden carving with satisfaction. The feeling of this carving was particularly good, and he wanted to remember it. No matter what craft it is, through repeated practice, one continuously absorbs past experiences and makes significant progress. Satisfied, my father cleaned the little monkey and prepared to touch it up and polish it later, finishing with some coloring. When he turned around, he found Song Qinghe smiling behind him. Her father took off his goggles. "You girl, why didn't you say anything when you came?" "I said it, but you might not have heard. It's better to wait until you finish your work." Song Qinghe understood her father's character well, so she could conduct her live stream without any reservations, without needing to hide anything. Once her father finished carving, she closed the live stream system. "Let us go. Dinner should be ready." Song Qinghe linked arms with her father as they went downstairs. Indeed, dinner was ready. Meng Xiaodai shot a glance at the father and daughter. "You two are just slacking off? I'm the only one busy every day." The father and daughter exchanged a glance, not daring to speak. Both of them were not very good at cooking, and offending the person who provides food means no meals. Fortunately, Meng Xiaodai just grumbled and didn't truly hold it against them. The dishes were all Song Qinghe's favorites. Generally, if her mother didn't urge her to get married the moment she saw her, she would be quite happy to come home for dinner. Sure enough, after just a couple of bites, Meng Xiaodai began her usual conversation. "Qinghe, do you remember that auntie you got along well with before?" Meng Xiaodai asked while eating. The Song family does not have a rule of silence during meals. Everyone enjoys chatting at the dining table. Song Qinghe paused with her chopsticks, thinking, here we go again. "Just say it directly. Did your friend's child get married again?" Meng Xiaodai widened her eyes. "How did you know?" "Not only did her child get married, but there is also a little one on the way." Cough, cough, cough. Song Qinghe almost choked on her mother's words. "What do you mean? A little one on the way? How nice. In just a few months, she'll be able to hold her grandchild." Meng Xiaodia's tone was filled with envy. Song Qinghe chuckled and looked at her father for help. Her father immediately picked up some food for Meng Xiaodai. "Oh dear. It sounds like a little rascal who got someone pregnant and now has to pay the price. If Qinghe were to get pregnant before marriage, you'd be throwing a fit." He continued, "Besides, our Qinghe is so well-behaved. This way we can have peace of mind." Meng Xiaodai shot her husband a glare. "All you think about is peace of mind. You don't care at all about our daughter's lifelong happiness. What if she becomes an old maid? Let us see what you'll do then." "An old maid is an old maid. I can afford to support her," her father mumbled, finally shutting his mouth under Meng Xiaodia's fierce gaze. "Feel free to say whatever you want." Meng Xiaodai was too familiar with the banter between father and daughter. "You go find someone for her." "Mom, there's no rush for this. We can wait until I meet someone in the future. You can't just let me pick someone off the street to date, right?" Song Qinghe felt a bit helpless. Her mother was really too anxious. Where was she supposed to find a man? If you don't know anyone, I can have my girlfriends help introduce someone to you. How about that? Meng Xiao's eye suddenly brightened up as several of her friends were inquiring about Song Qinghe. Despite urging her to get married every time they met, she still wouldn't dare to arrange a blind date without Song Qinghe's consent. What if she arranged something and Song Qinghe didn't like it? Then she wouldn't even come home, and old Song would definitely fall out with her. Mom, I've been really busy lately. Let's talk about this later. Song Qinghe quickly refused. Are you kidding? I'm busy every day. When would I have time to date? It was the same old routine, just to brush it off for now. After leaving the Song family home, Song Qinghe let out a sigh of relief. Every time she came back for dinner, she had to go through a marriage talk, which was quite stressful. She was even considering renting a boyfriend to fend off Meng Xiao's as harassment. Seriously contemplating the feasibility of this method, it was really tiring to be questioned every time she came home. Just as she was about to drive away, her phone rang. Qinghe, I got you a show. You need to free up the next month. Si Jingjing's voice was filled with uncontainable excitement. Song Qinghe was taken aback. What? What show? She had hardly recorded any shows before, so why was Si Jingjing constantly getting her such work lately? The last job from Haiqing TV was an emergency. And what was this one? Chapter 26. Scattered Pearls. Si Jingjing chuckled. I'm just sitting at home, and resources are falling from the sky. When I first received the call, I thought it was a scam. After all, it was from a national station, and it surprised me greatly. On the other end of the line, Si Jingjing was indescribably excited, leaving Song Qinghe confused. Calm down for a moment, Song Qinghe said helplessly. Are you saying someone from a national station contacted you, saying they want to invite me to a program, and you agreed, right? Si Jingjing nodded repeatedly, then realized Song Qinghe couldn't see her and quickly added, Yes. What program from a national station? Why do they want to invite me? Song Qinghe's curiosity was piqued. The national station actually found her? It seemed unbelievable. Oh, look at me. I was so happy I forgot to mention something so important. Song Qinghe clearly heard a smack sound, which was Si Jingjing slapping her forehead. The national station is producing a program called Scattered Pearls, mainly introducing some world cultural heritage of Hua Xia. But it's strange. I don't know where the director found out about it. But they specifically named you and said they wanted to invite you to participate. Although I don't know how this opportunity came about. Qinghe, it's from a national station, and while it doesn't exactly align with our profession, it can still build some connections. Didn't you tell me you've been interested in various intangible cultural heritages lately? I thought this would be a great opportunity. Resources delivered to our doorstep. For some reason, Song Qinghe thought of General Qi she had met, wondering if it was a suggestion. When is the recording? Earlier. Teacher Lai invited me to participate in her design show next month, and I agreed, so I'm not sure if it conflicts. You taking on a side job? Si Jingjing teased. Teacher Lai is quite bold to ask you, someone with no runway experience, to help her with the show. Speaking of this, Song Qinghe felt a bit helpless. I've refused before, but Teacher Lai insisted. It's hard to turn down her kindness. Let me check. The teacher will send over the specific recording time. You see if it conflicts with Teacher Lai's show. Si Jingjing quickly found the information on her phone and sent it to Song Qinghe. I saw that the recording doesn't seem to be centralized. It's recorded separately. Okay, I'll take a look. I'll contact you if anything comes up. Song Qinghe hung up the phone and started checking the information Si Jingjing sent. The national station records are scheduled bi-monthly, with each recording lasting a week. This is a program that the national station values highly and is broadcast live. Live? Song Qinghe looked at the format, her heart lifting. Could this be combined with Interstellar live streaming? She could take this opportunity to educate the Interstellar people about Hua Xia's world cultural heritage without even using Phantom. After checking the tentative recording schedule, she found that 1 week could be arranged to avoid conflict with Teacher Lai's design show. Song Qinghe has sent Si Jingjing a message confirming this before driving home. Since she had already agreed to the program recording, she needed to prepare well. Before the recording, Song Qinghe diligently practiced Interstellar Child Body Technique and Interstellar Child Mental Training Method. Among the 10 movements in the body technique, she only had one left to learn. Although she hadn't completely mastered it yet, she could already feel her body was different from before. If her body used to feel like a resilient rubber band, now it was not only more resilient, but also significantly stronger. She could even lift the sofa in the living room with one hand. This was something she never expected, but from the outside, it was hardly noticeable, instead making her body's lines more defined and aesthetically pleasing. As for her mental strength, perhaps due to her personality, she could finally externalize her mental energy and attach it to musical instruments. In that moment, Song Qinghe could even clearly sense the emotions of the instruments. At this point, she understood what the system meant by empathy ability. Previously, when helping Qi Wei with mental comfort, she only borrowed external power, which had a notable effect on his lower-level mental disorder. However, Song Qinghe felt that if she used her own mental strength to help Qi Wei with mental comfort, the effect would definitely be much better than what the system directly purchased. Moreover, practicing mental strength also had a complementary effect on body techniques. The two were mutually reinforcing. This is also why those who can only practice body techniques can never break through level 10. The system explained to Song Qinghe. On the contrary, observing those above level 10, they all have both body techniques and mental strength. Regardless of which talent is better, they do indeed influence each other. Conversely, if one can only practice mental strength, the body will be somewhat weaker. Remember, in the interstellar world, without a strong physique, survival is impossible. The interstellar age is not a peaceful era. It is more about war. Wars with different races and invasions from outsiders. Song Qinghe suddenly understood why everyone in the future interstellar world had to train both body techniques and mental strength. They had become accustomed to being ready for battle at any time. This was something everyone in the interstellar world was doing. To survive on the battlefield, one had to train hard. The more ability one had, the higher the odds of survival in battle. Thinking about how aliens would invade Blue Star hundreds of years later, Song Qinghe felt a sense of urgency. A few hundred years might seem like a long time, but for the country to achieve rapid development in that century, relying solely on the current level was truly insufficient. Therefore, she had to find ways to acquire more interstellar resources and contribute them to the country to enhance the nation's overall capabilities. She couldn't see what would happen in a few hundred years, but she could not remain indifferent knowing that Blue Star would face destruction. Regardless, Blue Star is her home planet. Despite its flaws, it holds countless merits. If the destruction of Blue Star was due to the actions of its own people, then Shinran could only say they brought it upon themselves. However, if Blue Star was invaded and destroyed by aliens, that was something she could not accept. She needed to quickly learn the interstellar child body technique, spread the body technique first, and then find ways to refine the mental training methods. This mental training method is unique to the interstellar world, a holographic image. She wondered if it was possible to collaborate with VR companies to do this. Song Qinghe felt that her time was truly limited. Every day, besides practicing interstellar techniques, she would also carve out time to practice Hua Xia instruments. For her, Hua Xia instruments were fundamental. Chapter 27, Is Her Peach Really So Easy to Pick? The national television station required all personnel to gather in the capital city for a unified live broadcast preview recording. This time, in addition to Song Qinghe, there were also the famous host Hua Xia from the national station, top actress Jiang Yaoyao, and the top live-streaming star Gong Ran. Hua Xia was clearly used as a stabilizing force by the national station, while Jiang Yaoyao was invited for the sake of ratings. After all, she's a national goddess. This time, the national station boldly adopted a live broadcast format and thought it would be good to find a senior from the live streaming industry to guide them, leading to Gong Ran's involvement. As for Song Qinghe, she was indeed specifically designated by the higher-ups and required to participate. Originally, another person invited to the program was the new generation actress Pei Huan, who came from a family with a cultural background and had been influenced by it since childhood, also becoming popular for her classical temperament and appearance throughout Hua Xia. The national station thought this was perfect as they were introducing Hua Xia's world cultural heritage to everyone and planned to shoot in death. They could have Pei Huan dress more classically, which would also be a topic of discussion. The people had been contacted, but suddenly the higher-ups issued an order, which made the show's producer furious. He complained to the show's director, saying that they had never heard of the person designated by the higher-ups and that if she wanted to be famous, she should find another program instead of causing a ruckus in theirs. The national station attached great importance to this program, and because of this, The producer personally sought sponsorship, full of confidence that he would promote this program to be known throughout Hua Xia. Unfortunately, the reality slapped him hard in the face. The producer gritted his teeth in anger, too lazy to even glance at Song Qinghe's materials. He wanted to see what kind of person she was that could make the higher-ups specify her by name. The show's director hesitated, wondering if she was some big shot's daughter trying to wade into the entertainment industry. If she was just trying to dip her toes, why would she come to their variety show? Are there not enough variety shows in Hua Xia? The producer sneered, thinking she must be trying to build her image, using their program as a stepping stone. Of course, debuting by participating in a national station live broadcast would make her seem impressive. Great. She really had it all planned out. The producer's eyes burned with anger, feeling as if the abacus beads were bouncing back to hit him in the face. No, he had to teach her a lesson. Young, this might not be good. After all, she was designated by the higher-ups. If we offend her, she could go back and complain, and we would be the ones in trouble, the show's director advised earnestly. The producer patted the director's shoulder meaningfully. Don't worry. I don't want to mess up this program either. I'll just play it fair and square to trip her up. If she really has talent, I can swallow my pride. But if she's just here to coast, then she shouldn't blame me for embarrassing her in front of the whole nation. Seeing the producer's resolute attitude, the director ultimately swallowed all his words. All right, if Yang doesn't vent this frustration, it will be difficult to do the subsequent work. Song Qinghe has nothing to do with him, and he doesn't need to offend the producer for her sake. The director's job is also difficult. He could only hope that the young girl wouldn't cry too badly later. Song Qinghe was completely unaware that a pit was waiting for her ahead. She got up and continued to practice everything she needed to for the day, took a shower, and headed straight to the airport. Her flight time coincidentally matched the national station's requirement for everyone to gather at the airport. So she didn't go the day before, but planned to wait for them directly at the airport after landing. This time, the national station was fully invested, intending to challenge the live broadcast format to cover all times except for rest periods. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty. Those participating in the program considered this new live format carefully before agreeing. All-day live broadcasting meant that they had to maintain their state at all times, which would be much more tiring than recording a program. This could easily attract criticism, but the traffic generated would also be considerable. Jiang Yaoyao and Ruan Shi both lived in the capital and were familiar with each other, making them a first to meet. After they exchanged pleasantries, Gong Ran arrived shortly after. He had reached the city the previous day from Modu. Now, we only have one person left who hasn't arrived. I wonder who it will be. Ruan Shi smiled at the camera. As the designated host from a national station, he played a connecting role in this program. The program's live effect was something he had to pay attention to. All the season participants had arrived. Even Gong Ran had come early. Yet there was still one person missing. This latecomer, he had heard, was someone specifically required to attend by the higher-ups. Even before her arrival, the entire production team was buzzing with curiosity about who this person was that could warrant such attention from above. There's not much time left. Shall we head to the airport? The live broadcast had already begun as they met, and many fans were waiting in the live streaming room, cheering for their idols. Did you see? There's still one person missing. What a big deal. Exactly. Look how great our Yao Yao is. Worried everyone would wait too long. She got up early, and we were the first to arrive. Our gong is not late either. Okay. I really want to know who can make a whole group wait. The production team didn't reveal everyone at once. They only promoted the idea of a unique collision until the live broadcast started, mentioning one person after another. While the last missing person was kept silent, the netizens' curiosity was piqued, and there were all kinds of guesses. At this moment, a message from a new generation actress, Pei Huan, caught people's attention. Once filled with joy, but ended up with nothing. But I will not give up my love for Hua Xia culture. Go Huan Huan. Pei Huan's words immediately aroused fan suspicion. Today's national station's live broadcast had skyrocketed in popularity. Previously, she had even helped promote the program, and now saying such things was bound to lead to misunderstandings. Her fans flooded the comments. Sister, did someone bully you? Sister, don't be upset. You are always the best. Sister, who bullied you? We'll help you take revenge. Don't worry. We are your strong backing. Pei Huan smiled and tossed her phone aside. What a joke. Did she think her fruits were so easy to pick? She wanted to see what would happen to the person tried to pick them, to avoid boredom on the way to the airport. The three chatted and interacted with the netizens, and along the way, they became quite familiar with each other. The live streaming room was filled with laughter, and everyone almost forgot that there was still a fourth person who hadn't shown up. Chapter 28, the central China roof, Hua Xia and the others arrived at the airport, and the live broadcast camera followed them down. Hey, that border control girl just now looked pretty good. Her temperament is amazing. She could outshine many stars. Song Qinghe stood at the airport entrance with a smile, waiting for the three to come over. Hello, Teacher Wan, Teacher Jiang, Teacher Gong, I'm Song Qinghe. The three were slightly taken aback, but Hua Xia reacted first, immediately reaching out to shake hands. Hello, Teacher Song, I didn't expect you to be here waiting for us, haha. He then turned to the camera and introduced. This is our fourth member. Now everyone is here. Come on, Teacher Song, say hello to everyone. Song Qinghe smiled confidently at the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Song Qinghe, a lover of Chinese culture and a promoter of Chinese musical instruments. I hope to learn a lot from you in the days to come. The live broadcast screen closed instantly, and all personnel were ejected from the live studio. The viewers, who had momentarily lost focus, flocked to the official website, and sure enough, the official account had already the fourth member, Song Qinghe. To be honest, I was completely captivated by that smile. I feel like the term gentle was created just for her. That girl's temperament is truly exceptional. Up close, her looks are also very striking. Haha, a bunch of sycophants starting to fawn over her? I wonder who was too good to show up at first, only to act high and mighty later. Exactly. It's hard for others to say anything in front of the camera. Everyone else is gathering together, and she just went to the airport to wait alone. What is that about? Showing off? You don't have to be so harsh. Is waiting at the airport crime? Huan family army reporting, really shameless. Stealing my Huan Jia's job. Huan family army reporting, she must have used underhanded means to do harm. Bad woman. Get out of the entertainment world. A mere newcomer wants to climb up by stepping on my Huan Jia. Where's her face? Which artist is so clueless? Actually, I want to say, I personally think that girl is prettier than Pei Huan, and her temperament is better too. Those defending Song Qinghe were quickly attacked by the Huan family army, and gradually, no one was speaking. The official website was soon overwhelmed by the Huan family army. Someone advised, you guys are making it easy to ruin Pei Huan's popularity. They were met with a barrage of insults from the Huan family army. Our Huan Jia has great popularity, you don't understand? Letting a little-known artist step on our Huan Jia, puffed, what a huge face. Some also traced Song Qinghe's social media, discovering that her site was almost entirely filled with information related to Chinese musical instruments and announcements for performances promoting them in various countries, with very few personal photos. But undoubtedly all were beautiful. They quietly saved a few images and crawled back along the web. Stop arguing, that girl is not even an artist. She won't steal your master's job. Exactly, I think Pei Huan is the one who is just seeking fame compared to her. That girl has done a lot quietly. The tone of the discussion gradually shifted. Meanwhile, all this online chaos was completely unknown to Song Qinghe and the others, who gathered together to exchange their boarding passes. The destination for their first recording was the Shenangjia scenic area. They could fly directly to Shenangjia Airport. Shenangjia, as a place shrouded in mystery in China, attracted many adventurers. Upon entering Shenangjia, the fresh air greeted them as a natural oxygen bar. The oxygen content in Shenangjia was undoubtedly of high quality. At the same time, Song Qinghe, who started the Interstellar live broadcast, saw a flurry of comments popping up on her virtual screen. Family, who understands, I'm really about to cry. 2/3 of my planet is covered in endless yellow sand. I really love the anchor too much. Oh my God, was the ancient blue star so beautiful? I suddenly understand why those historians must restore the ancient blue star. Did you smell the air? The air where the anchor is so fresh. I feel like my body has improved a lot. As soon as the anchor started the broadcast, I immediately called my friends. It was definitely right. Anchor, hurry and introduce where this is for us. In the real world, the program Scattered Pearls was officially launched today. There were 4 hosts, with a total of 5 live broadcast rooms, 1 for each host and 1 shared. Viewers could choose which host they liked and help boost their popularity in their respective live rooms. After the recording of the program, the host with the highest popularity would receive strong support from the national station. This condition was undoubtedly tempting. As they say, the mountains and waters are beautiful. Shenanjia truly lives up to its reputation as a natural oxygen bar. Hua Xia took a deep breath, savoring the moment. Jiang Yaoyao and Song Qinghe walked over, both dressed in sportswear, looking quite spirited. Shige, what is our task today? Gongran also walked over to Hua Xia with a refreshing look. The four of them carried hiking backpacks filled with various supplies. In comparison, the two girls had lighter bags, while the heavier ones were on the boys. Gongran's question was directed to the audience. Their general itinerary had already been set, and this was just an introduction. Today, we will head deep into the forest to show everyone the mysterious areas of undulating peaks. The four were not particularly slow, directly heading towards the depths of Shenanjia with their bags. Shenanjia is said to be famous for being where the ancient Shinnon gathered herbs on the mountain, and it is one of the 10 most beautiful forests in China. Come on, Xiao Song, let me quiz you. Introduce to everyone about Shenanjia. Hua Xia suddenly called on Song Qinghe. Song Qinghe was slightly taken aback, but quickly smiled and looked at the camera, while at the same time, the Interstellar audience saw the situation of the four through the live broadcast system. Compared to the current live broadcast image, the Interstellar audience saw a holographic image, as if they were walking together with the four in Shenanjia. Hearing that Song Qinghe was going to introduce Shenanjia, they immediately perked up to listen. Shenanjia has an average altitude of 700 meters, with most peaks around 500 meters. The highest peak, Shenangding, is 106, 2 meters, making it the highest peak in central China. Hence, Shenanjia is also known as the roof of central China. In Shenanjia, we often see a weather phenomenon where the sun rises in the east and it rains in the west. If friends can watch the live broadcast continuously, they might witness such a situation with us. June snow, October frost, and one day having 4 seasons, these describe Shenanjia. As Song Qinghe spoke slowly, the four gradually left the more populated areas and moved deeper into the true forest. Chapter 29. The Legend of the Wild Man. I remember there are legends of wild men in Shenanjia, right? Jiang Yaoyao looked at Hua Xia and said, Teacher Huan, can you tell us about it? Hua Xia, also known as a walking encyclopedia, found this question easy to answer. Indeed, there are such claims, but so far, only some footprints have been discovered, which are suspected to belong to them. However, there has been no real sighting of their existence. Hua Xia joked to the camera that if we encounter a wild man this time, it would be a great achievement. Haha, Teacher Huan, please don't jinx it. Whenever Teacher Huan makes a bold statement, something is bound to happen. Haha, I really want to see Teacher Huan's words come true. Most of the audience was concentrated in the public live stream room, laughing at Hua Xia's words in the bullet comments. Hua Xia had many such moments of being a crow's mouth. He could see the bullet comments on his side and raised an eyebrow at the netizens' remarks, joking that if there really were wild men, they would be contributing to the country. It's a joke, after all. Those experts have searched for years without finding anything. How could they just go in to film a live show and encounter wild men? Do they really think wild men are as common as cabbages? As for whether there are wild men in Shenanjia, it's currently unknown, but there are other creatures apart from wild men. The few of them looked at the golden monkeys that appear behind them at some point, feeling a bit amused. They were originally introducing the various biological landscapes in the forest. Shenanjia, as the cradle of many plants and medicinal materials, has its environment particularly well preserved, leading to a lush growth of various plants. The four of them were heading towards a place where humans had vanished, and the weeds were growing tall. They had to walk carefully, using sticks to prod the grass, fearing there might be poisonous snakes. Such a path undoubtedly increased their difficulty. Jiang Yaoyao's face was already a bit pale. Had she known it would be this torturous, she wouldn't have come. After all her effort, if she ended up not getting the most popular one, it would be like working hard for others' benefit. Moreover, she was used to a comfortable life, and this physically exhausting activity was really making her suffer. The backpack on her back felt heavier and heavier, and she wanted to lose her temper, but then remembered they were live streaming and held it in. Actually, not just Jiang Yaoyao, even the two big men, Hua Xia and Gong Ran, were struggling a bit. This was not just simple walking. It was comparable to clearing land. In the live stream room, some people were already feeling sorry for their idols. We've been walking for so long. Can we take a break? I can see that Yao Yao's face has turned pale, and she's still carrying things. The guys really should be more considerate. What you said makes it sound like they aren't carrying anything. Just look at the weight of that bag to know the guys are carrying heavier stuff than the girls. If you can be a gentleman, then go ahead. Everyone is tired. Why should the girls get special treatment? Brother, sure. How about we take a break? It's a good time to hydrate, Song Qinghe suggested. She wasn't feeling uncomfortable, perhaps because she had been practicing Interstellar child's body technique. However, seeing that everyone else seemed a bit tired, but no one spoke up, she knew they were likely concerned about the live stream and didn't want to leave a bad impression. She didn't have that burden, so she directly asked. Hearing Song Qinghe's suggestion to take a break, the three of them sighed in relief. They were indeed worried, just as Song Qinghe thought. Gong Ran didn't mind, but seeing that the two girls hadn't mentioned wanting a break, he, as a big man, felt it would be embarrassing to say he wanted to rest. So he held it in and kept pushing through. As soon as Hua Xia heard Song Qinghe suggest resting, he immediately agreed, fearing she might change her mind. Perfect. Everyone can take a break and eat something to replenish our energy. Hua Xia set his backpack down and stretched his shoulders. But it was difficult for him. The stuff was heavy, and he had to carry it. At least he could lighten the load a bit. Otherwise, it was too heavy. The supplies were divided among the 4 backpacks, also to ensure that if they got separated, everyone would have a minimum amount of food. In an untouched forest like Shenangjia, you never know what is edible and what isn't. The best thing is to eat what you bring. For a week of filming, they had to carry enough dry food and related equipment. So could the stuff not be heavy? When Jiang Yaoyao heard they could take a break, she didn't care about maintaining her image as a national goddess and plopped down on the ground. She was exhausted from walking and felt particularly hot, but she didn't dare take off her clothes. She had heard that in such primitive forests, there were many toxic mosquitoes and ants that could leave you suffering for days or even weeks if bitten, and many of them were poisonous. As a girl, she absolutely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. So even if she was hot, she wrapped herself tightly, leaving no skin exposed. Yao Yao, drink some water, Song Qinghe said, handing her a bottle and kindly unscrewing the cap. Thank you, Jiang Yao Yao smiled gratefully. Thanks to Song Qinghe suggesting a break. She didn't know how long they would have kept walking otherwise. Their resting spot had a stream flowing down from the mountains, and the water was crystal clear. Song Qinghe wet a handkerchief, washed her face, and felt the heat from walking dissipate instantly in the cool stream water. After a moment, she rinsed the handkerchief again and walked over to Jiang Yao Yao. Sister Yao Yao, I'll wash my face in the stream over there. Do you want to wipe yours? The water is pretty cool and can help you cool down. That's very kind of you. Jiang Yao Yao didn't hesitate. She really didn't have the energy to move. Any chance to rest was welcome. She took the handkerchief and envied Song Qinghe's stamina. You look so thin, but your endurance is quite good. Song Qinghe smiled, glancing at the live stream camera, worried about how to spread the word about the body technique without being too obvious. Actually, I used to have less stamina than you. But ever since I learned the body technique from a master, my health has improved significantly, and I've had no issues at all. Song Qinghe looked at Jiang Yao Yao with sincere big eyes, but unfortunately, Jiang Yao Yao didn't catch her meaning. Is it really that effective? What kind of body technique is that? Hua Xia chimed in. Song Qinghe immediately smiled at Hua Xia and said, Brother Xia, are you interested? If you are, I can contact you tomorrow morning when I start. I guarantee all your health issues will be resolved. Chapter 30 Golden, Snub-Nosed, Monkey, LOL. Did this girl not do her homework before? Teacher Wan is a nationally certified martial artist, yet she has to call Teacher Chun a martial artist, LOL. This is showing off in front of the ancestors, just waiting to be slapped in the face. Waiting to be slapped in the face one. Such a pretty girl. Is her vanity this strong? Hee. Isn't it obvious? She stole Sister Huan's resources and is now trying to cause trouble. Support Teacher Ruan in teaching that ignorant little girl a lesson. Ruan Xia was indeed surprised by Song Qinghe's words. He had only mentioned martial arts because Song Qinghe brought it up. His certification as a national martial artist is legitimate, and the country has strict regulations over this profession. There have been cases of fraudsters posing as martial artists, scamming money and affection, which caused quite a stir. Since then, the management and certification of martial artists have become particularly difficult. However, Seeing that Song Qinghe still had a relaxed, smiling expression, he was genuinely curious and readily agreed. All right. Tomorrow morning, when you practice martial arts, call me. After eating, the group regained their strength and prepared to continue moving forward, hoping to find a suitable campsite before dark. The wilderness is not easy to stay in. Everything needs to be protected. As they walked a bit further, they noticed a golden, snub-nosed monkey following them after seeing viewers in the comments repeatedly mentioning the monkey. The golden snub-nosed monkey was not shy at all and kept its distance behind them. Is it lost from its family? Song Qinghe asked, seeing the monkey trailing behind curiously. Golden snub-nosed monkeys are social animals that usually rest and play together, but this one seemed to have wandered off alone. Should we try to lure it over? Leaving it by itself doesn't seem right. Jiang Yaoyao hesitated, looking at the monkey. The golden snub-nosed monkey is a protected species and quite rare. The key is how to attract it. Gong Ran pulled out some ham from his backpack. Will it eat this? Yes, golden snub-nosed monkeys are omnivorous, Yuan Shi confirmed. Taking the ham from Gong Ran and trying to call out a few times, the monkey seemed to sense that the group meant no harm, hesitated for a moment, jumped a few times on a tree branch, and quickly grabbed the ham from the ground, devouring it hungrily. It seems hungry, Song Qinghe noted as she saw the monkey finish the ham and open another piece, placing it a bit farther away for the monkey to take. With the food provided by the group, the monkey, which was already not very scared, finished eating and jumped onto them, swinging its tail. Ha ha ha! This golden snub-nosed monkey is really cute. Having one as a pet would be nice. It perfectly demonstrates the saying, having milk means having a mother, ha ha. It feels like this monkey has become sentient, and does it know which one is the beauty? Look, it doesn't even approach the boys. The comments section was filled with laughter, and the Interstellar livestream was also filled with joy. Host, is this golden snub-nosed monkey on you? Yes. Tell us about it. It looks a bit different from the monkeys we have on our planet. This should belong to the species of the ancient blue star. Species differ from planet to planet. Seeing the comments, Song Qinghe smiled and extended her hand with a piece of candy in her palm. The golden snub-nosed monkey immediately reached out, grabbed the candy, and stuffed it into its mouth, crunching away. Sure good. This golden snub-nosed monkey must be a Sichuan golden monkey, right? Song Qinghe threw the question to Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi and Gong Ran were eyeing the obedient monkey lying on Song Qinghe, wanting to get closer. But the monkey only seemed to be friendly with the girls. This must be a male monkey, Yuan Shi thought. Song Qinghe's question made Yuan Shi retract his envious gaze and nod. Exactly. Look at its tail. Isn't it as long as its body? An adult Sichuan golden monkey is about 680 millimeters long, and its tail is 685 millimeters long. Golden snub-nosed monkeys are mostly social animals. I think this little one got separated from its family because it was too greedy. Yuan Shi teased. The golden snub-nosed monkey seemed to understand his words, baring its teeth at him. Be careful. It might hold a grudge. Jiang Yaoyao laughed, finding the monkey quite quirky. Should we take it to a wildlife protection station? Otherwise, it won't be good for it to be away from its social environment, Song Qinghe suggested, scratching the monkey's neck, which made it purr contentedly. The group couldn't help but laugh. This little monkey really knows how to enjoy itself. Let's move forward first. It might run away on its own halfway. Yuan Shi pondered for a moment. If it keeps following us, once we get out, we'll take it to a rescue station. After confirming, they eventually stopped at a flat area and set up camp for the night. The boys were responsible for pitching the tent, while the girls prepared other things. They couldn't light a fire in the forest, so each person took a box of self-heating hot pot. To be honest, eating self-heating hot pot in this environment was quite a pleasant experience. Yuan Shi laughed as he tapped the box. The starry sky was beautiful. Jiang Yaoyao looked up at the sky and sighed. Their campsite had a view of half the sky, breathtakingly beautiful. Now that they were thoroughly resting, she felt none of her previous irritability. Sometimes, being in nature can make one forget all worries. I'll play a tune for everyone. As the waiting time for the self-heating hot pot was a bit long, Song Qinghe took out her bamboo flute. This was a perfect opportunity to try out the calming skill she had just learned and see how it worked. Great. I heard that Teacher Song is very skilled with traditional Chinese instruments. The group clapped in support as they had nothing else to do. Song Qinghe placed the bamboo flute to her lips, slowly channeling her mental energy and attaching it to the flute. The melodious tunes spread through the forest, and the three who had initially been indifferent immediately showed comfortable expressions upon hearing the music. Viewers in the live stream, who had been cheering for their idol, seemed like they had been paused. The audience in the Interstellar live stream was amazed. I feel like she's using the Interstellar calming skill. Yes. Did you see the aura radiating from her? That's the use of the calming skill. This host is something else. She can cultivate mental energy so quickly, and she can project her mental energy outward. Although this calming ability seems a bit weak, given time, it should grow. Chapter 31. Low-end biological intelligence. As the music ended, the lively golden monkey quietly sat there, its big eyes fixed on Song Qinghe. Qinghe, I didn't expect you to play the instruments so well. Jiang Yaoyao's gaze towards Song Qinghe became more satisfied. She felt a great sense of relaxation, unprecedented relaxation. This is really comfortable. Qinghe, you're great. I think listening to another piece of your performance in such an environment would be something even a deity wouldn't trade for. After hearing the piece, Ruansher instantly shifted from calling her teacher Song to Qinghe. He had a hunch that with this skill alone, Song Qinghe could attract many admirers. I feel the same way. I sense a long-lost relaxation, like when I'm with my mom, where I don't have to think about anything. Just being quietly by myself is enough. Gong Ran also showed a relieved expression. As a top streamer, his daily routine was filled with endless live broadcasts, which was quite exhausting in front of the camera, yet he couldn't take a break. But just now, he felt completely empty, an unparalleled feeling of goodness. I want to blow up this girl, sorry. I didn't recognize her greatness before. Please forgive me. What kind of divine music is this? So comfortable. I was feeling particularly bad today, even having thoughts of ending it all. But this piece made me realize that such thoughts are foolish. To the one before, ending it is wrong. Living brings hope, and death means losing everything. Exactly, people say it's better to live poorly than to die well. No matter how tough it is, we can get through it. I'll be a fan of this girl from now on, rushing to follow her right now. What's the use of playing well if your character is bad? What is wrong with you? If you don't like it, you don't have to watch. Who indulges you? All right, today's live broadcast ends here. See you tomorrow. The few wave of the camera as the live broadcast system shut down. Song Qinghe also closed the Interstellar broadcast. She had received another batch of rewards today, and later she could check the system shop to see if she could exchange for something useful. There were 2 tents in total, each with a sleeping bag inside. The forest was full of insects and ants. Song Qinghe rummaged around and specifically bought a spray from the system shop that was recommended to repel even the insect tribe, claiming it was very effective. After spraying a circle around both tents, she felt reassured and crawled into one. After a day of walking, Jiang Yaoyao was already fast asleep. Song Qinghe opened the virtual panel. The system shop was still full of dazzling items. 77. I've learned all the movements of the infant body technique. When can I learn the formal body technique? The infant body technique allows the host to practice to level 3. After level 3, a real body technique is needed. Then there's no rush. Song Qinghe pondered. Based on her current training capacity, she still had some distance to reach level 3. Once she promoted this set of body techniques, perhaps someone with extraordinary talent would emerge, and she could find a way later. She shifted her gaze to other areas. If aliens invade in a few hundred years, what is most needed now is to enhance the combat capabilities of the entire population. 77 complained every day about the backward technology of Blue Star and the insufficient military strength. Song Qinghe saw that there were actually starships in the shop, but when she saw the long string of zeros behind, she immediately withdrew her gaze. Not to mention, she couldn't afford it now. Hua Xia couldn't eat a fat man in one go. Starships were too advanced for them and not yet needed. 77. Can you tell me about mechs? What controls them? Song Qinghe looked at the cool mechs on the virtual screen, her eyes sparkling with amazement. These mechs were very beautiful, with smooth lines and an explosive look. Mechs must be controlled by someone with mental strength. Even the oldest models require mental strength for control. Great, another thing she couldn't deal with now. 77. Do you have any recommendations? Something slightly more advanced than Blue Star's development. Song Qinghe searched for a long time, but couldn't find what she wanted. So she directly asked the system, what aspect does the host want? Biotechnology? Low-end biological intelligence is recommended to the host, which is at least 50 to 100 years more advanced than the current technology on Blue Star. Through perception of biology, it allows humans to enter a simulated virtual world. Song Qinghe almost sat up. Are you saying this biological intelligence can simulate a world? Does that mean it can create a virtual world for mental training methods? Theoretically, yes, but the effect may not be as good as the existing technology in the interstellar realm. As long as it's useful, even if the effect isn't great, it's better than having nothing. How many contribution points does it require to exchange for this technology? Song Qinghe was a bit worried that her contribution points wouldn't be enough. She feared the price would be too attractive, making it impossible to exchange. Low-end biological intelligence only requires 30,000 reward points. 30,000? So cheap? Song Qinghe was astonished. The interstellar infant mental strength training method she exchanged before had already cost 50,000 reward points, while this biotechnology was only 30,000. This is just low-end intelligence. The system implied that it was too childish, and for them, it was an antique from thousands of years ago. Who knows who put it in during the design phase? It was probably those researchers who thought that anything usable by ancient Blue Star people should be crammed in. Exchange it immediately. Such a low price. Song Qinghe naturally wouldn't miss it. Do you want to extract it? After the excitement, Song Qinghe calmed down. She was still deep in the mountains, and there was no way to extract it. After clicking no, she relaxed her mind and finally fell asleep. The morning air was particularly fresh. Song Qinghe got up early, washed up, and practiced the 8 sections of brocade before she saw Hua Xia crawl out of the tent. Brother Xia, good morning. You got up really early. Wait for me. Didn't we say we were going to practice body techniques? Sure. Song Qinghe smiled as she waited for Hua Xia to wash up. The live broadcast room had already been opened when Song Qinghe got up. There weren't many people in the morning live broadcast room, and many came just to stir things up. Song Qinghe smiled sweetly at the camera, inviting any interested friends to join in practicing. She wouldn't force anyone to learn all the movements, as they would definitely get exhausted halfway through. Brother Xia, just do as many movements as you can. Don't push yourself. Hua Xia was completely intrigued by Song Qinghe's words, wondering what kind of body technique it was that one couldn't finish all the movements. I'm starting now. Without further explanation, Song Qinghe began to perform the interstellar infant body technique in front of the camera. I specifically set up a camera to record myself completing all the movements, just to show this woman face slapping daily. Let me give it a try. I don't believe I can't complete all the movements. Chapter 32. When Wang's brush, Song Qinghe was very serious when she started practicing her physical techniques, explaining the key points of each movement. These movements didn't have to be done quickly, but they had to be performed with precision. Only when the movements were executed correctly could one proceed to the next exercise. The first movement was something many could complete. Of course, Hua Xia was no exception. As someone who had obtained a physical technique certification, he was more perceptive than the average person. After completing the first movement, he sensed that this was different from other physical techniques. Hua Xia only felt exhausted after finishing the fourth movement, while many others had already run out of energy by the second or third movements. Is this physical technique some kind of sorcery? Why can I only manage to do the second one? I managed to do the third one. What this young lady said is absolutely true. I really can't complete it. I thought it would be a quick face slap, but ended up slapping my own face. This physical technique is too strange. Look, even teacher Ruan can only do up to the fourth movement, and she is still going. After completing all 10 movements, Song Qinghe only broke a slight sweat, her face adorned with a natural flush. At the same time, a video titled "How Many Movements Can You Challenge?" quietly climbed the trending list. It was the video of Song Qinghe practicing her physical techniques from that morning. Many people sent their challenge videos to this topic. The stack kept getting higher, but no one managed to complete it. Most people faltered at the second or third movements. Madame Mo watched the video of Song Qinghe with great interest and even tried practicing along, only managing to complete the second movement. Chi Wei waved his hand cheerfully. Your body definitely can't handle it. Just watch me. His movements were standard, but he also only managed to get halfway through the sixth movement before stalling. His stamina was completely depleted by these few movements. Indeed, he was getting old. He could only complete 5 movements in total. Qi Yiwei shook his head, realizing he couldn't deny his age. However, the next moment, his expression became serious. A warm current flowed through his body, subtle but present. Most people felt warm all over after finishing the physical techniques, but didn't understand the warm current in their meridians. However, for someone like Qi Yiwei, who had been practicing physical fitness for a long time, he was more sensitive to it. Xiao Mo, send me that video, Qi Yiwei hurriedly instructed, making a call as he walked out. Oh, okay. Madame Mo had no idea what was going on and quickly sent the video she had in her hand to Qi Yiwei. Meanwhile, the few people deep in Shenanjia were naturally unaware of all this. Qinghe, where did you learn this set of physical techniques? It's really impressive. Yuanshi gave Song Qinghe a thumbs up. Although he had just started practicing with her today, his stamina had been drained, and after feeling fatigued, there was surprisingly a warm flow in his body, which felt very comfortable. Song Qinghe smiled slightly. It's from a master I met once. I thought it was really good at the time, so I recorded it. It took me a long time to learn all 10 movements. Naturally, she couldn't tell the whole truth and had to fabricate her story about the master. Jiang Yaoyao and Gong Ran crawled out of the tent only after the two finished exercising. They had walked too much the day before. Even now, they felt as if their bodies hadn't recovered. Seeing that both of them were up, Yuanshi smiled at them. You two should really practice the physical techniques with Qinghe in the morning. I guarantee you won't feel tired at all. Yuanshi felt that his physical condition was quite good now. The two looked at Yuanshi, suspecting that he was deliberately trying to drag them down. What Brother Shi said is true. If you practice physical techniques, your body really will feel much lighter. Song Qinghe nodded in agreement, confirming that while practicing the physical techniques was tiring, it felt very comfortable afterward. I can attest that what the young lady said is true. Yeah, Yao. Hurry and learn along. It really feels great after practicing. I've already downloaded the young lady's video and decided to practice along every day. Those who arrived later, still clueless about what was happening, couldn't help but mock. What? Are the paid commenters starting to work so early? Isn't it just to seek attention, forcing others to practice with them? I just like lying down. It's so tiring. Why get up to practice? Don't be ridiculous, right? Isn't lying down nice? I'll send you the link. Stop with the sour comments, come on. I'm waiting for you to slap me in the face with your skills. The four quickly had breakfast and continued on with the golden monkeys. They were now walking in an area rumored to have discovered traces of wild men. Although no wild men were found, they did come across many precious flowers and trees. Listening to Yuanshi share knowledge about various plants along the way was quite interesting. Song Qinghe's Interstellar livestream was also on, though it was more of a background noise. Wow, Brother Shi, what is this? It looks so beautiful. Jiang Yaoyao gradually found enjoyment, discovering a red plant that looked very much like a brush. They say the more vibrant the color, the more poisonous it is. Brother Shi, is this poisonous? Gong Ran also saw the vividly purple-red plant that stood out among the greens. Yuanshi smiled. This has a refined name, Wang's brush. It is a dicotyledonous plant, a type of snake bamboo from the family of snake bamboos. The entire plant, when dried, is used for medicinal purposes and has effects such as stopping bleeding, promoting tissue regeneration, and relieving pain. It turned out to be a medicinal material. The four were quite surprised. It looked like a mushroom, but was actually a medicinal herb. In fact, there are many mysterious things in Shenanjia, and these plants are quite precious. Yuanshi was well-versed in these matters, making the journey much less tedious for the four. Brother Shi, what kind of animal-esque footprints are these? Gong Ran pointed at a half-imprinted footprint left in the soil. Along the way, Yuanshi fully demonstrated what it meant to be a walking encyclopedia. There was nothing he didn't know. Now, whenever they encountered something unfamiliar, the first instinct was to call him. Let me take a look. Yuanshi leaned over. There are many animals in Shenanjia, so we might come across some we don't often see. Song Qinghe and Jiang Yaoyao also leaned in. The footprints were actually quite shallow, and if the forest hadn't been so damp, they wouldn't have left a mark. Why do I feel like this looks a lot like a human footprint? Gong Ran scratched his head, examining it for a long time. There must have been other adventurers here too. Gong Ran's words left the three stunned. Jiang Yaoyao jokingly said, Brother, sure, this wouldn't be a wild man's footprint, would it? How could that be? Research has long shown that there are no wild men in Shenanjia. Ruan sure chuckled dryly. Haha, Teacher Ruan is scared. Teacher Ruan remembered the flag he said on the first day. I really want to see how Teacher Ruan gets slapped in the face. Haha. Just as the comments were filled with laughter, someone suddenly exclaimed, "What is behind them? It really looks like a wild man. This must be staged by the production team." I think so too. It's impossible for it to be real. They probably want to see Teacher Ruan shocked. Chapter 33. The wild man appears. Most people in the live broadcast room were skeptical, but the four individuals present became tense. A figure had silently appeared behind them. If it weren't for Song Qinghe's heightened awareness from her mental training, they might not have noticed. It was a short man, wrapped in branches and vines, with long hair and a bushy beard, revealing only a pair of bright eyes. The four held their breath simultaneously. The man seemed startled by them as well, and quickly climbed up a tree. "Oh my, he can climb trees," Gong Ran exclaimed, and the other three glanced at him. So what if he can climb trees? Many people can climb trees. Gong Ran realized he might have overreacted and smiled awkwardly. Brother, sure, could he really be a wild man? Jiang Yao Yao looked hesitantly at the man hiding in the tree, watching them warily. What the heck? I just stepped away for a moment, and the host encounters something like this? I've heard there's a legend about wild men on Gulen Star too. He does look quite wild, climbing trees so skillfully. Ha ha, you in front are really funny. The Interstellar audience had no strong feelings about the appearance of the wild man. They saw Song Qinghe and the others as ancient people, let alone a wild man. The main point was that with their skills, they wouldn't be threatened by such a weak presence. However, the viewers in the live broadcast room disagreed. No way. Are they really encountering one? I don't believe it. Even if wild men exist, what are the odds they'd run into one? It must be for the show's effect. I don't think so. Their expressions don't look fake. Unlike the viewers, the director and producers were nearly frantic. What is happening? Who arranged for this? The program director angrily slammed a cup down on the table. For this recording, to recreate the most authentic world, they had not sent a following PD, relying solely on drones for filming, so the audience only saw the four of them. Since the show launched yesterday, it had received a great response. This morning, Song Qinghe's physical performance was still trending. Although the producer was unhappy about her sudden appearance and hinted for Ruan Shi to set her up at the right moment, there was no doubt that Song Qinghe had handled it well. Everything she said was substantive. Now, with another trending topic today, the producer could only hold his nose and endure it, grumbling to see how she performs. The program director knew he had compromised, but it was hard to save face. Director, we didn't arrange anyone. The staff dared not breathe. You know the program process. How can we arrange someone to go over? Besides, we only know their general route. It's their own decision. Director, is it possible that this is really a wild man? The staff question struck everyone present like a bolt from the blue. No way could they be so unlucky. Scientists could not find evidence of wild men. So how could they encounter one just by going in? The program director hesitated. If this person wasn't arranged by their team, then who was it? Hello, can you understand us? Song Qinghe tried to communicate with the wild man. The wild man remained unmoved, crouching on the branches, glaring at them fiercely. What do we do now, Brother Shi? The others looked dazed and turned to Ruan Shi. He understood the situation best. Ruan Shi was also unsure of what to do. He gritted his teeth and suddenly remembered the tune Song Qinghe had played yesterday, his eyes lighting up. Qinghe, play that tune you played yesterday again. Song Qinghe was taken aback, but quickly understood Ruan Shi's intention. He wanted her to use music to see if she could calm the wild man. The wild man bared his teeth at them, growling lowly. I'll give it a try. I'm not sure if it will work. Song Qinghe was uncertain whether the music would affect the wild man, but she could only attempt it. She took out her bamboo flute, and the wild man let out a series of roars, seemingly issuing a warning. Ignoring his warning, Song Qinghe began to play. The melodious music filled the forest, and the wild man noticeably calmed down. The low growls that had intermittently escaped his throat gradually faded away. Everyone became quiet and peaceful. When the tune ended, the wild man seemed to settle down, and the group snapped back to reality from their immersed comfort. Every time they heard Qinghe play, it felt like a cleansing of the soul. Jiang Yaoyao woke from her trance. Let us try again and see if he is willing to communicate with us. Ruansher fixed his gaze on the wild man, attempting to coax him down. Suddenly, the wild man howled loudly, jumped several times, and vanished deep into the forest. What? Ruansher was momentarily speechless. It seemed he scared him away without even trying. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, a golden monkey climbed onto Ruansher's shoulder, instantly comforting his wounded spirit. "Ah, little Jean is the best. Such a good baby." Ruansher affectionately patted the golden monkey. Little Jean was a nickname they had given the monkey that followed them, as it was easy to say. Who would have thought the golden monkey would just stop for a moment on him, and then jump on his Song Qinghe's shoulder, laughing to death? Look at Ruan Laosher's colorful face. Didn't he expect little Jean to show no mercy to Ruan Laosher? Was that really a wild man? When he was around, I felt their expressions were really tense, and after he left, they visibly relaxed. To be fair, the sister's tune is really beautiful. I recorded it. Treasure sister, investing here is worth it. Brother, sure, that was really a wild man. What should we do? Should we contact the higher-ups? Song Qinghe looked at the retreating figure of the wild man and turned to Ruansher. Discovering a real wild man in Shenangjia was something no one had expected. Ruansher pondered. Let us not worry about it for now. We can't do anything about it. The director team should have already contacted someone. The director team indeed contacted people from the Wild Man Research Institute. Upon learning that the live broadcast group encountered a wild man, they were shocked, having searched for a long time without finding any traces of one. While they firmly believed that wild men existed in Shenangjia, they had not been discovered for many years. Why was it that only a program group's live broadcast led to their discovery? The Research Institute staff specifically reviewed the live broadcast video multiple times, confirming it was indeed a wild man, causing a stir throughout the entire institute. They immediately held a meeting, mobilizing all personnel to head in the direction the four were moving. Chapter 34. Mist in the woods. Song Qinghe and the others were unaware of the commotion caused by the wild man they encountered, and they continued to follow the route they had originally planned. Many things in the forest were unusable, and the compass occasionally malfunctioned. At this time, they had to rely on the direction of the vegetation's growth to determine their path. Sure, Ge, I didn't expect you to be able to identify the direction based on the growth of trees. You're really impressive. The others admired Ruansher's extensive knowledge. If I didn't have a few tricks up my sleeve, would I dare to bring you into the primeval forest? Ruansher chuckled, showing off a bit. Their main purpose this time was to venture into the primeval forest and show everyone the true world within Shenangjia. This place was well protected. Although many people came here for adventure, the strange trees, flowers, and peaks were exceptionally beautiful. It was as if this place was favored by the nature gods, with the ecological chain well preserved due to the rarity of human footprints. Shenangjia was a water-rich area, and the four chose to camp near water at night. After 2 days of exploration, they had ventured relatively deep into the forest. Unfortunately, it started to rain that night, and when it rained, the water level rose, making it unsuitable to set up tents on the ground. They managed to find a cave that could barely accommodate them. The so-called cave was actually just a large crevice in the rocks, just enough for the four of them to huddle together. The bad weather forced them to make do for the night. Ruansher wiped the water from his face, looking at the incessant rain with a frown. Encountering such rain in the primeval forest undoubtedly increased their difficulties. Not only was the path hard to navigate, but the direction was also more challenging to discern. The rain would wash away many signs, and many traces would disappear. This was the most troublesome part. The sky was already darkening, and with the rain, it became even gloomier. They couldn't even light a fire now. Let's try to change out of our wet clothes first. Getting sick here is no joke, Song Qinghe said, wringing out the water from her clothes. The rain had come down too quickly for them to prepare, and everyone was drenched, looking like drowned rats. Let's set up a simple barrier, and you can change first, Ruansher immediately agreed. And he and Gong Ran took out waterproof cloth from their bags to fix it outside, propping it up with mats. Hurry up. It'll be a hassle if someone really gets sick. Sister Yao Yao, hurry up. If it takes too long, the dampness will seep into your body. Song Qinghe urged as she took out a change of clothes and a towel from her bag, quickly drying herself off. Jiang Yao Yao also hurriedly took off her wet clothes and changed into dry ones, feeling much better immediately. Once the two of them had changed, they swapped places with Hua Xia and Gong Ran, urging them to change quickly as well. I brought ginger tea. We can use the self-heating pot to brew some. Let us each have a little to prevent getting sick. Song Qinghe remembered the ginger tea bags she had packed before leaving. Originally intended for the possibility of it being too cold in the forest, it was now just what they needed. Let us leave the waterproof ground cloth here. It can help block the wind tonight. Hua Xia finished changing and came out. Outside was completely dark, and the continuous rain made the sky oppressive, devoid of any light. This night was much scarier than the previous one. Jiang Yaoyao instinctively moved closer to Song Qinghe, holding on tightly. The darkness of the forest seemed like a monster ready to engulf them, finally revealing its terrifying claws. Qinghe, why don't you play a cheerful tune for everyone? It's a bit too scary right now, Hua Xia suggested, holding a softly glowing lamp as the distant forest swayed under the rain and wind, adding to their fear. Okay. Song Qinghe naturally had no reason to refuse. She took out her bamboo flute, and the cheerful sound, infused with her spiritual energy, surrounded the four of them. Jiang Yaoyao, who had been scared, gradually relaxed, while Gong Ran and Hua Xia sat quietly on the ground, listening to Song Qinghe play. The live stream had been turned off when they encountered the rain, and the last scene in the broadcast was one of chaotic running. Hua Xia hurriedly left a message. Shutting down the live stream. See you tomorrow. The viewers in the live stream were confused, rushing to leave comments below the official website, asking if the group was okay. However, the production team was also a bit anxious. The signal in the forest was already poor, and they were focused on stabilizing the live broadcast equipment, naturally neglecting other matters. Suddenly encountering heavy rain caused the live stream to shut down, and they couldn't contact them, leaving them unsure of the group's safety. Hurry up. Have you managed to contact them? The director of the production team was pacing anxiously. If something serious happened to them, not only would he lose his job, but the entire crew would also face consequences. We managed to contact them, director, but the signal in Shenangjia has always been poor. Fourth brother and the others have gone deeper into the forest, and the signal is intermittent. The staff were also scared. The sudden downpour had made the live stream signal unstable, not to mention other signals. We got through. Director, we made contact. Suddenly, a staff member shouted. The director of the production team was overjoyed and quickly took the call. Hua Xia, how are you guys doing? For now, we're okay. We found a place to shelter from the rain temporarily. We'll see what happens when the rain stops. That's good. Just keep an eye on it. If you feel it's about time, you can turn back. It will take time for you to return as well. All right. We'll walk for another day's journey and then turn back. I'll decide based on the actual situation. Okay, I trust you to handle it. Just be sure to stay safe. After hanging up the phone, the director of the production team finally sighed in relief and hurriedly had the staff post an update about the group's safety on the official Weibo account. The viewers calmed down upon seeing the production team's announcement of their safety, but the live stream was still off, and not seeing them kept them anxious. The rain in Shenangjia came and went quickly. In the middle of the night, it stopped. In the morning, Song Qinghe woke up, lifted the curtain, and saw a thin layer of mist floating in the woods outside. So beautiful! Her exclamation woke the other three. When the three stepped out and saw the scenery before them, they all gasped in amazement. We should show this scenery to the viewers in the live stream. The director said many people were worried about us yesterday, Hua Xia said, as he took out the live broadcast equipment to start it up. Sounds good. Song Qinghe squatted in front of the device, watching it slowly rise, relieved that the rain from yesterday hadn't damaged it. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream, eager to see if the group would appear today, were greeted with a stunning visual treat. Chapter 35, Gong Ge. You're not good enough. This young lady is a bit good-looking. Is she completely barefaced? This beauty is just amazing. I agree. The young lady is pretty, plays the instrument really well. I'm truly in love. Looks so beautiful. Oh my, this is like a heavenly paradise, isn't it? The beautiful scenery in the forest was ultimately transmitted to the live broadcast room through the live streaming equipment, making people forget many troubles. Sure, how about it? Should we challenge yesterday's body technique again today? Song Qinghe smiled and suggested while looking at Hua Xia. Sure, I felt much better after practicing yesterday. Hua Xia immediately responded, calling over Jiang Yaoyao and Gong Ran. You guys come along too. After practicing, you'll feel great all over. Today, all four of them were up, so they might as well do it together. Jiang Yaoyao and Gong Ran exchanged glances, although they were skeptical of Song Qinghe's body technique. They naturally couldn't spoil the fun, since Ronshur said so. Wow, has it started yet? The reason I came here is to see the young lady practice body techniques in person. I want to practice along. My mom watched that body technique, and after seeing it, she dragged me up early in the morning just to do a live stream and practice with the young lady. Hee. I'm also here to practice along. The comments in the live stream were lively, and at the Haiqing military base, Qi Wei had the live broadcast projected on a screen for everyone to see. Now, you all follow her practice as far as you can go with the movements. Start. At the command, although the soldiers in the base didn't understand what it meant, they still followed the orders and practiced along with Song Qinghe in the live stream. Lu Anren saw Song Qinghe's figure, his eyes flickered, and he began to meticulously follow her movements. In the Shenangjia primitive forest, Song Qinghe spoke in a calm tone, explaining the essentials of the movements one by one as she performed them. Jiang Yaoyao was doing a bit better. After all, girls tend to practice their physique to look good on camera, and she managed to keep up with the third movement. Gong Ran, on the other hand, was struggling. He had been live streaming continuously without breaks all year round, even working when sick, and his body wasn't as robust as an average person is. Adding to that was the extreme fatigue from these past few days in Shenangjia. He was actually just holding on. By the time they got to the second movement, he was already drenched in sweat and could hardly lift his arms. Gong Ran looked doubtfully at Ronshur, who was still persevering. Was the gap really that big? Moreover, he was even less fit than Jiang Yaoyao, who managed to complete 3 movements, while he only managed 2. At that moment, he deeply doubted himself, wondering if he was truly a physical weakling. The livestream room began to laugh. Gonggu, you're not doing well. Your face is pale after just the second movement. Gonggu, what has drained your energy? Laughing to death. Gonggu, you brag about being in great shape every day, see? You've been slapped in the face. Really, Gonggu, you're a man who is even less capable than Jiang Yaoyao. After completing the entire set of body techniques, Song Qinghe felt refreshed, as if something inside her had made a thud sound, and more warmth slowly enveloped her body. Host, congratulations, your body technique has reached level 1. The system in Song Qinghe's mind made a celebratory sound. Huh? Am I now level 1 in body techniques? Song Qinghe's face lit up with joy. Level 1 in body techniques meant she officially entered the ranks of body practitioners. Very good, keep up the good work. Once you reach level 3, you can exchange for true interstellar body techniques, and then you can practice continuously. The system was also happy for Song Qinghe. Since coming into contact with her, it felt that it had chosen a very good host. Her dedication to the live stream made it feel a strong sense of achievement. And even Lady Nua had praised it. Hee. Now I understand why Shi Ge has been encouraging us to practice with you. Jiang Yaoyao wiped the sweat from her forehead. Shi Ge knows very well that I'm not someone who likes to exercise much, yet he keeps urging me to practice along. After finishing this body technique, it truly feels great, like my whole body has been pushed to the extreme and then exceeded that limit. Song Qinghe smiled at Jiang Yaoyao, Sister Yaoyao. Didn't I say before? If you practice body techniques with me, I guarantee you won't have any health issues, and you'll be healthy. Now I know. Jiang Yaoyao laughed brightly. Starting tomorrow, I'll practice with you too and see if my health improves. Great. Song Qinghe readily agreed. She certainly had more say in the benefits of body techniques than others. She used to have some issues with cold hands and feet, but ever since she started practicing body techniques, her palms and soles were warm. The changes in her body were very obvious, especially after she leveled up to a level 1 body technician today. She could clearly feel that her strength had increased a bit. After the 4 finished their morning training, they began to pack up and continue moving forward. At the Haicheng military base, Qi Wei stood on a high platform watching the practicing soldiers. The ones doing the best were those led by Lu Anren, who completed the 8th movement following Song Qinghe. Many soldiers had stopped at the 6th movement. After completing 6 movements, they were sweating profusely and couldn't lift their arms. Lu Anren stopped at the 9th movement, unable to keep up halfway through. He couldn't lift his arms at all. This situation was unprecedented for him. However, after finishing this set of movements, he felt as if all his energy had been drained. But then, Warm currents began to circulate within his body, repeatedly flushing through his meridians. A look of astonishment flashed in Lu Anren's eyes. He now understood why Qi didn't say anything and let them practice along first. Because they would experience the best feeling after finishing the practice. Sure enough, many soldiers showed changes on their faces. They all felt their bodies being nourished. Very good. It seems you all understand what this body technique can bring you. Qi stood with his hands behind his back, seriously looking at the soldiers below. From today onward, practice daily until you master this body technique. In the future, everyone's training will include body technique training. After Qi made the arrangements, he waved at Lu Anren. Xiao Lu, I want to report this matter to higher-ups. Qi looked at the dispersed soldiers. I was transferred to Haiqing this year to be prepared for any eventuality. Now this body technique clearly has significant benefits for enhancing the soldier's combat power. I hope you can cooperate. Sir, please go ahead. Lu Anren stood up straight. Don't be nervous. Qi smiled. Originally, I hadn't figured out how to handle the credit for Xiao Song's last achievement. Now she has given us a big gift again. So everything I previously thought seems inappropriate. Chapter 36, finally seeing a living person when Comrade Xiao Song returns. You can bring her over and personally demonstrate for everyone, and then explain the details. Sure, in Shenangjia, these few people were completely unaffected by the outside world's disturbances. At this moment, Jiang Yaoyao felt like crying. She stood there too scared to move, only able to tremble and ask, "What should I do? Is it getting closer to me?" The other three looked at Jiang Yaoyao with nervous expressions. Sister Yaoyao, please don't move at all, Song Qinghe said, carefully gripping the stick in her hand and moving to the other side of Jiang Yaoyao. Above Jiang Yaoyao's head was a snake with a black back, red horizontal stripes on its body, and a brown belly with some small white spots scattered on it. The snake's head was arrow-shaped, and it was flicking its tongue above Jiang Yaoyao. Don't be afraid, we'll find a way. At this moment, Ruan Shi was highly alert, fearing that if Jiang Yaoyao lost her balance, the hanging snake would bite her directly. What kind of snake is this? Is it poisonous? Jiang Yaoyao's tears were about to spill. She was extremely scared. Her legs felt weak. In the live stream's bullet comments, people were going crazy. What should we do? Sister Yaoyao is in danger. This snake looks poisonous, right? Oh my, the primitive forest in Shenangjia is indeed very dangerous. What about the production team? Don't you have any safety measures? If the snake's venom is strong, there won't be enough time for treatment, and someone could die. At that moment, Jiang Yaoyao's manager also had a pale face, staring tightly at the live stream, almost crushing the phone in his hand. Director, can we guarantee Yaoyao's safety? The manager gritted his teeth, watching the thrilling scene in the live stream, his heart almost jumping out. If something went wrong, who would take responsibility? He regretted encouraging Jiang Yaoyao to take this show. When the invitation for this program was first sent out, Jiang Yaoyao had hesitated, but he saw the opportunities that lay ahead. Now, even though Jiang Yaoyao held the title of a national goddess, she could no longer advance further. If she seized this opportunity, it would truly be a leap forward. But he never expected that going out to record a show would also put her life in danger. If something happened to her, what use would fame be? The director of the production team was also in a hurry. If something went wrong with the guest, how could he escape responsibility? However, given the situation on site, he couldn't contact Ruan Shi. The only consolation was that their production team had a helicopter and doctors on standby. If something really happened, they might still be able to save her. A person's scientific explanation in the bullet comments quickly caught everyone's attention. The name was Shenangjia Snake Research Institute. This snake is called the white-headed viper, a very precious rare species, and is also quite rare in Shenangjia. It is highly venomous, but has a gentle temperament. Do not provoke it. Soon, this comment was repeatedly spammed, hoping that the people in the live stream would see it. Song Qinghe stared at the snake above Jiang Yaoyao's head, slowly reaching her hand out, afraid to startle the snake. Sister Yaoyao, hold my hand. Okay. Jiang Yaoyao, with a sobbing voice, tremblingly stretched out her right hand to grab Song Qinghe's. I will count to 3. When I say 3, I will pull you, and you run this way. Song Qinghe took a deep breath. They were completely racing against the snake. If they were too fast, even if the snake bit, it wouldn't catch them. If they were too slow, then it would be over. Are you ready, Sister Yaoyao? Song Qinghe held Jiang Yaoyao's hand tightly. I'm about to start counting. Wait, Jiang Yaoyao was on the verge of tears. Let me calm down. She swallowed hard. Okay. I'm ready. 1. Ruanshi and Gong Ran tightly gripped their branches, ready to quickly block in case the snake lunged down. 2. Song Qinghe focused intently on Jiang Yaoyao, silently encouraging her. 3. As soon as the word fell, Song Qinghe pulled hard, and Jiang Yaoyao, following the force, ran a few steps forward, perhaps startled by Jiang Yaoyao's sudden movement. The snake coiled on the branch was shocked and instinctively bit down, snapping onto the branch. Ruanshi quickly handed the branch up, saw the snake biting down, and shouted, "Run!" The livestream audience saw the 4 of them running away quickly. Although I know I shouldn't, I can't help but find it funny. What's going on? Yeah. I feel the same. Haha. But it's good that they're okay. They should hurry back. It's too dangerous here. Yes, we've seen the beauty of Shenangjia. But the danger is too high. I think we should go back. Similar comments started flooding the screen, as they were truly scared by today's scene. The production team also tried to contact Ruanshi to discuss the return journey. Ruanshi and the others discussed and agreed to turn back. They had ventured quite deep, and now was about time to head back. Furthermore, the little golden monkey that had been following them also needed to be taken to the wildlife rescue station. After discussing the remaining itinerary, they organized their belongings and started the return journey. Although it was called a return journey, they weren't following the same route. There were no clear paths in the forest. They could only estimate the general direction based on their position. After a week of live streaming during the last few days, they climbed mountains and crossed ridges with the audience. And when they finally saw the people at the wildlife rescue station, they were almost in tears, finally seeing a living person. Although the primitive forest was very quiet and suitable for cleansing the soul as social animals, humans still needed to return to human society as the right path. When a little golden monkey arrived at the rescue station, it clung tightly to Song Qinghe's arm and refused to let go, showing no regard for the staff's attempts. The staff tried to coax it with food for a long time, but it remained unmoved. In the end, it was only after Song Qinghe promised that she would definitely play a tune for it before leaving that it reluctantly released its grip. I always feel that Sister Qinghe speaks so gently. The way she comforts the little monkey is really patient. I also want someone to comfort me like that. The sister is really super nice. Yeah, I've totally become a fan of her now. She is not at all spoiled and gets along well with our sister Yao Yao. The bond between the 4 of them now feels like life and death camaraderie. It's really nice. 555, the little monkey is breaking my heart. It's so reluctant to part with them. It looks so forlorn. It's a pity that the little monkey is a rare species and can't be taken away. Otherwise, it would be nice if a sister adopted it. Let the animals return to the embrace of nature. That is their true home. Chapter 37. Back to Haicheng under the watchful eyes of the staff at the field rescue station. Song Qinghe played a tune, and the previously downcast Xiao Jin returned to his usual self. The staff at the rescue station had heard Song Qinghe play during the live broadcast before, but this was their first time hearing her perform live. They finally understood why Xiao Jin was so reluctant to leave. The experience of listening live was completely different from that of watching a broadcast. Listening in person, the energy felt was entirely different and much more direct. Not to mention Xiao Jin, even they, after just one live performance, didn't want her to leave. "Miss Song, come and play again sometime." The staff cheerfully called out as she was leaving. Song Qinghe smiled and bid farewell to each of them. "Haha, Qinghe is truly popular everywhere she goes," Ruanshi chuckled. He now appreciated this calm and polite girl who was always gentle. Song Qinghe had a calming ability that made people feel comfortable being around her. The entertainment industry is a fiercely competitive place for both men and women, although she wasn't exactly part of it. The fact that she had managed to earn respect from both Jiang Yaoyao and him was no small feat yet. Song Qinghe managed to do just that, which was impressive. After leaving the rescue station, all the live broadcasts were about to end. The 4 of them waved at the camera, promising to meet again next time. Once the camera was off, Jiang Yaoyao exaggeratedly said, "Oh my God, when I get back, I'm definitely going to take a long bath. I feel like I could shed a layer of skin. I miss my bed, my bed." Gong Ran said, spreading his arms to savor the long-lost feeling of freedom. The primeval forest was truly not a place for normal people. Generally, visiting the outer national forest geological parks would be sufficient unless one was a true adventure enthusiast. I heard from the director that the people from the Wildman Research Institute have gone to track the wildmen based on where we encountered them, Hua Xia said, looking down at a message from the director. Let us move a bit further. The crew is waiting for us outside. What are you two going to do next? Are you going back to Beijing or home? Hua Xia asked Song Qinghe and Gong Ran. They were the only ones not returning with the crew, which was headed back to Beijing. The two exchanged glances, and Gong Ran smiled. Let us go home. We haven't been back for a week, and there is so much to do. Because of participating in this program, he hadn't been to his live stream room for a week, and many advertisers have been waiting for him, so he indeed had a lot of work to catch up on. I'm going home too. After you get back, don't forget to practice your body techniques. Keep at it, and I believe when we meet next time, you'll definitely be in a different state. Song Qinghe reminded the group. Don't worry, I will definitely keep practicing. Jiang Yaoyao immediately raised her hand. She had been practicing for a few days and had already experienced the benefits of the body techniques, so she was quite enthusiastic about it. Of course, when we meet next time, you can check on us and see if we've made any progress. Hua Xia agreed happily. He understood the benefits of these techniques better than the others and found them easier to practice. He kindly reminded Song Qinghe, Qinghe, I think you should consider getting a body technique instructor certificate. That would be more beneficial for promoting these techniques. And having the endorsement of the National Sports Bureau would be even better. After spending a few days together, Hua Xia knew that Song Qinghe wanted to spread the body techniques through live streaming. However, their live stream was relatively niche, and it was unclear how popular it had become. Obtaining an instructor certificate would indeed add more credibility to her efforts. All right, I'll look into it when I get back. Thank you, sure go. If I have any questions, I'll ask you, Song Qinghe replied, finding Hua Xia's suggestion quite appealing. She was thinking about how to quickly promote this body technique, ideally making it widely known and practiced by everyone. Hua Xia's idea was indeed a feasible one. Unbeknownst to them, this set of body techniques had already caused a stir outside. Some people who had been practicing for a week went for a physical checkup and found that their health indicators had returned to normal, which was a delightful surprise. And they immediately began to spread the word. Moreover, this set of techniques had been reported to the state by Qi Wei, and the government was planning to promote it throughout the military. Song Qinghe, just emerging from the primeval forest of Shenangjia, was completely unaware of all this. She was still busy planning everything she wanted to do after returning home, thinking about how to step-by-step promote the interstellar techniques. The program staff was waiting not far from the field rescue station. When the four of them emerged, they quickly drove them straight to the airport. By the time Song Qinghe arrived in Haicheng, it was already evening. She declined her parents' and Xi Jingjing's request to pick her up and took a taxi home directly. After spending a few days in Shenangjia, she felt quite dirty. Once home, she took a full hour-long shower before feeling refreshed. After drying her hair halfway, Song Qinghe pulled out her phone, which had been nearly stagnant for a week. After getting her phone back from the staff when leaving Shenangjia, she had only managed to let her family and Xi Jingjing know she was safe without handling any other messages. As she scrolled through, she noticed many people had messaged her about her livestream. Her finger paused on Lu Anren's message. His avatar was a character for the word road, and he had sent just one message. Talk later when you're back. I have something to discuss with you. She thought for a moment. Aside from their mentor, there shouldn't be anything else between them. Could something have happened to their mentor? With a bad feeling, Song Qinghe quickly called him, fearing that something might have happened to their mentor. Hello, Mr. Lu. This is Song Qinghe. Did something happen to the teacher? She asked anxiously. During her days in Shenangjia, it was as if she had been cut off from the world. They had a satellite phone for communication with the production team. Don't worry, my grandpa is fine. I just need to discuss something with you. Lu Anren's voice was low and hoarse, which helped Song Qinghe calm down. Hearing that it wasn't about their mentor, she sighed in relief and regained her usual composure. What is it that you need to discuss, Mr. Lu? Are you home now? Lu Anren asked, seemingly off topic. Oh, yes. I'm already home. Song Qinghe replied honestly after a moment of surprise. Wait a moment. As Song Qinghe looked at the hung-up call, her brows knitted together. What did he mean by that? Not saying anything and just hanging up? Not understanding, she pushed the matter aside. It wasn't until she saw many messages asking her about the body techniques that she finally opened her eyes wide in realization. Countless messages tagging her were nearly overwhelming her back end. Chapter 38. A lonely man and a lonely woman. Song Qinghe stared blankly at her phone. What was going on? Why was she being bombarded with notifications? There were so many messages that her phone was lagging. After scrolling for a while, she discovered that the physical exercise had already spread widely online, and many people were still participating in the challenges, reporting their progress on various movements. Intrigued, she clicked on a few videos. Perhaps due to the live streaming, many people were practicing along, but their movements were not very standard. This set of exercises was easy for her now, and seeing so many people practicing made her happy. She set her phone on a stand and decided to film a detailed tutorial version. Each movement was already ingrained in her mind, and she spoke about it with ease. The video was soon recorded, and after some editing, she could upload it. Song Qinghe washed her face, which had become flushed from exercise. Before she could dry it, she heard the doorbell. Strange, who could be at her house so late? Just a moment, she called out, hurriedly exiting the bathroom and opening the door. Standing at the door was the tall and upright Lu Anren. Seeing that Song Qinghe opened the door without asking who it was, Lu Anren frowned slightly and glanced at her damp collar from washing her face. From his angle, he could clearly see the curves that were accentuated by the slightly open collar. Feeling a bit awkward, he shifted his gaze away and looked back into Song Qinghe's eyes. Before Song Qinghe could ask why Lu Anren had come, he spoke without reservation. It's late, and you're home alone. How could you just open the door without asking? What if it's a bad person? Do you know how high the chances of home invasions are in Haiqing? They specifically target single women like you. There are many bad people in this world. How can you be so careless? Song Qinghe stared at Lu Anren, feeling a bit dizzy. What was happening? Before she could even ask him why he had come to her house so late, he had already lectured her at length. She grasped the door handle, a bit miffed. Mr. Lu, what exactly did you come here for? Lu Anren, who had more to say, suddenly closed his mouth, looking somewhat embarrassed. Can I come in and talk? Mr. Lu, isn't that inappropriate? It's late, and I'm a girl. What if you're a bad person? Song Qinghe retorted sharply. Lu Anren was momentarily speechless, then couldn't help but chuckle. She really wasn't one to back down easily. The woman in front of him didn't seem as fragile as she appeared. Feeling a bit shy from his laughter, Song Qinghe pulled the door wider and stepped aside to let Lu Anren in. She didn't genuinely want to keep him out. She was just lightly resisting his earlier comments. She poured a glass of water and placed it in front of Lu Anren. Mr. Lu, please have some water. Just call me by my name, Lu Anren said, looking at her with deep black eyes. You're my grandfather's student, so we should be a bit closer. Song Qinghe paused, looking into Lu Anren's profound gaze before agreeing. Okay, Lu Anren, you could just call me by my name too. I came here to invite you to visit the Haiqing military district, Lu Anren said, picking up the cup and taking a sip. The water was slightly sweet. The military district? Song Qinghe exclaimed, confused about his meaning. Yes. General Qi has practiced the exercises you taught and believes they can be promoted in the military district. The relevant matters have been reported to the state. General Qi specifically asked me to invite you to demonstrate and explain the exercises personally. Lu Anren placed the cup back on the table. He truly hadn't expected that the seemingly gentle and beautiful girl he met at his grandfather's house would be like a surprise box, revealing something new each time. Sure, I can go anytime, Song Qinghe replied without hesitation. She was delighted at the prospect of promoting the exercises. If they could be implemented throughout the military, it would bring her one step closer to her goal. By the way, regarding the previous matter with the medication, General Qi said not to worry. Once the results of the exercises come out, he will help you secure a substantial reward. Song Qinghe smiled. I don't need any rewards. It's enough to see the country grow stronger. I'm truly happy that I can contribute to the country with what I've learned. Lu Anren could tell that Song Qinghe was sincere. She genuinely felt good about being able to contribute to the country. He smiled. Song Qinghe, you really are an unexpected person. Huh? Song Qinghe looked at him in confusion. Nothing. Lu Anren smiled slightly. Once we finalize the time, I will come to pick you up. How about this week? Song Qinghe suddenly realized. Next week, I still have to record show. I record every other week. So it's best to choose a time when I'm not recording. That's fine, Lu Anren nodded. Their schedules were quite flexible, and not having a set time was to report to the higher-ups, who would ultimately decide. However, confirming a time this week was still feasible, especially since they wanted to act quickly. They fell silent for a moment, and Song Qinghe was considering how to let him leave without being too obvious while still being polite. I'll take my leave now. Once the time is confirmed, I'll contact you, Lu Anren said, finishing the last sip of water and standing up. Song Qinghe sighed in relief. To be honest, she felt quite nervous being alone with a man. Although she was more relaxed around Lu Anren due to her mentor's connection, it was late, and with just the two of them, she still felt somewhat uneasy. Lu Anren held the doorknob and turned to look at her. Next time, remember to ask who it is before opening the door. Got it? Understood. Song Qinghe's face turned a bit red. She hadn't thought much of it at the time, and aside from her parents and Si Jingjing, no one else had visited her. However, Lu Anren was right. She had been too careless to open the door without checking first. Satisfied with her response, Lu Anren opened the door and left. He could clearly see Song Qinghe's discomfort. When she submitted the medication, the information had clearly stated her social situation, and it was obvious she didn't have complicated relationships with others, which meant she wouldn't suspect others maliciously. In some ways, Song Qinghe was indeed a relatively pure and simple person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so eager to contribute what she gained from the system to the country. Chapter 39. Have you finally figured out that you want to be my sister-in-law? Song Qinghe edited the complete video she recorded earlier. The video editing was something she and Si Jingjing learned together. At that time, they wanted to make their videos look more professional instead of just posting raw footage online. Both of them were students and didn't have extra money to pay for video editing services. It was Si Jingjing who suggested they learn it themselves, saying that not only would they save money on their own videos, but they could also take on editing work for others. So they began to study hard day and night. Eventually, Si Jingjing couldn't stand the tedious details anymore and felt defeated, saying that it was a meticulous job that deserved good pay. Song Qinghe knew that Si Jingjing's free-spirited nature made it impossible for her to focus on learning this skill. She had also struggled with learning traditional Chinese instruments. And if Song Qinghe hadn't been there to accompany her, Si Jingjing would have given up long ago. Even now, Si Jingjing rarely touched the instruments, engaging more with the traditional music circle in her capacity as a manager, becoming increasingly distant from Song Qinghe's level of expertise. Song Qinghe didn't learn video editing very deeply either, but she was competent enough to edit videos, add music, and insert text. After editing the video, she uploaded it to her social media account, labeling it as a complete follow-along version. I must say, there are still many night owls out there. This time, Song Qinghe's participation in the live stream, due to her martial arts skills, helped her gain a significant number of followers. Seeing the main person herself posting a follow-along video, everyone flocked to this post. Soon, the new follow-along video climbed to the trending topics. Although it didn't rank very high, it still garnered a lot of exposure. The sister is appearing without makeup again. I love her looks. So, if I practice martial arts, can I have a figure like the sister? Just in time, I can free up time today to see how far I can practice. After posting the video, Song Qinghe fell straight into bed to sleep. During the week in Shenangjia, she hadn't really rested well. She had only practiced martial arts, which kept her fatigue from feeling too overwhelming. She slept until it was bright outside, while past the usual time she would wake up. Following her routine, she started with warm-up exercises and practiced her mental strength. Previously, while recording the program outdoors, it hadn't been suitable for practice, but now that she was back, she hadn't regressed. Instead, she had improved a little, which made Song Qinghe quite happy. It seemed that her outdoor mental strength exercises in Shenangjia had paid off. The more she practiced activities related to mental strength, the stronger it became. Even without following virtual video exercises, she could still enhance her mental strength. After getting ready, Song Qinghe drove to the studio. This time, due to the program recording, the studio staff had ended their holiday early. Sister Qinghe, you're here. The receptionist greeted her warmly. Xiaolu, good morning. Song Qinghe smiled at Xiaolu. Has Jingjing arrived? Sister Jingjing will be here shortly. When she arrives, let her come find me. Song Qinghe said as she went into her office. This time, she wanted to promote the biological intelligence technology she had exchanged during the program as soon as possible. At the very least, when she heard Lu Anner mention that General Qi was helping her secure a bigger reward, she thought of how General Qi often had headaches. If she could promote this mental training method like martial arts, it might alleviate some of General Qi's headaches. She happened to know that the Xi family was involved in this field. Qinghe, are you looking for me? Xi Jingjing burst into the room energetically and plopped down in front of Song Qinghe, grabbing the freshly brewed water and gulping it down. Be careful, it's hot. Song Qinghe couldn't react in time and saw Xi Jingjing spit it out. What on earth is so hot? Song Qinghe, why are you drinking hot water on such a hot day? Xi Jingjing stuck out her tongue and fanned her mouth vigorously. You know that. Unless it's a special situation, I only have hot water here, Song Qinghe said helplessly, getting a cup of cold water to hand to Xi Jingjing. I forgot for a moment. Xi Jingjing drank the cold water in one go. Your performance in the program this time was really impressive. You've already made it onto the trending topics several times, and your followers have increased a lot. That check-in activity is going strong. It's quite effective. Xi Jingjing was all smiles. I didn't expect you to have this skill. Nice job, Song Qinghe. How many more secrets do you have that I don't know about? What secrets do I have that you don't know? Song Qinghe rolled her eyes at Xi Jingjing. I don't have any secrets. By the way, what did you want to talk to me about? After chatting for a while, Xi Jingjing finally remembered the main point. I remember your family is into VR gaming, right? Xi Jingjing nodded, yeah. It's my brother Hua's the tech nerd, always thinking about how to immerse people in virtual games. I think he has been too absorbed in online novels. He is getting a bit obsessed. Cough, cough. Song Qinghe lightly coughed. She was already used to Xi Jingjing's complaints about her brother. Since she met Xi Jingjing, she had heard her complain about various issues with him. However, it was undeniable that their relationship was quite good. Can you help me arrange a meeting with your brother? I have something I want to consult with him. Yesterday at home, Song Qinghe had already pulled out the detailed information on biological intelligence technology, which included a step-by-step tutorial. Unfortunately, she was completely lost and had no idea what it meant. She suddenly remembered Xi Jingjing's complaints about her brother. He had been tinkering with various games since college and started a gaming company after graduation, pouring all his energy into it. Wasn't this a perfect match? She had a ready-made resource, and besides, it wouldn't hurt to have her own brother-in-law treat this technology well. Even if Song Qinghe didn't understand it, she knew that this technology could bring revolutionary changes to the current gaming world. Xi Jingjing looked at Song Qinghe in surprise. Qinghe, have you figured out? Are you willing to be my sister-in-law now? Huh? Song Qinghe was both amused and helpless. No, I'm looking for your brother for something else. All right, I'll help you get in touch. Xi Jingjing was rather disappointed. Ever since she and Song Qinghe became best friends, she had been eager to matchmake her with her silly brother, though she felt her brother wasn't good enough for Song Qinghe. At least if Song Qinghe married into their family, she would definitely be the best sister-in-law in the world. Unfortunately, Song Qinghe had always refused, and she had tried many times to get them to meet without success. Now, that Song Qinghe was actually taking the initiative to meet her brother. Wasn't this a great opportunity? Chapter 40 Hope for Future Cooperation. Xi Jingjing immediately took out her phone and began to call her brother. Hey brother, the schedule for tonight is set. You can't refuse, you must attend on time. It's urgent. As soon as the call connected, Xi Jingjing bombarded him with a string of words. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a clear voice. Xi Jingjing, have you lost your mind? You're the one who's lost it. Your whole family has lost their minds. Are you stupid? Don't I have you in my family too? Xi Jingjing slapped her forehead. She was indeed annoyed by her brother, but they were family. No matter what, clear your schedule for tonight. Don't work overtime. I'll send you the time and location on your phone. If you dare to stand me up, I'll make sure Mom and Dad teach you a lesson. After saying this, Xi Jingjing hung up the phone with a snap. He done. Just go to the restaurant and find him tonight. Xi Jingjing smiled proudly at Song Qinghe. Song Qinghe opened her mouth, wanted to say that she originally planned to meet her brother at his company, but since Xi Jingjing had already booked the restaurant, she didn't want to argue and didn't need to arrange dinner specifically. Forget it. If this technology really gets discussed with Xi Jingjing's brother, there will definitely be more interactions, and it's only right to treat him to a meal. Qinghe, I've booked the dinner location for you. I'll send it to your phone. Have fun tonight. Si Jingjing blew a kiss to Song Qinghe, stood up happily, and walked out. Hey, aren't you coming with me tonight? Song Qinghe quickly called out to her. You should come with me tonight. I have an appointment. Si Jingjing blinked innocently. I have a date with my new boyfriend. Tonight is a hot night, darling. What are you worried about? If anything happens, just give me a call. Song Qinghe stared in disbelief as Si Jingjing swayed her hips out the door, unable to help but facepalm at this unreliable woman. Nevertheless, Song Qinghe still arrived on time for the appointment in the evening. The waiter led her to the private room, where a guest had already arrived. Shall we start serving the dishes? Yes, Si Jingjing has already thoughtfully ordered everything. Thank you. Song Qinghe nodded to the waiter as she entered the private room. The person looking at his phone in the room looked up. Miss Song, hello, I am Sinan, Si Jingjing's brother. Sinan resembled Si Jingjing in some facial features, but was more handsome, with a gentler demeanor, completely different from Si Jingjing's loud personality. Hello, Mr. Si. Song Qinghe smiled at Sinan and sat down across from him. No need to be so formal. Before I came, Jingjing specifically told me that you are her closest friend. Sinan smiled warmly as he poured water into Song Qinghe's cup. Song Qinghe felt a bit embarrassed. We have a pretty good relationship. I'll call you big brother just like Jingjing does. Song Qinghe paused. Actually, I had Jingjing arrange this meeting to ask you about some game-related matters. Game? Sinan was taken aback. Are you interested in games? Song Qinghe slightly pursed her lips. I heard Jingjing say that you have been thinking of ways to develop virtual games? Yes, Sinan nodded. I've been working on virtual games for the past few years. May I ask what effects virtual games can achieve? Actually, Song Qinghe felt it was inappropriate to ask such a commercial secret, especially since it was their first meeting. But she really didn't have time to take it slow. She wanted to quickly bring the biological intelligence technology to market and test the controllability of mental training. Sinan, however, was not displeased by Song Qinghe's question and spoke candidly. Currently, the best we can achieve is something like VR. To truly immerse people in a virtual game, we must rely on brainwaves, and our research has almost hit a bottleneck. I have some materials here. Song Qinghe took out the biological intelligence technology from her bag. Why don't you take a look? Can you achieve this with your capabilities? Sinan curiously took the document from Song Qinghe's hand. As soon as he looked at the first page, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, completely absorbed. The document was thick because it was very detailed. Song Qinghe understood that when encountering something one likes, one can be wholly invested, so she didn't disturb him. Quietly sipping her tea, the waiter entered and served the dishes. Sinan became excited, seeing the key point, and couldn't help but slap the table. So that's how it is. No wonder we couldn't tackle this problem. It turns out to be like this. Sinan stood up, happily pacing back and forth. He suddenly closed the document and looked at Song Qinghe with shining eyes. Qinghe, would you be willing to sell me this document? You can name your price. Song Qinghe couldn't help but smile, pointing to the seat across from her. Mr. Si, please sit down first. Realizing he had lost his composure, Sinan returned to his gentle demeanor, but his gaze at Song Qinghe was still fervent. I can give this document to you, big brother Si. Song Qinghe looked at Sinan's incredulous expression. As long as you can successfully develop this technology, use it to help me create a game. Just like that. Sinan couldn't believe how simple Song Qinghe's request was. Does she understand the value of this document she holds? This is like a hen that lays golden eggs, capable of producing endlessly. Yes, as long as you can agree to my request, I can hand over this document to you. Song Qinghe nodded firmly. Sinan had calmed down, looking at Song Qinghe with sparkling eyes. Come to my company tomorrow. I'll have a contract ready for you. Okay. Song Qinghe knew Sinan had agreed and happily responded. Then let this dinner be a celebration of our pleasant cooperation. Sinan couldn't help but smile, putting the document aside, and accompanied Song Qinghe for a nice meal. Sinan was indeed a very easygoing person. He absolutely wouldn't let the atmosphere at the dining table be awkward for more than a minute, naturally caring about the emotions of his dining partner and bringing up topics. After the meal, Song Qinghe felt quite satisfied. It wasn't as awkward as she had imagined. It felt as natural as being with family. Song Qinghe even doubted if it was because Si Jingjing always complained about her brother in front of her that made her not feel so unfamiliar with Sinan. I often heard Jingjing mention you, but never had the chance to meet. Sinan smiled. raising his glass. Since I drove today, I'll use tea instead of wine. Hoping we can interact more in the future. Big Brother C, don't worry. Once your technology is developed, I will definitely come to bother you more. Song Qinghe clinked glasses with Sinan, smiling warmly, looking forward to your good news. Chapter 41, The Elevator Dilemma. The next day, Song Qinghe went to the Sinan company with Si Jingjing, under the pretext of witnessing a historic moment. Well, look at you, Song Qinghe, quietly carrying out something major behind my back. Si Jingjing stepped on the gas and sped along. I asked why you invited my brother, thinking you had finally come to your senses, but it turns out, Si Jingjing shook her head in disbelief, really not knowing what to say to you. You've wasted my concern for you. What do you mean, come to my senses? Song Qinghe couldn't help but argue. I told you I had business with your brother. When have you ever seen me invite a man to dinner without reason? How else would I think you had come to your senses? It's not easy to invite a man, and yet it's for work. I'm really impressed with you. Si Jingjing rolled her eyes at Song Qinghe, feeling exasperated. You seem to have a lot of strange things going on lately. Si Jingjing muttered, but whatever, I'll help you check the contract later. If my brother really wants to give you the money, just wait and see how I'll deal with him. Song Qinghe was both amused and exasperated. This is why it's said that the ones who know you best might not be your parents, but your crazy best friends. I don't want it, and besides, this technological investment is definitely a huge sum of money. I just want to enjoy the fruits of labor. I already feel embarrassed. You're like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. What do you call a capitalist's money? Si Jingjing scolded. You have to quickly take advantage of the opportunity to reap some benefits. What a waste it would be to miss such a good chance. If your brother hears you say that, won't he hit you? He dares. Even brothers keep accounts clear if you really were my sister-in-law. I'd also advise you to keep track of the money. You can't spoil men, you feel sorry for him, but in the end, you're the one who ends up suffering. Si Jingjing imparted her wisdom to Song Qinghe. So remember, when it comes to men, don't feel sorry for them. It's more important to feel sorry for yourself. That's a sister's hard truth. All right, I will definitely listen to you. Song Qinghe hurriedly appeased her. After all, she didn't have a boyfriend, so whatever Si Jingjing said went. Si Jingjing parked the car, linked arms with Song Qinghe, and headed straight for the express elevator. You say my brother's company had to choose such a tall building, saying that only by aiming high can one have a broad vision. Si Jingjing complained this high up. If the elevator breaks down, climbing the stairs would kill him. Ugh, you crow's mouth. Song Qinghe gave Si Jingjing a light slap. Si Jingjing stuck out her tongue. She just had a habit of mocking her brother, not that she genuinely wished for the elevator to break down. Clunk, the elevator shook slightly. Both of them froze, their expressions changing. No way. I was just joking. Si Jingjing's face turned pale, and I didn't say it would break down while I was coming. Song Qinghe grasped the railing in the elevator, her breathing quickening, pressing the emergency signal. Soon, there was a staff member's voice in the elevator reassuring them. Hello? Is there a malfunction with the elevator? Yes, there are 2 of us trapped on the 10th floor. Si Jingjing quickly responded upon hearing the voice. Miss, don't panic. Our maintenance personnel will be there immediately. Are you both injured? No. Si Jingjing glanced back at Song Qinghe, noticing her complexion was a bit pale. Qinghe, are you okay? Song Qinghe didn't answer. Her ears began to ring. Si Jingjing's voice seemed faint and distant to her. Seeing Song Qinghe's increasingly rapid breathing, Si Jingjing anxiously grabbed her arm, startled to find it ice cold. No, my friend is now breathing rapidly and feeling cold all over. Hurry. Si Jingjing was almost in tears. How could she not know that Song Qinghe had this problem? The elevator shook again, the lights above flickered and went out, plunging the entire elevator into darkness. Miss, don't panic. You must not panic. Hold on to the handrails in the elevator. Our maintenance personnel are on their way. Hold on. Si Jingjing held on to Song Qinghe's increasingly cold body, bursting into tears. Qinghe, don't be afraid. We'll get out soon. A phone rang out in the dark. Si Jingjing trembled as she fumbled for her phone. Just now, the elevator had jolted violently, and both their phones had fallen to the ground, making it impossible to tell which was which. But at this time, the caller must be her brother, since they had texted him when they arrived downstairs, and according to her brother's habit, he would definitely be waiting at the elevator entrance. It must be her brother calling to confirm why the 2 hadn't arrived yet. Brother, Qinghe and I are trapped in the elevator. Qinghe's condition isn't good. What should we do? Which elevator? In her panic, Xi Jingjing didn't even notice the voice sounded off, crying and sniffling. She said, which one could it be? The elevator at your company. You insisted on moving the company to specific address. Only then did Xi Jingjing realize something was wrong, but the voice on the other end was too fierce, causing her to instinctively respond. Jinmao Tower. The call was cut off, and Xi Jingjing then realized she had answered Song Qinghe's call. Immediately after, her phone rang again, and this time she saw clearly it was her brother's number. Brother. Xi Jingjing had just started to speak when her brother's urgent voice interrupted her. Jingjing, I received news that you're trapped in the elevator. Don't be afraid, squat down, hold on tight to something, be careful of the secondary drop of the elevator. Brother, I'm fine. But Qinghe's condition is a bit bad. Xi Jingjing looked at Song Qinghe, who was breathing more rapidly in her arms, terrified. What should we do? What should we do? She asked, breathing rapidly and feeling cold all over. What should I do, brother? Xi Nan was taken aback, forcing himself to calm down. Okay. Jingjing, see if you can play some music she likes. It might help her calm down a bit. Music? Xi Nan's suggestion reminded Xi Jingjing, right? Earlier when Song Qinghe was live streaming, she played a piece, and Xi Jingjing had specifically saved a segment because it made her feel much better when she listened to it. Yes, brother, I want to talk to you. I'm looking for that piece of music now. Xi Jingjing hung up the phone, frantically opened her music player on her phone. The melodious sound of the bamboo flute played from the phone, and as the music filled the air, Song Qinghe's breathing gradually returned to normal. Although it was still a bit faster than usual, it was no longer as frightening as before. Qinghe, thank goodness, you almost scared me to death. Seeing Song Qinghe improving, Xi Jingjing finally felt her racing heart slow down. Song Qinghe leaned against Xi Jingjing's embrace. Her rapid breathing had slowed. The ringing in her ears gradually faded, but her fingers were still trembling slightly. Chapter 42, He must be interested in you, miss. Are you all right? The urgent voice of the staff came through the elevator's emergency call horn. We are trying to find a way. Please don't panic. Please hurry. My friend is unwell. Xi Jingjing saw that although Song Qinghe's breathing was gradually calming down, her eyes were still tightly shut, and her palms remained cold, making her heart twist with worry. Okay, miss, we've called an ambulance. As soon as you get out, there will be medical personnel ready. Hearing that medical personnel were on their way, Xi Jingjing finally relaxed a bit and could only pray for the elevator to open quickly. Time felt exceptionally long while waiting. Xi Jingjing felt as if a century had passed before hearing sound from outside the elevator. The melodious music was interrupted by the creaking sounds of prying the door and the machinery operating. Song Qinghe struggled to open her eyes, but her heart was racing. She wanted to sit up but found her entire body limp. Everything looked blurry to her. She only felt the elevator doors being pried open. The elevator they were in was stuck halfway to the 10th floor, barely allowing one person to crawl inside. Song Qinghe. Song Qinghe. She felt someone calling her name near her ear, and then it was as if someone picked her up. Her head spun, and her consciousness finally faded away. When Song Qinghe opened her eyes again, she saw a white ceiling and smelled the scent of disinfectant. It seemed she was in a hospital. She turned her head and saw Lu Anren sitting in a chair by the hospital bed, resting with her eyes closed. Surprised, she opened her mouth. How did Lu Anren end up here? As if sensing the change in Song Qinghe's breathing, Lu Anren opened her eyes, her gaze landing on Song Qinghe. You're awake. Lu Anren reached out to raise her bed and poured her a cup of warm water. Thank you. Song Qinghe held the water and took a small sip. How did you end up here? I called you today to discuss the time for going to the military district, but then I found out you were stuck in the elevator. Lu Anren gazed intently at Song Qinghe. Are you feeling any discomfort now? Much better. Song Qinghe smiled weakly at Lu Anren. Actually, I usually don't have any issues. I just thought I could endure it since the elevator usually arrives quickly. I was mainly scared of situations like today, which was a bit too much. Song Qinghe explained a little, but didn't go into detail. This was her personal matter, and being able to share this much with Lu Anren was already a rare exception. The main reason was that as soon as she woke up and saw Lu Anren, she wanted to say a few words to him, slightly venting her helplessness and fear from being in the elevator, and it really made her feel much better. By the way, Did you confirm the time for the military district? Song Qinghe recalled what Lu Anren had said earlier. Yes, Lu Anren nodded but hesitated a bit. Are you feeling okay now? I should report to the leader and arrange for the next opportunity. It's fine. Just take a rest today, and there won't be any problems. Song Qinghe knew her own situation. It was mainly a psychological issue, and physically, she was actually fine. What day is it scheduled for? Lu Anren looked deeply at Song Qinghe. It's scheduled for the day after tomorrow in the morning. Sure, no problem, Song Qinghe nodded. She would definitely be full of energy by then. Seeing Song Qinghe so determined, Lu Anren didn't say anything more and stood up. The corner of her clothing was pulled by Xingran. Where are you going? Song Qinghe's eyes were slightly red, still carrying an unknown fear. In fact, she hadn't fully recovered from the emotions of the elevator incident. While she was speaking with Lu Anren earlier, she had been forcing herself to calm down. Now, seeing Lu Anren stand up, she instinctively grabbed his clothing, afraid he would leave. Lu Anren's gaze fell on the small white hand that was holding onto his clothing. The fingers, perhaps due to the force, were a bit pale. Suddenly, he felt a pang of heartache for this girl who was trying to appear strong. She looked fine and talked as if nothing was wrong, but inside, she was still scared. Seeing Lu Anren staring at her hand, Song Qinghe blushed and withdrew her hand. I'll peel you an apple, Lu Anren explained. Neither of them mentioned the earlier incident, but the atmosphere was completely different now. Si Jingjing pushed the door open and saw Song Qinghe taking small bites of the apple, the atmosphere in the room feeling oddly strange. Hearing the door open, both of them looked toward the entrance. Qinghe, you're awake? Are you okay? You scare me to death, Si Jingjing exclaimed joyfully, looking at Song Qinghe, followed by Si Nan, as they entered the ward. I'm Fine. Song Qinghe smiled gently at Si Jingjing. Don't worry. If something really happened while you're going to find my brother, I would never forgive myself. Si Jingjing grabbed Song Qinghe's hand, her eyes slightly red. Song Qinghe couldn't help but laugh. What does this have to do with you? Besides, I was with you today. If it weren't for you, I might have fainted in the elevator and wouldn't have been able to hold on until someone came to rescue me. Thanks to that piece you played earlier. Luckily, I smartly recorded it, thinking of posting it on your social media. Si Jingjing still felt a bit of lingering fear. Qinghe, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to go through such an ordeal. Sinan's face was full of regret when he heard the elevator malfunctioned, but his sister and Song Qinghe, who were supposed to be on the third floor, hadn't arrived yet. He had a bad premonition. Originally, he wanted Song Qinghe to come to the company to sign the contract today and introduce her to some company matters, but who knew such a thing would happen? If something really went wrong, he didn't know how to face his sister. Brother C, this has nothing to do with you. It's not like you wanted the elevator to break. Song Qinghe comforted him. It's just a pity that we can't discuss the matter today. That's not urgent. It's fine to delay a few days. Sinan was itching to get that contract signed, but also knew Song Qinghe was unwell, so a day or two didn't matter. Jingjing, Song Qinghe winked at Si Jingjing, help me sit up. Si Jingjing was about to move when she saw someone beat her to it, half-hugging Song Qinghe and helping her put on her shoes. She was a bit dumbfounded, seeing the man in front of her acting naturally and swiftly, raising an eyebrow at Song Qinghe. Song Qinghe's face turned a little red. She had been startled by Lu Anren earlier. She felt a bit of urgency to go to the bathroom, but had been embarrassed to say so. Now that Si Jingjing was here, it was just right for her to accompany her. However, she didn't expect Lu Anren to react so quickly and already help her put on her shoes. Her toes curled uncomfortably in the slippers, and she tugged at the still-standing Si Jingjing, pointing towards the bathroom. Chapter 43, She Won't Be the Third, will Si Jingjing immediately understood and helped Song Qinghe to the bathroom, slamming the door shut with a bang, blocking the two men outside. What's going on, Song Qinghe? Si Jingjing's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Wasn't that the handsome guy we met at Madame Mo's earlier? What did you two get together? Not all. Don't talk nonsense, Song Qinghe retorted, her face turning red. I said when he was hugging you in the elevator earlier, he looked familiar. And sure enough, it was him, Si Jingjing said with a face full of realization. The elevator? Song Qinghe was taken aback. He went to the elevator? At first, she thought he had called because he knew she had an accident in the elevator, so he came to the hospital to check on her. She didn't expect him to go directly to the elevator. Yeah, he was the first one to jump down and carry you away. It really startled me, Si Jingjing said, scrunching her nose. If there hadn't been so many people at the elevator door, I would have thought there was a robber. Of course, she wouldn't admit that she was frightened by the man's cold demeanor, which made her foolishly let him carry Song Qinghe away. Such an embarrassing thing should be buried deep in her heart. Song Qinghe felt an indescribable sensation in her heart, Xi Jingjing's words crashing over her like a huge wave. She bit her lip lightly, confusion flashing in her eyes. Why did Lu Anren do that? When did you two get together? Xi Jingjing nudged Song Qinghe playfully. That's impressive. I was worried you'd be alone forever, and it turns out you were silently making big moves. Oh, my brother really has no luck. Xi Jingjing shrugged. Her brother just wasn't fated to win the heart of a beauty, and she couldn't blame him. No, Song Qinghe paused. He's my mentor's grandson. That's how we know each other. Wow, you actually have that connection? Xi Jingjing widened her eyes. How come I've never heard you mention such a gem before? I only ran into him at my mentor's house after this tour. I haven't really kept in touch otherwise, Song Qinghe answered honestly. She felt she was speaking the truth. But to Xi Jingjing's ears, it sounded different. Xi Jingjing placed her hands on Song Qinghe's shoulders, looking unusually serious. Qinghe, trust me. Based on my experience in the Sea of Flowers, this guy definitely has feelings for you. Don't say random things. Song Qinghe was startled, feeling a bit guilty, and quickly covered Xi Jingjing's mouth. If someone outside heard this, who knows what they would think of her? Would they believe she was just a lovesick fool who thought every man liked her? Xi Jingjing's eyes brightened, full of certainty as she pulled Song Qinghe's hand down. Trust me, I've seen more men than you've eaten salt, and with how that guy acted, if he doesn't have feelings for you, I'd be willing to have my head chopped off and used as a ball to kick. That's not necessary. Song Qinghe's mouth twitched. But Xi Jingjing indeed had more experience with men than she did. Could it really be, as she said, that Lu Anren was interested in her? She quickly shook her head. She was getting carried away, following Xi Jingjing's line of thought. Song Qinghe hurriedly splashed her face with cold water. The woman in the mirror had flushed cheeks. Let's go out. It's not good to keep them waiting outside. Song Qinghe nudged Xi Jingjing. Xi Jingjing looked at Song Qinghe meaningfully and said nothing more. Her good friend had always been slow to catch on, so selfless that she felt she could become a nun. She didn't expect to see her show a hint of romantic interest today. Perhaps Song Qinghe herself wasn't aware that she had a slightly different feeling toward Lu Anren. If it were before, if any man pursued her, she wouldn't just say it out loud. Even a slight hint would scare her away. But today, after Xi Jingjing had been so clear about it, she didn't feel that way. She was just afraid of causing a misunderstanding with Lu Anren and thought she was being too superficial. Xi Jingjing, who understood her best friend deeply, felt that this time, perhaps the iron tree really would bloom. She just felt a bit sorry for her brother. She genuinely wanted Song Qinghe to be her sister-in-law. It would be great to be a family forever. However, as a best friend, if Song Qinghe truly found her happiness, she could accept that too. When the two of them came out of the bathroom, they found Lu Anren and Si Nan in an awkward silence, the atmosphere very tense. When they saw the two come out, Si Nan stood up and smiled gently at Song Qinghe. You should rest well. Don't rush about the contract. Contact me once you're better. I'll bring the contract to you. Okay, thank you, Brother Si. Song Qinghe smiled apologetically at Si Nan. She had gone to happily sign the contract, but this incident had occurred instead. I'll take my leave then. There are still matters at the company, Si Nan said as he prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Song Qinghe took out the materials for the biological intelligence technology from her bag and handed them to Si Nan. Brother Si, there's no rush on the contract. You can take this material for research first. I also hope that you can implement this technology as soon as possible. Si Nan looked at Song Qinghe deeply, nodding seriously. Don't worry, we will definitely do our best. Qinghe, I'm leaving with my brother now. Call me if there's anything. Xi Jingjing winked at Song Qinghe, determined not to be the third wheel for such a good opportunity. She wouldn't do such an oblivious thing. After saying that, Xi Jingjing hurriedly pulled Si Nan away, leaving Song Qinghe with a face full of black lines. This Xi Jingjing really. You should lie down and rest. Lu Anren helped Song Qinghe sit on the bed, propping her up against the pillow. Song Qinghe's upper body was almost leaning against Lu Anren. She could even smell the clean scent of soap on him. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? Lu Anren asked calmly, sitting beside Song Qinghe. No need. Song Qinghe touched her slightly reddened ears. Don't you have to go back to the army? I took a leave of absence when I came out. Oh. Song Qinghe felt a bit dizzy. She thought Xi Jingjing's earlier words had affected her, making her unsure how to interact with Lu Anren. Actually, I should be fine here now. Can I be discharged? Song Qinghe felt she had overreacted to the elevator incident. She believed if she had calmed down at the time, it wouldn't have been a big deal. It was just that the bad memories rushed back at that moment, overwhelming her with terrifying recollections, which made her react so strongly. She wasn't injured. She just felt a bit mentally drained. Once she returned home and took care of herself, it should be fine. No. The doctor said you need to be observed a bit longer. Lu Anren rejected Song Qinghe's suggestion. Song Qinghe widened her eyes. But I want to go home. I don't like being in the hospital. The lingering tone in her voice made Lu Anren's heart tremble slightly. Chapter 44. The Unlocked Memories. Lu Anren coughed lightly. Then I'll go find a doctor to ask. Saying this, Lu Anren opened the door of the hospital room and stepped out. For some reason, Song Qinghe felt that his back looked a bit flustered. The doctor came in with Lu Anren. After a brief examination, he nodded, indicating that she could go home and observe for a while. If she felt unwell, she could return to the hospital. All right. Song Qinghe obediently nodded, and upon hearing that she could go home, her eyes sparkled with joy. Compared to the hospital, she preferred her home. Lu Anren drove Song Qinghe downstairs. The sky was getting darker, and the sun had turned a reddish-orange, resembling a duck egg yolk sinking at the horizon. Thank you for today. Song Qinghe smiled at Lu Anren. I'll head back now. The day after tomorrow, you can come to pick me up to go to the military district. Lu Anren responded in a low voice, but when Song Qinghe opened the car door, he followed her out. I'll walk you up. Lu Anren explained as he noticed Song Qinghe's surprised expression. Actually, I can manage by myself. Song Qinghe felt a bit guilty for taking up so much of Lu Anren's time today. Let us go. Lu Anren didn't say much more and led the way towards the elevator. Song Qinghe had no choice but to follow. Although she lived in a small high-rise, she was on the 7th floor, and the elevator reached her floor in a matter of seconds. At the door, Song Qinghe hesitated, wondering if she should invite him in. Since he was already at the door, it would be rude not to say anything. Come in, I'll be right back. Lu Anren interrupted Song Qinghe's thoughts. Song Qinghe opened the door. Do you want to come in for a bit? I'm not going in. I have to check out soon. Lu Anren glanced at his watch. I'll come to pick you up the day after tomorrow. Okay. Song Qinghe quickly nodded, feeling that she had delayed him too long. She should have just taken a taxi back. If you're scared in the elevator, call me. Lu Anren reminded her before turning to leave. Song Qinghe stood at the door for a moment, then realized that Lu Anren had walked her all the way home because he was worried she might be scared in the elevator. She smiled silently and then closed the door. Turning on all the lights, Song Qinghe took out her sun, set up her phone, and sat cross-legged on the living room carpet. The sound of the sun was deep and ethereal, gradually spreading her mental energy. Song Qinghe felt her previously tense mind slowly calm down with the music. Today, in the elevator, thanks to Xi Jingjing's clever idea of playing music for herself. Although it wasn't as soothing as listening to live music, it was much better than ordinary music. Inspired by Xi Jingjing, Song Qinghe recorded a complete song aimed at releasing mental energy and providing comfort. She hoped that those who heard the song could find a different sense of hope and feeling if they encountered any bad situations. After uploading the song, she specifically sent it to Mrs. Mo, asking her to forward it to General Chi Wei. Although it wouldn't have the same effect as her live performance, it was still better than nothing for him. Mrs. Mo replied quickly, not being polite with Song Qinghe, and after a few pleasantries, she forwarded the piece. Just as Song Qinghe was about to put down her phone, she received a message. I ordered you some porridge. The delivery person should be arriving shortly. Make sure to ask before opening the door. Song Qinghe was stunned for a moment. It was Lu Anren, who was still thinking about what she would eat for dinner. The doorbell rang soon after. After confirming, Song Qinghe opened the door and received the porridge. Lu Anren had ordered corn and yam porridge. When you're scared, eating something sweet will calm you down a lot. Song Qinghe looked down at Lu Anren's message and silently opened the lid of the food container. The porridge was thick, and after tasting a spoonful, she felt it was sweet, perhaps due to her emotional state. Rarely, she finished the entire bowl of porridge. Thank you, it's very delicious. I've finished it all. She even raised the bowl to show the empty bottom and snapped a photo to send to Lu Anren. When Lu Anren received the message, he had just finished his duty and was standing beside the political commissar, who noticed a photo of the smiling Song Qinghe. "Hey, Xiao Lu, is this your girlfriend?" "She's really pretty." Lu Anren turned off his phone screen, his expression unreadable. "It's nothing. I'll head back first." All right. I want to delay your romantic exchange with your girlfriend," the political commissar teased with a smirk. After returning to his dorm, Lu Anren took out his phone again. Looking at the photo of Song Qinghe smiling brightly, his lips curling into a smile. So well behaved. After showering, Song Qinghe saw Lu Anren's reply, and her face turned red. This man, covering her slightly flushed face. She tossed her phone aside and pulled the blanket over herself to sleep. Before she knew it, she had fallen asleep. While sleeping, Song Qinghe dreamed of memories she hadn't opened in a long time. Those memories seemed to have triggered a switch due to today's events, flooding back one after another. On a long street, Song Qinghe was running desperately, her heavy breathing causing pain in her heart and respiratory system. She knew that if she could reach the end of the street, there was a small alley where she could hide in a box and cover her presence. As long as she hid there, she could escape the pursuit of those behind her. She had experienced this situation many times before, running this road countless times. Familiar enough to know exactly where the stones were cracked and where the bricks were chipped. The alley ahead was glowing, and she dashed into it, skillfully hiding in a box. The box was airtight and small, but it was safe. If it weren't for her practice in dance, her flexible body wouldn't have allowed her to fold herself inside. Thus, those pursuing her never expected that someone could be hiding in such a small box. So they naturally went after other places. She could even clearly hear their curses fading into the distance, knowing the world had quieted down. However, her heart was racing too fast. Each time she hid in the box, her strength would dissipate. She would remain hidden for a long time before someone discovered her. This experience left her with the issue that she couldn't stay in small, dark places. The elevator was actually that kind of environment, but when it was functioning, it was bright and fast, and she wouldn't have to stay in it for too long. It was rare for the elevator to malfunction. But this time seemed a bit different. She had barely hidden for a short while when she heard footsteps and someone opened the box. The light from the alley was too glaring. She could only see the tall figure of the person, but their face was blurry. He said, "Song Qinghe, don't be afraid." Chapter 45. Visit to the military region. Song Qinghe woke up feeling a bit lost and melancholic. This time she woke up more gently than before. In the past, every time she had such a dream filled with memories, her emotions would be very intense, and it would take her a long time to calm down. She got up and turned off the light that had been on all night. This had become a habit since that incident, sleeping with the light on. She could no longer walk alone in the dark. She had to go to a well-lit place. After practicing her physical skills and mental strength, she opened her phone. In the group chat that 4 people had created last time, it was lively with conversation. The recording location for next week has been confirmed. The director said the response from last time in Shenanggeo was quite good, so this time we will take everyone to see the Terracotta Army. Cien, there are so many delicious foods there. Can we finally eat real food this time? What are you talking about? Wasn't the food we ate last time real food? Is it the same? I want to eat steaming hot food, not something boiled in a pot. It just feels like something is missing. There are really too many delicious foods in Cien. Brother Sure, Sister Yao, when you arrive in Cien, I'll treat you to authentic Cien cuisine. Isn't your focus a bit misplaced? The Terracotta Army, think about how to manage that. Oh, by the way, where's Qinghe? Why hasn't she said anything for a long time? Seeing that Ruan Sure mentioned her in the group, Song Qinghe replied, just finished exercising. I feel ashamed to say that I've been so busy these past few days that I haven't been able to exercise. Gong Ren quietly wiped his sweat. Ever since he returned, he had been very busy, with daily sleep not exceeding 4 hours, so naturally, he and T had time to practice. I'm still doing well, Qinghe. I've been very diligent, practicing every day without fail. I can now do the 5th movement. Jiang Yaoyao was very proud, laughing with her hands on her hips. Not only do I practice myself, but I also drag my wife along. She has really come to love this physical technique. She says after practicing, she feels that her body has improved in every way. Ruan Sure's wife is also in the system, and is in the same circle as Hua Xia. At first, she didn't think much of this physical technique that had gone viral, but since her husband praised it, she started practicing it too. After trying it, she was amazed and discarded the other exercises she had practiced, focusing solely on the technique taught by Song Qinghe, and naturally became one of Song Qinghe's little fans. This physical technique really optimizes your body a lot, so keep it up. Song Qinghe encouraged. Brother Sure, are we going to see in for the recording next week? Yes, you should be receiving the notifications soon. I got the news first. Xian? A glimmer of light flashed in Song Qinghe's eyes. When mentioning Xian, everyone's first thought was the Terracotta Army. The ancient tombs of Xian are too famous, but this is a great opportunity to let everyone appreciate the history of Hua Xia. The doorbell rang. Song Qinghe picked up her bag and opened the door to find Lu Anren standing there. I'm ready, let's go. Song Qinghe smiled at Lu Anren and closed the door behind her. Have you eaten breakfast? Lu Anren pressed the elevator button. I had a slice of bread. Song Qinghe's breakfast was always simple. She never cooked if there were ready-made options. Eating alone, she was always okay with a light meal. Once they were in the car, Lu Anren handed her a lunchbox. What? Song Qinghe looked confused at the lunchbox in her hands. Inside were congee and an egg. Eat a bit more. You might be busy all day today, and what you ate won't be enough for your energy consumption, Lu Anren said calmly. Song Qinghe hesitated for a moment, then picked up the spoon as instructed. In fact, she was used to eating until she was about 70 full. Although a slice of bread was little, it could last her a while. However, since Lu Anren said so, it probably meant that today's visit to the military region would be busier than she had expected. So eating a bit more wouldn't hurt. After finishing the egg and drinking half of the congee, she felt a bit embarrassed. I'm full now. I'll take the lunchbox back to wash it later. Lu Anren didn't respond, only glancing at the remaining half of the congee. Thinking that Song Qinghe's appetite was really small, the car sped along, finally arriving at the Haiqing military region. They were allowed to pass after checking the vehicle at the entrance. Qi Wei and other military leaders were waiting in the conference room. Lu Anren brought her over and quietly said before knocking, "Don't be nervous." Looking at the room full of military stars, Song Qinghe's palms felt a bit sweaty. Feeling Lu Anren's presence behind her calmed her a little. As soon as Qi Wei saw Song Qinghe, he waved cheerfully. Come, Xiao Song. Thank you for making a special trip today. That physical technique of yours, I had them all practice it before. Today, I have two purposes for you. One is to have you personally demonstrate it for everyone, explaining the key points of the movements. The other is that we selected some soldiers to practice in front of you. If they make any mistakes, please help them correct them so that they can complete the training to a high standard. This way, we can better promote it throughout the military. Okay, Song Qinghe naturally had no objections. If the military personnel could practice first, it would be even better. The military is always at the forefront during wars. If they're strong enough, wouldn't they be able to fend off alien invasions? Regardless of whether this idea is realistic, at least it is a direction to strive for. Everyone from the Haiqing military region was waiting on the playground. Song Qinghe prepared the microphone, tested it for tightness to ensure it wouldn't fall, and then stepped onto the stage. Her calm and steady voice echoed across the playground. To ensure the soldiers could see clearly, they also set up a projection on site, striving for everyone to see Song Qinghe's movements. With each movement she performed, she explained clearly what level of execution was considered acceptable. Coupled with her voice, which seemed to carry a unique tone, everyone listened very attentively. By the end of the 10 movements, only a few could keep up. After finishing a set of physical techniques, Song Qinghe's face was slightly flushed, and she had a light sheen of sweat. After being invited down to rest for a bit, she was taken to another smaller indoor training area. This is where we have the most complete learners of the physical technique. They can basically complete each movement, and now we need to correct their movements to the standard. Qi Wei personally led Song Qinghe over. Uncle Qi, don't worry, I will make sure they execute the movements of the physical technique very accurately. Song Qinghe assured Qi Wei. Haha, with you in charge, I'm naturally at ease. Go ahead, our army seedlings are entrusted to you. Qi Wei smiled and patted Song Qinghe's shoulder, his face full of encouraging smiles. Chapter 46 task card. Less than 20 people were promoted from the entire Haiqing military district, and Lu Anren was naturally among them. The indoor environment was much cooler. Song Qinghe stood at the front, smiling gently. We have an agreement. Since I promised to correct your movements to be standard, I will definitely do so. Now, all of you start with the first movement, and I will correct any mistakes. The soldiers were all very strong, and due to long-term training, their movements were much more precise than those of ordinary people. Song Qinghe truly corrected them one by one. She was naturally beautiful, and there was an indescribable fragrance about her. Her soft fingers resting on the soldiers' arms or bodies made the young warriors blush a little. Teacher Song, Lu Anren suddenly spoke. His gaze toward Song Qinghe seemed to be ignited with flames. I think this is quite a waste of time. Why don't you correct me first? I can help you correct others, and if there are any adjustments needed, you can tell me. Song Qinghe tilted her head and thought for a moment before nodding. Okay. Indeed, as Lu Anren said, having someone to correct together sped things up significantly. For the following movements, Song Qinghe would first check Lu Anren and correct any mistakes before correcting the other soldiers with him. She couldn't tell if it was just her impression, but she felt that Lu Anren corrected others much faster than she did. By the time she finished checking a few, he had already completed all of them. At first, she was a bit uneasy, but when she saw that he made no mistakes in his corrections, she felt reassured and allowed him to correct a few more. The soldiers had a high level of comprehension. Half a day's time was enough for everyone to practice the movements accurately. You all did great. This set of movements have been mastered very well, Song Qinghe said with a smile, gently encouraging everyone. It's because Teacher Song taught well that we learned quickly. A soldier immediately responded. Song Qinghe taught earnestly, and her gentle tone was well-liked by them. Your efforts and understanding are indeed commendable, Song Qinghe smiled. So today's practice ends here. Remember the feelings and postures you practiced today and follow today's requirements in future training. After saying this, Song Qinghe's expression became serious. I heard that you will go to various military districts as seeds to teach. I hope you could do this job well. The future of Hua Xia will be different because of you. Thank you. Song Qinghe's words were somewhat ambiguous. They didn't fully understand, but they could hear the sincerity in her voice. She was genuinely thanking them, believing they would bring a positive impact to the future. Although the soldiers did not fully comprehend, it did not mean they were not moved. Even though the military district had ordered them to study diligently and spread the knowledge to other military districts, Song Qinghe's words still made them feel a sense of pride, as if what they were about to do could change the course of humanity and greatly influence the future of mankind. Song Qinghe left the Haiqing military district, still seeing Lu Anren off. The soldiers waved goodbye to her enthusiastically, hoping she would return to guide them again. After getting out of the car, Song Qinghe remembered that the lunchbox she had left over in the morning was still in Lu Anren's car. She knocked on the car window, and Lu Anren rolled it down. The lunchbox from this morning, I'll wash it and return it to you. Looking at the adorable Song Qinghe leaning against the window, Lu Anren, who had originally planned to wash it himself, swallowed his words because of what she said. He handed the lunchbox to Song Qinghe and quietly said, "Then thank you." "It's me who should thank you." Song Qinghe smiled, took the lunchbox, waved to Lu Anren. "I'm going upstairs now, goodbye." Lu Anren estimated the time for Song Qinghe and sent a message almost immediately after she got home. "Are you home?" "Yes." Song Qinghe quickly replied, "Drive safely." "Okay." Only then did Lu Anren turn off his phone and drive away. After cleaning the lunchbox, Song Qinghe still didn't have the chance to return it. And with the recording of the program coming up in a few days, she had to finish her other work to free up time for the following week. Lu Anren was also very busy. After finishing the physical training, they began to teach in different military districts of Hua Xia, almost spending half a month outside before returning to Haiqing. So, before he even knew which military district he would go to, Song Qinghe had already flown to Xi'an to shoot the new episode. This time, the meeting place for the four of them was directly set in Xi'an, and the method of gathering was different from the first time. Song Qinghe looked puzzled as she received the task card from the production team. Isn't this a live program? Why is there a task card? Did she enter the wrong filming site? The task card stated that Song Qinghe needed to find historical traces in order to successfully meet up with the others. Teacher Song, to facilitate the task, The production team will give you a phone for emergency contact, but you cannot bring your own phone for now. Additionally, if you cannot successfully find your companions, it might affect your accommodation. Good luck, Teacher Song. The staff handed the phone to Song Qinghe and sealed her own phone. This is hilarious. The sister is completely confused. Who am I? Where am I? The production team didn't inform us about this format before. Ha ha ha. I just came from Teacher Ruan's live stream, and he looked just as confused, saying the production team is lacking in martial ethics. I'm worried about whether they can successfully meet up. I feel like everyone received different hints. Song Qinghe was indeed a bit confused, but upon seeing the hints on the task card, her heart settled slightly. Xi'an, as a city rich in cultural history, was the capital for many dynasties. In ancient times, Xi'an was also known as Chang'an. Throughout countless dynasties, Chang'an was an important ancient capital, which undoubtedly established its status. Historical traces could be seen everywhere in the city of Xi'an. Not to mention anything else, the Terracotta Army, which was closest to her, was a place renowned worldwide. Could it really be here? Song Qinghe pondered. Logically speaking, the production team wouldn't set the meeting point too far away. Otherwise, how could they complete the task? Would they really not let them sleep? Song Qinghe checked the task card again and finally found a sentence on the cover. With a confident smile, Song Qinghe put away the task card, turned to the live broadcast camera, and smiled charmingly. Let's go. I'll take you to appreciate the historical depth of the ancient capital Xi'an. In fact, Xi'an is not only a city that many historians love to visit, but also a city that food lovers enjoy coming to. Chapter 47, The Eternal Emperor. When it comes to food, the viewers of the live stream in the starry sky immediately become active. Hey host, what food do you have? Hurry up and introduce it to us. It's not enough to just introduce it. It will be best to take us to experience it too. That's right. Ever since the last time the host took us to eat delicious food, I've been looking forward to a new round of eating broadcasts for a long time. Ahem. Don't be silly. Host, hurry up and take us to see this ancient capital. We've only seen fragments in the materials left behind and haven't grasped the complete picture. Yes, we're looking for the host because we want to understand more about the broken civilization and how our ancestors survived through the long river of history. The comment from the two self-evident historians were quickly drowned out by others, but Song Qinghe saw everything clearly. She smiled slightly, her smile like a warm spring breeze, presenting itself to the viewers in both live rooms. I need to find the 3 teachers to meet up, and I choose to follow the hints on the task card. It tells me that this is a trace left by history, and there is a small hint in an inconspicuous place on the cover of the task card. I hope I didn't misunderstand. Let us set off. Indeed, as those 2 historians said, food can soothe the soul, but more importantly, Song Qinghe wants the viewers from the starry sky to learn more about the history of Hua Xia and its brilliant civilizations. Of course, she naturally understands the principle of moderation. She will definitely take them to enjoy the food in Xi'an. She believes there is no world that Hua Xia cuisine cannot conquer, whether in the past or the future. The place Song Qinghe brought everyone to is the Emperor Qin Shi Huang's Mausoleum Museum. The Terracotta Army, as one of the 8 wonders, is one of the first batch of Hua Xia World Heritage Sites and is also known as one of the world's 10 ancient tomb treasures. The Terracotta Army, as the burial pits accompanying the tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, together form the Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum Museum. Now, according to the hints on the task card, we have arrived at this world wonder, so I need to look for the other 3 teachers. Song Qinghe winked to the camera and began searching. She could no longer contact the 3 via their mobile phones, so she had to rely on her intuition. The flow of people at the Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum is very large. In fact, every place in this ancient city of Xi'an is crowded. However, places where stars gather are still easy to identify. As long as Song Qinghe inquires a little among the crowd, someone has seen them. Among the 4, only Song Qinghe is not very well known, and her fan base is smaller. Not to mention the national goddess Jiang Yaoyao, or the top host Ruan Shi from the national station. Even Gong Ran, as the top live streamer, has quite a few people who recognize him. In terms of the action routes of the 3, only Song Qinghe's is the simplest. Although she is very beautiful compared to the star aura, the attraction of the stars is obviously greater. The first person Song Qinghe found was Jiang Yaoyao, who was standing under a sunshade, using a small fan to cool herself. Sister Yaoyao, Song Qinghe crossed through the crowd and finally reached her. "Oh, you finally came? I was about to die from the heat. I want to find you guys." But there were too many people everywhere. Jiang Yaoyao was overjoyed to see Song Qinghe and immediately linked arms with her. The program team is really something. They actually took away our phones, making it impossible for me to send you guys my location. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to find me, and then I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. As soon as Jiang Yaoyao saw Song Qinghe, she started talking a lot without any burden of being a national goddess. Shall we go find them? It seems like we can only proceed to the next step after the four of us gather. Song Qinghe led Jiang Yaoyao while inquiring about the others. "Hey, you said I'm such an idiot. Why didn't I think to ask others?" Jiang Yaoyao slapped her forehead, realizing she had gone into a misunderstanding. From now on, this task can only be completed by them, and she hadn't thought to ask the nearby locals for help. The other two were also found smoothly, and after a week, the four finally gathered. After they met, Hua Xia took the initiative to assume leadership and served as the main commentator for the live stream. Dear audience friends, today we're going to take you to the tomb of the eternal emperor, Qin Shi Huang. Speaking of Qin Shi Huang, everyone is familiar with him. Whether from history textbooks or TV dramas, we know that this eternal emperor is quite a controversial figure. Qin Shi Huang was the first monarch in Hua Xia to be called emperor, and regardless of his merits and faults, Hua Xia, under his leadership, first accomplished the great unification and established a centralized multi-ethnic state, the Qin dynasty. As he spoke, Hua Xia looked at Song Qinghe and the other two. "What do you know about Qin Shi Huang? Feel free to share. Is Brother Shi testing us?" Jiang Yaoyao laughed, looking at the other two. "I don't know much beyond what the general public knows. Do you have any insights?" Gong Ren quickly shook his head. "My history has always been poor. Knowing that Qin Shi Huang is the founding emperor of the Qin dynasty is my greatest ability." "Then let me say something." Song Qinghe chuckled and took over the conversation. "He is called the Eternal Emperor because he laid the basic framework of the political system of Hua Xia for over 2,000 years with his own power. Whether it's unifying currency, measurements, or building the Great Wall, these have brought profound impacts to Hua Xia. The controversy surrounding Qin Shi Huang mainly revolves around the burning of books and burying scholars, as well as his tours in search of immortality. The burning of books and burying scholars is also controversial. Some say he killed those who recited Confucius, while others say he killed sorcerers. As Song Qinghe recounted, the four had already entered the museum. The truth of these matters is difficult to ascertain. However, these facts do not detract from his status as a remarkable monarch and an outstanding politician, strategist, and reformer in ancient Hua Xia. Qinghe is right. Qin Shi Huang is indeed worthy of the title of Eternal Emperor. Now we have arrived at one of the 8 wonders of the world, the Terracotta Army Pit. Hua Xia timely took over the topic, bringing everyone to the scene of the Terracotta Army Pit. The scale of the Terracotta Army is immense, with each figurine's facial expression vividly lifelike, all arranged in an orderly manner, like real soldiers guarding the mausoleum of Emperor Qin. They entered a relatively well-preserved pit, and the rows of terracotta army figurines gave a visual impact, as if facing 1,000 troops galloping and roaring. I don't know why, but even through the screen, I can feel that shock. It's worth this life. It's worth this life. I thought I could only catch a glimpse of these things through the fragments left by our ancestors. Chapter 48, The Light of Hua Xia. I truly felt the weight of history at that moment and suddenly understood. Were the people of the past really that impressive? I think the terracotta warriors are so lifelike. I really feel like those figurines are staring at me. There is an inexplicable sense of killing intent that sweeps over me. It's so fierce that I can imagine the army crushing everything in its path. So, are these real people buried as sacrifices? Do they really turn living people into these figures? It can't be real people, right? That would be illegal. Wouldn't it? Don't be ridiculous. Back in the ancient Blue Star, wasn't it common to kill people? And he was an emperor. How could that be illegal? Song Qinghe suddenly smiled at a few of them. I once heard a joke that said the terracotta warriors were all made from real people, which is why their facial expressions are so vivid. Is that really absurd? Hua Xia widened his eyes. The craftsmanship of the ancients truly leaves us in awe. These are all sculpted. How can anyone still think they were made from real people? Although ancient emperors did have living people buried with them, the terracotta warriors are a category of ancient burial sculptures. However, this statement is the highest praise for our ancient Hua Xia artisans. They are lifelike, each with unique features, with every strand of hair meticulously crafted. Yuan Shi's voice sounded somewhat distant as the life-size warriors stood silently, as if guarding the mausoleum of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, protecting the land of the Qin state from foreign invasions. In fact, these clay figures, after enduring the passage of time underground, still shine brightly. Song Qinghe looked at the various terracotta warriors in front of her and sighed. The darkness of time cannot overshadow their brilliance. 1,000 troops and horses, an underground army. As they are excavated, they ultimately reveal their grandeur. It's understandable that some might mistakenly believe these are real people. The warriors were first made from clay molds, then coated with fine clay for detailing and coloring. The firing was uniform, the colors pure, and the hardness high, which is the secret to the preservation of these warriors. Therefore, one should never underestimate skilled craftsmen. Anything that comes into their hands can reach astonishing levels. Yuan Shi casually pointed at the warriors in the pit and explained to them, "Brother Shi, I agree with this. I once filmed a drama about the inheritance of craftsmanship. They are truly remarkable, and I feel their hands can turn decay into the miraculous." Jiang Yaoyao nodded in agreement. Skilled craftsmen are not just a term. They represent the accumulated legacy and techniques of countless artisans. This is a product with significant characteristics of its time. Although Confucius criticized the practice of burying figurines with the dead as a remnant of live burial, deeming it unacceptable, who can say this isn't a form of progress? From burying living people to using figurines, as an emperor, there's nothing wrong with that. Moreover, it was Qin Shi Huang's actions that allowed future generations to see the true form of the Qin army. The four of them looked at the figurines at the bottom of the pit, silently standing there. Their vivid expressions, almost as if real people were standing in front of them. The terracotta warriors, as the light of Hua Xia, showcased their grandeur to the world. This live broadcast was different from the last. It focused more on taking everyone around the terracotta warriors, introducing the different characteristics and types of soldiers represented by each figurine, interspersed with some historical insights. As a walking encyclopedia, Yuan Shi naturally had profound and extensive knowledge. Occasionally, Song Qinghe could engage in a few exchanges with him, while Jiang Yaoyao and Gong Ran were like elementary school students listening to a story, following wherever the teacher pointed. The first day of the live broadcast ended relatively comfortably, and Song Qinghe enjoyed this atmosphere, witnessing the miracles of history in the long river of time. It was a great lesson about ancient Hua Xia civilization for people of the future. To be honest, when I heard that person mention Qin Shi Huang, I felt genuine admiration. The title of emperor of all time shouldn't be something anyone can claim, right? To be called the emperor of all time. He must have been superior to others in every aspect. Personally, I think if a person can make future generations follow his rules and regulations solely based on his capabilities, that is truly impressive. Not just impressive. Didn't you hear them say that Qin Shi Huang was the founder of the first centralized authority? He vigorously built the Great Wall, which is the same Great Wall we saw during the first live broadcast. Wow, I didn't realize the Great Wall existed during his time. Really? I just checked the records of the host's first live broadcast, and it indeed mentioned the Qin dynasty. This Qin dynasty must refer to Qin Shi Huang, right? So that is how it is. You all did your homework carefully. I didn't. The day's live broadcast ended quite easily, and finally, Yuan Shi decided for the first day to take everyone to experience authentic food from Xi'an. I still remember that Xiao Gong said that when we arrived, he would definitely treat us to authentic Xi'an cuisine. But isn't Xiao Gong in Shanghai? How does he know so much about Xi'an? Gong Ran smiled shyly. I'm originally from Xi'an. I only went to Shanghai for university and later stayed there to work. That's great. With a local guide, we'll definitely get to taste something different. Jiang Yaoyao was very happy, linking arms with Song Qinghe. Qinghe, we must eat our fill tonight. Now that we're in Gong Ran's hometown, we should definitely feast. Song Qinghe smiled and remained silent, while Gong Ran readily agreed. Of course. Don't worry. Sister Yao, I'll make sure you eat to your heart's content. Xi'an is known for its hearty meals. What Gong Ran said was not wrong. As the capital city of Q Province, Xi'an is most famous for its various noodle dishes. Among all staple foods, noodles are definitely the most filling. When it comes to Xi'an, my top recommendation is Qingtown Liangpi. Speaking of food from his hometown, Gong Ran was also very excited. Didn't we just finish visiting the mausoleum of Emperor Qin Shi Huang? This Qingtown Liangpi is said to date back to the time of Qin Shi Huang, with over 2,000 years of history. That is true. Xi'an's Liangpi is famous all over the country. Jiang Yaoyao asked eagerly, besides this, what else must we try? If Sister Yao and Qinghe like sweets, you must try Zhen cake. I know where to find the most authentic one. I'll take you to taste it. Zhen cake is a well-known snack in Xi'an, made from glutinous rice, date paste, and a little red bean, and it's soft, sweet, and leaves a lasting aftertaste. Oh, stop talking. Let us go quickly. I'm starving, Jiang Yaoyao urged. The few of them gathered early at the mausoleum of Emperor Qin Shi Huang and started the live broadcast, and walking through a museum takes quite some time. Their energy was already exhausted. Chapter 49, enjoying the delicacies. The production team thoughtfully prepared a car for them. Well, mainly sponsored by the benefactor, so they would have a means of transportation while in Xi'an. Gong Ran naturally volunteered to drive them through the streets and alleys, all in search of the most authentic delicacies. Some foods that are popular with outsiders often aren't places that locals visit. Although Gong Ran hadn't returned to Xi'an for quite some time, he had many true locals to guide him. Before coming back to record, he started collecting relevant information and filtered many places based on recommendations from old classmates, family, and his own memories. He was also worried that the flavors wouldn't match his memories. Fortunately, the recommendations from his friends were quite reliable, and the taste he remembered hadn't changed much. Old brands are not just for show. They represent skills passed down through generations that won't change. Gong Ran first took the two ladies to buy Zhen cake, and the fragrant, glutinous flavor not only conquered the two women, but also won over Wan Shi. Ah, this should be something your sister-in-law would love. She enjoys these soft and glutinous treats the most and especially loves buying them. When we leave, Shige can bring some back for her, and I guarantee she will give you a loving hug. Jiang Yaoyao took a bite, and the sweetness of the dates instantly burst in her mouth. A natural sweetness that was very fragrant. Haha, don't worry, I want let Shige go back empty-handed to explain to his sister-in-law. Gong Ran laughed heartily. Perhaps returning to his hometown made Gong Ran feel very good, clearly much more cheerful than during the first live broadcast. However, it cannot be ruled out that everyone was much more familiar with each other than during the first recording and were more willing to let loose. In Xi'an, it would be a shame not to try lamb pao ma and rujiamo. I also ordered biangbiang noodles for everyone to try. Gong Ran enthusiastically brought the ordered items to the table. Many items from old brands need to be picked up by oneself, but fortunately, the places they visited this time were not far apart. So, after buying, they simply found a place to sit down and eat slowly. The girls didn't have big appetites, and since Song Qinghe and Jiang Yaoyao had already eaten Zhen cake, their stomachs were somewhat filled, so they could only taste a little of many items. Anchor, can I have a bite of that rujiamo? It looks so delicious. Cold noodles, Anchor. A few more bites of cold noodles. What a divine taste. It smells so good. I want to go back to your era. How come there are so many delicious foods? Hee, I'm really satisfied with the Zhen cake. It's sweet and I like it. Anchor, is that pao ma good? I saw you breaking it into small pieces. Can it still be eaten like that? Anchor, what about that noodle? How do you say it? So wide. I just heard a tearing sound. That aroma hit my nose directly. What is the texture like? The comments on the screen were filled with people eagerly waiting for food. Looking at the dishes in front of them, they could only smell but not eat, each one anxious and restless. Meanwhile, the live broadcast on Blue Star also had many people starting to swallow. I hate it. I can only eat my braised beef noodles for dinner. Oh my, so nostalgic. These are all the foods from my memories. I haven't been back to my hometown in a long time. You're making me hungry. I'll just order some takeout and eat cold noodles with you. I quietly took out my phone and ordered takeout, getting rujiamo. Wait for me. Song Qinghe, he took a bit of each food. The Zhen cake took up too much space, but it was really delicious, and she accidentally ate too much. Saying she wanted the people of the galaxy to taste Hua Xia cuisine, it wouldn't be good to say she was full this time. Fortunately, she was just tasting each dish, and after a few bites of each, Her stomach, which originally wasn't that hungry, was now completely full. I can't do it anymore. I really can't eat another bite. Song Qinghe, he saw Gong Ran still wanting to pass food over and quickly waved her hand, saying if she ate any more, she would have to run to the hospital. Just like that, she had to go to the pharmacy to buy some digestive pills later, to practice her body techniques and burn off some calories. Otherwise, she would definitely feel uncomfortable sleeping at night. I've had enough too. Jiang Yao Yao looked regretfully at the food on the table. You two need to keep going. Don't waste food. Qinghe and I really ate too much zhen cake. It took up too much space in our stomachs. They had finished a large piece of zhen cake, which, while eating, didn't feel like much, but after a while in the stomach, it expanded completely. After finishing the meal, they turned off the live broadcast, and the four of them returned to the hotel where they were staying. This time, the production team was quite considerate and had rooms for them to stay in, but with a caveat. For these 7 days, they were to take everyone to check in at different scenic spots in Xi'an, and these spots must have Hua Xia characteristics. And they had to be either World Cultural Heritage Sites or Hua Xia Cultural Heritage Sites. If they felt they had visited enough scenic spots, they could find some intangible cultural heritage items. In short, as long as it was related to Hua Xia Civilization, it was fine. After throwing down this line, the director disappeared, as if his appearance was just an illusion. The four of them gathered together to discuss, worked for a long time, and finally dispersed. Staying in Xi'an for a week without repeating anything was definitely not a problem. After confirming the next itinerary, the four of them went their separate ways. Song Qinghe, he left the hotel and turned to the nearby pharmacy. She had noticed a pharmacy next to the hotel when Gong Ran was driving over. Song Qinghe, he picked up 2 bottles of digestive pills, planning to bring an extra box for Jiang Yao Yao. As she felt Jiang Yao Yao had also eaten a bit too much today, she had seen her rubbing her stomach in between. Are you? Song Qinghe? While checking out, the girl at the cash register kept staring at Song Qinghe. It was until after she swiped her card that she hesitantly asked. Song Qinghe, he was taken aback, smiled and nodded, I am. Oh my God. The girl's face was filled with surprise and disbelief. I've been following that live broadcast recently. I was so happy to know you guys were live in Xi'an. I even fantasized about meeting you. I didn't expect to actually meet you. Oh my God, I'm so excited. The girl was a bit incoherent, expressing her excitement. I've liked you since I started watching the live broadcast. I super like you. The girl was so excited she didn't know how to express it. Thank you for your support. Song Qinghe, he smiled at her. Do you want to take a picture together? Can I take a picture with you? The girl's eyes lit up, not expecting Song Qinghe he would actually agree to take a photo with her. She immediately took out her phone, but took a while to unlock it. Song Qinghe, he, being a bit taller, hugged the girl and held the phone up for a picture. After taking the photo, she returned the phone to the girl and smiled gently. Thank you for supporting this program. I hope you'll watch it more. Goodbye. The girl happily took her phone, nodding vigorously. Okay, I will definitely watch it on time. Good luck, I super like you. Song Qinghe, he waved at her and walked out of the pharmacy. She didn't expect to meet a little fan here. It felt pretty nice. Back at the hotel, Song Qinghe, he knocked on Jiang Yao Yao's door and saw that she was indeed pacing around with a stomachache. Yao Jia, I bought some stomach medicine. You should take a pill. Woo woo woo. Qinghe, you are really too good. A timely rain. How did you know my stomach was really uncomfortable? Jiang Yao Yao's eyes were watery as she was about to hug Song Qinghe. We both ate quite a bit today, and I saw you holding your stomach after the meal, so I guess you might be uncomfortable. I happened to overeat as well, so I bought an extra bottle to bring to you. Song Qinghe, he opened the medicine bottle and poured a pill for Jiang Yao Yao. Take this. It should help you feel better. I just can't control my appetite. When I encounter delicious food, I can't help myself. Jiang Yao Yao directly threw the pills into her mouth. Luckily, you went to buy the medicine. If I were found dead in the hotel room because I couldn't resist eating, I would probably become the first female artist to die from overeating. Song Qinghe was both amused and helpless, thinking it was such an exaggeration. After leaving Jiang Yao Yao's room, Song Qinghe returned to her own. She obediently took her medicine, and when the time was right, she practiced her physical skills again, finally feeling like she was back to life. She opened her phone and saw several missed calls from Xi Jinping. Song Qinghe found it strange. She clearly knew she was recording a program, so why did she call so many times? Thank goodness, you finally answered the phone. Xi Jinping sighed in relief upon receiving the call. I was exercising just now, what's up? Song Qinghe was drying her freshly washed hair and put the call on speaker. It's nothing. Si Jingjing suddenly changed the subject. Did your live stream in today? Yeah. Song Qinghe felt something was off with Si Jingjing. Why was she so anxious to make a few calls? And when it was finally connected, she said nothing. What is going on? It's nothing really. Si Jingjing cleared her throat. If you see something in the class group, just ignore it, as if you didn't see it. Class group? Song Qinghe was surprised. It seemed she hadn't opened the class group in a long time. Chapter 50, Encountering Unhappiness? Song Qinghe and Si Jingjing chatted for a bit before opening the long unopened class group. The messages in the group had already reached 99 and were still flashing continuously. As soon as Song Qinghe opened the group messages, she saw someone talking about her. I originally thought our Song Beauty was a person of few desires. I'm really disappointed. What are you talking about? Are there still people of few desires these days? It's just that she doesn't have what she wants. Isn't it obvious? If I had that ability, who wouldn't want to be famous? Who wouldn't want to make more money? Exactly. Who would refuse money? I certainly wouldn't. The more the better. Song Qinghe didn't understand what these people were talking about and had to scroll to the top of the messages. After a while, she began to piece things together. The cause was the physical exercise routine that Song Qinghe had posted online. Those who managed to stick with the exercise naturally felt its benefits. Some people practiced for a while and soon felt that their bodies were in good shape. When they went for health checkups, they found that their bodily functions not only returned to normal levels, but also seemed to be improving. At first, people didn't connect it to the exercise. It was the doctors who said that their data was standard and to keep up with the recent practices, they would get better. It was only then that people remembered that the only change they had made recently was practicing the exercise. Once they found the source, they immediately began to promote the exercise to those around them, and even claimed they would invite Song Qinghe, the promoter of the exercise, to be the spokesperson for their company. This man's company was quite large and well-known nationwide. Once this information was sent out, it immediately caused a stir and attracted a group of manufacturers who recognized Song Qinghe's commercial value. This matter spread like wildfire online. However, Song Qinghe originally didn't go online much unless necessary. Moreover, she had been very busy recently with a series of events, making it even less likely for her to surf the web. Si Jingjing, because of the incident with Song Qinghe earlier, had been closely watching her brother to ensure he was doing well with research and hadn't paid much attention to online happenings either. As a result, when the situation escalated and their classmates saw it and began discussing it in the group, they only then realized what was going on. After all, Song Qinghe was busy filming and had no chance to check her phone, while Si Jingjing was different. As soon as she saw the messages in the class group, she immediately went online and saw that many manufacturers were specifically asking to meet Song Qinghe. At first, she was quite happy, but upon further inspection, she realized something was off. Why were those looking for Song Qinghe all from companies selling weight loss pills and other similar products? This was a bit absurd. She wondered if someone was playing a prank. Because Song Qinghe was not present, the situation online escalated, with those manufacturers clamoring under Song Qinghe's last post. She hurriedly posted a message saying she was in a shoot and wouldn't be accepting any promotions for the time being before logging off. In the class group, someone had just started making sarcastic comments. In fact, there were others in their company who also wanted to invite Song Qinghe for a promotion. But she was very hard to contact. When this person heard that, they thought, isn't she my classmate? If others can't reach her, can an old classmate? They immediately patted their chest and promised the company they would contact Song Qinghe. Coincidentally, Song Qinghe's phone had been taken by the production team, so she couldn't check her phone at all. They then thought of Si Jingjing, who happened to be with her brother at the research center. The research center required all electronic devices to be turned off and left outside, with both of them unable to reach her and the company pressuring them. This led to their sarcastic remarks in the group. Some who knew Song Qinghe was live streaming advised that she was working and probably didn't have her phone, which is why they couldn't reach her. However, this classmate, seeing the phone in Song Qinghe's hand was from the production team, assumed it was her usual phone and screenshot it to share in the group. Isn't this a phone? She's just filming a show, not cut off from the world. I think she's just putting on airs. I see clearly now, even old classmates aren't worth mentioning in front of money. She must think our company's offer isn't satisfactory. Waiting for me here. We're all classmates, not giving any face at all. I see clearly now. Originally, everyone was in a similar situation. Suddenly having someone different among them would surely breed jealousy. As this classmate vented in the group, others immediately chimed in. Song Qinghe usually didn't talk much in the group. Most of what she heard came through Xi Jingjing. Naturally, classmates felt closer to those they often chatted with. They all supported that classmate's complaint. Some who couldn't stand it just quietly turned off their phones, realizing that ultimately, who became popular or made money had nothing to do with them. The money earned wouldn't be shared with them either. When Song Qinghe clicked in, those few people were still discussing the matter. Seeing the rolling comments on the screen, she clicked to exit the group chat. The notification of her leaving stunned those who were chatting away, and the group fell silent for a moment. Some felt a bit awkward, realizing they had gotten too carried away and forgotten the main person was also in the group. Speaking ill of others in front of them was indeed a bit too socially awkward. You guys are really something. Having such a good time talking, huh? Xi Jingjing naturally saw the message of Song Qinghe leaving and immediately fired back. You're all so impressive. What does Qinghe's high-mindedness have to do with you? Making it sound like she owes you money or something. If she's not replying, it's clearly because she has something going on. Do you really think you're that important? You blow your own trumpet. Figure it out yourself. Don't blame everything on Qinghe. With your worldview, you really make me feel ashamed to be associated with you. After Xi Jingjing finished her rant, she also left the group. Out of sight, out of mind. What kind of people were these? Song Qinghe closed her phone and lightly bit her lip. In truth, she didn't feel as indifferent as she appeared. Why do people always speculate about others with the worst intentions? She couldn't understand it all. When Lu Anren called, he heard Song Qinghe's somewhat muffled voice. He paused, asking what's wrong. Did something unhappy happen today? Song Qinghe was surprised, not expecting Lu Anren to notice her bad mood just from one sentence. The words that were about to come out were swallowed back. She didn't know if it was Lu Anren's voice that brought her comfort or if she just needed an outlet to vent. But she naturally shared what had just happened with Lu Anren. I don't understand why they say such things about me. I haven't done anything at all. Tears welled up in Song Qinghe's eyes. Chapter 51. The big and small wild goose pagoda hearing the girl on the other end of the phone, sounding incredibly wronged. Lu Anren felt a pang in her heart. It's not your fault. It has nothing to do with you. Lu Anren softened her voice. Many people in this world like to view others with malice, not realizing that they are the ugliest ones. Song Qinghe, you are the best. No matter what others say, it cannot overshadow the fact that you are gentle and kind. Your brilliance will not be obscured by a few words from others. Song Qinghe, you're doing great. Very well. Lu Anren suddenly retracted what she was about to say, leaving Song Qinghe puzzled for a long time. Thank you. Song Qinghe felt a bit embarrassed, realizing she had let Lu Anren comfort her for so long. I'm very happy. Lu Anren's voice was magnetic over the phone, that you're willing to share this with me. Song Qinghe rubbed her reddened ears. Her mood completely turned around. Did you call me to talk about something? My grandfather is celebrating his 80th birthday this year. I've been asked to invite you to join us. Is the teacher celebrating his birthday this year? I used to visit him in advance for his birthday. Song Qinghe checked the time. When is it scheduled? Next weekend, just coinciding with your recording schedule, Lu Anren replied. Next week? Song Qinghe hesitated for a moment. It did indeed conflict with her recording time, but it also clashed with the time she had promised Li Jinfan for the fashion show. What's wrong? Is there something? Lu Anren immediately noticed Song Qinghe's hesitation. Song Qinghe honestly explained that the timing conflicted with her prior commitment to teacher Li. It's okay. The fashion show won't delay your meal. Isn't the fashion show scheduled for the morning? I could pick you up for lunch right after it's over. I'm worried about making him wait. It wouldn't be good if I made the teacher wait. Song Qinghe felt that it was particularly inappropriate if she might be late for her teacher's birthday. Don't worry. My grandfather will just be happy to see you. He definitely won't say anything. Lu Anren smiled. Just send me the address when the time comes. And I'll come to pick you up, okay? In the end, Song Qinghe didn't really know how she agreed so muddle-headedly. By the time she came back to her senses, the phone had already hung up, and she couldn't take back what she had just agreed to. Her phone was filled with messages from Xi Jingjing. Are you okay? Qinghe, pick up the phone. Until the last message. Are you in a situation again? Who were you on the phone with for so long? Are you hiding a dog from me? Only then did Song Qinghe realize she had been on the phone with Lu Anren for such a long time. Covering her slightly flushed face, she replied to Xi Jinping's messages, burrowing into her blanket, her eyes sparkling. The voice of Lu Anren on the phone just now seemed completely different from usual, gentle and filled with a reassuring strength. Song Qinghe finally fell asleep with a smile, and the negative feelings had long dissipated under Lu Anren's comfort, so she didn't even think about them as she drifted off. After her usual morning workout, Song Qinghe went out for breakfast and ran into Jian Yaoyao. After exchanging pleasantries, the two of them went to have breakfast together, this time not taking too much food. Being hungry wasn't pleasant, but eating too much wasn't good either. Today's live broadcast location was set at the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. The Big Wild Goose Pagoda, also known as the Daesayan Temple Pagoda, is located within the Daesayan Temple. Hello, dear audience friends. Today we're bringing you to the famous Big Wild Goose Pagoda. This is also our pagoda, which was built under the supervision of Xuanzang to preserve the Buddhist scriptures and statues he brought back from India via the Silk Road. The pagoda originally had 5 stories, later extended to 9 stories, and underwent several changes in both the number of stories and height. Finally fixed at the 7-story structure we see today. As the camera panned out, the square-shaped brick tower appeared before everyone's eyes. The Big Wild Goose Pagoda has a unique shape, tall and straight, and is one of the tallest pagodas of the Tang Dynasty in China. The establishment of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda also signifies the introduction of this ancient Indian Buddhist architectural style into China with the spread of Buddhism. The Big Wild Goose Pagoda, as a site point on the Silk Road, jointly applied for World Heritage status by China and 3 other countries, was successfully included in the World Heritage List. Yuan Shi gestured for the others to move towards the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. Brother Shi, I heard that the Big Wild Goose Pagoda used to host literary gatherings, right? As a local from Xi'an, Gong Ran was familiar with these attractions but only knew them in general. She knew of them through word of mouth but didn't delve deeply. You're right. The Yin Tower Poetry Gathering left a significant mark in the course of history. It became famous because, during the feudal society, even the emperor had to climb high and compose a poem, which made it even more sought after by literati. Back then, Bai Zhiyi left a line on the tower, at the base of the Xi'an Pagoda, among 17 people. I am the youngest. Getting a name on the Yin Tower was something many new scholars greatly valued. Those new scholars took pride in having their names inscribed on the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. The group climbed the steps and entered the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. Inside the Big Wild Goose Pagoda, there were spiral staircases leading upwards, with an arched doorway on each side of every floor. This is why the ancients believed that climbing high to look far was essential. At that time, as the tallest tower, it also gathered the wisdom of ancient laborers. Standing at the highest point, Song Qinghe leaned on the railing and gazed far away, as if she could see the scholars who once stood here, excitedly looking into the distance. It is said that the higher you go, the colder it gets, but more importantly, there is a refreshing feeling that opens up the mind. It didn't take long to circle around the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. The group headed straight to the Small Wild Goose Pagoda. The Small Wild Goose Pagoda is located at the Jianfu Temple and is also known as the Jianfu Temple Pagoda, built to preserve Buddhist scriptures and statues. Whether it is the Big Wild Goose Pagoda or the Small Wild Goose Pagoda, they undoubtedly prove the rise and spread of Buddhism during the Tang Dynasty. Yuan Shi talked eloquently while pointing at the Small Wild Goose Pagoda. Look at the Small Wild Goose Pagoda. It is the earliest surviving example of a similar type of brick pagoda from the Tang Dynasty. Originally, it had 15 stories, but after experiencing earthquakes and repairs, it has now become 13 stories. Song Qinghe touched the body of the Small Wild Goose Pagoda, feeling its heaviness through her fingers. Users of the Interstellar live broadcast could even feel the tactile feedback from Song Qinghe's fingers. The Small Wild Goose Pagoda and the ancient bell in the Jianfu Temple Bell Tower are collectively known as one of the 8 scenic spots of Guangzhou. The Yin Tower Morning Bell. Speaking of this, in the Qing Dynasty, every morning, the bell in Jianfu Temple was struck at regular intervals, audible for dozens of miles. The bell sound was clear, and the tower silhouette was beautiful, giving the ancient city a unique charm. This is also why the Yin Tower Morning Bell became famous. The river of history does not stagnate due to the rise and fall of any dynasty. These remaining buildings all tell the stories of the history they have witnessed. Chapter 52 Silk Road. On the third day, the four of them went to the Daming Palace ruins in Chang'an, the capital of the Tang dynasty. The Daming Palace ruins are the most well-preserved royal palace ruins in China. Hua Xia stood in front of the ruins to introduce them to the audience, noting that it was one of the first key cultural relic protection units in China. Speaking of the Daming Palace, it was the political center and national symbol of the Tang dynasty. Song Qinghe chimed in with a smile, saying it is also known as the pinnacle of Chinese palace architecture. Qinghe was right, and Hua Xia nodded happily, stating that the architectural style pioneered by the Daming Palace laid the foundation for the medieval and ancient palace systems in East Asia. As a model of Chinese palaces, the Daming Palace had a significant impact on the Ming and Qing dynasties' Forbidden City, as well as the palatial architecture in Japan and Korea. I think the Tang dynasty, as a glorious era of ancient China, continues to be a source of admiration today, said Jiang Yaoyao, with a look of longing on her face. How wonderful it would be if I could witness that period of history. As they strolled around and listened to Hua Xia talk about some anecdotes from the Tang dynasty, the group felt relaxed and at ease. All right, we've finished visiting the Daming Palace. Next, let's follow our camera to see the Weiyang Palace ruins in the Han Chang'an City. Hua Xia waved to the camera, and the group drove to the Han Chang'an City ruins. The Daming Palace is not far from the Weiyang Palace ruins, and they arrived quickly. If the Daming Palace was the center of power in the Tang dynasty, then the Weiyang Palace was the main palace of the Western Han Empire, the political center and national symbol of the Han dynasty. Moreover, the Weiyang Palace is historically the palace that was used by the most dynasties and had the longest existence. As the eastern starting point of the Silk Road, the total area of the Weiyang Palace is 6 times larger than that of the Forbidden City, and its architectural style influenced the layout of palaces for over 2,000 years thereafter. Standing on the once glorious land, Song Qinghe felt emotional and said, "Brother Shi, I heard that many cultural relics were excavated here. Indeed, this place has court record from the central government or royal family, various building materials from Han Dynasty palaces, weapons, daily necessities, and more." Hua Xia's eyes sparkled with a different brilliance. These historical relics showcase the splendor of the Western Han Empire and in the long river of history. They are also brilliant pearls. After a day spent at the 2 major ruins, the group seemed to hear the muffled shouts and the flowing years, gradually slipping away in calmness. On the 4th day, the 4 began to walk the previous Silk Road. Starting from the original starting point of the Silk Road, they drove to different locations to check in. Today, they would take everyone on a journey along the ancient Silk Road. Today, it was Guan Ran who stood in front of the camera to introduce the journey. I think everyone knows that the Silk Road is an indelible historical witness of China, having served as a bridge for economic and cultural exchanges between the East and West with far-reaching impacts. That's right. Today, a few of us will take you along the Silk Road in Province Q. Jiang Yaoyao jumped in front of the camera and smiled, but in ancient times, people rode horses, and we will be driving. Now, let's set off with us. The group drove from the original starting point, the Weiyang Palace, following the footsteps of the ancients. In fact, along the way, they discovered many different customs and cultures. In Province Q, there's not only this world cultural heritage, but we also have many intangible cultural heritages. Speaking of this, I think Qinghe must know a lot. Jiang Yaoyao smiled at Song Qinghe. I remember Qinghe has always been promoting musical instruments, right? Do you know about the intangible cultural heritage of Province Q? Song Qinghe playfully smiled. You asked the right person. Sister Yao, Province Q has a lot of intangible cultural heritage, but when it comes to it, the first thing that comes to mind is Qin opera. Closely related to us are Qin opera, yanga, drum music, folk songs, suona, and so on. These all have strong local characteristics, highlighting the uniqueness of Province Q. Hua Xia chuckled. That's why they can stand out on their own, right? Just in time, after we finish the Silk Road, we will take everyone to appreciate the unique culture of Province Q. On the 2nd day, after finishing the Silk Road, the 4 indeed specifically went to watch Qin opera. Qin opera, also known as Bangzi opera, is one of the oldest forms of drama among the Han people in China. Its performance skills are simple, rugged, bold, exaggerated, and rich in life, showcasing a wealth of techniques. 10 years of practice offstage results in a quarter of an hour on stage. Sitting in the audience, Song Qinghe watched the spirited actors on stage, filled with passion, and felt tears welling up in her eyes. During the intermission, Song Qinghe took the opportunity to introduce it. The biggest characteristic of Qin opera is that the singing and recitation are all based on the dialect of Province Q, incorporating the language of poetry, lyrics, and tunes from the Han and Tang dynasties. These unique characteristics, combined with music, together form the distinct vocal style of the current Qin opera art. High-pitched and impassioned, with a rough and solid voice. These are all unique features of Qin opera. This made me feel the ruggedness, enthusiasm, and toughness of the men from Province Q. Guanshi laughed heartily at this. Haha, Qinghe, are you talking about Guan Ran? Our Guan Ran is a true man from Province Q. Ah, brother sure. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have really forgotten that Guan Ran is from Province Q. Haha. Song Qinghe genuinely forgot. Mainly because Guan Ran has taken on a lot of modern urban fashion since, making it hard to connect him with Province Q. I really am. Didn't Qinghe feel my enthusiasm? Guan Ran smiled at Song Qinghe. Song Qinghe's eyes smiled like crescent moons. I had definitely felt your enthusiasm. But the rugged beauty is definitely gone from you. This comment made everyone laugh heartily. Indeed, Guan Ran has now become a leading figure in live streaming, transformed into a fashionable expert, and the ruggedness is truly absent from him. After watching the Bangzi opera, the group exited and headed straight for Fengxiang clay sculptures and woodblock New Year paintings. Wow. Anchor, is this really made of earth? Incredible. I have to say, the craftsmanship of the ancient Blue Star people was indeed remarkable. Each piece is vivid and lifelike. I love their colors. They are much prettier than the monotonous colors of the starry sky. Yeah, so cute. I want one. These handmade small things feel much more alive than those made by machines. Despite the cuteness of these items, Song Qinghe's gaze fell on the clay sculptures, noting that in the early days, clay sculptures served as burial items to replace humans. The name of our current location, Fengxiang, is why these clay sculptures are also referred to as Fengxiang clay sculptures. Chapter 53, Fengxiang clay sculpture and Fengxiang woodblock New Year paintings in the past. Fengxiang was known as Yongzhou, which was the last feudal state in Chinese history to abolish the practice of human sacrifice. It originated during the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods, with the earliest discovered artifacts dating back to that time. Over time, the production of clay sculptures experienced a decline, exacerbated by continuous wars. Later, after the establishment of a unified China, clay sculpture entered a new period of development as people settled down and focused on their livelihoods. Hearing Song Qinghe's words, Jiang Yaoyao's eyes sparkled. Qinghe, you are really impressive. I think besides Shirgu, you are also well-versed in these folk customs and traditional arts. It makes me feel inadequate. Song Qinghe chuckled, Yao Yao. I'm just showing off a bit. Since this is my line of work, I understand a lot more about it. I'm not like Shirgu, who is a real encyclopedia. He can answer anything. Compared to him, I'm really far behind. Hee, Qinghe, don't be modest. You have done a lot of homework to promote Chinese civilization. Indeed, everyone has their expertise, and there are some areas where I can't compare to you, Guanshi chimed in. Oh dear, you too. Don't be so humble. It makes it seem like I and Yao Yao have read less and are uncultured, Gong Ran joked. Hey, I haven't read less than you. I won't admit to that. Jiang Yao Yao quickly waved her hand. Song Qinghe smiled and brought the topic back. Actually, the Fengxiang clay sculpture we see has three main types. One type is animal figures, mostly based on the 12 zodiac animals. The second type includes hanging pieces like face masks, tiger heads, ox heads, lion heads, and the mythical creature Qilin bringing children, as well as the 8 immortals crossing the sea, etc. The third type is based on characters from folk legends and historical stories. The sizes vary. Some are half a person tall, while others are just a few inches. Jiang Yaoyao picked up a small tiger, its bright colors and adorable shape making it particularly charming. I prefer the smaller ones. I think they are so cute. Jiang Yaoyao clearly had no resistance to these little clay sculptures and was even more enamored. Yes, it really depends on personal preference. If Yaoyao likes them, you could take a few home. Song Qinghe smiled. This clay mainly uses guanine clay, which is a high-quality material, and generally, if you just leave it there, it won't have any issues. Then I want to take a few home. I think they would look great displayed Jiang Yaoyao immediately became excited. Actually, as Fengxiang clay sculpture has developed to the present, many have lost their original traditional charm due to environmental influences. However, the place they are visiting has always upheld the craftsmanship and has a more artistic appearance typical of Q province, which is why Song Qinghe recommended it. After leaving the Clay Sculpture Museum, the group headed over to the woodblock New Year paintings. Fengxiang woodblock New Year paintings also have a long history and are a major school within traditional Chinese folk New Year paintings. Let Shirgu introduce this. Song Qinghe smiled, yielding the floor. Sometimes you can't always show off. A proper introduction will suffice. After all, with Song Qinghe, the Interstellar live broadcast is all holographic projection. So it doesn't matter who explains. Sure, Ruansher didn't decline. Fengxiang woodblock New Year paintings originated during the Tang and Song dynasties, but they flourished during the Ming and Qing dynasties. Moreover, during the Republic of China period, woodblock New Year paintings were at their peak, but by the 1960s, they were nearly extinct. It wasn't until the 1980s that woodblock New Year paintings began to show some improvement. However, as everyone knows, later factory-produced lithograph New Year paintings took over the market due to their low prices, and woodblock New Year paintings gradually faded away, with almost no inheritance left. At this moment, Gong Ran interjected, "Actually, I think what's the point of those identical New Year paintings? It's these hand-carved ones that have more collectible value." Gong Ran was right. Fengxiang woodblock New Year paintings originally inherited woodcut techniques and were all hand-printed. "Look at their colors," Ruansher said, as he picked up a painting. "Do you see how simple and rough the colors and shapes are?" Everyone nodded in agreement. And I think looking at it this way is very realistic and vivid, unlike those craft stickers that are so stiff and uniform. Exactly, that's the characteristic of woodblock New Year paintings. Their shapes are generally very exaggerated, with strong color contrasts that provide a strong visual impact. However, the longer you keep this painting, the better the colors look, unlike craft New Year paintings, which fade and become unsightly over time. Fengxiang woodblock New Year paintings symbolize people's yearning for peace and tranquility, but unfortunately, the artisans of Fengxiang woodblock New Year paintings have almost all disappeared. Everyone showed a regretful expression. This was a sad thing. Many cultural inheritances have been lost due to the changes of the times and trends, and woodblock New Year paintings have ultimately become precious collectibles, with fewer and fewer people inheriting this craft. This is a sad reality. Not only woodblock New Year paintings, but also many other crafts have gradually declined and disappeared over time, just like those dynasties that have vanished in the long river of history, eventually replaced by new ones. Hearing them say this makes it feel so regrettable. No wonder the historical traces left here are so few. It's not just because of our ancestors' migrations, but also because of being eliminated by history. Indeed, those who do not adapt to society will ultimately be eliminated, just like those mechs we've phased out, each generation more advanced than the last, making the old ones disappear. Survival of the fittest, I can understand that, but it's really regrettable when some things disappear. I think this live broadcast is quite good. Our historians and researchers have finally done something meaningful. But it can't be said that way. Our historians are also trying to deduce what happened in the past based on the fragments left behind. They're working hard too. By the way, were these New Year paintings commonly used? Was it during the New Year? Seeing this comment, Song Qinghe casually explained, New Year paintings are mainly used during the time of bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new. Many people paste them on their doors. Initially, every household would paste the kitchen god and door gods, so the sales of New Year paintings were naturally high. Later, with the prohibition of feudal superstitions, these things suffered a severe blow. That's right, Ruansher nodded. Fortunately, Fengxiang woodblock New Year paintings have become a non-heritage project in China and have established a protection group. I believe they will get better and better. Chapter 54 Shadow Puppetry. When coming to Province Q, one must not miss Xiandra music and Hua Xia shadow puppetry. Musical instruments are Song Qinghe's forte, and Xiandra music, as a typical representative of Hua Xia musical culture, is naturally revered by many. In a moment, we can let our live-streaming friends experience the living fossils of ancient Hua Xia musical instruments. Song Qinghe took everyone into the theater, and Xiandra music, with its many performers and over 20 different instruments, is also known as Hua Xia's symphony. The four of them made a detour and returned to Xi'an, arranging these experiences at the end to bring everyone something fresh and exciting. This is probably the area you know best, right? Ruan sure smiled, so this time, let Qinghe give us a good introduction. It's a responsibility. Song Qinghe smiled gently, and she was more than happy to introduce Hua Xia musical instruments to everyone. Xi'an drum music originated from the Yin music of the Tang dynasty and later incorporated court music. Its compositions are relatively complex, with a wide range of content and diverse modal styles. It is mainly divided into two types of performance: seated music and mobile music. And what we see today is the seated music. As Song Qinghe explained, the performance of Xi'an drum music began. Everyone was stunned. The simultaneous performance of dozens of instruments was an overwhelming sight, not to mention the power conveyed through the music, leaving people in a daze for a long time. After watching the performance of Xi'an drum music, the other three had expressions of indescribable shock. No wonder you have been promoting Hua Xia musical instruments. This kind of impact is different from that brought by Western instruments. Gong Ran gave Song Qinghe a thumbs up. Yes, I feel like I can travel back 1,000 years and listen to the echoes of history with the ancients. Jiang Yaoyao also agreed wholeheartedly. This is the charm of our Hua Xia musical instruments. Song Qinghe smiled. Let us go see the shadow puppetry that Ge has been looking forward to for a long time. Speaking of which, shadow puppetry is probably the most popular Hua Xia, right? Jiang Yaoyao looked curiously at Ruan Shi. Many of the animations we watched as kids were made using shadow puppetry. That's right, we'll get hands-on experience in a bit, so you can feel it. Ruan Shi smiled mysteriously. Oh, Ge, we can even try our hands at it? The few of them immediately became interested. Province Q is considered the birthplace of shadow puppetry, originating in the Western Han Dynasty and flourishing during the Tang and Qing dynasties. It is one of the earliest forms of opera in Hua Xia and is known as the father of world cinema. Hearing their introduction, I really feel a sense of national pride. As a person from Province Q, I feel very proud of our province. This instantly takes me back to my childhood. Many cartoons back then were in the style of shadow puppetry. The barrage suddenly filled with many people reminiscing about their childhood, leaving many younger generations confused. Although, what are you talking about? When we watch cartoons, those things were already gone, so naturally, we don't know what shadow puppetry is. Times change, rolling forward with the river of progress. Technology is always advancing and being applied in all aspects, changing people's ways of life. The four of them specifically came to a shadow puppetry society established to protect this art form as a representative item of intangible cultural heritage. Shadow puppetry still flourishes in various parts of Hua Xia. This time, the shadow puppetry they experienced was Neza Conquers the Dragon King. Following the master's guidance, they managed to perform a play quite decently. After stepping off the stage, all their faces were filled with excitement. The feeling of performing on stage oneself is different from watching from below. If there is one regret about this trip to Province Q, it is that they couldn't attend the Huangdi Mausoleum ceremony. The public ceremony is held during the Qingming Festival, while the folk ceremony takes place during the Chongyang Festival. They happened to fall between the two festivals, leaving them only to sigh in disappointment. However, the group was still very satisfied with this trip to Province Q. At least it was a world apart from their days in the Shenangjia primitive forest, which is truly not a place for ordinary people. They hope that the next filming will be as comfortable as in Province Q. After the recording ended, the four parted ways at Xi'an Airport, and Song Qinghe finally returned to Haiqing. This time, it was Si Jingjing who came to pick her up. All the way, she carefully observed Song Qinghe's expression, wanting to say something but hesitating. Just say what you want to say. Why the long face? Song Qinghe dealt with a few messages and turned to look at Si Jingjing, her expression helpless. Qinghe, don't you really care about what is happening in the class group? Si Jingjing cautiously probed. Song Qinghe was taken aback. If Si Jingjing hadn't mentioned it, she would have forgotten about the class group content. She could only say that she had been quite happy these past few days and hadn't been affected by any negativity at all. Song Qinghe replied, I really don't care. It's not my problem. What he thinks is his business. His brain is on his head. Can I control it? Seeing that Song Qinghe truly didn't care about the matter, Si Jingjing finally felt relieved. Did you know that after you left the group, I confronted them a bit and also left the group? Xi Jingjing saw that Song Qinghe really didn't mind and immediately started to vent. They really think too highly of themselves, as if the world should revolve around them. What kind of people are they? Blowing their own trumpet in the company. But without the skills, why take on the porcelain work? They even dare to frame you. They really eat too much and are too idle. Xi Jingjing complained in a flurry. I feel like there's no point in staying in that group, so I simply left as well. Saying this, she winked at Song Qinghe. How about it? Am I loyal enough? Right? Song Qinghe found it amusing. Okay, I know you're the best. Hua Xia's best bestie. Is that okay? Of course. Xi Jingjing immediately shamelessly admitted. By the way, my brother said to let you find time to finalize the contract. Don't worry. This time I want to go back to their company. I'll just find a random place outside to sign the contract. Then let us do it tomorrow. Sign the contract early so your brother can feel at ease and focus on his research. Song Qinghe actually didn't mind. She was just looking to realize the potential of the game developed for the Interstellar spirit. As long as Nan can ensure that this game can be made after it is developed, that's all that matters. She was just worried that the game might not be easy to develop since it involves mental power, which is not that simple. But that's a story for later. For now, the key is to first develop the biological intelligence technology. Chapter 55, I believe the future will get better the next day. Xi Jingjing took Song Qinghe straight to a coffee shop where Nan had been waiting. This time I brought my laptop too, so if there's anything you're not satisfied with, I can make changes on the spot, Nan said with a gentle smile as he patted the laptop beside him. Wow, bro, now you're making sense. We agree that you can't bully Qinghe just because she's a girl, Xi Jingjing teased. Well, have I ever bullied her? Nan replied, lightly tapping Xi Jingjing on the head. Is your brother really that unreliable? Xi Jingjing stuck her tongue out at her brother and pulled Song Qinghe to sit down. The contract stated that after the successful development of the biointelligent technology, they would help Song Qinghe create a game of her choice for free. And it also mentioned that after the successful development, she would receive 5 of the company's dividends each year. Song Qinghe looked at the contract in surprise. Brother Xi, isn't this too generous? Is it really appropriate for me to get this share of the dividends? After all, I haven't done anything. Please don't decline this share. You are providing us with this technology, and logically, you should be compensated accordingly, Nan said sincerely. But since you don't want compensation and only have a simple request, let us just convert this compensation into shares for you. Consider it as your technical investment in our company. Xi Jingjing shook Song Qinghe's arm, saying, Come on, Qinghe, don't refuse. 5% isn't too much, and my brother is being sincere. Just accept it. The two siblings took turns persuading Song Qinghe until she had no strength to resist. All right, stop talking. I'll sign the contract, she said, feeling dizzy from their insistence. People usually try to avoid spending even a penny, but these two siblings were worried she wouldn't accept the money. That's more like it, Xi Jingjing said with a beaming smile as she neatly put away the contract. There are exactly 2 copies, 1 for each of you. This will be your dowry, so take care of it. Song Qinghe blushed and pinched Xi Jingjing, saying, What are you talking about? Dowry? That's just nonsense. You're making it sound so serious. After the 3 signed the contract, Nan hurriedly left, saying that the company's research and development had reached a critical point and he needed to keep an eye on things. My brother is great at everything, but when it comes to work, he becomes unrecognizable. I heard from my mom that he hasn't been home for several days, living at the company and working on that biotechnology, Xi Jingjing said, shaking her head as she watched her brother's departing figure. I wonder if my future sister-in-law can handle him. That's something your future sister-in-law will have to worry about. You're just a sister watching, Song Qinghe joked with her. I wish, but unfortunately, no woman has appeared yet who can capture my brother's workaholic heart. Xi Jingjing shook her head, very pessimistic. If he could marry his work, he would definitely jump for joy. By the way, Qinghe, where did you get these things from? They seem quite impressive, Xi Jingjing asked curiously. Song Qinghe's social circle is quite simple, mostly old friends, and, as her best friend, Xi Jingjing naturally knows most of them. However, she hadn't heard of anyone who could create technology that even her brother would be interested in. Someone you've never met. Song Qinghe was a bit unsure of how to explain and quickly changed the subject. By the way, have you been in touch with Teacher Yu lately? How is he doing? Xi Jingjing's attention was immediately diverted. Teacher Yu is doing very well now. I saw a few days ago that he went traveling with Mrs. Yu. He said he feels guilty towards her for the past few years and is compensating her. That's good to hear. Song Qinghe smiled. As long as he's healthy. Everything else is easy to discuss. By the way, I need to go to Teacher Lai's place for a fashion show this weekend. So I might need to go a day early to meet with him. Speaking of this, Xi Jinping's face lit up with a smile. I also received an invitation card from Teacher Lai. It's for his design exhibition, and so many people want to go. I can't believe we both get to sneak in, one to walk the runway and the other to watch the show. Last time, I even saw you, Dan Xing, asking on social media if anyone received an invitation from Teacher Lai, Xi Jinping said excitedly. I immediately replied under her post, saying I received it. Guess what? She actually deleted that message. Haha. Song Qinghe didn't quite understand Xi Jinping's pursuit of Yu Danqing's behavior, but reminded her. Have you thought about the possibility that she might have just hidden that message from you? Xi Jinping's smiling face suddenly froze. Oh no, now that you mention it, that could really be the case. That sneaky little person could definitely do something like that. But why would she want Teacher Lai's invitation? Song Qinghe was a bit confused. You really don't know. Xi Jinping said, somewhat speechless. Do you have any idea how much that invitation is worth in the fashion industry? But that's the fashion world. I know Teacher Lai's influence there, Song Qinghe said. Have you not thought that in our circle, if we could connect with the fashion industry, it would be a great cross-industry collaboration? Xi Jinping pointed out, you know how niche our circle is, and if Teacher Lai's designs can connect with Chinese elements, it could still relate to us in some way. If we want to make more money, we can't just stick to our own path, right? Xi Jinping's words were very straightforward and realistic. Indeed, for them in the Chinese musical instrument circle, it wasn't a fast route to making money. This is also why many traditions break off after a certain time. Sometimes, to make a living, they have to make changes. This is a reality and a kind of sadness. To avoid being eliminated by the times, one can only adapt to the trend, moving forward with the times, continuously. Things will get better. Song Qinghe comforted her. I believe the future will be brighter. China has become a strong country, and in the future, more people will appreciate Chinese things, which will make our promotional work easier. Xi Jinping smiled at Song Qinghe. Don't worry, I know we will get better. I firmly believe that Chinese musical instruments will definitely be respected by the world. The two exchanged smiles, their beliefs unwavering. China is their homeland, and Chinese musical instruments are their soul. They will use their lifelong passion to introduce what they love to the whole world, no matter how difficult the road may be or how long the future may seem. Chapter 56. Fashion Show. Lai Jinfan's fashion show was scheduled at the Haiqing Expo Center, which has hosted many master-level exhibitions. As Xi Jinping said, Lai Jinfan's show garnered significant attention from the fashion industry, and many media outlets were present as well. Early in the morning, Xi Jinping accompanied Song Qinghe to the backstage. As the final model to walk the runway, Song Qinghe's makeup and styling were naturally complex. Since she was wearing a qipao, the stylist helped her achieve a look reminiscent of the Republican era. When Song Qinghe changed and stepped out, her curvy figure was highlighted by the qipao, accentuating her front and back. Ah, Song Qinghe, I really want to ask you to have my babies, Xi Jinping exclaimed, snapping several photos with her phone, her face filled with excitement. You look absolutely stunning. I want to marry you. Song Qinghe smiled and replied, sure. I guess we can live together. I don't mind, but I wonder if you'd be willing to give up your ocean for me. Well, if you put it that way. Xi Jinping showed a look of struggle on her face. I think my ocean suits me better. We're just not a match. I can only hope we'll be fated in the next life. The two burst into laughter. Xi Jinping checked the time and said, the show is about to start. You stay backstage, and if anything comes up, call me. I'm heading to the front now. Okay. There wasn't too much for her to do backstage anyway. It was Xi Jinping who was worried about her first runway show and insisted on coming over. Then I'll go. Xi Jinping hurriedly left, and the models were already preparing to go on stage. Lai Jinfan was busy, adjusting the garments for the models before they went on. She had no time to pay attention to Song Qinghe, so she told her to find a place to sit. After all, she would be the last to walk, and there was still time. As the models went out one by one, Lai Jinfan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At times like this, I wish I had 3 heads and 6 arms. Finally, she helped Song Qinghe adjust her outfit one last time and said, go ahead, beautiful girl. Show off your charm and let this garment shine beautifully before the world. Song Qinghe took a deep breath and walked onto the T-shaped runway. The moment she appeared, there was an uproar. Isn't she the girl who led everyone in physical exercises a few days ago? It's her. I remember she was some musical instrument ambassador, right? I don't know, but she is quite beautiful, and the dress looks amazing on her. Flashes from cameras kept going off, and Yu Danxing, sitting in the audience, had a twisted expression on her face. It's Song Qinghe again. How is she always so lucky? Yu Danxing gripped the invitation letter in her hand tightly. The invitation she had struggled to obtain felt like a joke in front of Song Qinghe, making her feel even more humiliated. What she considered rare and valuable seemed to come easily to Song Qinghe. Why did everyone like her so much? Was she really that inferior? What was the difference between her and Song Qinghe? Lu Anren watched Song Qinghe walk gracefully down the runway, his eyes filled with amazement. Dressed exquisitely, Song Qinghe looked like a gentle girl met in a narrow alley, each smile and frown tugging at people's hearts. The qipao accentuated her ethereal charm. It could be said that the person and the garment complemented each other perfectly. He had planned to pick someone up, but thought he could take the opportunity to watch Song Qinghe's show. After seeing her, he felt he had made the right choice. The girl shining brightly on stage captivated him. Each step she took in his heart was different yet equally enchanting. At that moment, Song Qinghe was undoubtedly the focus of the audience, and Lu Anren felt a rush of warmth in his heart. When Song Qinghe walked back to the end, Li Jinfan also came out for backstage. The two held hands and walked to the front of the T-shaped runway to bow and thank the audience. Thunderous applause erupted in the expo center, and camera flashes continued to capture the moment. After Li Jinfan expressed her gratitude, she looked at Song Qinghe beside her with a satisfied smile. This dress took me a whole year to create, and I'm so glad to have found someone suitable to wear it. Only the right person can give the right garment a unique soul. The design exhibition went smoothly, and after Song Qinghe changed her clothes, she received a message from Lu Anren. After saying a quick word to Si Jingjing, she hurried to where Lu Anren's car was parked. Song Qinghe, don't get too proud. Don't think you're amazing just because you've received some attention. Yu Danxing crossed her arms and stood backstage, looking at Song Qinghe with a sarcastic tone. Just wait, soon I'll get more resources than you. With a toss of her head, Yu Danxing coldly snorted and left, leaving Song Qinghe confused. What is wrong with this girl? We're not even familiar, and how she gets resources has nothing to do with me. Why did she have to come backstage to say that? Song Qinghe shook her head in disbelief, not caring about Yu Danxing's harsh words, and slipped out the back door. The car was parked conveniently at the back, and Song Qinghe smoothly got in. Sorry for keeping you waiting, she apologized as soon as she got in. The fashion show had ended, and it was already past 11. By the time they reached the dining place, it would probably be past midnight, and it was really not good to keep an elder waiting for so long. In her haste, Song Qinghe hadn't even removed her makeup. Still dressed in the Republican-era style, but luckily the outfit was a modified qipao, so it didn't seem out of place. The show was a great success and beautiful, Lu Anren said with a slight smile as he looked at Song Qinghe. Song Qinghe felt a bit shy and lowered her head. Thank you. Did you get to see it? Yes, I arrived a little early and caught your show just in time. Song Qinghe smiled shyly. I was really nervous. But Teacher Lai told me to imagine the audience as big winter melons. Thinking of that image made me laugh. You did really well. You walked steadily on your first runway, which shows you can hold your own. Lu Anren was generous with his praise, feeling bashful from Lu Anren's compliments. Song Qinghe touched her reddened ears and changed the subject. Where's the teacher celebrating today? Is it far? Not too far. If you're tired, you can rest for a bit. Song Qinghe had woken up early to prepare that morning, and her nerves were still tense during the show. Originally, she didn't feel it, but after Lu Anren mentioned it, she couldn't help but yawn, covering her mouth. Go ahead and sleep. I'll wake you when we arrive. Lu Anren turned on the music, and soft melodies began to play, sounding almost like a lullaby. Song Qinghe initially hesitated, thinking it wouldn't be good to fall asleep in the car, but as she listened to the music, she gradually drifted off. Chapter 57, I Like You. The car slowly came to a stop, and Song Qinghe showed no signs of waking up. Lu Anren reached over to unbuckle Song Qinghe's seatbelt. watching her breathe softly in her sleep. Sleeping Song Qinghe appeared even more obedient than usual. Qinghe? Qinghe? Lu Anren called out twice, and Song Qinghe slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the enlarged, handsome face in front of her, she was momentarily stunned, her heart racing wildly, and a blush crept across her cheeks. Time seemed to freeze between the two of them, the atmosphere becoming particularly ambiguous, the air between them feeling almost scorching. Perhaps it was too quiet in the car. Both of them could hear each other's heartbeats. Thump, thump, Lu Anren leaned in slightly and kissed the red lips that were so close. Song Qinghe's eyes widened slightly, her heart feeling as if it were being tightly squeezed. As Lu Anren's cool tongue pried open her lips and slipped in her mouth, she slowly closed her eyes. The sudden kiss was like a storm, leaving Song Qinghe's mind blank, and she could only respond clumsily based on instinct. The inexperienced kiss drove Lu Anren even crazier, desperately savoring the sweetness from her mouth, inch by inch. Lu Anren lingered on Song Qinghe's lips for a long time before reluctantly letting go. At this moment, Song Qinghe's face was flushed, and there was a hint of shyness in her eyes. The soapy scent from Lu Anren seemed to crawl in her heart through the air, tickling her and feeling slightly damp. She shyly lowered her head. She had been too dazed to think just a moment ago. But now she regained her senses and felt her cheeks burning, wishing she could dig a hole to hide in. Qinghe. Lu Anren's voice was hoarse, causing Song Qinghe to look up at him in confusion. I like you. Would you be willing to be with me? Lu Anren fixed his gaze on Song Qinghe's eyes. I'm 27 this year, from a respectable family, with no bad habits. The only downside is that I don't have much time that I can arrange for myself. But I can guarantee that aside from what the army needs me for, my time is all yours. Would you give me a chance? Lu Anren felt very nervous at this moment. Originally, he wanted to find a suitable opportunity for a formal confession, but the atmosphere, just now, was too perfect, making him unable to resist kissing the girl who had unknowingly occupied his heart. He had always been someone who acted decisively. Plans could never keep up with changes, so he took immediate action. He thought that Song Qinghe must have feelings for him too. Otherwise, she would have pushed him away when he kissed her. But she didn't. Instead, she obediently closed her eyes, which thrilled him immensely. Qinghe, I'm serious. I like you and want to have a relationship that end, a relationship that will lead to marriage. A relationship where I will accompany you for the rest of my life. Each word from Lu Anren struck Song Qinghe's heart like a drumbeat. She blinked, looking at Lu Anren's determined yet slightly nervous expression, seeing her own charming reflection in his eyes, and smiled at him. Okay, I agree. The smile on Song Qinghe's face was sweet, and she felt a little tipsy at this moment. Lu Anren's confession made her heart race. She knew that Lu Anren was different in her heart, so whether it was the kiss or the confession, she felt joy. Lu Anren's eyes instantly lit up with excitement, and he could hardly control himself as he held Song Qinghe's shoulders. Are you serious? Really willing to be with me? Although he had guessed that Song Qinghe would probably not refuse, the moment he actually heard her agree, overwhelming joy flooded Lu Anren. Seeing Song Qinghe nod with a smile, Lu Anren couldn't help but kiss her red lips again. This time, it was rightful and filled with ecstatic joy. Gone was the cautious probing from before. This time, it was his heart racing. Their lips easily parted, and Lu Anren sucked on Song Qinghe's lower lip, their tongues entangled together. Song Qinghe felt all soft and weak, leaning helplessly against the seat, allowing Lu Anren to take what he wanted. When their lips parted, a long silver thread connected them. Song Qinghe was dizzy from the kiss. When had she ever experienced such an advance? She could only passively endure it. Qinghe. Lu Anren held Song Qinghe tightly, wishing he could embed her into his body. Their breaths mingled, filling him with joy. Song Qinghe was also silently smiling. This was what it felt like to like someone. So this was how enchanting kissing was. With a slightly flushed face, Song Qinghe pressed a kiss on the corner of Lu Anren's mouth. Lu Anren's fingers rested on his lips, smiling foolishly. The enchanting atmosphere between them was suddenly interrupted by the sound of a phone ringing. Lu Anren answered the call, and his grandfather's hearty voice came through. What's going on with you? I asked you to pick someone up. Why haven't you returned? We're in the parking lot. We'll be there soon. Lu Anren hung up the phone and exchanged a smile with Song Qinghe. When Song Qinghe got out of the car, she unconsciously glanced at the mirror and was startled to find herself looking spring-like, with a flushed face and lips more vivid than if she had applied lipstick. She suddenly felt a bit anxious. In this state, who wouldn't he notice? What is wrong? Lu Anren got out of the car and noticed that Song Qinghe wasn't moving, feeling puzzled. Look at you, you made me look like this. How am I supposed to face people? Song Qinghe lightly punched Lu Anren, not using much force, which made him unable to help but laugh. Isn't this great? If anyone asks, just say it was me. Lu Anren took the opportunity to grab Song Qinghe's hand, just right to tell them about their relationship. Song Qinghe's face turned red. We just confirmed our relationship. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? What is inappropriate? They don't know how anxious I am every day to find a partner. Lu Anren dismissed her concerns. If they knew I found such a beautiful girlfriend, they'd be overjoyed. But we can't be so proactive. Our relationship isn't stable yet. What if? Song Qinghe's words were abruptly cut off as Lu Anren immediately covered her mouth. What if? No what ifs. There are no what ifs. Lu Anren's expression was serious, his tone earnest. Who thinks about the possibility of breaking up when they just start dating? Song Qinghe's eyes curved into crescent moons, and she was quite pleased with Lu Anren's domineering remarks. The warmth of his palm pressed against her lips. The heat of their breath and the moisture of their lips made Lu Anren's heart skip a beat, and his gaze changed. Just as he was about to take the next step, he heard someone behind him ask, "Anren, why haven't you gone in yet?" Lu Anren paused, released his hand, and turned to look at the newcomer. Andy. It was a woman who appeared dignified and graceful, with wavy hair and fair skin. Looking nothing like Lu Anren's elder, Ran Xiongfang then spotted the girl that Lu Anren had just shielded, raising her eyebrows in surprise. Anren, who is this? Chapter 58. To prevent my girlfriend from getting jealous, Song Qinghe smiled at Ran Xiongfang. Hello, I'm Song Qinghe, a student of teacher Ran. Oh, it's you, Ran Xiongfang replied, her face showing a polite smile. So you're the student my dad praised so highly. Song Qinghe smiled shyly as Ran Xiongfang took her hand and led her into the restaurant. Come on, everyone is here except for you two. The private room was filled with people, and upon seeing Ran Yongbing, Song Qinghe quickly offered an apologetic smile. Teacher, I'm sorry for being late today. I brought a birthday gift. Hope you won't mind. You silly child, I invited you for a meal, not to make you spend money. Ran Yongbing pretended to be stern, but his face broke into a smile upon receiving Song Qinghe's gift. Look, my Qinghe is always thinking of me. Dad, as if we didn't prepare gifts for you. Ran Yongbing's words immediately drew a playful remark from Ran Xiongfang. And Yingying also prepared a gift for you, right? Qin Yingying was someone Ran Yongbing had brought along. Described as a close friend child, and she happened to be with her today, so she came along to celebrate with Ran Yongbing. Ran Yongbing shot a light glare at Ran Xiongfang, and then turned to Song Qinghe with a friendly smile. Qinghe, come sit next to me. There were 2 seats reserved beside him specifically for Song Qinghe and Lu Anren. Unable to refuse the warm invitation, Song Qinghe gladly took a seat, and Lu Anren naturally followed her. You little rascal, today you finally did something good by bringing Qinghe over. Ran Yongbing looked at Lu Anren with a look of disdain. Lu Anren leisurely poured a glass of water for Song Qinghe, saying, of course, she's my grandpa's precious student. I'll make sure to take good care of her. Once everyone was present, the waiter quickly began serving the dishes. Song Qinghe raised her glass and smiled sweetly at Ran Yongbing. Teacher, since I came late today, I would like to propose a toast to wish you good health and all the best. Then I must drink a good glass. Without hesitation, Ran Yongbing raised his glass. Lu Anren cleared his throat. Grandpa, take it easy. You have a limit on drinks today. You brat, it's a joyous occasion. Why are you dampening my spirits? Ran Yongbing glared at Lu Anren, and instead of downing the drink, he could only take a small sip. Lu Anren smiled slightly and picked up a shrimp, personally peeling it and placing it in Ran Yongbing's bowl. Anren, let me introduce you, Ran Xiongfang said with a smile, raising her glass and pulling the girl beside her. This is my best friend's daughter, named Qin Yingying. She's a dance teacher. You're all young people. Get to know each other. Qin Yingying looked at Lu Anren's handsome face, her cheeks slightly flushed as she awkwardly tucked her hair behind her ear. Hello, Mr. Lu. Oh, don't call him Mr. Lu. It sounds too formal. Just call him Anren with me. Ran Xiongfang playfully nudged Qin Yingying's arm. Song Qinghe paused with her chopsticks and looked up. Perhaps due to dancing for many years, Qin Yingying had a good aura, and although she wasn't exceptionally beautiful, she was quite a pretty girl. Miss Qin, hello. Lu Anren nodded slightly to Qin Yingying, then looked at Ran Xiongfang. Annie, it's fine to get to know each other. But as for communication, let's leave that be. It's not suitable. Qin Yingying's face turned pale. She didn't expect Lu Anren to be so direct and blunt. Cough, child. How can you know if it's suitable without deeper communication? Ran Xiongfang felt a bit embarrassed. All right, the child has grown up. Stop worrying unnecessarily. Ran Yongbing intervened, returning to his seat. Their parents aren't worried. Why are you so nosy? You should handle your own matters first. Ran Xiongfang had already been married several times without having a child, and at her age, Ran Yongbing was quite concerned for her. How am I being nosy? I'm just worried about Anren. He's so grown up and still doesn't have a girlfriend, Ran Xiongfang insisted. Besides, Yingying is such a good girl, pretty, dances well, and comes from good family. Sister, don't you think so? Ran Xiongfang looked at Ran Xinqi. Ran Xinqi smiled awkwardly. She really didn't want to meddle in Lu Anren's affairs. After all, he was grown up, and being in the army every day, it wasn't appropriate for her to say much. Moreover, Lu Anren wasn't exactly obedient. Previously, whenever she saw him, she would urge him to get married. But every time she did, he would run back to the army, making it hard for her to reach him, so she gradually stopped. Children naturally have their ways. I think Yingying is quite nice, but when it comes to matters of the heart, we can't decide that. It has to be what the child feels is right. Ran Xinqi smiled and called out, Yingying, come sit down. Don't just stand there with your Aunt Fong. With a way out, Qin Yingying immediately agreed. Although her voice carried a hint of a sob, she felt like her face was being stepped on. If it weren't for the rudeness, she would have left right then. Ran Xiongfang wanted to say something more, but was shot a fierce glare by Ran Yongbing, signaling her to be quiet. She had no choice but to return to her seat, still feeling a bit disgruntled, and sarcastically remarked to Lu Anren, Anren, it's not that Andy is saying this, but having someone suitable would be fine. Don't always aim too high. At this rate, are you planning to be single for life? Lu Anren leisurely finished peeling the last shrimp, exchanged bowls with Song Qinghe, and smiled slightly at Ran Xiongfang. That might disappoint Andy, but when I said it's not convenient to communicate, it's because I have a girlfriend. I need to keep a proper distance from other girls to prevent my girlfriend from getting jealous. What? Lu Anren's words shocked everyone at the table, and Ran Yongbing looked at Lu Anren with immense surprise. When did this happen? How come I never heard you mention it? You little rascal, you have a girlfriend, but didn't bring her to show your grandpa. Ran Yongbing was fuming. You have a girlfriend? Ran Xinqi's face lit up with excitement. What your grandpa said is right. Why not bring her over? The whole family is here. It would be a good opportunity to get to know each other. Exactly, Anren, Ran Xiongfang, recovering from her shock, said, You wouldn't have made her up just to fool me, would you? Otherwise, on such a big occasion as your grandpa's birthday, why wouldn't you bring her along? Isn't it a bit inappropriate for her not to come to celebrate? Ran Xiongfang looked at Lu Anren suspiciously, increasingly convinced that he was just saying this to shut her up. I think this. Why don't you give her a call and have her come over to celebrate with your grandpa? What do you think? Ran Xiongfang suggested with feigned enthusiasm. Chapter 59. Good kid. With good taste, Ran Yongbing looked at Lu Anren with anticipation, genuinely curious about what kind of girlfriend Lu Anren found. He was really curious about what kind of girl could make his precious grandson bend. It's not that complicated, Lu Anren said with a smile, leaning back in his chair, his arm casually resting on the back of Song Qinghe's chair, distant yet close. Everyone's gaze followed Lu Anren's movements, landing on Song Qinghe beside him. Song Qinghe felt a bit shy under everyone's gaze, her face turning red as she waved to the crowd. Hi, you, Ran Yongbing widened his eyes, his eyebrows raised. You little rascal, this is my most proud student, and you actually. You did a great job, good kid, really is good taste. Ran Yongbing's mustache curled high, and his brows relaxed, truly worthy of being my grandson, with taste just as good as mine. Ran Yongbing was quite surprised and delighted about his grandson being with Song Qinghe. Why hadn't he thought of pairing these two before? He liked both of them very much. Previously, he hadn't considered that direction, but now looking at them, the more he looked, the more he felt they were a perfect match. Ran Xiongfang looked at the two in astonishment, Anren, that's your grandpa's student. She is from a different generation. Cough, cough. What different generation? Ran Yongbing shot, Ran Xiongfang a glare. If you can't speak, then don't. What do you know about young people's matters? Ran Xiongfang was quite unconvinced. No matter what, she was younger than her dad, right? Who was she looking down on? Ran Xinchi looked at Lu Anren in surprise. Are you serious? You're not joking with Mom? Would I joke about my girlfriend? Lu Anren raised an eyebrow. I worked hard to win over your future daughter-in-law. How could this be a joke? Song Qinghe's face turned so red she couldn't raise it. The way he said it made it sound like he had been pursuing her for a long time. But had she agreed too quickly? She should have let him chase her a bit. Ran Xinchi finally showed a satisfied smile. As long as you're willing to settle down, and it's not a joke. That's good. She then scrutinized Song Qinghe closely. Song Qinghe was still dressed in the style of the Republic of China, looking like a gentle and beautiful girl. Not to mention, she was indeed prettier than that Qin Yingying. From her sharp eye, her figure was also top-notch. She had to admit, her son's taste was indeed good. Such a beautiful girl, she liked. Thinking of this, Ran Xinchi asked Song Qinghe gently, Is it Qinghe? What do you usually do? I heard them mention you went to a fashion show today. Song Qinghe quickly put down her chopsticks and replied obediently. Today, I mainly went to help a teacher I know. I don't usually do this job. My major is still in Hua Xia musical instruments. Oh, right. I almost forgot that you studied Hua Xia musical instruments with my dad. Ran Xinchi was too excited just now and had actually forgotten about this. Qinghe is very skilled with instruments. She has promoted Hua Xia musical instruments in many countries. Ran Yongbing's side, you too. Neither of you has the intention to let more people know about Hua Xia musical instruments. Fortunately, my disciple has always upheld this belief and has done many beneficial things for Hua Xia musical instruments. Ran Xinchi and Ran Xiongfang were a bit speechless, indeed. Although both of them had studied Hua Xia musical instruments with Ran Yongbing, they hadn't truly engaged in related fields. Ran Xinchi worked in a cultural unit, which was somewhat relevant, while Ran Xiongfang had completely indulged herself in photography, not even touching musical instruments. So, heaven has still treated me well. Ran Yongbing quickly perked up, his face blooming with joy. You two may not be willing, but my granddaughter-in-law can. The blush that had finally faded from Song Qinghe's face turned bright red again at Ran Yongbing's words. What granddaughter-in-law? I just confirmed my relationship with Lu Anren today. How can we talk so far? Grandpa, if you keep talking, be careful your granddaughter-in-law might get angry and not want to be with me anymore. Lu Anren saw Song Qinghe's embarrassment and kindly stepped in to change the subject. And today is your birthday. We're not the main focus. You are? Yes, Grandpa. Come on. I wish you good health. As Lu Anren spoke, the other younger ones immediately raised their glasses to toast. This group of younger ones, led by Lu Anren, had just been happily eating from the sidelines. Now seeing their sister-in-law was indeed shy, they immediately took action. Qin Yingying lowered her head, her eyes flashing with embarrassment and resentment, feeling as if she were standing naked in the street. Why did she come to this birthday banquet? It was all Ran Xiongfang's fault. The other party already had a girlfriend and even dared to introduce her. She would go back and tell her mom. Most of the people at the banquet were happy. After the meal, Lu Anren drove Song Qinghe home. When they arrived downstairs in her neighborhood, he naturally followed her out of the car. Don't you need to go back to the army? Song Qinghe looked at Lu Anren, who had followed her out. A bit surprised. Didn't he say that the mission over there hadn't completely ended? There's no rush for this little bit of time. Lu Anren held Song Qinghe's hand. Press the elevator button. It's still okay to send my girlfriend home. Song Qinghe's face flushed again. She felt a bit shy, but in her heart, she was still willing to be with Lu Anren. The elevator quickly arrived at their floor. Song Qinghe opened the door and looked at Lu Anren, biting her lip lightly. Do you want to come in and sit for a while? Lu Anren swallowed hard, walked into the room, and casually closed the door. Song Qinghe changed her shoes and was just about to help Lu Anren get a pair of slippers when he wrapped his arms around her waist and pinned her against the wall. Before Song Qinghe could let out a surprised gasp, her red lips were blocked, and a hot breath came rushing towards her. His agile tongue parted her soft lips, and her little tongue was heavily sucked, causing Song Qinghe's tongue root to go numb, letting out a soft moan. Lu Anren's body grew tenser, the soft warmth on his chest rubbing against him, igniting his desire. The split of the chi pao was quite obvious. Song Qinghe's legs softened from the kiss, and Lu Anren's hand slid up along the split of her chi pao. Wherever his warm palm touched, Song Qinghe trembled all over, a strange desire surging within her. Song Qinghe helplessly allowed Lu Anren to explore her body. Her mind had gone blank, and unfamiliar lust rolled through her body. By the time she regained her senses, her clothes had been undone, and a flash of white was particularly dazzling. Lu Anren. Song Qinghe panted, her voice softer than ever. Her face filled with lust, her eyes carrying a desire she had never experienced before. Although she didn't know why things had developed so quickly, deep down, Song Qinghe had a kind of madness. She wanted to embrace the man in front of her right now. Chapter 60. The charming innocence Song Qinghe endured her shyness in the bedroom. What responded to her was an overwhelming kiss, intense and fervent, as if wanting to merge with her bones. The chi pao on Song Qinghe had already fallen off, and her beautiful figure was fully revealed in just her underwear, the bra accentuating her curves perfectly. A surge of electricity coursed through her body, and she felt as if she were on fire, tingling with every kiss from Lu Anren. Her skin, overly excited, turned from white to a tempting pink, even more alluring than before. The scorching palm landed on her delicate skin, causing her to shudder. Although it was her first experience, Song Qinghe was particularly sensitive. Lu Anren's agile tongue teased her mouth, the sounds of their kisses echoing in the quiet bedroom. Lu Anren sucked on her lips, his assault fierce yet tempered with gentle restraint. Originally still somewhat clear-headed, Song Qinghe was already becoming dazed, her red lips swollen and emitting soft moans. Her figure seemed to be favored by the heavens, every inch of her skin so tender and white that it seemed to glisten with moisture. Lu Anren felt that with just a little more strength, he could leave ambiguous red marks on her body. Her slender waist was so small that it could be grasped with one hand. Lu Anren held her waist tightly, afraid that his movements might break her. Perhaps due to practicing martial arts, Song Qinghe's skin felt even firmer than before, prompting Lu Anren to shower her with kisses. The tearing pain made Song Qinghe tense up, but Lu Anren held her tightly, kissing her repeatedly until she gradually relaxed. In truth, Lu Anren was also struggling. He was already sweating profusely, but still needed to consider Song Qinghe's feelings. The tingling sensation spread throughout her body, affecting even her fingers and toes. The strange feeling surged like a tidal wave, completely engulfing Song Qinghe. Lu Anren. Her voice carried a hint of tears, her eyes misty with emotions that were hard to distinguish between pleasure and pain. Lu Anren affectionately kissed the corners of her eyes, her beautiful face now flushed with desire. The low gasps and soft moans gradually heated the air in the bedroom. Song Qinghe lost track of time. It was her first time experiencing such intense stimulation. Combined with the alcohol she had consumed at noon, the blood rush and the effects of the alcohol quickly led her to a state of blissful confusion. The sun outside had gradually set, and the room became dimmer. Lu Anren turned on the bedside lamp, the warm yellow light illuminating the room instantly. Song Qinghe's tightly closed eyes were discomforted by the light, and Lu Anren reached out to cover her eyes, allowing her to relax her furrowed brow. Under his palm was her high nose bridge and slightly swollen lips, now particularly rosy from their earlier kisses. At this moment, Song Qinghe was not wearing any clothes, merely lying on her side with a small blanket covering her. The blanket did not cover her completely, instead accentuating her curves in a more enticing manner. Lu Anren's gaze darkened significantly as he could not help but lean down to kiss her lips, his other hand exploring further down. The suction between their lips brought Song Qinghe back to her senses a bit, and she began to clumsily respond to Lu Anren's advances. Her inexperienced technique only excited his primal instincts further, and with a swift motion, he turned the tables. Song Qinghe had no idea how she fell asleep, but when she woke up again, it was already the next morning. She felt soreness all over, and as she sat up, she collapsed back down. Her delicate waist felt like it might snap. On the bedside table was a note in Lu Anren's flamboyant handwriting, stating that he had to return to the military district first and would come to find her when he had time off. After a moment of recovery, Song Qinghe got up and went to the bathroom. The woman in the mirror displayed the allure of someone who had just experienced intimacy, her body marked with traces left from their lovemaking. Song Qinghe had never known she could be so wild, giving herself up completely on the first day with Lu Anren. She bit her lip shyly, thinking of him, and her face flushed with warmth. Just the thought of his low gasps and the way he called her name in a seductive voice made her body warm. The allure on her face became more pronounced, and seeing the glimmer in her eyes reflected in the mirror made her rush to the shower, turning on the water to wash away the remnants of their night together. Due to yesterday's activities, Song Qinghe postponed her daily exercise to the afternoon. Surprisingly, the soreness that had plagued her began to fade as she practiced her martial arts, which delighted her. That evening, she received a video call from Lu Anren. Judging by his background, he seemed to be in his dormitory, living alone, which piqued her curiosity. "Do you usually live in the dormitory? Can't you go home?" she asked. "Yes, generally I live in the dormitory." Lu Anren paused. "I could apply to go home, but I find it bothersome, so I've never applied. I only go back occasionally during holidays." "Oh," Song Qinghe nodded, somewhat understanding. Lu Anren watched her naive expression, feeling a bit restless. "Qinghe, are you going out to record again tomorrow?" "No need. This program records twice a month, each for a week." Song Qinghe answered obediently, explaining that both recording sessions for the month had already concluded, and the next would be next month. Lu Anren's eyes lit up. "Do you have anything important coming up afterwards?" "Not really. Just some usual work. Occasionally I have to go out for promotional performances of traditional Chinese instruments." Holding the phone was tiring, so Song Qinghe placed it on the bedside table and lay on her bed to talk to Lu Anren. Since she was at home, she was wearing casual home clothes, a sexy dress that her friend Si Jingjing had specifically purchased for them as sister outfits. Having grown accustomed to wearing it at home, she didn't realize how revealing it was. Her fair skin and deep cleavage were fully exposed to Lu Anren's gaze. Lu Anren swallowed hard, a storm brewing in his eyes. If Song Qinghe were in front of him, he would have pounced on her, wanting to see her bloom in his hands. Just watching her unintentionally showcase her allure through the screen was almost too much for him to bear. "Qinghe," Lu Anren spoke again, his voice hoarse. "What's wrong?" Song Qinghe asked, puzzled by the change in his tone. "I miss you so much. Will you come to the military district to see me?" Lu Anren's voice carried a hint of temptation. His holiday had just ended, and he had been living in the dormitory. Even if he applied to go home now, he could only return twice a month. Chapter 61. Are you planning to become a nun? Song Qinghe was quite tempted by Lu Anren's suggestion. The two had just confessed their feelings for each other and had just begun to savor the sweetness of their relationship, wanting nothing more than to stick together for 24 hours a day. Song Qinghe missed Lu Anren very much. Waking up today and not seeing him made her feel a bit lost, but she understood the nature of his work and could only comfort herself. She wished she could hold him and snuggle in his arms when she woke up. "Can you have visitors there? Won't it affect your training?" "No, we can't go out during the day here, but if someone comes to visit, we are allowed to go out at night." Lu Anren looked at Song Qinghe with a very strategic gaze. "Qinghe, will you come and keep me company?" Lu Anren's voice was low and hoarse, making Song Qinghe's ears turn red. "Okay, I'll come over a bit later tomorrow." Song Qinghe nodded, suppressing her shyness. Lu Anren immediately broke into a joyful smile. "Then I'll wait for you to come tomorrow." Okay." Song Qinghe hung up the phone and rolled over on the bed. Suddenly remembering something, she got up, opened her wardrobe, and picked out a few pieces of clothing, but wasn't very satisfied. She reached for her phone and dialed Si Jingjing's number. It was very noisy on Si Jingjing's end. It was clear she was enjoying life at a bar. However, Song Qinghe couldn't care less and asked her to find a quiet place to talk. "What?" Si Jingjing was incredulous and screamed, "Wait a minute." Saying this, Si Jingjing hurriedly hung up the phone, leaving Song Qinghe confused. "What? Why did she hang up? I didn't even get to ask clearly. My best friend is unreliable. I have to rely on myself." Song Qinghe had no choice but to rummage through her wardrobe again, and after a long while, she found a few outfits that she could barely accept when the doorbell rang. Just as she was about to go open the door, she recalled that Lu Anren had said she had no idea about danger, so she decided to peek out to see who was at the door. Standing outside was still Si Jingjing. Song Qinghe opened the door, and Si Jingjing immediately rushed in, holding Song Qinghe's shoulders, her voice almost changing. What did you get a boyfriend? Closing the door, Song Qinghe finally replied to Xi Jingjing. We just got together yesterday. Xi Jingjing looked Song Qinghe up and down and noticed the marks left on her body, which she was very familiar with. A shock. You two were together yesterday. And you slept together? Ah. Song Qinghe's face turned red from Xi Jingjing's comment. You weren't tricked, were you? Xi Jingjing looked at Song Qinghe suspiciously. Did he say he was dating you, but after sleeping with you, he ran away? What are you talking about? Song Qinghe hit Xi Jingjing lightly, her face flushed. You know that person too. He's my mentor's grandson, whom you met last time. Oh, it's him. Xi Jingjing had a mischievous smile. See, I told you he likes you. I've never been wrong about people. Song Qinghe lowered her head, feeling shy, and murmured in agreement. How is he? Not bad. Xi Jingjing teased, playfully bumping into Song Qinghe. Song Qinghe's face turned completely red, and she bashfully hugged a pillow, snuggling into the sofa. Hurry up and tell me, Xi Jingjing said excitedly. Based on my years of experience in charming men, he must be quite skilled. Song Qinghe's face was almost smoking, and after being urged for a while by Xi Jingjing, she finally whispered an affirmative. Not bad, sis. Xi Jingjing wrapped her arm around Song Qinghe's shoulder. So what did you want to talk to me about? I specially abandoned my dating pool to find you. Only then did Song Qinghe put her shyness aside and quickly pulled Xi Jingjing into the bedroom. I'm going to the military district to see him tomorrow and might stay there for a few days. So I wanted to ask for your opinion on which outfits to take. Song Qinghe pointed to a few pieces of clothing laid out on the bed. What do you think of these? I think they're not great. Xi Jingjing rolled her eyes. Are you going to become a nun? Huh? Song Qinghe was stunned. What do you mean? Most of Song Qinghe's clothes were quite conservative, not only because of her personality, but also due to her considerable chest, which often troubled her. She preferred wearing clothes that didn't emphasize her chest, so most of her clothing was designed to conceal it. During puberty, her prominent chest had caused her a lot of distress, and she envied those who were petite. Because of this, Xi Jingjing once teased her, saying that someone with such good conditions shouldn't take them for granted. Sis, you're not telling me that you're going to see your man just for a simple visit, are you? Xi Jingjing had a mischievous smile on her face. Song Qinghe didn't immediately catch on, but once she did, her face turned bright red. I told you. With your figure, a man wouldn't let go after one time, would he? Xi Jingjing laughed wickedly and playfully poked Song Qinghe, who then hit her several times. Stop looking at those. Xi Jingjing pulled Song Qinghe out. Come on, let us go to my house. What are we going to do at your house? Song Qinghe was taken aback. Without looking back, Xi Jingjing said, of course, to help you pick out clothes. With these conservative outfits of yours, how would a man be interested? Initially, Song Qinghe didn't want to go, but hearing Xi Jingjing say that, she hesitated a bit. She indeed didn't compare to Xi Jingjing when it came to men. Xi Jingjing lived in her own apartment to make it convenient for bringing various men home. If she lived with her parents, it would definitely be inconvenient, so she found a house and moved out. The Xi family wasn't short on money. When their daughter wanted to move out, they simply bought her a large flat. Once they entered her home, Xi Jingjing led Song Qinghe directly to the walk-in closet. Xi Jingjing's closet was almost restocked every quarter. Each season, her doting father would have a batch of new clothes sent over, causing many items to still have their tags on. Just wait, I'll find you a few pieces, Xi Jingjing said as she rushed to a pile of sexy dresses, quickly pulling out several. Jingjing, just a few would be fine. Are you trying to empty your house for me? Song Qinghe hurriedly advised. Try these on first. Xi Jingjing shoved the clothes into Song Qinghe's hands and climbed a ladder to get a box from the top of the closet, saying, You think I'm trying to empty my house? You're overthinking it. Found it. Xi Jingjing happily took the box out, and Song Qinghe quickly accepted it. What's this? Good stuff. Xi Jingjing smiled ambiguously at Song Qinghe and opened the box. Inside was a set of sexy sleepwear with ribbons as straps, a satin bow revealing part of the chest, and the skirt was a slightly sheer white mesh and lace combination with a slit at the back. Just picking it up to take a look made Song Qinghe feel as if she had been burned, and she immediately tossed the outfit onto the sofa. Chapter 62. The Scorching Kiss. What is this? Song Qinghe felt like her face could fry an egg. How could Xi Jingjing have something like this? Hey, why did you throw it away? Xi Jingjing picked up the sexy lingerie and held it up to Song Qinghe, saying, This is the treasure that will make your man devoted to you. Xi Jingjing revealed an ambiguous smile, saying, "Don't say I haven't shared my experiences with you. Men, they all like to be more open in bed. The more open you are, the more they like it. Don't think that some men don't say anything. They are actually very happy inside." As Xi Jingjing spoke, a look of disdain appeared on her face. Some people may speak piously, but in reality, they are all the same. Sister, this is a rare opportunity. You should use your charm to make him unable to leave you. Xi Jingjing's words left a mark in Song Qinghe's heart. She wondered if she was a bit too conservative. Although she had already established a substantial relationship with Lu Anren, she still felt a bit restrained. It was only under the influence of alcohol yesterday that she had the courage to be bold. Thinking of this, Song Qinghe's face turned red again. She had never dated before, and because she felt nervous seeing men alone, she tried to avoid spending time with them. But with Lu Anren, aside from feeling a bit nervous the first time she met him, she gradually got used to it. With this thought, Song Qinghe extended her hand and slowly grasped the sexy lingerie. "That's right, baby. You have to know that women should treat themselves well. These things are about mutual pleasure. When you encounter a gem, just enjoy it." Xi Jingjing was very satisfied with Song Qinghe's understanding. Women, in this lifetime, just need to make themselves comfortable. Don't think too much about other things. If you keep considering this and that, in the end, it's still you who suffers, right? Xi Jingjing didn't think much of it, saying, "That's why I believe in enjoying life. If it makes you happy, why should you deprive yourself?" "Qinghe." Xi Jingjing supported Song Qinghe's shoulders from behind, and the two looked at the mirror together. As long as you can find joy in intimacy, that is a very good thing. There is nothing to be ashamed of. There is an ancient saying, "Food and sex are inherent to human nature. Desire, whether wanting or being wanted, is a need. Face it bravely, and you will discover a different world." Song Qinghe slept with Xi Jingjing that night. They hadn't slept together in a long time, and Xi Jingjing shared a lot of experiences with Song Qinghe. Eventually, she couldn't hold back her sleepiness and fell asleep. Song Qinghe rubbed her sleepy eyes, thinking about how she could go find Lu Anren when she woke up, feeling a bit sweet in her heart, and drifted off to sleep. They chatted late into the night and didn't wake up until noon. Xi Jingjing volunteered to do a fresh and elegant makeup for Song Qinghe. With this makeup and outfit, it would definitely make everyone unable to look away. Xi Jingjing looked at Song Qinghe in the mirror with satisfaction. The term pure desire was completely tailored for her. Today, Song Qinghe wore a dress, with petals blooming at the chest, perfectly accentuating her already full curves. The pleats of the skirt highlighted her slender waist, making it look delicate as if it could break with a gentle fold. The open-toe sandals elongated her calves, and Xi Jingjing had put on a delicate pearl gold chain around her ankle, complementing her fair skin. "Ah, what a pity I'm not a man otherwise." Xi Jingjing looked at Song Qinghe with a sense of regret. She could guarantee that with Song Qinghe's appearance, if she stood in front of her boyfriend, he would definitely turn into a wolf. "All right." Xi Jingjing suddenly slapped her forehead, almost forgetting an essential item. Saying this, she opened the bedside drawer and took out several boxes of contraceptives, handing them to Song Qinghe. "Choose one for yourself. You know your man's size. Take it with you." The contraceptives in her hand felt as hot as a boiled egg, making Song Qinghe unsure whether to throw them away or keep them. Her face was burning, but she endured the embarrassment and chose a box. "Wow, Song Qinghe, you're something." Xi Jingjing saw the box Song Qinghe picked, and her smile turned increasingly lewd, saying, "With your man's assets, no wonder you're so eager to chase after him. If it were me, I would definitely make him unable to get out of bed. Go for it. I'm rooting for you. Wait a moment. I'll get you a few more boxes. One box, definitely one TB enough." Xi Jingjing's ambiguous gaze swept over Song Qinghe, making her angrily punch her a few times. In the end, Song Qinghe was sent off in a car loaded with bags by Xi Jingjing. She leaned against the car window, smiling at Song Qinghe, saying, "Babe, enjoy yourself for a few days. I'll take care of the unimportant stuff for you." The last time they went to the military district, it was Lu Anren who drove, and she hadn't taken many notes. This time, Lu Anren sent her the navigation, and she followed it all the way to the Haicheng military district. Lu Anren was already waiting at the entrance of the military district. The guest house was inside the military district, and he didn't come out to greet her, So Song Qinghe couldn't get in at all. The car stopped temporarily, and Song Qinghe needed to get out to register. As soon as the door opened, the young soldier at the entrance couldn't help but widen his eyes, exclaiming, "So beautiful, but why does she look a bit familiar?" Lu Anren's gaze hadn't left Song Qinghe since she got out of the car. His eyes were burning with heat, causing Song Qinghe to blush slightly. When filling out the visitor's relationship, Song Qinghe paused, and Lu Anren held her hand from behind, writing the words family member neatly. The young soldier's eyes nearly popped out. What? This woman is Captain Lu's family? When did Captain Lu get married? Song Qinghe was flushed red by Lu Anren's actions, feeling dizzy as she followed him. "I'll drive. You sit next to me." Lu Anren opened the passenger door for Song Qinghe, then went around to the driver's seat. Lu Anren parked in front of the guest house, striding ahead with Song Qinghe's suitcase in hand. Looking at his back, Song Qinghe felt a bit frustrated. Aside from the intense gaze he gave her at the beginning, he hadn't shown much else. Didn't he ask her to come? Why did it feel like he didn't miss her at all? Countless thoughts swirled in Song Qinghe's mind, and she hadn't noticed that Lu Anren had already opened the door to his room and was leading her inside. Once they entered, Song Qinghe opened her mouth to speak, feeling a bit wronged. "If you..." Click, the door behind them closed. And before Song Qinghe could finish her sentence, Lu Anren silenced her with a passionate kiss. Lu Anren tightly embraced Song Qinghe, desperately sucking on her lips. The root of her tongue felt a bit numb from the intensity, and Song Qinghe's whole body went soft. If it weren't for the door behind her providing support, she would have already collapsed. Chapter 63. The Spring Color Overflows. Beauty beyond compare, Song Qinghe let out a soft moan, her voice weak. "Lu Anren, my legs are weak." A light laugh escaped Lu Anren as he embraced Song Qinghe and sat down on the sofa. At this moment, there was no trace of the restraint he had shown earlier outside. Instead, he was filled with fervent joy. "Qinghe, you really came." Lu Anren rubbed his lips against Song Qinghe's neck. "I miss you so much. We were together just the day before yesterday, but I still miss you." Song Qinghe felt a tingling sensation as Lu Anren rubbed against her, her body responding involuntarily. She gasped softly, her voice unknowingly sweet and cute. "I miss you too, Lu Anren. I really miss you." She wrapped her arms around Lu Anren's neck, her chest unconsciously brushing against his face. Lu Anren held Song Qinghe's head and leaned in to kiss her. His agile tongue skillfully circled inside her mouth, teasing her fragrant tongue back and forth. The sounds of their kisses became increasingly evident, and when their lips parted, strands of saliva fell onto her chest, leaving a damp patch. Lu Anren rubbed against Song Qinghe's chest over her clothes a few times, his voice hoarse. "I'll let you go for now. I need to head back first, and will come to keep you company later." He had only taken a short leave and needed to return to cancel it after making arrangements for Song Qinghe. He knew that they couldn't continue like this. If they did, not only would he be unable to leave, but even Song Qinghe might not be able to hold back, as he could already feel her arousal. "Okay, I'll be in the room waiting for you." Song Qinghe regained some clarity, realizing that Lu Anren had taken leave to come out. She quickly pushed him. "Let go of me and hurry back. I'm not going anywhere, just waiting for you here." So obedient. Lu Anren planted a kiss on Song Qinghe's lips before reluctantly leaving. Song Qinghe lay on the bed, covering her face for a long time before slowly getting up. Although it was a military guest house, the conditions were quite good. Lu Anren had booked a room with a large bed, and the space was relatively spacious. Taking advantage of Lu Anren's absence, Song Qinghe practiced her martial arts and worked on her mental strength before heading to the bathroom for a shower. Just before going in, she opened her suitcase, hesitated for a moment, and finally blushingly took her sexy pajamas inside. She hoped to welcome Lu Anren back in the most beautiful way. Lu Anren was somewhat distracted during the afternoon training. The team members knew that his girlfriend was coming to see him and began to tease him. "Captain, your girlfriend is here. How can you still sit there calmly?" Captain, is your girlfriend pretty? Do you have a photo to show us?" Lu Anren's squad was considered a special team within the Haiqing military district. Directly under its jurisdiction, they would be assigned special tasks, but generally, they trained alongside the personnel of the military district. Lu Anren cleared his throat, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. "You've seen her before, huh?" What do we see her? The team members widened their eyes, looking at Lu Anren in disbelief. If they had seen Lu Anren's girlfriend, how could they have no impression at all? Was she not good-looking? It's the teacher who came to the military district to teach you martial arts last time. Lu Anren pretended to be calm, but the corners of his mouth were already slightly raised. Wow, Captain, you're not playing fair. Just because you picked up Teacher Song once, you've hooked up with her? Looks like the captain is quite charming. I saw that Teacher Song is so beautiful. Her standards must be high, and our captain managed to win her over. That's impressive. Ah, the goddess I finally encountered has fallen into the captain's clutches. That's too cruel. Captain, are you coming back to stay tonight? A curious team member asked. Not coming back. Lu Anren thought about Song Qinghe waiting for him at the guest house. His heart ablaze, wishing he could fly over right now. Oh, everyone started to tease him. All of them are men. What else could men do when they don't return at night? Shut up and train. Lu Anren's ears turned slightly red from their teasing, and he looked at them sternly. Hey, we're the ones suffering. We don't have girlfriends coming to see us. Hee, Captain. While you and your sister-in-law are sweet and loving tonight, we're just miserable. Sigh. Without such good luck, how could one find such a beauty as a girlfriend? I need to get my mom to use her connections to introduce me to a pretty one. Finally, when the afternoon training ended, Lu Anren took his meal to the guest house. He knocked on the door and heard Song Qinghe ask, "Who is it?" "It's me." Lu Qinghe stood at the door, his heart racing. The door clicked open, revealing a small gap. The curtains in the room were drawn, making it quite dark. "Why didn't you turn on the lights?" Lu Anren found it a bit strange as he placed a meal box on the cabinet at the door and casually closed the door behind him. "Wait a second." Song Qinghe's voice trembled a bit. She was a little nervous. "Lock the door, and I'll turn on the lights." "Okay." Lu Anren turned back to lock the door, and the room was illuminated with a warm yellow light. "Why is the light so dim?" Lu Anren turned around, but he was instantly rendered speechless. The sight of Song Qinghe in front of him hit him like a heavy blow to the heart. The bow on her chest cleverly covered the key areas, but due to the fullness of her breasts, the straps barely covered half, exposing a large portion instead. The sheer fabric was semi-transparent, revealing her slender waist and flat abdomen. Song Qinghe shyly turned around in front of Lu Anren. Under the split skirt, the lace panties accentuated her peachy bottom, making it appear perky and rounded. She inadvertently slightly arched her back, revealing a springtime beauty that was mesmerizing. Swallowing hard, Lu Anren reached out his hand to Song Qinghe. "Come here." Song Qinghe obediently approached Lu Anren, the masculine heat radiating from him, making her feel a bit dizzy. Lu Anren wrapped his arms around Song Qinghe, pulling her close to him, his lips eagerly capturing this tempting figure. His palms were warm as he lifted the hem of her skirt, exploring the secrets within. The dress was gently parted, and the spring colors overflowed, a beauty beyond compare. Lu Anren bit open the bow like unwrapping a gift, causing Song Qinghe's body to tremble at the spots his teeth touched. Almost simultaneously, she tilted her neck back, her long hair cascading down, and her body arched forward even more. Lu Anren lifted Song Qinghe onto the TV cabinet, showering her with wet kisses from her lips to her earlobes and down her neck. The moisture glistened in her eyes, her face filled with desire. Her body felt as if it had been infused with an aphrodisiac. Every touch sent her into a frenzy. Moans escaped her lips uncontrollably, and Song Qinghe's entire being was screaming, yearning to be possessed fiercely by the man in front of her, Lu Anren. Chapter 64. Drowning in a gentle place, Song Qinghe's legs were beautiful, a result of her dance training and martial arts practice. At this moment, she spread her legs, wrapping them around Lu Anren, supported by his forearm, as he kissed her all the way to the bed. With her long hair spread out and her face flushed, Song Qinghe resembled a blooming rose, exquisite and dripping with allure. Lu Anren held onto her foot, his fingers warm as they slowly slid downward. The girl on the bed was revealing breathtaking beauty, making it hard for him to control himself as he longed to become entwined with her. The rising and falling of her chest displayed the emotions within Song Qinghe. She felt as if she was about to drown in Lu Anren's seemingly gentle yet domineering advances. She was like a leaf drifting from a tree, rising and falling with the wind of Lu Anren, unable to touch the ground. Time seemed to stretch, and finally, Lu Anren let out a low growl, sealing Song Qinghe's mouth and drowning her soft moan in their shared saliva. The spring water rippled, stirring more than just one person's heart. The allure on Song Qinghe's face became even more evident, her body soft and unwilling to move. The seductive nightwear she wore hadn't fully slipped off. It was quite convenient, not hindering their union even if it remained on. Lu Anren was naturally satisfied with this outfit, which was why he hadn't completely removed it earlier. Now, with the garment half off, clinging to Song Qinghe, it further awakened his primal instincts. With red-rimmed eyes, Lu Anren had her lie on him, holding her close as he kissed her gently. His agile tongue pried open her already slightly parted lips, their saliva exchanging continuously during their kisses. Song Qinghe, still recovering from the earlier aftershocks, melted into a soft heap as Lu Anren kissed her. The room was once again filled with blush-inducing sounds. Song Qinghe's voice was soft and now tinged with a hint of coyness, her melodious moans acting like the finest aphrodisiac, captivating Lu Anren. The bed creaked under their movements, accompanied by endless moans, adding a touch of romance to the scene. Tirelessly, they indulged in the springtime pleasures, with water glistening enticingly. Eventually, Song Qinghe nestled in Lu Anren's arms, completely bare, her back pressed tightly against his chest. Lying on her side, her bosom remained full and round. The warmth of his palm covered her, making her shiver involuntarily. Unable to help but arch her foot, she curled up closer to Lu Anren. Right now, she found it hard to keep her eyes open, unaware of how many times they had been together. There was already a box of used contraceptives on the floor. Before falling asleep, she had thought that indeed, Xi Jingjing was experienced. Saying that one box was simply not enough. They had only met for the first day, and one box was already used up. She needed to stay here for a few days and wondered if what she brought would be enough. Seeing Song Qinghe gradually drift off to sleep, Lu Anren couldn't resist sucking on her neck, leaving marks. He found it hard to believe that he had never thought he would become so infatuated with a girl one day. He wanted to cling to her, giving again and again. He wanted to hear her moans of varying lengths and see her bloom the most beautiful allure in his hands. In just a few days, he had tasted the bittersweet flavor of longing. He had savored the most wonderful taste in the world. His fingers gently kneaded, and Song Qinghe was sensitive, letting out moans even in her sleep. However, Lu Anren knew they couldn't continue. They had already done too much today, and Song Qinghe's body was a bit overwhelmed. Fortunately, she would be here for a few more days, allowing him to alleviate his longing. Song Qinghe stayed in the Haiqing military district for a total of 3 days, never getting out of bed. During the day, Lu Anren would return to the army for training while she rested in bed, and at night, when Lu Anren came over, they would continuously kiss, touch, and unite. Even meals were fed to her by Lu Anren while they were in bed. Thankfully, Song Qinghe didn't eat much. Even if she only had one meal a day, it was fine as she had gotten used to it. Lu Anren left countless marks on her body, calling her name repeatedly as he held her. Song Qinghe, from Lu Anren, eventually called him Anren Gij, which satisfied him. Song Qinghe had accurately assessed that the contraceptives she brought were simply not enough. Neither she nor Xi Jingjing had anticipated that what she brought wouldn't suffice. After all, when she left, Xi Jingjing had stuffed 5 boxes into her hands. Now all 5 boxes have been opened and used up, and with Lu Anren ready to go, Song Qinghe bit her lip, steeling herself, pressing her lips against Lu Anren's. It's okay. I'm in the safe period now. It should be fine. Even if I get pregnant, it's fine. I'd be even happier. Lu Anren bit Song Qinghe's lips, teasing her. Song Qinghe gasped and punched Lu Anren playfully, saying, "What are you talking about? We're not married. What will we do if I get pregnant? That's perfect. I will only marry you in this lifetime, and I can rise to power with a child." Lu Anren had his own thoughts, working even harder. Although he had only been with Song Qinghe for a few days, he knew that if he didn't marry her in this lifetime, he likely wouldn't start another relationship or love again. He had set his heart on Song Qinghe and naturally wanted to tie her to him as soon as possible. "Qinghe, I want to file for marriage. Will you agree to marry me?" Lu Anren intentionally paused at a critical moment, teasing Song Qinghe, hoping she would agree. Song Qinghe was caught in a whirlwind of emotions, her mind muddled by desire, and in the end, she didn't even know what she had agreed to with Lu Anren, only that she cried out, Anren Gij. Finally, as Song Qinghe nodded dizzily, Lu Anren was satisfied and sealed her lips, taking her to new heights. When Song Qinghe emerged from her desire and regained her senses, she looked at Lu Anren with dissatisfaction, saying, "How can you bring up such a request at a time like this?" Lu Anren chuckled softly as he held Song Qinghe, kissing her lightly on the lips. "I just need your attitude. As long as you want to get married, I can be ready at any time. Qinghe, I want to show you how serious I am about this relationship." Lu Anren's eyes were filled with steadfast affection. "I have never approached you with a casual attitude. Affection is a very serious matter. I want you to accompany me for the rest of my life. So I'm seizing every opportunity to make you adapt to me sooner." Song Qinghe's eyes sparkled with countless emotions, ultimately coalescing into a simple mm. She offered her red lips to Lu Anren, allowing his tongue to swirl within her mouth. With a soft whimper, she wrapped her arms around Lu Anren's neck, pressing herself against him. Today was Song Qinghe's last day here. She would be leaving tomorrow. Both felt a bit reluctant, but there was a job waiting for her in Haicheng that had been arranged long ago. She had to go. Otherwise, Si Jingjing wouldn't have called to remind her, fearing that she would forget this matter in the bliss of her recent days. Chapter 65. Are they here to challenge us? Lu Anren knew that it was already a limit for Song Qinghe to accompany him here for a few days. He smiled slightly and reassured her, "Don't worry. I've already submitted my application to go home. I can come back to see you every month." "Yes, I have time, and I'll come see you too," Song Qinghe said, tears of reluctance welling up in her eyes. Their relationship was at its peak, and parting was a torment for both of them. "Don't cry. When you cry, my heart breaks." Lu Anren gently kissed away the tears at the corner of Song Qinghe's eyes. "Anren, I can't bear to leave you." Song Qinghe felt a bit overly sentimental. She wasn't like this before. Lu Anren held Song Qinghe tightly and sighed lightly. "I can't bear to leave you either. But I believe this moment of separation is to make our next reunion even better. Don't cry. Be good." Lu Anren gently wiped away Song Qinghe's tears. She then raised her head and eagerly kissed Lu Anren's lips, her tongue slipping in. It seemed that only this way could she release the frustration in her heart. On their last night together, the two were extremely passionate, as if holding on tightly for their last encounter. The steam in the bathroom, their bodies entwined on the glass. On the white walls, their hands clasped together, heads raised, hair falling down. They tangled with each other, unwilling to let go. When Song Qinghe left, Lu Anren had already returned to the army for training. She packed all her luggage and took a lingering look at the room filled with their memories before closing the door. The car slowly drove out of the military district, and Song Qinghe's eyes were a bit red. After just a few days with Lu Anren, she felt she had become quite delicate. Her body seemed to have been turned on by Lu Anren. Now, thinking of him made her body slightly warm. She thought she understood Si Jingjing's meaning. If you fall in love with something, then you'll feel that this is the happiest thing. But this happiness could only be brought to her by Lu Anren. A sweet smile appeared on Song Qinghe's face. Just after leaving, she began to look forward to the next meeting with Lu Anren. She would definitely give him another surprise. Si Jingjing was waiting at Song Qinghe's home, and, upon seeing her overflowing femininity, smirked. "Oh, my little beauty is back. It seems you've been well taken care of these days. Your original innocence has faded, leaving only the charm of a woman." "Stop it." Song Qinghe shyly pinched Si Jingjing. Previously, Song Qinghe was caught between girlhood and womanhood. Although she wasn't a girl by age, she had a bit of innocence since she hadn't experienced much. After being with Lu Anren day and night, her last bit of innocence had faded, leaving only the unique charm of a woman, quietly exuding a distinctive aura. After they laughed and teased for a while, Si Jingjing became serious. "This time, it's a program from a neighboring province coming here to record. That's why you were invited. I heard they're coming with the intention of challenging us, so everyone here is gearing up to give them a tough time." "Huh? Didn't they say it was an event proposed by our cultural bureau?" Song Qinghe was puzzled. She had accepted the program because the leaders of the cultural bureau said they wanted to hold an event to promote Hua Xia instruments and specially invited her to perform. How did it turn into the neighboring province coming to record a program? It was originally a promotional event within their own province, and the neighboring province just happened to be doing a program about Hua Xia instruments. She didn't know how they had heard about the event and decided to bring their people to exchange ideas. Wow, this was definitely poking a hornet's nest. This wasn't an exchange, it was a blatant challenge. Song Qinghe hesitated, but maybe they were coming with friendly intentions. Perhaps you misunderstood? What misunderstanding? Do you know who they are bringing? Xi Jinping's face lit up with excitement as she looked at Song Qinghe with a mix of exasperation and anticipation. They're bringing Zhu Lanjia over. Is that an exchange? That's a crushing defeat. Song Qinghe was momentarily stunned, lost in thought. Zhu Lanjia was a brilliant game in Hua Xia music. Every Hua Xia instrument was second nature to him, as if every instrument extended from him. He could play any instrument. Moreover, he was not only proficient in Hua Xia instruments, but also excelled at Western instruments. Unlike Song Qinghe, who focused solely on Hua Xia instruments, he advocated for a blend of both cultures. Song Qinghe was lost in thought because Zhu Lanjia had once studied at the same school as her. At that time, she was solely focused on Hua Xia instruments while he balanced both. To this day, she still remembered Zhu Lanjia's words. Song Qinghe, one must recognize reality. If something is destined to be eliminated and doesn't know how to adapt, it will inevitably perish. Song Qinghe was quite unconvinced by such statements, but she had never intended to argue. Moreover, since he was a boy, she felt a bit nervous when interacting with him, so she didn't want to say much. With differing paths, there was no collaboration. As long as she stayed true to her own path, what others thought didn't matter to her. Now, however, Zhu Lanjia's name had resounded throughout the country, his fame far surpassing that of his peers. Coupled with his handsome appearance and the aura of an artist, he had many female fans who were crazy about him. Whether he comes or not, I will treat this performance seriously, Song Qinghe comforted. This was the truth. She always took every performance seriously, whether it was paid or unpaid. For her, picking up an instrument was a form of inheritance. Whether it was for one person or 100, she would approach it with seriousness. I trust you completely, Xi Jinping said, probably aware that Song Qinghe didn't like this person much, so she didn't say more. The performance was originally scheduled for tonight, but due to the recording, it was changed to tomorrow morning. Okay, then I can prepare well today. Song Qinghe didn't care much about which day the recording was on. Xi Jinping grinned. So today, I specially brought you to get a treatment, so you can face the challenge in the best possible shape tomorrow. Do we really need to do that? Song Qinghe planned to practice the piece for the performance in the afternoon. Of course we do. Are you even a woman? Xi Jinping rolled her eyes at Song Qinghe. You need to maintain yourself. Women should always take care of themselves. Even if it's not for tomorrow's challenge, you should think about your man. Who doesn't love a body that is firm and soft? Xi Jinping's last sentence shamelessly touched Song Qinghe's heart. Chapter 66. Dazzling gem Song Qinghe methodically finished practicing her physical techniques and applied light makeup before setting off with the instrument she would perform today. The recording of today's program was at the Haiqing Cultural Center, a popular spot for young people. The neighboring province had already announced that Zhu Lanjia would be recording in Haiqing today, and by the time Song Qinghe arrived at the cultural center, there were already many fans waiting outside. Qinghe, Xi Jinping waved at her and put a work badge around her neck. Why are there so many people? Are they here for the performance? Why aren't they going inside? Song Qinghe looked curiously at the crowd, eagerly waiting at the entrance. Xi Jinping pouted. What else could it be? They're waiting for that legendary Mingzhu, right? So Lanyi? Song Qinghe shook her head at the crowd gathered at the entrance. That guy does look decent, but does he really have this many fans? Don't you know? He has entered the entertainment industry, and he has got the title of a musical genius. Otherwise, why would they bring him along for the recording? Xi Jinping quickly pulled Song Qinghe along. Song Qinghe was taken aback. There's such a thing? She had never paid much attention to the entertainment industry, so she wasn't very sensitive to these matters. That management company has packaged him as an ethereal genius, Xi Jinping said with a hint of disdain. And yet, fans eat this up, thinking their idol is pure, kind, and detached from worldly affairs. I really want to know how those fans feel when they realize their idol isn't what they thought. Xi Jinping seemed to take pleasure in this thought. Probably not much. Song Qinghe was quite clear-headed. They might even come up with many excuses to explain it. You You make a very good point. Xi Jingjing agreed with her. This is how the fan circle works. When you like someone, even their farts smell sweet. But once you stop liking them, you step on them into the dust. Yet, fans have also created many stars. It's a mutually beneficial relationship. As soon as they entered the cultural center, they heard cheers and screams from outside. Song Qinghe turned to see Zhu Lanji stepping out of a car, wearing sunglasses, walking expressionlessly through the crowd of fans. His constant adjustment of his sunglasses indicated how impatient he was. But none of this was related to her. Song Qinghe averted her gaze and walked toward the backstage with Xi Jingjing. The leaders of the Haichang Cultural Bureau had been waiting backstage and approached Song Qinghe as soon as they saw her, greeting her warmly. Miss Song, how is the preparation for today as performance? Don't worry, I will do my best. Song Qinghe replied with a gentle smile, her expression relaxed. She had always been confident about her performances. It was a recognition of her own abilities. Great. I'm looking forward to your good news. Not only do we have you here, but there are also other musicians. You can meet up first for the recording to make the program more interesting. Our province and the neighboring province will perform in a crossover manner. Crossover performances? Song Qinghe exchanged a glance with Xi Jingjing. Crossover performances meant that someone would perform right after Zhu Lanji, which would put a lot of pressure on that performer. Although Song Qinghe didn't like Zhu Lanji, it didn't prevent her from recognizing his talent. He indeed had the capital to be proud. He was a musical prodigy. If he focused on traditional Chinese instruments, Song Qinghe was sure his proficiency would be much deeper than it is now. But he divided half of his energy toward Western instruments. Even so, his abilities were still far ahead of many traditional Chinese instrument players. This is the gap between geniuses and ordinary people. It's an undeniable reality. You could be a slow learner and work hard, but those geniuses only need to practice a few times to achieve what ordinary people would take a month to accomplish. These are indisputable facts. When Song Qinghe and Xi Jingjing arrived backstage in the studio, they noticed the familiar faces of the people there, though one person was a bit off. Look who's here. Our beautiful Song is back. Aren't you recording for the national channel? Yu Danqing remarked sarcastically, unable to hold back her disdain. Why are you lowering yourself to record such a minor program? Yu Danqing's words caused the mood in the room to shift slightly among the crew from the neighboring province. Song Qinghe raised an eyebrow at Yu Danqing and said, "What do you mean by a minor program? It's an honor for me to be invited to participate in this recording. Moreover, the Qing Province TV program is well known. I was quite surprised to receive the invitation, and the most important thing is that Qing Province brought some heavyweight figures for exchange. I'm here to learn, after all." Song Qinghe's words were balanced, making the PD carrying the camera appear much more pleased. Even if the two provinces were competing secretly, they couldn't show it on the surface. Naturally, it was all about maintaining a good relationship. Yu Danqing realized her previous words were inappropriate, so she simply snorted coldly in response to Song Qinghe's statement without retorting. "Hello, Teacher Gu, Teacher Zhua." Song Qinghe greeted the other two musicians seated there. Gu Gaoming and Zhuijin were also young musicians of traditional Chinese instruments with some fame in Haicheng. The circle was small. It was common to know each other. The two pretended not to have heard Yu Danqing's jab at Song Qinghe and smiled as they greeted her. Song Qinghe was beautiful and had a gentle personality. They enjoyed spending time with her. However, she mostly interacted with female musicians, and although they privately referred to her as the flower of Haicheng, they had never dared to say it in front of her. "Qinghe, it's been a while since I last saw you. You seem to have become even more beautiful." Gu Gaoming joked with Song Qinghe. He was speaking the truth. While Song Qinghe used to be beautiful, she was more reserved. But today, she exuded an unaware charm, resembling a fully bloomed rose, captivating attention. "Teacher Gu is joking. Our Qinghe has always been this beautiful," Xi Jingjing said with a smile, knowing it was because Song Qinghe had spent a few days with Lu Anren, making her radiance more pronounced. Previously, Song Qinghe was like a pearl, round and shiny. Now, she was more like a dazzling gem, eye-catching. Xi Jingjing couldn't quite say whether this transformation was good or bad, but undoubtedly, this version of Song Qinghe attracted even more attention. "Miss Xi is looking even more beautiful," Gu Gaoming joked casually, feeling familiar enough to make light banter. Zhuo Jin, on the other hand, was just an acquaintance with the group and didn't say much. But he kept his gaze on Song Qinghe for quite a while before finally looking away. Chapter 67. How about you go up? The door was knocked, and a woman in her 30s walked in. She was wearing black high heels, and her curly hair fell to her waist. With both her demeanor and appearance, she could be considered a beautiful woman. Hello, teachers. I am Hua Xia, the team leader from the Haicheng Cultural Bureau. This time, a few teachers from a neighboring province have come to engage in friendly cultural exchanges regarding Hua Xia musical instruments. We have also selected 4 teachers from the new generation to collaborate with us. Among the 4 teachers coming from the neighboring province, you might know that the most famous one is probably Zhu Lanjia. Do any of our 4 teachers have the confidence to compete with him? As Hua Xia spoke, her gaze swept over the 4 individuals before finally resting on Gu Gaoming and Zhuo Jin. She felt that among the 4, the 2 boys were the most likely to take on Zhu Lanjia. After all, a battle between boys would least likely attract criticism regarding their words. If a girl were to compete and did not perform equally, the neighboring province might think they sent a girl out of fear. No one could bear that consequence. So Hua Xia was quite cautious about this matter. Gu Gaoming quickly waved his hand. Don't look at me. I know my own abilities. I don't want to diminish my own prestige by boosting someone else's. If I could, I would love to say I'm capable. But whether I can or not is not something I can just claim. If I say I can and then embarrass myself on stage, it would still be me getting slapped in the face. Gu Gaoming was very frank, leaving Hua Xia speechless, and she turned her gaze to Zhuo Jin. Captain Shu, Zhuo Jin sighed. Zhu Lanjia, as the top among the new generation, has earned that title for a reason. This person is very powerful. It's not just media hype and boasting. He truly has the capital and ability. The straightforwardness of both boys left Hua Xia at a loss for words. If they were like this before the performance, wouldn't they just be waiting to be slaughtered during the official recording? Hua Xia frowned, with both boys expressing such sentiments. Could it be that Zhu Lanjia was truly difficult to defeat? Captain Shu, how about I give it a try? Song Qinghe, he slowly spoke up as she noticed Hua Xia was at a loss. It wasn't that she was being overconfident, but given the current situation, the morale was already low before the performance. By stepping up now, she was undoubtedly helping Hua Xia out of her dilemma. Indeed, when Hua Xia looked at Song Qinghe, there was a hint of gratitude in her eyes. Regardless of whether Song Qinghe had the ability, standing up when everyone was avoiding it made her a person of responsibility. Song Qinghe, don't overestimate yourself. Yu Danxing couldn't help but speak, her face filled with skepticism. Although this performance was not an official competition, the other party's intentions were quite clear. If you can't match up to them, wouldn't that be embarrassing for us in Haicheng? Song Qinghe, he looked at Yu Danxing with calm eyes. How about you go instead? This single sentence left Yu Danxing speechless. She knew her own strengths very well. Zhu Lanjia was someone she could only look up to. How could she possibly compete with him? After retorting to Yu Danxing, Song Qinghe, he turned back to Hua Xia. Captain Shu, I am willing to give it a try, and I'm not joking. I previously studied at the same school as Zhu Lanjia and have a good understanding of his skills. I believe no one here is more suitable than I am. Even if I'm not as skilled, we could say it's a friendly match between alumni, which can help ease the tension between the 2 provinces. When Hua Xia heard that Song Qinghe had such a connection with Zhu Lanjia, her eyes lit up. This could indeed be utilized. If she truly couldn't team match him, they could say it was a friendly exchange between alumni. All right, then you and Zhu Lanjia will be in the same group. Hua Xia immediately decided. As for the others, it didn't matter much. They were roughly aware of each other's levels. And as long as they performed at their normal capacity, there shouldn't be any issues. After confirming with the others, Hua Xia hurriedly stepped out in her high heels. She needed to report this matter to her superiors and give them some background, since learning that Zhu Lanjia would be coming for the exchange. The Cultural Bureau had been quite worried. Given Zhu Lanjia's significant reputation, if they, as the hosts, performed poorly during this exchange, it would be quite embarrassing. Song Qinghe, you don't need to try to show off by saying that to the leaders. After Hua Xia left, Yu Danxing looked at Song Qinghe with disdain. Although they could say it was an alumni exchange, everyone with clear eyes knew what was happening. It would still be embarrassing. Then what brilliant suggestions do you have, teacher Yu? Song Qinghe, he looked at Yu Danxing with clarity in her eyes. You didn't want to compete, so what else is there to discuss? I have self-awareness and never do things I'm not confident in. Yu Danqing's face turned red and pale. There was nothing embarrassing about not being as good as Zhu Lanjia. Many people were not up to par, like Gu Gaoming and Zhu Jin, who openly admitted they were not as skilled. You don't need to worry about my confidence. Song Qinghe smiled slightly. At least I believe there's no problem in friendly exchanges, and there's no need to escalate things. After saying this, Song Qinghe, he turned to speak with Si Jingjing and ignored Yu Danqing. Yu Danqing stared at Song Qinghe for a while, her expression inexplicably. And when she saw that Song Qinghe had no intention of turning back, she sulkily lowered her head to look at her phone. She never expected that the two girls would be so at odds. It was a full-blown war. Gu Gaoming and Zhu Jin exchanged glances and silently remained quiet. It was best for men not to get involved in women's matters, and it wouldn't be good for them to side with anyone. Although they both felt that Yu Danqing was being overly dramatic, the two lowered their heads and pretended to be busy, as if they hadn't noticed the strange atmosphere in the room. Teachers, the recording is about to start. Let's head to the front. A staff member knocked on the door and led the group to the recording site. This time, the recording location was chosen at the Haiqing Cultural Center, which was essentially a semi-open performance. However, those who bought tickets could hear the music and see the performers up close. Some fans had purchased tickets early and entered the venue, while others who did not buy tickets stood on the upper floors watching the theater. This theater was a popular spot for many young people to perform and showcase their talents. Calling it a trendy gathering place would not be an exaggeration. The neighboring province had long since advertised that they would be recording a program here, and many people came rushing in. The largest crowd was undoubtedly for Zhu Lanjia. The host was a well-known talk show host from the neighboring province, famous for his bold humor and direct speech. Having him host the program was also the neighboring province's decision to turn this program into a gold medal show, with the first stop being in Haiqing. Focusing on Hua Xia musical instruments. Chapter 68. Mutual exchange and competition. Song Qinghe and a few others were brought to the front of the stage to take their seats. Since it was said to be a mutual exchange, all performers were seated in the front, and whoever was up next would go directly on stage. After a short while, a few people from Qing province also arrived. The appearance of Zhu Lanji immediately caused a stir among the audience, and many fans began to scream. After a friendly handshake, the two teams sat together. Song Qinghe, long time no see, Zhu Lanji said with a slight smile, his earlier annoyance at facing fans now gone. Long time no see. Song Qinghe nodded. We'll be performing together later. I haven't heard you play in a while. I'm looking forward to it. Don't worry. Zhu Lanji said with a hint of a smile, I'll go easy on you. Song Qinghe quietly looked at him. No, please give it your all. I want to see your current best level. This was a sign of respect for her opponent, as well as Song Qinghe's curiosity about Zhu Lanji's current musical skills. All right, your personality hasn't changed at all, Zhu Lanji replied, unperturbed. You're always so serious about everything. Song Qinghe averted her gaze. If the performance was a half-hearted one, even if she won, it would still be an insult to her. The recording of the program officially began, with the host taking the stage first. Hello, viewers in front of the television and friends in the audience. Welcome to the show. I am your host, Lanyu. Today is special. We are not in our Qing province studio, but have come to a place known as a hub of trends in our brother province, Haiqing Cultural Center. Let's greet the live audience here in Haiqing and the viewers at home. The audience immediately erupted in cheers. With Lanyu's engagement, the atmosphere in the venue became lively. What we bring you today is a miracle that actually everyone around us knows, but often overlooks. Chinese music is familiar to all, and when it comes to Chinese instruments, most people have a general understanding. However, there are those who can truly bring Chinese instruments to life, and let us see who will present us with miracles today. As Lanyu introduced each performer, they took the stage one by one. When Zhu Lanji came on stage, the audience erupted into applause and screams. Lan Lan is so handsome. His aura is amazing. I love you, Lan Lan. Lan Lan, I want to have your babies. The girl screams made the entire venue lively. Lanyu smiled. It seems our Zhu Lanji is very popular. But everyone, don't be anxious. You will soon see your brother Zhu Lanji's wonderful performance. Now, we ask all the teachers to take a rest backstage. Teacher Gu Gaoming, please stay. What instrument will you be performing for us today? Gu Gaoming held a microphone and smiled slightly. I will be performing on the bamboo flute. As the first performer from Haicheng, Gu Gaoming naturally had his strengths. The instrument he was playing today was his forte, ensuring a stable performance without mistakes. Gu Gaoming was also tall, and holding the bamboo flute gave him a good presence. The audience clapped and cheered appreciatively, and Xingran then opened an Interstellar live stream, giving future Interstellar people an auditory feast. The instrument I'm playing now is the bamboo flute. For those who have watched my previous live streams, you would know that I have also played the bamboo flute before. The bamboo flute, as one of the most widely spread Chinese instruments, is made from natural bamboo, and its sound is quite melodious and emotional. The piece I will be performing today is New Song of the Herdsman, so please enjoy. Gu Gaoming's skills were indeed commendable among the new generation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been selected by the Cultural Bureau for this exchange. After the performance, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Soon, the performers from Qing province took the stage. Whether by coincidence or design, they also chose the bamboo flute. It wasn't until the second performer took the stage with an instrument identical to Edu-Tainment's that everyone realized Qing province was indeed well prepared for this competition. It was unclear if they had planned this or if it was a last-minute change, but with so many people in the audience, it wouldn't be appropriate to raise objections. Moreover, everyone understood that this was meant to be a friendly exchange. If they were intimidated by the same instrument, wouldn't that imply they felt inferior? Thus, although the Haicheng performers were frustrated, they still dedicated themselves to completing their performances. The audience was there to enjoy the music. They were not particularly professional and couldn't discern who was more skilled. After the first three performances, it was time for Zhu Lanji and Song Qinghe. Ladies first. You perform first, and then I will follow. Zhu Lanji feigned humility before Song Qinghe took the stage. Song Qinghe gave him a deep look. She wouldn't deliberately yield. Since he wanted her to perform first, she had no objections as long as Zhu Lanji had that confidence. However, she was stopped before going on stage. Miss Song, as the last performer from Haicheng, we hope to conclude with your piece, so we will let teacher Zhu perform first. Song Qinghe paused, looking at Zhu Lanji, who smiled as he stepped aside. Oh, it's not that I'm not letting you go first. I almost forgot you were the host here. I was just thinking of being the last performer. Such insincere words made Song Qinghe disdainful. She simply smiled and stepped aside for Zhu Lanji, thinking that being able to see his current level was a rare opportunity. When Zhu Lanji took the stage, the instrument he played was indeed identical to Song Qinghe's, the guqin. Oh my, that person just now was intentional, right? I can smell the green tea scent from this guy from light years away. How can he say such disgusting things with that face? Ah, this is infuriating. I'm mad for the host. Does this guy have some serious issues? Users started sending rewards to the host. Host, take him down. Inspired by the laughter, the screen quickly filled with messages encouraging Song Qinghe to teach Zhu Lanji a lesson. Song Qinghe was not angry at all. She even had the leisure to educate the Interstellar audience about the guqin. The guqin, also known as the Yao Qin or the Jade Qin, has a history of over 3,000 years. As one of the four arts of the scholar, QN, QSH, it has always been regarded as elegant. I have previously shared some knowledge about it, but I didn't perform on the guqin then. However, I will also be using the guqin today, and I'll combine my playing skills with mental energy. You'll be able to feel the difference compared to what you experience with real mental energy soothing techniques. But my mental energy is just at the beginner level now, so the effect may not be as good as that of a real mental energy healer. Please bear with me. Song Qinghe winked at the live stream audience. Chapter 69, the whole venue shakes. It's okay, host. You're already amazing. Yeah, host. Being able to practice mental strength so easily is really great. Looking forward to your performance. Music infused with mental strength is incomparable to ordinary music. Host. Make sure to slap that green tea man hard in the face. Waiting for the host to crush it. The people in the starry realm had great confidence in Song Qinghe, firmly believing she could slap that person they disliked in the face. Song Qinghe just smiled as she watched Zhu Lanji's performance on stage. Undoubtedly, Zhu Lanji truly deserved the title of the Pearl of Hua Xia music. He made the audience realize that there were such cool skills in Hua Xia instruments as well. The screams and applause from the audience were continuous, and their enthusiasm seemed to lift the ceiling. Lan Yue tried to control the noise several times, but eventually let the audience's cheers be heard clearly. However, as a famous host of Qingsheng TV, Zhu Lanjia was pleased to receive such a response. After all, Zhu Lanjia represented Qingsheng in this friendly exchange, and if he performed well, it would bring honor to Qingsheng. Lanjia wore a relaxed smile. To him, this nominal exchange, which was essentially a competition, already had a determined outcome. With Zhu Lanjia's skills, no one who heard him had anything negative to say. However, the formalities still had to be observed since there was still one person who had not performed, and she was the host. Lanjia felt a bit sorry for that pretty girl being pushed out to take the heat. When the program aired, she would surely be criticized heavily. But that had nothing to do with him. He was the famous host of Qingsheng, and even with a heart of compassion, he couldn't stand up for her, only feeling regret in his heart. Thinking this way, Lanjia did not show it on his face and cheerfully introduced Song Qinghe. This time, Teacher Song brought us a Guqin piece. Please welcome Teacher Song's performance. As Zhu Lanjia got off stage, he smiled and cheered for Song Qinghe. Ignoring the little thoughts of those people, Song Qinghe seriously sat behind the Guqin and began to pluck the first note with her fingers. At the same time, her mental strength was mobilized and spread outward along with the music, dispersing to all the audience present. The smile on Zhu Lanjia's face suddenly stiffened as he turned sharply to look at Song Qinghe, who was playing on stage. As someone with ears blessed by God, he felt a slight tremor in his heart upon hearing the first note. Undoubtedly, Song Qinghe's skills were on par with his own, and the music she played sounded far superior to his, as he had mostly used his skills to show off. While showmanship could stir the atmosphere, compared to Song Qinghe, it was clearly lacking. So Lanjia's expression darkened. Standing off stage, he looked at Song Qinghe's performance with an inscrutable expression. Ha ha ha! Did you see that man's changing face? So funny. Host 666, I'll send you 10 planets. It feels so satisfying to watch. Did you notice? Although the host said her mental strength is just beginning, feel the calming ability in her music. With a reminder from someone, the Interstellar audience that had just been joking around in the bullet chats immediately closed their eyes to feel Song Qinghe's mental soothing. Many people's tense spirits were slowly eased by the music. Some had astonished looks in their eyes. They all knew that this host had indeed just recently started learning mental strength and hadn't been projecting it for long. Yet she could achieve such an effect. If she truly grew, the effect she brought would definitely be more than just what it is now, potentially hundreds of times greater. Some people had fiery looks in their eyes, wondering if they could request her to play a song with her mental strength in the future, thus saving them the trouble of finding a mental soothing master. At this moment, the bullet chat fell silent, as everyone allowed the music infused with mental strength to quietly enter their minds and slowly envelop them. This ancient blue star person really surprised them. They even felt more comfortable than when being soothed by a level 1 mental soothing master. It's worth noting that sometimes a level 1 mental soothing master could mismanage their soothing and make them uncomfortable. However, this host's music allowed them to feel extremely relaxed. Not only the Interstellar people felt this way, but the audience at the Haicheng Cultural Center was also stunned. It was their first time experiencing music with mental strength so closely. Although they didn't know what it was, when Song Qinghe's music began, the entire venue fell silent, and everyone was enchanted by the sound. It felt as if their hearts could rise and fall with Song Qinghe's melodies, their thoughts drifting away. Until Song Qinghe finished her piece, the whole venue remained in silence. Song Qinghe didn't mind at all because she knew that using mental soothing would definitely have such an effect. After a long while, Lanjia finally broke free from the shock, holding the microphone, his mouth opening and closing, but he couldn't say a word. He had originally thought that being placed last for the competition by Haicheng meant he was a discarded pawn, but he never expected that the true king would be so hidden. The faces of the Haicheng Cultural Bureau people showed joy. The reason they agreed to let Song Qinghe and Zhu Lanjia compete was also because Song Qinghe mentioned that they had studied at the same school before, providing a good reason. They never expected that Song Qinghe would give them such a huge surprise. It could be said that during this exchange with Qingsheng, Song Qinghe not only maintained their dignity, but also helped Haicheng take the lead, achieving their initial goal of promoting Hua Xia instruments to young people. There were many young people present today, And regardless of whether they came because of someone else, they would definitely be attracted by Song Qinghe's performance, potentially sparking their interest in Hua Xia instruments. The Haiqing Cultural Bureau's speculation was correct. When Lan Yue finally spoke into the microphone, the previously silent venue suddenly erupted with the sound of applause, like a tide surging forth. Everyone clapped vigorously. Some people knew Song Qinghe's name and kept calling it out, while others followed suit. In the end, all that could be heard in the venue was everyone shouting Song Qinghe's name. Song Qinghe was momentarily stunned, smiled, waved to everyone, and bowed to the audience from all directions. Although she knew this exchange didn't achieve its intended purpose, Lan Yue was unreserved in his praise for Song Qinghe, his admiration almost turning into something tangible. Song Qinghe remained humble as always, said a few playful words, and then left the stage. Below the stage, Gu Gaoming gave Song Qinghe a thumbs up, saying, "I haven't seen you for a while, and your level really leaves me in the dust." Chapter 70. Simulation Robots, you are really impressive. Zhou Jin's eyes sparkled as he looked at Song Qinghe with increasing enthusiasm. Good-looking and possessing such profound skills easily aroused men's interest and a sense of conquest. Song Qinghe smiled modestly, not feeling proud because of her performance earlier. The recording for today had concluded, and the people from Qing province didn't appear particularly pleased. Although the Zhu Lan Jia technique was indeed cool, Song Qinghe's music resonated more deeply with people's hearts. They knew that in this covert competition, they had lost by a move. However, the representatives from Qing province still shook hands and exchanged pleasantries with the people from Haiqing Cultural Bureau. Unlike Qing province, everyone from Haiqing was full of energy, completely shedding the previous low pressure. They looked as if they wanted to inscribe the words joyful and festive on their faces, which made the Qing province people feel a bit sour. Yet, they sincerely admired Song Qinghe, and some from Qing province even extended a warm invitation to her. If Teacher Song has time, you can come to Qing province to see us. There are many people who love traditional Chinese instruments, and Teacher Song could guide us. The invitation from Qing province immediately alerted the Haichang Cultural Bureau representatives, who stood between the two with a smile, saying, "Oh, you don't know, Teacher Song is very busy, and she has to participate in the national station's recording. This time she could come over was because we booked her a long time in advance. Otherwise, she wouldn't have time right now." However, Qing province is indeed worth a visit, and when Haiqing goes for friendly exchanges, we can definitely schedule a time to go with Teacher Song. The Cultural Bureau people from Haiqing joked with those from Qing province, saving Song Qinghe from having to deal with them. After sending off the Qing province people, the representatives from Haiqing were all smiles. "Little Song, you performed exceptionally well this time. We all remember it. Let's keep in touch more in the future." What the leaders say is not the point. Isn't it every Haiqing person's duty to bring glory to our city? Song Qinghe humbly replied with a few words to express her stance. This performance left everyone happy. And after having a meal with everyone, Song Qinghe left. "Ha ha, did you see Edu-Tainment's dark face?" Si Jingjing leaned against Song Qinghe in the car, laughing uncontrollably. The two had drunk a little during the meal, and now that they had called for a designated driver, they simply moved to the back seat to chat. "You don't know, the moment you started playing, Edu-Tainment's face stiffened. She definitely didn't expect your skills to surpass hers by such a wide margin." Si Jingjing felt a sense of vindication, saying, now she knows where her gap lies. In truth, Edu-Tainment played quite well, but her mind was too cluttered, which affected the purity of her music. Song Qinghe commented quite fairly. If Edu-Tainment could calm down and focus on mastering the instrument instead of acting like a combative rooster, her skills might improve. Unfortunately, society is too restless, and it affects people as well. By the way, my brother said his research and development has made significant progress. There is hope to produce a prototype within a month. Si Jingjing leaned on Song Qinghe's shoulder, suddenly recalling what her brother had told her earlier. "When you entered the venue, he called you. I answered it." Song Qinghe then pulled out her phone and indeed saw a call from Sinan. "Wow, your brother is moving fast. I thought it would take a year and a half. You don't know my brother, that madman. As long as it's technology related to games, he works tirelessly, spending money to recruit experts, which is something he often does. This time, he even hired a lot of experts to work together on the research. He said if they can't produce anything by directly teaching with your materials, he would really buy a block of tofu to smash his head against. Song Qinghe laughed at Xi Jinping's exaggeration, saying, "It's not that exaggerated. This kind of thing cannot be rushed. It might just be missing that one point, and then everything will open up. You and my brother think alike." Xi Jinping chuckled, "But unfortunately, you are destined not to be my sister-in-law." Although Xi Jinping felt regret that Song Qinghe could not become her sister-in-law, as her close friend, she was happy that Song Qinghe could find love. Next, we'll be busy. There will be a promotional event in Haiqing next week. I plan to book the venue at today as Cultural Center. What do you think? Xi Jinping said, her mind clearing as she talked about work. Here, Song Qinghe was slightly taken aback. In the past, they mostly chose theaters for performances. But Xi Jinping's suggestion was also quite good. Cultural centers are places where many young people gather, and their outreach ability is broader. Here's what I'm thinking, Xi Jinping said, pulling out her pad from her bag and opening a notes app. Let us book the Cultural Center as the venue and initiate a live streaming event. By broadcasting the performance through different people's streams, we can spread it to a wider audience. This way, the buzz will grow and more people will see your performance, which might spark interest in traditional Chinese instruments. Song Qinghe nodded. You can decide. I trust your planning. Oh, you can't slack off either. Don't let me decide everything. Xi Jinping's professional abilities were indeed impressive, which is why Song Qinghe could practice traditional Chinese instruments with peace of mind for so many years without worries. The two complemented each other, achieving mutual success. Without Xi Jinping managing everything so well from behind, Song Qinghe would not have been able to focus on her studies. After chatting for a while, they agreed to meet at the studio the next day to arrange and detail the specifics, and then Song Qinghe arrived home. The house was quiet. The orange sun outside was casting its last rays. Previously, she hadn't noticed, but after spending a few days with Lu Anren, she felt the house was too quiet. After taking a shower, Song Qinghe summoned the system, wanting to browse through things useful for current technology. In the system store, what caught her attention the most were the cool mechs. As a girl, she was drawn to them, and she believed that if any boys saw these mechs, they would go crazy. Thinking of this, Song Qinghe opened her computer to check the current advancements in robotics. Her eyes fell on the current simulation robots. The progress of robots on Blue Star had been quite evident. Simulation robots appeared almost indistinguishable from humans. They excelled at calculations and could even converse with humans. But all of this was based on their databases, that is, the chips inside them. Chapter 71, Mental Strength Detector. I didn't know until I checked. I was surprised to find that the robots on Blue Star have developed so rapidly. This is just what is visible on the surface. The real technology is not fully disclosed. Therefore, Song Qinghe has reason to believe that the research on robots on Blue Star is much more advanced than what she knows. Song Qinghe's gaze gradually fell on the mechs in the system store. She filtered out the most advanced mechs in the galaxy, as those were too advanced for them. After finding a few antiques and comparing them, she was confused by the parameters of the mechs, but one indicator was very clear. The mechs are controlled using mental strength, and the pilot must at least have sea-level mental strength to operate them. This means that the game must be developed first, and there needs to be a machine to detect mental strength. If I want to detect mental strength, what should I do? Song Qinghe had no concept of this and suddenly remembered that she seemed to have a talkative system. You can measure mental strength using a mental strength detector. The system is still so reliable. Song Qinghe was delighted. Is there one in the system store? I'm sorry, host. I didn't bring that with me when I came over. Song Qinghe felt a bit disheartened by this. However, there are blueprints for the mental strength detector available in the store. These blueprints were added by someone who thought it would be good to show everything from the galaxy to the ancient Blue Star people. They didn't expect anyone to train their mental strength, as it was something that was only needed in their galaxy. Just like the current Blue Star people looking at ancient Hua Xia, they didn't think air conditioning would be useful to ancient people. After all, there was no electricity. They never expected that some ancient Blue Star people had already cultivated mental strength and were finding ways to popularize it. Song Qinghe was speechless at the system's way of breathing heavily. Help me pull up the blueprints. Let me take a look. Okay, host. The scenery in front of Song Qinghe changed, and a blueprint eventually appeared, with a selling price of 50 reward points. After several live broadcasts, Song Qinghe had accumulated quite a few reward points, so she was not stingy at all and directly paid 50 reward points to exchange for the blueprint. The blueprint was large and heavy. Song Qinghe almost couldn't hold it. She took the blueprint to the dance room, spread it out on the floor, and began to look closely at what was on the blueprint. She knew she shouldn't have hoped she could understand it. She didn't have the analytical ability for science. The blueprint was actually very detailed, clearly explaining what each part was for and what materials should be used. However, while she could recognize the individual words, she didn't understand what they meant when put together. It seemed she would have to wait until the game was made and then submit the game along with this blueprint to the government. Hua Xia has many talented individuals. There are definitely researchers who can make sense of it. Thinking of this, Song Qinghe did not pressure herself, rolled up the blueprint, and stuffed it into her study. She decided to wait for the game to be completed before addressing it. If the progress was as Ji Jingjing mentioned today, could she look forward to it? Perhaps the game would be released by next year at the latest? However, the connection for intelligent beings needed to be created and tested, which might take some time. Song Qinghe was prepared for a prolonged battle and was quite accepting of the current situation. The next morning, when Song Qinghe arrived at the studio, she was pulled by Ji Jingjing into a meeting that lasted all morning. Along with other colleagues in the studio, they discussed the detailed arrangements for the performance next week. At noon, Ji Jingjing waved her hand and ordered a luxurious meal, saying they would continue after they finished eating. Song Qinghe really admired Ji Jingjing's workaholic attitude, and since it was also about promoting Hua Xia instruments, she naturally supported her wholeheartedly. For lunch, Ji Jingjing ordered from the most luxurious place, which was well reviewed by colleagues nearby. One of the reasons for the good reviews was the beautiful price, which made everyone sigh with admiration. So when Ji Jingjing ordered from this place, the other people in the studio immediately praised her. As long as they worked hard, they could have whatever they wanted. Ji Jingjing smiled broadly and said, "You might have a tough week, but after this performance, we'll relax properly and organize a team-building event." Yay! Sister Jingjing, you're amazing. Love you, Sister Jingjing. Long live. Naturally, Ji Jingjing's proposal was met with enthusiasm from everyone. The studio has never been stingy with team-building events, always generously allowing everyone to have a good time. This is also why they enjoy working here. The leadership is easy to get along with, and the benefits are excellent. After a day of meetings, Song Qinghe felt like her back was on a break from sitting, but fortunately, they had sorted everything out today. From now on, she just needed to focus on preparing for the performance. Jingjing, Song Qinghe took out paper and pen. Let us discuss inviting those guests for the formal performance. For a performance, she could manage to carry it through alone, but it would undoubtedly be much more exhausting. Having guests to help is crucial, as it not only relates to Song Qinghe's own rest, but also affects the performance's overall quality. If they invited someone with poor skills, it would be a problem for Song Qinghe. They also needed to invite those with whom Song Qinghe had a good relationship and gauge whether they would be popular. Guests. Ji Jingjing sat beside Song Qinghe. We really need to be careful about this guest, and they need to have time too. The two of them discussed for a long time, and finally settled on a few people. Let's contact them and see. They might not be available. Song Qinghe put down her pen, feeling a sense of relief that everything was finally sorted out. Should I do it, or will you? Ji Jingjing raised an eyebrow. I'll do it. If I personally invite them, it shows more sincerity. Song Qinghe took on the task. Actually, these people were familiar with Song Qinghe and not strangers to Ji Jingjing either. But since this was mainly Song Qinghe's performance stage, it was better for her to invite them personally. All right, I'll leave this to you then. Ji Jingjing stood up with a smile. I'm going to enjoy my fish pond now. Don't look for me tonight if you have nothing on. Okay, Song Qinghe chuckled and shook her head, tidying up her things and leaving work. After a whole day of meetings, she was a bit tired, and it was impressive that Ji Jingjing could still enjoy herself. She was really full of energy. Song Qinghe finally locked the door and left the studio. She drove there today, but when she parked, the area was already full, so she parked quite a distance away. This area is a seaside villa district, which is fine during the day, but at night, it becomes very sparse. As Song Qinghe was walking slowly on the road, she suddenly paused and couldn't help but quicken her pace. Chapter 72, I seem to have killed someone. Song Qinghe sensed that someone seemed to be following her from behind. This area was a villa district, but the occupancy rate was low because it had only recently been developed and many residents had not yet moved in. Song Qinghe couldn't help but recall what Lu Anren had told her before. There had been many reports of missing women in Haicheng lately, all of them young. She tightened the cloak around her and quickened her pace. However, she was wearing high heels today, and while she felt she was moving quickly, she was still within the tracking range of the person behind her. Suddenly, Song Qinghe took off her shoes, grabbed them, and started to run. The person behind her did not expect her to take such action and followed her in a sprint. Running barefoot over the stone path, Song Qinghe stumbled as she ran. Soon, she was caught up by the person behind her, who was breathing heavily and cursing, "You bitch, why are you running?" Song Qinghe turned around sharply and saw a man of medium height, his face flushed and smelling of alcohol. "What do you want?" Song Qinghe shouted sternly. "Don't come any closer, or I'll call the police." "Ha." The man grinned lewdly. "It's late at night, and you're dressed so flamboyantly. Aren't you just looking to meet a man?" Song Qinghe was wearing a modified qipao with side slits that revealed glimpses of her thighs as she walked. "Nonsense." Song Qinghe's face flushed with anger. "What I wear is none of your business. It's just you who has such filthy thoughts about others." TSK. "Look at your lovely figure. I understand. The man leered at Song Qinghe's prominent chest, nearly drooling. "Women, aren't they just looking to climb the social ladder? I am that high branch. As long as you're willing to have a fling with me, any amount of money is fine." The man reached out to grab Song Qinghe's wrist. "Get away." Song Qinghe swung her bag at him with all her might. She had been practicing martial arts, and her strength was much greater than before. After just a few hits, the man fell to the ground, bloodied. Song Qinghe was so frightened that she sat down on the ground, trembling as she fumbled through her bag for her phone. The call was quickly answered, and Lu Anren's voice came through. "Cheerful, are you off work? Missing me?" Lu Anren. Tears streamed down Song Qinghe's face as she shook all over. "Qinghe, what's wrong? What happened?" Lu Anren's expression changed abruptly, and he jumped up, startling the teammates who were eating nearby. "I seem to have." Song Qinghe looked at the man lying on the ground, covering her mouth, "Killed someone." Lu Anren's pupils constricted, and he dashed outside. "Help me ask for leave from the leader." "Hey, Captain, where are you going?" A teammate looked at Lu Anren in confusion, then glanced at his half-eaten meal, reluctantly moving it back in front of himself. "Qinghe, don't panic. Here, send me your location. I'll come over right now." Though anxious, Lu Anren calmly comforted Song Qinghe. "Just do as I say. I'll call someone over, and you stay put until I get there." "Okay." Whether it was Lu Anren's calmness that affected her, Song Qinghe's emotions gradually eased. She bit her lip and placed her fingers under the man's nose, feeling that he still had a pulse, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She had been so terrified, thinking she had killed him. However, the blood was still flowing from his head. If left unattended, he might really die. Song Qinghe clenched her fists and directly dialed 120, then called the police. The ambulance arrived quickly and took the man away. Lu Anren drove recklessly, running several red lights before finally arriving at the scene. When he got there, the police and those he had called were already present. Song Qinghe stood there with her head down, making Lu Anren's heart ache. "Qinghe." Lu Anren strode over and directly embraced her. The moment Song Qinghe saw Lu Anren, her emotions completely broke down and she cried in his arms. "Officer, you can see that my client is quite agitated. She is also a victim. Can we delay the statement?" The man wore a smile that was hard to argue with, but his words were unyielding. Lu Anren gently comforted Song Qinghe until she calmed down a bit before turning to the police. "Hello, officer. I am Lu Anren from a special team of Haicheng Military District, and this is my girlfriend. We will definitely provide a statement, but her emotions are currently very unstable. Could you please be lenient?" The responding police officers exchanged glances. The caller had a lawyer and was from a special team. They knew that a statement could not be taken today, so it was better to do them a favor. "All right, have her come to our station tomorrow." The police quickly left, leaving the three of them behind. "Thank you, Zhu Su." Lu Anren looked at the man. "You still have to run over once more." Zhu Su smiled at Lu Anren. "Let's not be polite with each other. Hurry and comfort your girlfriend. She must have been quite scared tonight. This matter might trouble you further. If that person in the hospital wakes up, who knows how he will retaliate." A cold light flashed in Lu Anren's eyes as he thought about what Song Qinghe had said, wishing he could break that man's bones. Now that he's hospitalized, he is really getting off easy. If he admits to what he did, it would be fine, but if he dares to turn against us, I will make him understand why the flowers are so red. Just let me know if anything happens, and call me. Zhu Su patted Lu Anren on the shoulder and left. Lu Anren took Song Qinghe to the car, afraid she was still scared, and held her close in the back seat. It's okay. Qinghe, it's all right. That man is not dead, right? Lu Anren whispered comfortingly. How strong could you be? How could you possibly kill him? Don't be afraid. We are not afraid. Lu Anren gently patted Song Qinghe, as if soothing a child. Song Qinghe wrapped her arms around Lu Anren's waist. With a familiar person by her side, her emotions gradually calmed down. She looked at Lu Anren with watery eyes. I really didn't mean to. That man was following me and said that I was dressed like this to seduce men. Tears flowed down Song Qinghe's face. I really didn't. Lu Anren cupped Song Qinghe's face. Silly girl, I know you didn't mean it. Don't take the words of that trash to heart. Saying this, Lu Anren gently kissed away Song Qinghe's tears. Our Qinghe should dress beautifully. We are so good looking. Why shouldn't we dress nicely? What does that trash know? Chapter 73. Dogman, you really dare? Lu Anren chuckled lightly again. Although compared to that, I prefer the way you look without clothes. All right, good girl, don't cry. My heart is about to break. Song Qinghe's ears turned red from Lu Anren's words, and the slight anxiety she felt faded away like the tide. She raised her head and captured Lu Anren's lips. After being soothed by Lu Anren, her fear and trepidation rushed out, as if that was the only way to feel real. Her clumsy little tongue pried open Lu Anren's lips, hooking onto his tongue inside. Lu Anren couldn't stand such teasing from Song Qinghe, immediately taking the initiative to kiss her, making her eyes misty and her bosom rubbing against his chest. Lu Anren. Song Qinghe sat on Lu Anren's lap, the split of her chi-pao revealing her fair thighs. Lu Anren sucked on Song Qinghe's lips, his warm hand stroking inside through the split. The sound of their wet lips increased the temperature in the car, and eventually, Song Qinghe became soft like water in Lu Anren's embrace. Good baby, I'll let you off today, but let's handle this matter first. Lu Anren's eyes were blazing with fire, but he forced himself to hold back. He had only taken a short leave today and would have to return later. But he couldn't help but worry about Song Qinghe being alone. I'll take you home. Do you have any friends you can call over to keep you company? Lu Anren stroked Song Qinghe's hair, letting his desire gradually subside. Song Qinghe shook her head. Si Jingjing specifically instructed her not to disturb her when she left today. And she didn't want her family to know about this either, which would only make them worry unnecessarily. I'm fine now. I've improved a lot. You can take me home. I can be by myself. Song Qinghe knew that Lu Anren wouldn't be able to stay out for long today, and she was also worried about him getting in trouble when he returned. Let us go. Once we get back, you can cancel your leave. Song Qinghe smiled at Lu Anren, indicating that she was really okay. Although he was still worried, Lu Anren took Song Qinghe home and confirmed several times before leaving, reminding her to call him if she felt scared or uncomfortable. I'll video call you after I get back. You take a shower and wait for me. No matter what Lu Anren said, Song Qinghe obediently nodded and watched him leave. After he left, Song Qinghe slowly went to the bathroom to take a shower, and after finishing, she gulped down a glass of milk in one go. She seemed less frightened than before, remembering how she had beaten that man until he was bloodied. Song Qinghe reached out her hand, thinking of martial arts, and called for the system. 77. I feel like my strength has increased a lot today. Is it because of martial arts? Yes, host. As you train in martial arts, your strength will increase more and more. Are there combat techniques in the Star Realm that match martial arts? Yes, but that combat training requires the host's martial arts to reach level 3. Otherwise, if the meridians are not expanded, it's easy to hurt yourself. Song Qinghe realized, no wonder the system hadn't mentioned it. Her martial arts had only recently reached level 1 and hadn't reached level 3 yet. What happened tonight made her realize that having strength alone wasn't enough. If combat techniques in the Star Realm require martial arts to be at level 3, could she ask Lu Anren to teach her military boxing as a temporary measure? If she had combat techniques tonight, She could have easily beaten that man instead of attacking wildly and almost killing him. The next day, Xi Jingjing received a call from Song Qinghe and suddenly sat up in bed. What? Song Qinghe, such a big deal, and you didn't call me? Just wait. An arm reached out to wrap around Xi Jingjing's waist, and a man rubbed against her waist. Baby, where are you going? Xi Jingjing shrugged off the man's hand, hurriedly getting out of bed. Urgent business, don't hinder me. Ignoring the man's complaints, Xi Jingjing quickly dressed, put on simple makeup, and rushed to Song Qinghe's house. When she saw her, she checked her over and over, then angrily said, I'm furious. How dare that man take advantage of you? I think you went easy on him. I left my car at the studio. Let us go to the police station together and bring the car back. After a night, Song Qinghe was quite calm. Lu Anren had video called her as soon as he arrived at the military district and only quietly hung up after she fell asleep. When she woke up in the morning, Song Qinghe had completely recovered and called Xi Jingjing after practicing martial arts. That man should be awake today. Lu Anren said he might try to turn the tables, so he helped me find his friend. What? That man actually wants to turn the tables? Xi Jingjing rolled up her sleeves angrily, clearly ready to fight. Song Qinghe felt a bit overwhelmed. Maybe, I'm not sure, if he really tries to turn the tables. I'll contact his friend. Let us go. We need to file a report first. Song Qinghe pulled Xi Jingjing out the door. If they continued talking like this, Xi Jingjing would probably rush to the hospital to beat the man up again. The police who responded yesterday were not far from the studio, and as soon as they arrived, they recognized her. Miss Song, just in time, the person you reported yesterday has also woken up. The police officer's face showed difficulty as he said that the man insists you seduced him and got angry when the deal fell through. What? That dog man actually dares. Xi Jingjing stood up abruptly, her eyes blazing with anger. Pa, I want to see what kind of celestial being that man is. To think my baby would seduce him? Pa, cough, cough. Miss, if you continue to make noise, I'll have to ask you to leave. The police officer looked at Xi Jingjing sternly, clearly displeased with her shouting. Xi Jingjing sat down indignantly, holding Song Qinghe's hand. Qinghe, don't be afraid. Even if it's a lawsuit, that man must recognize his ugly face. Miss Song, could you please tell us what happened yesterday again? The police officer ignored Xi Jingjing's words. They had seen Song Qinghe's state when they responded yesterday, clearly frightened, not the so-called monetary transaction the man spoke of. The police officer saw Song Qinghe sitting there, looking quiet and gentle, and believed the man's words even less. Moreover, the man who arrived later clearly had a different relationship with Song Qinghe, as any woman with eyes could tell what choice to make. All right. Song Qinghe was mentally prepared and wasn't as excited as Xi Jingjing. Can I make a phone call before I speak? Yes. The police officer nodded. Thank you. Song Qinghe smiled slightly, stood up, went outside to make a call, and then returned. Yesterday, Chapter 74. Close protection. Song Qinghe told the police about the situation from yesterday. I don't believe that his statement about dressing nicely being an invitation for others is valid. Girls dress up to look beautiful, not only to please others, but also to please themselves. His notion of dressing to entice makes me feel like I'm not living in a new era, but rather in a feudal one. I don't think wearing nice clothes is meant to lure men. Xi Jingjing, upon hearing Song Qinghe's words, widened her eyes in disbelief. What the hell? How dare he say that? Is this guy out of his mind? According to his logic, women should just wrap themselves in rags? If that's the case, then men could say that if a woman wears rags, it's just to have someone tear them off. A female officer interjected angrily. Cough, cough. The officer who was questioning them coughed, and the female officer stuck out her tongue and closed her mouth. Such men are just typical examples of male chauvinism. They probably think that any woman they encounter is after their money. Xi Jingjing looked disdainful, wishing that man were right in front of her so she could give him the good beating. She had never seen such shameless men before. How unlucky that Song Qinghe had to encounter one. Hello, officer. I am Ms. Song Qinghe's attorney, and I will be handling all matters concerning her. A knock on the door interrupted them, and a man standing at the entrance revealed a gentle smile. Xi Jingjing, who was previously agitated and indignant, turned around sharply upon hearing the man's voice, her face displaying surprise. The person who arrived was none other than Zhu Su, whom Song Qinghe had met yesterday. Zhu Su discreetly glanced at Xi Jingjing, noticing her surprised expression, and his smile widened. "Hello, officer. I am Zhu Su, a lawyer from Haiqing law firm. I am here to report that my client is filing charges against Edu-Tainment for defamation and indecent assault, which has caused my client irreparable harm." Zhu Su maintained his smile throughout. "The officer may not know this, but my client has already registered with the leaders of Haiqing, and it has been specifically instructed that she must not suffer any injustice. Please expedite the filing process." Everyone looked surprised, including Song Qinghe, who stared at Zhu Su, secretly wondering why Lu Anren hadn't mentioned that his friend could be so articulate as a lawyer. What if he gets exposed? How embarrassing would that be? Just as Song Qinghe was contemplating how to smooth things over, a person in police uniform entered the room, and all the officers immediately stood up to greet him. "Hello, Chief." The chief saw Song Qinghe and extended his hand with a smile. "You must be Comrade Song Qinghe. I received instructions from higher authorities to ensure this matter is resolved satisfactorily. We have already retrieved the relevant surveillance footage, and once we have it, we will contact your lawyer. Please rest assured, Miss Song, we will not tolerate any wrongdoing." Song Qinghe hesitated before shaking the chief's hand. "You're too kind. I will cooperate fully. Hello, Chief. I am Song Qinghe's attorney. During the indecent assault, my client had to defend herself and got into a physical altercation with Mr. Edu-Tainment. I am now requesting personal protection for my client to prevent any retaliation." Zhu Su smiled as he shook the chief's hand, but his words were anything but polite. He was fighting for the best interests of Xinjiang, and since Lu Anren had specifically instructed him, he would certainly do his utmost. What he hadn't expected was that Lu Anren's girlfriend seemed to have quite the connections. Before coming here, he had indeed received a call from a leader in Haiqing, indicating that they were aware of the situation and had specifically requested that Song Qinghe should not be wronged. He was surprised when he received the call, because he had always cooperated with the Haiqing government, and while it was normal for the leaders to know him, he didn't expect that just overnight, even his role as Song Qinghe's attorney would be known. Edu-Tainment had indeed turned the tables as he had anticipated. He would have to find time to meet him. "No problem. We will quickly gather the relevant evidence. During this time, we will assign someone to accompany Miss Song to ensure her safety." The chief was accommodating and agreed to Zhu Su's request. Song Qinghe felt a bit overwhelmed. How did things escalate to this point? It shouldn't have reached the level of needing personal protection, right? "Sister-in-law, you don't know. Edu-Tainment is involved in real estate development and has connections with some dubious people. For safety's sake, it's best if you have someone protect you for the time being." Zhu Su explained quietly to Song Qinghe after finishing his conversation with the chief. "Okay, thank you." Song Qinghe finally understood what was going on. She wasn't ungrateful. They truly had her safety in mind, to prevent anyone from doing something terrible. Plus, since she now had strength but lacked skills, she indeed needed someone to accompany her. Once she learned combat skills, it wouldn't be so troublesome anymore. The police station acted quickly, immediately dispatching an officer to accompany her around the clock until the case was resolved. The accompanying officer was the female officer who had interjected earlier. She smiled at Song Qinghe and Xi Jingjing, saying, "Hello, I'm Fong Jing, and I'll be responsible for Miss Song's safety in the coming days. Please take care of me." "Wow, Officer Fong, you're so polite. We'll be relying on you for the next few days," Xi Jingjing said enthusiastically as she shook Fong Jing's hand. "If you need anything, please don't hesitate to let me know. I'll definitely take care of it." Fong Jing laughed, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. She waved her hand dismissively. "There's nothing to prepare. I just need to go back and grab a few changes of clothes. Please wait for me for a moment." "That's no problem." Xi Jingjing immediately patted her chest in assurance. Fong Jing's home was not far from the station, so she asked the two to wait at the police station while she hurriedly rode off on her electric scooter. After everything was settled, Xi Jingjing opened the car door. "Baby, wait for me a moment. I'm going to talk to your lawyer." "Ah, okay." Song Qinghe nodded, confused about what Xi Jingjing wanted to say to Zhu Su. Was she reminding him to pay attention to the case? Xi Jingjing got into Zhu Su's car and, once inside, crossed her arms and looked at him. "Why are you here? You're now Song Qinghe's lawyer?" Zhu Su chuckled lightly, adjusted his tie, and leaned closer to Xi Jingjing. "What? Are you surprised to see me, baby? Surprised?" Xi Jingjing had just gotten out of Zhu Su's bed that morning, and now she saw him at the station. How could she not be surprised? Chapter 75. No one that Edu-Tainment can't fix. Didn't we say we wouldn't ask about each other's work? Zhu Su's fingers brushed against Xi Jingjing's lips. So are you going to break that rule now? Xi Jingjing's face flushed red and pale. She glared fiercely at Zhu Su. Fine. Then I'll trouble lawyer Zhu to handle this case for our Qinghe properly. Watching the car door slam shut with a bang, Zhu Su couldn't help but chuckle softly. Little Pepper. Seeing Xi Jingjing storm back in anger, Song Qinghe was a bit surprised. What happened? Did you have an unpleasant encounter with lawyer Zhu? Don't mention that bastard to me. Xi Jingjing gulped down half a bottle of water. Just wait for me. Seeing Xi Jingjing so agitated, Song Qinghe hesitated to ask what was wrong, but Xi Jingjing's emotions usually come and go quickly, so she decided to wait until she calmed down a bit before asking. Officer Fong rode back to the station on her electric scooter, and Xi Jingjing rolled down the window to wave at her, and she immediately grabbed her small bag and got into the car. Officer Fong, is that all you're bringing? Xi Jingjing looked at Fong Jing's small bag in surprise. As long as I have enough to change, it's fine. Fong Jing didn't think it was a big deal at all. Xi Jingjing gave Fong Jing a thumbs up. This sister is really efficient. Today they wasted some time at the police station. Xi Jingjing sent Song Qinghe and Fong Jing to her car and hurried off. She had a ton of work to do for next week's performance. She was practically racing against time. Miss Song, if you don't mind, I'll drive. Fong Jing suggested, looking at Song Qinghe's frail appearance. Okay then, thank you. Song Qinghe didn't hesitate and handed the keys to Fong Jing. Officer Fong. You don't need to be so polite, just call me by my name. Sure, and you don't need to call me officer either. It's not conducive to protection, just call me Fong Jing. Fong Jing was very straightforward and generous, and Song Qinghe liked her personality. I'll need to trouble you to stick with me for a while, but I mostly don't have much going on. I'm mainly preparing for next week's performance. If you find it boring, you can go out for a stroll when I'm at home. It was Song Qinghe's first time being closely protected, and she didn't know what to do. Qinghe, don't be polite, since I'm responsible for protecting you. I want to let you out of my sight. I want to find it boring. Fong Jing smiled coolly. I'll take you home now. When they arrived home, Song Qinghe helped Fong Jing tidy up a guest room. Luckily, she had saved a room for her. Otherwise, there would be nowhere for her to stay. When Zhu Su arrived at the hospital room, she heard Edu-Tainment's boastful voice inside. Damn it. I want that bitch to look good. How dare she hurt me? I'll make her feel my wrath. Mr. Nyo, don't be angry. That woman is so ungrateful once we get her. Won't she let you do whatever you want with her? Someone in the room immediately flattered him. Haha, you're right. That girl's figure is really amazing. It's a pity she doesn't know what's good for her. If she had just come with me obediently, there wouldn't be so much trouble now. Edu-Tainment's voice was lewd and carried a hint of pride. Zhu Su's face was cold as she pushed the door open and pressed the stop button on her phone recording. Mr. Nyo, I'm Miss Song's representative lawyer, and I'm here to talk to you about yesterday's incident. Upon hearing this, Edu-Tainment's face was full of arrogance. What's this? That girl wants to come and beg me? That's not impossible. Edu-Tainment pretended to straighten his hospital gown and touched his head, accidentally hitting his wound and letting out a hiss. Cough, cough. Tell that girl to come see me in person. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, we can settle this privately. Zhu Su's lips curled into a smile as she looked at Edu-Tainment, as if he were a dead man. Mister Neo might have misunderstood. I've been entrusted by Miss Song, and I'm concerned about your intentions towards my client yesterday. We have already reported this to the police, and they have opened a case. As for Mr. Neo providing false testimony, I hope you can discuss that with the police later. I came today to check on my client's injury and see if you can cooperate with the police for the investigation, but it seems Mr. Neo is in very good spirits and has no issues at all. Zhu Su smiled slightly, shaking her phone. I accidentally overheard your conversation with this gentleman just now, and I have already sent it to the police. I hope when they come to collect evidence later, you can explain everything clearly. Edu-Tainment's face changed dramatically, and he tried to get out of bed to snatch Zhu Su's phone. Mr. Neo, if I were you, I wouldn't act rashly. After all, I've already sent the recording out, and it won't do you any good to snatch my phone. Zhu Su said coolly. And you wouldn't want to be charged with theft either, would you? You. Edu-Tainment glared at Zhu Su fiercely. Very well, very well. I want to see who can laugh last. Then I'll wait for Mr. Neo. I believe in the fairness and justice of the law. Those who make mistakes will definitely not be tolerated. Zhu Su smiled slightly at Edu-Tainment and turned to leave the hospital room. Another person in the room trembled. Mr. Nyo, what should we do? I'm furious. Nyodahai kicked the bed hard, making a sharp sound. Go call Saner and the others. Go find that stinking bitch and talk to her. Make her withdraw the case. Nyodahai sat back down on the bed, breathing heavily, waving his hand impatiently at the man in the room. All right, Mr. Nyo, I'll take care of it right away. The man breathed a sigh of relief and hurried out of the room. Dare to resist me. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Nyodahai's eyes. There is no one that Nyodahai can't handle. Song Qinghe had no idea about Nyodahai's schemes. After returning home, she started practicing the piece for next week's performance. She had completely gotten used to combining her mental strength with the music, and for her, this was also a form of training for her mental strength. It was Fong Jing's first time hearing Song Qinghe practice, and she was simply amazed, frantically promoting how amazing Song Qinghe was in the work group. In the end, it was her superior who couldn't stand it anymore. Fong Jing, you were assigned to protect her, not to be a fan. Got it. I was just impressed that such a beautiful and skilled young lady could be harassed by someone like that. Yes. Fong Jing firmly believed that Nyodahai was extorting, and his information had long been retrieved. He looked greasy and annoying with his fat head and big ears. Chapter 76. The official performance. Song Qinghe had been staying at home these days, either practicing her pieces or practicing martial arts. She hadn't gone out, and Fong Jing had also learned martial arts from Song Qinghe. After practicing, she immediately became a die-hard fan of Song Qinghe. Neither of them was particularly good at cooking, so they mostly ordered takeout. One day, the doorbell rang. Fong Jing saw that Song Qinghe was practicing her piece, so she stood up, saying, I'll go open the door. It should be our takeout. They had both been craving hot pot earlier, and since the weather outside was uninviting, they decided to order hot pot to eat at home. Both of them preferred not to go out when possible, which made them surprisingly compatible in this regard. When the door opened, there was indeed a delivery guy outside, wearing a hat and holding a bag. Give it to me, Fong Jing said, dressed casually in loungewear since she had been at home for several days. She reached out to take the bag from the delivery guy's hand. Just as she was about to grab it, the delivery guy suddenly loosened his grip and tried to grab Fong Jing's wrist. Fong Jing instinctively executed a takedown, pinning the delivery guy to the ground, and the bag in his hand fell to the floor with a thud. What's going on? Song Qinghe was surprised and came out of her study, seeing Fong Jing pinning a man to the ground. He tried to grab me, and I caught him instead, Fong Jing explained, removing the delivery guy's hat to reveal an average-looking man. The man stared at Song Qinghe for a moment, then looked back at Fong Jing, realizing he had the wrong target. Who are you? What is your purpose? Fong Jing demanded sternly. The man hesitated before replying. I'm just delivering takeout. My hand slipped. Delivering takeout? Fong Jing scoffed and asked Song Qinghe to open the bag that had fallen on the ground. Inside were ropes and knives. Just the sound alone made Fong Jing suspect something was off. Song Qinghe looked at the man in shock and dialed the police. The man struggled to escape, but was firmly held down by Fong Jing, whose skills were not something an ordinary person could break free from. Given the severity of the situation, the police responded quickly, arriving in tactical gear and armed. Hello, I'm Fong Jing from Haiqing Bay Police Station. Here, that's my ID, she said, handing the suspect over to the arriving officers and showing her credentials. I was assigned to protect Miss Song, and I suspect this home invasion is related to a case involving her. Fong Jing began discussing the situation with her colleagues, and since she was the first to encounter the suspect, she became a key witness. Song Qinghe hadn't expected such a situation to unfold and immediately called Zhu Su to explain. All right, stay safe and don't leave the police's sight. I will expedite the case from my end. Don't worry, it will be resolved soon. Zhu Su was surprised that Nyodahai dared to act again after being warned last time. It seemed his previous methods had been too lenient. Zhu Su narrowed his eyes, hung up the phone, and began to make contacts. Home invasion was a serious crime, and this time they caught Nyodahai red-handed. He quickly implicated himself, and the Haiqing Bay police had already obtained surveillance footage from that night, confirming Song Qinghe's account. They decided to arrest Nyodahai immediately. When the police arrived at his home, Nyodahai had just returned from recuperating, waiting smugly for the usual good news. Upon seeing the police, he feigned calm and said he needed to make a phone call. However, no one answered on the other end, and he began to panic. This was his support, and usually calls were answered promptly, but today no one picked up. Despair washed over Nyota High. He knew he had been running rampant in Haicheng, relying on a real estate development to act recklessly. Now, with his support not answering, did it mean he had been abandoned? A cruel glint flashed in his eyes as he thought, if you want to shake me off, dream on. With the suspect captured, Song Qinghe felt relieved. Enfang Jing returned to her post, promising Song Qinghe that she would definitely come to support her during the official performance. Later, there was quite a commotion in Haicheng, but Song Qinghe was unaware, as she didn't usually pay attention to such matters. She was more focused on the upcoming performance. The performance was semi-charitable, so tickets were mostly half given away and half sold. Plus, the Haicheng Cultural Center attracted many visitors daily, so there were quite a few people on the day of the official performance. Many people enjoyed strolling around the Haicheng Cultural Center to see if they could discover new talent. Some internet celebrities also liked to check in here, hoping that a video they shot might go viral and make them famous. Additionally, Xi Jinping had specifically invited some internet celebrities to live stream the event, making the atmosphere even more lively. Following tradition, Song Qinghe opened her Interstellar livestream. She hadn't streamed much while practicing at home, but today was a real performance. And besides her own act, she had also warmly invited other teachers to join in. Each teacher has their own unique skill. If you're interested, feel free to send bullet comments, and I will explain later. Oh, is the host performing today? Wow, the scene feels so lively, the host has made it big. Users sent gifts, with one user giving 10 stars and saying, wishing the host a smooth performance. Another user sent 10 starships, saying, wishing the host a smooth performance. The flurry of gifts and well wishes in the comments made Song Qinghe's heart warm. During her live stream, the Interstellar audience had always been friendly. Although some comments were a bit sarcastic, the distance and the generations that separated them made her view them as naive children. Thank you all. I will do my best. Today is a combination of mental strength and music, and I feel like I've improved even more than last time. You can enjoy it soon. Song Qinghe said with a smile as she looked at the virtual screen. There was a knock at the lounge door, and Xi Jinping popped her head in, saying, Qinghe, it's almost time. You can go wait backstage. Coming, Song Qinghe responded. In the audience, Qi Wei was dressed casually, sitting next to a beautiful middle-aged woman. Xiaoping, when a young girl comes out, you can really feel it. Ever since I heard her piece, my headaches have been much better. I said I would find a chance to thank her last time. Xiaoping smiled. I've been hearing you talk about her, and this time I want to see what kind of charming young girl she is. You'll definitely want to listen again after hearing her once. Qi Wei chuckled, patting Xiaoping's hand as he watched Song Qinghe standing in the center of the stage. Here she comes. Chapter 77. Your change of tone is quite fast. Song Qinghe stood in the middle of the stage, first bowing to the audience around her, then sitting down in front of the musical instruments. Today's opening piece was still the guqin. The sound of the guqin is rich and understated, lingering for 3 days without end. Therefore, Song Qinghe chose to use the guqin as the opening. Just like that day, the originally noisy venue suddenly quieted down the moment the music began. Many invited internet celebrities thought it was just a formality, as traditional Chinese instruments are, after all, a niche interest. However, once the music started, they realized they were wrong. Although the effect might be weakened through live streaming on their phones, the live performance could definitely drive them wild. The lingering sound of the guqin echoed in the venue, and Song Qinghe took out the flute that was tucked behind her, and the melodious sound of the flute immediately filled the air. Qi Wei was pleasantly surprised to find that the pain in his head gradually disappeared during Song Qinghe's first performance, as if his headache was just an illusion. This was even better than the previous time she had played in front of him. He was eager to share the good news with Xiaoping, but found her completely engrossed in the performance of the young girl on stage, lost in the music. Qi Wei smiled slightly and didn't want to disturb her. The girl's music had a magical quality that made it unforgettable for everyone who heard it. After performing several pieces, Song Qinghe stepped off the stage to change her clothes, and a guest performer came out to fill the time, to let the Interstellar people see performances from other teachers. Song Qinghe set the live stream on the stage. The host's music sounds great. My mental strength has increased quite a bit since last time. I think I want you to find a mental strength soother this time. Me too. The host's music makes me feel warm all over. It's so comfortable. What a pity if we could hear it live. I think the effect would be much better. It's really a shame the host was born in the wrong era. You can't say that. I think the instrument in the host's hand might enhance mental strength. Don't our mental strength soothers also need external help? That makes sense. Why not let the mental strength soothers try the host's instruments and see if the effect is better? We want to learn, but we don't have those instruments in the interstellar world. Even if we could make them, no one would know how to play them. Oh, it seems like there's a mental strength soother ahead. The host could send the instrument-making methods to the database, and then she could record a video lecture for you. Right, I'll message the host now. I'll wait for good news. After changing her clothes, the system read the earlier messages to Song Qinghe. Wow, I always thought none of you were interested. After my performance, I'll upload the production methods of the relevant instruments to the database, and later I'll record some teaching videos. She was pleasantly surprised and happy to find that the interstellar people were interested in traditional Chinese instruments. Being able to pass on Chinese instruments to the interstellar world made Song Qinghe particularly proud. The performance went exceptionally smoothly. Performances at the Haiqing Center were usually chaotic, with performers trying hard to attract the audience's attention. However, this time, in addition to the audience in the seats, everyone passing by stood quietly at the fence, listening to Song Qinghe's performance without a sound. Once all the prepared pieces were ready, the audience shouted loudly, "Encore! Encore! Encore!" Song Qinghe took the microphone, bowed to everyone, with a gentle smile on her lips. Thank you for enjoying today's performance. As a promoter of traditional Chinese instruments, I am very pleased to see everyone's recognition of these instruments and Chinese music today. Traditional Chinese instruments have a long history. They're the wealth left to us by our ancestors, the treasures of China. I'm honored and grateful that I chose traditional Chinese instruments back then, and they chose me as well. For me, traditional Chinese instruments and music have become an indispensable part of my life. I love seeing more and more people appreciate, enjoy, and learn them, allowing the brilliance of our Chinese culture to continue. I hope that hundreds or thousands of years from now, traditional Chinese instruments will still be around, and people will not look puzzled when they hear about them. Music has sound, and music knows no boundaries. I hope that Chinese music and instruments can accompany us for a long time. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, long-lasting, enthusiastic, and tear-jerking. After giving an impromptu performance for everyone, Song Qinghe bowed and left the stage. Once backstage, she saw Xi Jingjing accompanying Qi Yiwei and another beautiful woman standing there. "General Qi, what brings you here? Why didn't you let me know in advance?" Song Qinghe exclaimed in surprise as she hurried over. "This is a private visit. I brought my wife specifically to listen to your concert. Your skills have improved quite a bit since last time," Qi Wei said with a cheerful smile as he looked at Song Qinghe. Song Qinghe quickly extended her hand to the beautiful woman beside him. "Hello, Mrs. Qi. I am Song Qinghe. Thank you for attending my concert. It should be me thanking you." "Thanks to you. My husband's headache has improved a lot, especially today." "It completely vanished," Xiao Ping said with a smile, her eyes slightly red. She had worried about Qi Yiwei's condition for almost half a lifetime, and now that there was finally some improvement, it felt like a weight had been lifted off her heart. "Just a small effort, Mrs. Qi. You don't have to be so polite," Song Qinghe replied with a shy smile. "Don't call me Mrs. Qi. Just call me Aunt Ping. From now on, let us consider ourselves relatives, okay?" Xiao Ping said, looking at Song Qinghe with hopeful eyes. "All right, Aunt Ping," Song Qinghe said with a gentle smile. "Good child." Xiao Ping nodded in satisfaction, holding Song Qinghe's hand. "We just came to say hello today. We'll have to invite you over to our house sometime, and you mustn't refuse." Xiao Ping chatted warmly with Song Qinghe for a while before leaving with Qi Yiwei. Once they were gone, Xi Jingjing let out a sigh of relief. "Wow, Song Qinghe, who do you know? The aura they had. I didn't even dare to move." "That's General Qi," Song Qinghe explained. "What General Qi?" Xi Jingjing initially didn't react, but then her eyes widened in realization. "You mean that General Qi?" She pointed upwards, and Song Qinghe nodded. "Ahem. So now I suddenly feel like he seems quite approachable." Xi Jingjing thought it didn't seem so hard to accept. Looking at it this way, General Qi really had no airs about him. Your change of tone is really fast. Song Qinghe couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 78. Thousand Buddhist Spirit Rock Mogeo Caves. Si Jingjing looked at Song Qinghe with disbelief. Can you blame me for this? That's General Qi. I really didn't expect him to be so approachable. Well, she's already said everything. Song Qinghe shook her head helplessly. I've already booked the restaurant. Let's invite those assistant teachers to have dinner together. It's a good opportunity for everyone to gather. Si Jingjing discussed the arrangements with Song Qinghe. Are you going to record the program for the national channel again tomorrow? Yes, this time we're recording in Dunhuang. Song Qinghe nodded. She had already received the location and meeting point for the recording, so she just needed to go directly tomorrow. Dunhuang, isn't that just right for you? It seems this program is a perfect match for you, Si Jingjing said with a grin. That's why best friends know me well. Song Qinghe joked with Si Jingjing. The two had dinner with the assistant teachers, expressed their gratitude repeatedly, and sent them back one by one. The next morning, Song Qinghe boarded a flight to Dunhuang City. Dunhuang, as a key city on the ancient Silk Road, is most famous for its Dunhuang murals and caves. With a scenic view of messengers meeting on the road and merchants constantly passing through. Hi, long time no see. Hello, everyone. We've just received our last group member. Song Qinghe. Song Qinghe waved at the camera, a sweet smile on her face. It's been a while. Do you all remember me? Of course we remember. How could we forget such a beautiful sister? Maybe the sister isn't aware of her own popularity. How could such a beautiful and kind-hearted sister not be remembered? Ha ha ha. This sister's really funny. Don't worry, I won't forget Teacher Wan either. Hey, Teacher Wan has arrived with a big knife. Have you guys been to Dunhuang? Wan sure secured the live broadcasting equipment and started chatting with everyone. I filmed here for a while before, Zhang Yaoyao said, smiling as she linked arms with Song Qinghe. But, when you're busy on a film set every day, you really don't have time to go out and explore. So I basically haven't been here. Song Qinghe smiled. I have been here once before, and I was fortunate enough to visit some places. I was really impressed. So I'm looking forward to coming here again. I definitely won't have time to come, but Dunhuang is indeed famous, Gong Ran chuckled. He didn't have money before, and now that he has money, he naturally doesn't have as much time. That's how it is. When you have the most time, you have no money. And when you have money, you don't have that much time. So this time you all will follow me. Dunhuang has 3 World Cultural Heritage Sites and over 200 cultural attractions, so you definitely won't regret this trip. Wan sure confidently took on the role of the little team leader. Ha! I think Teacher Wan could be a tour guide just by waving a little red flag. Teacher Wan's proud face is just missing the words, "Come worship me." It's got that vibe. Teacher Wan has instantly turned into Wan Guide. Wan Guide, please wave the little red flag. The place we're going today is the Thousand Buddhist Spirit Rock Mogeo Caves. The 4 of them boarded the vehicle prepared by the program team and headed towards the Mogeo Caves. Have you heard the legends about the Mogeo Caves? They chatted in the car, while also interacting with the live audience. Brother Sure, can you tell us about it? Gong Ran looked curiously at Wan Sure. Legend has it that a monk named Lu Zun passed through this mountain and suddenly saw a golden light shining, as if 10,000 Buddhas had appeared. So he carved out the first cave on the rock face. Later, Master F.A. Liang and others came here to practice Zen, which is why it was called Mogeo Caves. It means high place in the desert, and later generations used Mogeo interchangeably with the Mo, so it became Mogeo Caves. As the car drove towards the Mogeo Cave site, because the program team had made special arrangements, the vehicle was allowed to enter the scenic area directly. Wow, Brother Sure, is this the Gobi Desert? Gong Ran pressed against the car window, looking at the barren land outside. Yes, the Gobi Desert is quite common in Gansu province. The Mogeo Caves are located on the edge of the desert. Look, there are the Mogeo Caves ahead. Photography is generally not allowed in the Mogeo Caves, but as this is a recording for the national channel, they were naturally allowed to enter and film. Each small door on the stone wall contains different wonders, and there were already guides waiting to explain. Hello everyone, I'm your guide Xia, and I'll introduce some information about the Mogeo Caves to you. Haha, this is great. Teacher Wan, now you can relax a bit. With a professional to introduce professional things, having Guide Xia here really saved me a lot of effort, Wan Sure said cheerfully, genuinely putting his hands behind his back and listening to Xia guide them through the caves. Teachers, please follow me. Xia walked in front with a sweet voice. Currently, there are 735 caves in the Mogao Caves, preserving over 45,000 square meters of murals and more than 400 clay sculptures, which have continued for 1,000 years. This is unique among the caves. This place is a brilliant treasure of ancient Chinese civilization and a witness to the collision of different civilizations along the ancient Silk Road. Every time I see this, I'm really amazed. We follow the trend of beauty to admire, protect, and preserve, Song Qinghe sincerely exclaimed. Every time I see the traces left by history and the well-preserved artifacts, it brings tears to my eyes. This is the sweat shed by our ancestors and the wisdom of the working people. It's a pursuit of beauty, the true colors left by art in the long river of time. Wisdom never dies, even after countless calamities, as long as there is a spark. Many traditions can continue. A single spark can start a prairie fire. This is also why Song Qinghe holds such high regard for Chinese culture, because throughout history, whether it was the rise or fall of dynasties, it did not hinder the transmission of these cultures. The Mogao Caves were excavated in different eras, the earliest being in the second year of the Jianyuan era of the former Qin. The Mogao Caves flourished during the 16 Kingdoms period, passing through the Northern Wei, Sui, Tang, Song, and Western Xia dynasties until the Yuan dynasty. In the Ming dynasty, it was once abandoned and little known. Over the past 40 years of reform and opening up, this period has been a comprehensive development phase for the study of the Dunhuang Caves. The Dunhuang Caves, aside from the Mogao Caves we are currently in, also include the Western Thousand Buddha Caves, together with the Yunyang Caves and Longmen Caves. They are known as the three major caves of China. Each of the three major caves has its own characteristics, and in 1987, the Mogao Caves were listed as a cultural heritage site on the World Heritage List. Chapter 79. The spring breeze does not pass the human pass. 4 people followed Hua Xia's footsteps with live streaming cameras, entering and exploring each cave. They walked slowly, as their main purpose was to let the live audience understand the site. Unlike typical tourists who just skim through, they examined each grotto in great detail. Teachers. The Mogao Caves are a comprehensive art form that combines architecture, colored sculptures, and paintings, Hua Xia said. The largest cave is over 200 square meters, while the smallest is less than 1 square meter. Hua Xia's voice was slow and clear, and when she spoke about the Mogao Caves, her eyes sparkled with a different kind of brilliance. The cave types mainly include Zen caves, central pillar caves, niche caves, altar caves, nirvana caves, 7 Buddha caves, and large statue caves. Most of the sculptures are made of wood and clay, with only a few being stone-based clay sculptures. The Mithra statue we see now is the tallest in the Mogao Caves, standing at 35.6 meters. Hua Xia's explanation was very thorough, and not only were the 4 people captivated, but the audience in the live stream was also listening intently. I've decided I'll go to Dunhuang during the holidays. It's so beautiful. Seeing those murals and sculptures makes me feel that the labor and wisdom of ancient people are infinite. I also want to see it, but sob, I really don't have time. The time of a corporate slave is not under my control. Are there any group tours? Let us go together. Not only were the comments lively here, but the comments in the Interstellar chat were also flashing quickly. I think these all carry very obvious regional characteristics. I really feel shocked. I remember the host said that ancient Hua Xia was very backward and many tools were not advanced. Seeing this is truly admirable. I can even feel the power that is nurtured from within. This culture, with its discontinuity across light years, is really a pity. If you haven't seen it, you wouldn't know how beautiful it is. I originally thought the cultural relics recreated by our historians were all true to life, but now seeing the real thing, I realize I underestimated the wisdom of the ancient Blue Star people. I really like those murals. They express emotions so openly. Though exaggerated, they are very shocking. After touring the Mogao Caves, they completed their itinerary for the first day in Dunhuang. Back at the hotel, Song Qinghe felt somewhat unsatisfied. Every time she witnessed such soul-stirring scenes, countless inspirations surged within her. Feeling inspired, Song Qinghe thought of the scenery she saw during the day and spontaneously composed a piece of music, then choreographed a dance based on it. By the time everything was ready, it was already 11 p.m. Song Qinghe quickly took a shower, thinking about the itinerary for tomorrow, and hurried to bed. When she turned off her phone, she noticed that Lu Anren had video called her. After checking the time, Song Qinghe tentatively sent a message. And soon Lu Anren initiated a video call. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Song Qinghe smiled, her face flushed from dancing. Lu Anren swallowed hard, his gaze intense. "What were you doing tonight? Didn't we go to the Mogeo caves today? I liked it. So I composed a piece of music and a dance based on what I saw during the day, and just finished practicing." Song Qinghe lay on her bed, swinging her feet while talking to Lu Anren. Speaking of the music and dance, Song Qinghe sat up. "Let me show you. You can be my first audience." "Sure." Lu Anren was more than willing. "Are you tired? You can dance later if you are tired." "I'm not tired. Just wait a moment." Song Qinghe jumped off her bed, reopened her computer, pulled up the music she had just composed, and set her phone in place. The melodious music flowed from the computer, and Song Qinghe danced barefoot, her waist bending effortlessly, her taut instep looking incredibly tempting. Lu Anren was transfixed, even secretly recording a video. These were exclusive, not to be made public. He smiled slightly, watching Song Qinghe dance like a moving sprite, flowing swiftly with the music. After finishing, Song Qinghe leaned closer to the camera and smiled at Lu Anren. "Was it beautiful?" "Yes, it was especially beautiful. My girlfriend is really amazing." Lu Anren clapped his hands, his eyes full of joy. The two flirted for a while before saying goodnight and drifting off to sleep. Unlike Song Qinghe, who had a dreamless night, Lu Anren dreamt all night, filled with visions of Song Qinghe showing off her beautiful dance, her charming smile enchanting him. In the morning, Lu Anren blushed as he washed and hung up the sheets. It seemed he really needed to speed up the progress, having a girlfriend and being intimate. How could he still hold back? Song Qinghe was completely unaware of the thoughts swirling in Lu Anren's mind. After exercising in the morning, she met up with the others. Today, the four of them were headed to the relics of the two passes. The two passes refer to the Human Pass and the Yangwan Pass. When it comes to the Human Pass, I believe many people would recall that line from the poem. Why should the Chongflu complain about the willow? The spring breeze does not pass the Human Pass. This poem, Cool Zhou's song, has depicted the majestic, vast, and desolate scenery that has been passed down to this day. The Human Pass was first established during the reign of Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty, when the western region's roads were opened and the four prefectures of Heshi were set up. It was named because jade stones from the western regions were brought through here. The group first arrived at the ruins of the Human Pass. The sky was filled with wind and sand, the Gobi and the desert unfolded before them. The former Human Pass was filled with the sounds of camel bells, human shouts, and horse neighs, with caravans coming and going and envoys from the western regions frequenting the area. The scenery was bustling. The group gazed at the view before them. This was a small square fortress standing on a sandy hill in the narrow east-west Gobi. To the south of the Human Pass is a saline alkaline marsh, and not far to the north is Hollow Lake. Further north lies the Great Wall, and north of the Great Wall is the ancient channel of the Shul River. Do you know that there is a typical landform group called the Yardong Landform Group near the Human Pass? Yuanshi looked at the three people and posed a question. "I know this." Jiang Yaoyao raised her hand. "This landform is also known as the Devil City." "That's right. Yardong in Uyghur refers to a type of wind-eroded landform in arid regions. Their overall scale and peculiar shapes are rare in the world," Yuanshi explained slowly. "Teacher Yuan, I heard that the Devil City is said to be unapproachable at night. Is that true?" The others looked at Yuanshi with curiosity. "Is it true? Why don't we go and try tonight?" Yuanshi smiled at Jiang Yaoyao. Jiang Yaoyao shook her head vigorously. No. I heard that the Devil City is extremely terrifying at night." "Why? Isn't it a natural landscape?" Gong Ren looked confused. "I heard that the Devil City is a special castle with many things, like city walls and streets, all very vivid and lifelike." "You don't know. It's because it's too real. This craftsmanship is so exquisite that at times the wind blows through, sounding like ghosts wailing," Jiang Yaoyao said with a frightened expression. Chapter 80. No friends beyond Yangwan after tracing history at the Yumengwan Pass, Yuanshi said to the others. "Next, we will go to the other ruins of the two passes, Yangwan." "Brother Shi, what is the difference between these two passes?" Gong Ran, being a novice in history, had only learned about Yimengwen and Yangguan through poetry in his language book and had little understanding beyond that. Brother Shi, is the no friends beyond Yangguan referring to this Yangguan? Jiang Yaoyao also raised a question. That's right, Yaoyao has some impression. Wan Shi smiled and praised her. The biggest difference between these two passes is their geographical locations and their natures. Yimengwen is 30 kilometers from Yangguan, which isn't too far by car. Yangguan was an important land route for external communication in ancient times and a necessary pass on the Southern Silk Road, which later gradually evolved into the county town of Yangguan. As for Yimengwen, it got its name because Haitian Jade from Xinjiang had to pass through this gate to enter the Central Plains. And Yimengwen is also an important part of the Han Great Wall. You see, the ruins we encountered earlier included this part. Yangguan has always held a significant place in history, but unfortunately, only a small part of the Yangguan ruins remains today, and the later scenery has all been newly established. Wan Shi showed a look of regret. However, only by visiting Yangguan can one truly experience a sense of desolation. In this place, it's easy to feel a tragic emotion. Song Qinghe was moved and took out the sun she carried with her. A mournful yet grand melody slowly flowed from the sun. The tone of the sun is inherently low and clear, and in this environment, hearing such a tragic tune stirred everyone's emotions deeply. Those watching the live broadcast, especially those with a high capacity for empathy, already had red eyes, tears welling up. As the melody ended, Jiang Yaoyao wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Every time she saw Qinghe play, she felt completely immersed in her music, as if she were not herself, but rather part of the joys and sorrows in the tune. Yes, she was not herself, but rather flowing along with the emotions of the music. The pieces played by Song Qinghe became increasingly infectious. They could hardly control themselves. Knowing that every time they heard her play, their bodies and minds felt as if they were being cleansed. It felt as if they could wander Yangguan along with Song Qinghe's melody, witnessing the grandeur of history. Looking from a height, they could see the distant snow-capped mountains, while the vast desert appeared grandly in the live broadcast, rendering everyone momentarily speechless. Actually, there's south another place worth visiting here, and I guess you've all heard of it. Wan Shi timely interrupted everyone's immersion in emotion. If we continue like this, everyone might find it hard to adjust their moods. Song Qinghe also realized this issue. She had unconsciously used her mental energy again, combined with the tone of the sun, resulting in a sense of sorrow, not only for the three people in front of her, but even for some surrounding tourists. She quickly coordinated with Wan Shi to bring things back on track. Brother Shi, which place are you talking about? Is there something else besides Yimengwen in Yangguan? Jiaguan. Wan Shi smiled. How about that? Not unfamiliar, right? Speaking of Jiaguan, it is indeed a name that resonates deeply with the people of Hua Xia, but not many have actually been there. Definitely not unfamiliar. Jiaguan, as the first pass of our Hua Xia, everyone must know about it. Song Qinghe said playfully. Jiaguan? Gong Ran and Jiang Yaoyao also reacted, eagerly urging Wan Shi to hurry up. As a place of significant importance in history textbooks, they had longed to see it for a long time, but had never found the time. This was a perfect opportunity. Jiaguan is the starting point of the Ming Dynasty's Great Wall and is currently the best-preserved ancient military fortress from that period. Wan Shi smiled, however. It's over 400 kilometers from here, so we can save this for the end of our journey. No problem. As long as we can get to Jiaguan in the end, it will be a perfect conclusion to our trip. The others naturally had no objections, after all. They still had a few days ahead and weren't particularly anxious. Having seen the ruins of the two passes today, they returned to Dunhuang. The hotel they were staying at had a lot of local characteristics, with beautiful murals inside. Let us get a good rest tonight, and tomorrow we'll go to Crescent Lake. Wan Shi said goodbye to everyone at the hotel, specifically reminding them. Everyone nodded and returned to their respective rooms to rest. Mingsha Mountain and Crescent Lake, known as the first beauty of the frontier scenery, is a must-visit place for many who come to Dunhuang. So the four of them set off early in the morning towards Mingsha Mountain. Mingsha Mountain stretches from Mogao Caves in the east to the mouth of the Dang River in the west, extending 40 kilometers from east to west and about 20 kilometers wide, with the main peak at an elevation of 715 meters. Wow, it's really beautiful here. Jiang Yaoyao and Song Qinghe leaned against the car window, admiring the scenery outside. As the live broadcast switched to the outside scenery, Song Qinghe's live stream also began. From their perspective, they could clearly see the crescent lake, shaped like a crescent moon, nestled in the middle of the desert like bright pearls, making one feel refreshed. After getting out of the car, Song Qinghe grabbed a handful of sand, which was fine and soft. The wind blew, and the sand made a whistling sound. Climbing up was actually quite difficult, as the sand was uneven and the wind carried fine sand, but the footprints they left quickly disappeared. From a high vantage point, they could see the white poplars by Crescent Lake and the clear spring water rippling gently. The spring water was a light blue, looking exceptionally beautiful, and the entire surface resembled a crescent moon. Do you know? This crescent lake has never been submerged by the surrounding shifting sands for 1,000 years, nor has it ever dried up due to drought, which is why it is called the #1 spring in the desert. The group stood at the mountaintop, gazing at the beauty of Crescent Lake, momentarily speechless in shock. There are some sceneries that may sound ordinary, but when they truly present themselves before you, you realize that all words are inadequate. All the words cannot describe the beauty of the scenery. It is a miracle of nature that cannot be replicated by humans. Oh my God, there are so many beautiful sights on Gulen Star. Why is our desert just a desert with nothing? Finding a water source is so difficult, let alone spring water. We can't even see a single green tree. Don't say there are no green trees in the desert. Many of our planets have very few green plants. It's really beautiful, although I don't know what that crescent moon is. I heard that crescent moon refers to a planet's name. Huh, is crescent moon a planet? Chapter 81. The Three Treasures of Crescent Spring. Song Qinghe noticed the questions in the bullet comments and quietly moved a little to the side to explain softly to the interstellar people. Crescent refers to the moon we see on Ancient Blue Star. The moon is the moon, a natural satellite that orbits Ancient Blue Star. From Ancient Blue Star, the moon appears to change every day, and the crescent shape is generally seen at the beginning of the lunar month on Ancient Blue Star. Throughout history, many poems and songs have been related to the moon, and if given the opportunity, I can share more about it with you. Later on, the moon became a spiritual support for people, a feeling of longing. This crescent spring was indeed named because it resembles a crescent moon. After Song Qinghe explained a few sentences, although she didn't say much, the interstellar people, who often travel through the universe, quickly understood what was going on. I understand. It's like how we can see the neighboring green star from Capital Star, influenced by the rotational speed. So when we look at green star, isn't it the same? So the moon is like green star, covered in green plants? Since it's south called crescent spring, I guess there must be water on the moon? If it's all water, shouldn't it be called water star? Why is it called the moon? Our green star is named because it's covered in green plants. I think it's not all water. The host only said it looks like a crescent. Didn't he say it's all water? Why argue about this? Anyway, it's outside of Ancient Blue Star. What we should focus on is what S inside Ancient Blue Star. That S what matters. Yeah. The host said there will be time for more science education later. No rush. The host will definitely explain. Qinghe, come on, let us slide down from here. Hua Xia and the others waved to Song Qinghe. Coming. Song Qinghe responded with a smile. There is a famous activity at Mingsha Mountain, which is sand sliding. The group climbed up to experience the feeling of sliding on sand. They quickly picked out their sandboards and sat on them. Jiang Yaoyao raised her head to the three and said, "Let us have a race and see who can slide down first." "Come on, Sister Yao. I'm good at this," Gong Ran boasted, feeling confident in his balance. Song Qinghe and Hua Xia exchanged glances and smiled, agreeing with the gesture. "I'll count down," Jiang Yaoyao said with a bright smile. "Ready, start." With Jiang Yaoyao's shout, they all slid down the sandy path. Song Qinghe felt the wind in her ears, and a thrilling sensation quickly filled her body. The interstellar viewers felt the sensations along with Song Qinghe, so they could naturally feel what she was feeling. Wow, I didn't know sand could be played like this. So interesting. Why didn't we think of such an obvious game? I suddenly feel like Desert Star has hope. Can't we earn some tourism money from this? I want to play too. Hurry up and set it up. I'll go play once it's done. Speaking of fun, Ancient Blue Star people really know how to have fun. We could never have thought of this method here. Because of this sand sliding, after the highest administrator of Desert Star learned about it, they immediately built a large sand sliding amusement park. After contacting Song Qinghe, they focused on major renovations. Just 3 days after Song Qinghe slid down, castles were built on Desert Star, each with different entrances for sand sliding. This became a sandcastle amusement park made of sand. Desert Star is abundant in sand, and everything was transformed using special techniques in various play areas. Advertisements were spread to different planets. The first visitors were those who watched Song Qinghe's live stream. After experiencing sand sliding once, they wanted to try it in person, just in time to see the advertisement for Desert Star. Once they arrived, it became unstoppable. Although it was all sand, it was indeed a large amusement park. Moreover, there are different mazes made of sand walls. Many people had a blast playing there, and the news spread widely. As time went on, more and more people came to Desert Star to play, and the highest administrative body of Desert Star was overjoyed. They even compiled the music played by Song Qinghe into a collection and broadcasted it globally on Desert Star. Many who hadn't watched Song Qinghe's live stream later returned to the live stream for this reason. Originally, they thought it was just a live stream about tracing back ancient Blue Star's history, and many only watched for the excitement and novelty, without much interest. Now, those who remained in Song Qinghe's live stream were mostly true fans, historians, and those interested in ancient Blue Star culture. Because of the Desert Star incident, a new wave of viewers entered Song Qinghe's live stream. However, that was a later story. At that moment, Song Qinghe had just gotten off the sandboard. Thankfully, she wore protective gear, so she didn't end up with a mouthful of sand. But the thrilling feeling still made them all smile widely. So refreshing. No wonder so many people seek out thrilling activities, Jiang Yaoyao said, looking greedily at the mountaintop. I want to do it again. Forget it. My old bones can't take it. Yuan Shi quickly waved his hand. Let's south hurry to Crescent Spring. Jiang Yaoyao looked regretfully at the sand sliding, knowing the bigger picture, and had no choice but to follow the others toward Crescent Spring. As they got closer, they saw that the spring water was crystal clear and shimmering, like a bright mirror. They could even see fish swimming in the water. This water is really clean. Song Qinghe squatted down and put her hand in the spring water, feeling the coolness. Yuan Shi also squatted down. Do you know Crescent Spring has 3 treasures? What are those treasures? Here it comes, Yuan teacher's little classroom question. I bet only Sister Qinghe knows. Haha, don't make it seem like Sister Yao is a bad student. Gong Ran must be the bad student. We admit that. Crescent Spring has a type of algae that grows with 7 slender branches, each with 7 leaf-like petals resembling willow leaves. The locals call it 7-star grass. Song Qinghe had heard of this and immediately answered. The fish known as ironback fish in the spring and the 5-colored sand of Mingsha Mountain are collectively known as the 3 treasures of Crescent Spring. What is 7-star grass? Gong Ran and Jiang Yaoyao both looked curious. Yuan Shi cleared his throat. This 7-star grass is said to be a medicinal herb that can promote childbirth, which is why Crescent Spring is also called the medicinal spring. Huh, promote childbirth? Is it like oxytocin? Jiang Yaoyao looked at Yuan Shi in surprise. Pretty much. Their essay story behind it. Sure, go. Tell us about it. Song Qinghe smiled and tossed a question to Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi glanced at Song Qinghe helplessly before finally speaking. Chapter 82, The First Pass in the World. Yuan Shi looked at the shimmering surface of the lake and spoke of a legend. It is said that there was once a doctor here who was kind to people and treated everyone equally, regardless of wealth or poverty, whenever they came to seek treatment. Although this doctor was skilled in medicine, the medicine he prescribed during his wife's difficult labor had no effect at all. In desperation, he sought help from the gods. After leaving the temple, he met an old woman who handed him a note, telling him that he would see the results when he got home. The note read, "The 7-star grass can induce labor. It must be picked in the morning dew. Consuming it ensures the safety of children. Thank the benevolent doctor." At the foot of the Shansha Mountain, there grew many small furry grasses in the sandy well, often covered with dew, which was the 7-star grass. The doctor immediately went to pick the 7-star grass, brewed it into medicine, and gave it to his wife. Soon, she gave birth to a healthy baby boy. Thus, the 7-star grass became one of the 3 treasures of the Crescent Spring. Jiang Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, there's such a romantic legend. Brother Shi, what is the ironback fish? Is it delicious? I don't know if it's good or not, since the ironback fish has been missing for a long time. Yuan Shi explained with a smile. The back of the ironback fish is black, hence the name. The locals regard it as a divine fish, claiming that eating it can grant immortality. Immortality? Several people burst into laughter. Isn't that like eating Tang Seng's flesh? And it's much easier than eating Tang Sung. At least there's no Sun Wukong to stop us. That's a bit too far-fetched. I don't believe it, Jiang Yaoyao said, shaking her head with a smile. Where's the five-colored sand? I don't see any colorful sand here. As she spoke, she looked around and still saw a vast expanse of yellow sand. Song Qinghe laughed as she picked up a handful of sand. Holding it in her palm against the sun, she was surprised to see different colors. Sister Yao, look, there really are 5 colors of sand here. The legend says that the 5-colored sand has excellent therapeutic properties, capable of dispelling cold and rheumatic bone diseases. Moreover, sand therapy has been included in China's national intangible cultural heritage. I think you should really experience the local specialties while you're here. Wow, that sounds great. We have to do it together later, Jiang Yaoyao said, her spirits lifted at the mention of spa therapy. Hearing the two ladies plan a sand therapy session, Yuan Shi and Gong Ran were a bit tempted. Brother Shi and Gong Ran can join too. This sand therapy is indeed very good for expelling dampness from the body. Song Qinghe explained seriously. Everyone has different levels of dampness in their bodies, and it's beneficial to expel some. The two men were quickly convinced and happily joined the sand therapy group. With the live broadcast, the 4 of them set out to experience the Yaden Devil City over the next few days. The sound of the wind howled past, like thousands of wild beasts roaring, sending shivers down the spines of those present and even the viewers of the live stream. Oh my gosh, if I had to go to that place, I think I would scare myself to death. Me too. I feel like my courage is just a little bit, so I'll just watch in the live stream. I have to say, they are really brave. I'm hiding under the covers, shivering. Yuan Shi chuckled at the comments, explaining that this type of landscape was mainly formed by wind erosion, and these rock formations had existed for over 700,000 years, with colors mostly in gray, gray-green, and earthy yellow. I think I now somewhat understand why people in the past referred to it as the Devil City. Jiang Yaoyao listened to the ghostly howls, tightening her shawl. In the past, people revered the gods, and back then, they didn't understand science, so naturally, they found such things mysterious. Mystery is the origin of all fear, stemming from the unknown. Song Qinghe nodded in agreement. So with technological advancements, many things can be explained, and you won't feel afraid anymore. To the east is the Shanhaiguan Pass, in the center is the Zenbita, and to the west is the Jiaiguan Pass. Finally, the 4 arrived at the long-desired first pass in the world. Jiaiguan is the largest pass on the existing Great Wall and also the largest pass in China. Located in the western part of Gansu province, which is already a desert area, the Heshi corridor extends further west. No wonder it was said that exiles were sent here. Even now, the conditions seem so harsh, let alone in the past. It's hard to imagine how people lived back then, Jiang Yaoyao remarked as she gazed at the endless yellow sand. Jiaiguan holds a significant place in history, as this defense line was a turning point for human civilization, having a profound impact on the Ming Dynasty, Mongolia, and the history of the western regions. Yuan Shi stood atop the Jiaiguan Pass, explaining to the viewers in the live stream. The Jiaiguan Defense Line is the most classic national defense project utilizing natural barriers in the world. In the Heshi and Central Asia regions, there is no other place suitable for building the most cost-effective and efficient national defense works. The grandeur of Jiaiguan cannot be truly appreciated without seeing it in person. After leaving Jiaiguan, the 4 parted ways and returned to their respective cities. Song Qinghe got off the plane and went straight home. Although the trip to Gansu wasn't particularly tiring, it involved visiting many places in just 7 days. Every time she returned after filming a program, Song Qinghe felt the need for a good rest. As she opened the door at home, she was greeted by the aroma of food. Song Qinghe blinked. Could it be that her mom was here? Just as she was about to enter the kitchen, someone walked out, and Song Qinghe's eyes widened in surprise as she dashed towards the person. "You came," Song Qinghe exclaimed with joy. "Weren't you supposed to wait until your application was approved?" Lu Anren wrapped an arm around Song Qinghe, saying, "As soon as I got here, I couldn't wait to find you. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something first?" Lu Anren told Song Qinghe to wash her hands while he went to the kitchen to serve the food. Knowing when Song Qinghe would return, the dishes were freshly cooked. Sitting at the dining table, Song Qinghe looked at the steaming food and felt a wave of sweetness in her heart. Being away from home and coming back to find someone had prepared a meal, especially her loved one, made her feel extraordinarily content. She had eaten Lu Anren's cooking before, and now that she was having it again, she smiled and said, "The first time I met you at the teacher's house, I thought your cooking was delicious, and I even ate an extra bowl of rice. Then this time, eat a bit more," Lu Anren urged, serving her more food. "You've lost weight after not seeing you for a few days." "Where?" "I went to Gansu this time. There were many delicious foods there, and I ate a lot at every meal. There's no way I could lose weight," Song Qinghe immediately rebutted. They mostly went out for local specialty foods, which made her especially happy. Chapter 83, The Reward, is coming. Lu Anren glanced at Song Qinghe, flashing her an ambiguous smile. It would take a personal inspection to confirm whether she hadn't lost weight. In the past, Song Qinghe wouldn't have understood this sentence, but now she had been influenced enough to get it. However, even though she understood, she couldn't help but blush. After lowering her head and eating a few bites of rice, she calmed the heat on her cheeks. "How many days can you stay here?" 2 days. "I have a 2-day vacation this month." Lu Anren focused on Song Qinghe. "I'll be with you for these 2 days." "Okay." Song Qinghe smiled sweetly, then remembered something. "Aren't you going to meet your family? They're all urging me to hurry up and get a wife, and knowing I don't have much time, they support me in pursuing my wife." Lu Anren looked innocent. Song Qinghe's face, which had finally calmed down, turned hot again because of Lu Anren's words. After finishing the meal, Lu Anren didn't let Song Qinghe help, just asked her to rest nearby while he took the bowl to the kitchen. Song Qinghe leaned on the back of the chair, watching Lu Anren's figure, her eyes flashing with tenderness. She had never thought she would have such a day. In the past, Si Jingjing had always urged her to date and not to act like a nun. However, she had never been moved. Her first reaction upon seeing many men was embarrassment, and coupled with her long-standing concerns about her chest, she always felt like everyone was staring at her, which increased her social anxiety. More often, she played with girls, avoiding contact with boys as much as possible. So, no matter how much her family urged her before, she never opened her mouth, not only because she hadn't found someone suitable, but also because she didn't want to break her lifestyle. She had become used to living alone. However, now looking at Lu Anren in the kitchen, she suddenly felt that having someone around might not be bad. "What are you thinking about?" Lu Anren came out and saw Song Qinghe in a daze, pinching her small nose and smiling as he asked her. Song Qinghe smiled back at Lu Anren, stretching out her arms to wrap around his neck, feeling that being together was quite nice. And it wasn't as scary as she had imagined before. "Come on, let me show you the joy of being together." Lu Anren directly picked up Song Qinghe, who exclaimed in surprise, leaning entirely against him. Although Lu Anren had only been there once, he accurately found Song Qinghe's bedroom, turned on the shower, and said, "Come, let me help you bathe. I can do it myself." Song Qinghe blushed and pushed him, signaling him to put her down. Steam quickly filled the room, and Lu Anren held Song Qinghe in his arms, pressing her against the glass shower and kissing her. Their clothes quickly became soaked with shower water, and their skin became faintly visible. Song Qinghe couldn't tell whether what was in her mouth was each other's saliva or shower water. Both were eager to strip each other their clothes. The defined muscles on Lu Anren's body made Song Qinghe almost mesmerized as she touched his muscle lines. Due to his long-term training, Lu Anren had a fantastic physique with prominent 8-pack abs. And Song Qinghe, because of her long-term dancing and practicing body techniques, also had a beautiful waistline. Both seemed willing to ignite passion on each other's bodies, but Song Qinghe was no match for Lu Anren, and in a few moments, she was completely overwhelmed. In the fogged-up little cubicle, ambiguous moans soon echoed. Song Qinghe had never known she could make such charming sounds, as if she could twist and turn endlessly. At least Lu Anren felt that Song Qinghe's soft moans could make his eyes redden tirelessly. Song Qinghe was carried in and out by Lu Anren, leaning against him, her toes flushed with pink. After carefully helping Song Qinghe dry her hair and laying her on the bed, Lu Anren casually wiped himself down and joined her on the bed. Although the bed was large, the two squeezed together, creating a significant dip in the middle. Lu Anren nibbled on Song Qinghe's earlobe, gently sucking, causing her to tilt her head back in stimulation, with her entire back pressed against him. The two soon tangled together again. And when Song Qinghe turned back for a deep kiss with Lu Anren, a long silver thread connected their lips when they parted. The mattress shook continuously, making Song Qinghe's moans intermittent. Song Qinghe returned just in time for noon, and when she woke up again, it was already dusk, with lights twinkling in the buildings outside. The small night light on the bedside was turned on, and Lu Anren stood by the window, looking into the distance. Noticing the movement, he turned around and saw that Song Qinghe was awake, then walked over. "Are you hungry?" Song Qinghe shook her head. She had just woken up and didn't have an appetite. "Drink some water first." Lu Anren held Song Qinghe in his arms, feeding her water. After a glass of water, Song Qinghe felt her throat was less dry. After calling out for so long, her voice was a bit hoarse. But after a couple of sips, she felt much better. "Qinghe." Lu Anren didn't let go of Song Qinghe, gently stroking her head. "Your reward will probably come down in a few days." "What reward?" Song Qinghe looked confused, completely unaware of what Lu Anren was talking about. Lu Anren suddenly laughed. Although they hadn't known each other for very long, he knew this girl in his arms, as she said, didn't take things to heart at all. If it were someone else, they might have been thinking about it for a long time and even might take the opportunity to make different requests. But this silly girl, once taught something, would just pat her butt and leave, feeling like there was nothing else to worry about. "Did you forget that General Qi said he would combine the two rewards and apply for a bigger one for you?" Lu Anren reminded her. "Ah, is that what it is?" Song Qinghe suddenly realized, if you hadn't said it, I would have really forgotten. Those things were originally supposed to be submitted to the country, and I hope our country can pay attention to them. Whether it's vaccines or body techniques, there may be other things in the future. These are all decisions I made hoping our country becomes more prosperous. Song Qinghe smiled brightly at Lu Anren. "I know." Lu Anren held her tightly. "So, I'm just reminding you. In a few days, there might be someone coming to award you, and maybe I will come over too." "Really?" Song Qinghe finally reacted to this. "Will you really come over in a few days?" Song Qinghe felt that dating was not easy for both of them, as they both had little time. Whenever they could be together, they cherished their time together. Thinking that she would see Lu Anren again in a few days made Song Qinghe very happy, and she gave him a kiss on the lips. Chapter 84. Scumbag. Lu Anren chuckled lightly after all this talk. "You're only focused on when I'll be out in a few days?" "Yeah, I'm really happy that I can see you again soon." Song Qinghe hugged Lu Anren, smiling contentedly. Lu Anren felt a bit bittersweet. "I'm sorry. It seems like I can't really accompany you all properly when I'm with you." "What are you talking about? If you had a regular job, I should be the one apologizing. Because of my profession, I can't be with you for long periods either." Song Qinghe seemed quite open about it. "So, as long as we have time together, and when we don't, we can each be busy with our own things. Isn't that great?" "Okay." Lu Anren tightened his embrace around Song Qinghe. "If we get married in the future, I'll apply for a military spouse position. And you can stay in a family dormitory. That would be perfect." "Is there really a family dormitory where you are?" Song Qinghe looked at Lu Anren in surprise. When she last visited him, she didn't see any dormitory. "Yes, the family dormitory is on the other side, not in the same direction as the guest house. So, that means if we get married, we can live in the family dormitory, and you can come home every day?" Song Qinghe looked at Lu Anren with interest. "Yes, as long as you're a military spouse, it's generally allowed to go home after training." Lu Anren stroked Song Qinghe's hair. "I didn't mention it before because the conditions there are definitely not as good as in Haicheng, so I didn't bring it up. If we get married, I'll apply for a place, and whenever you miss me, you can come over and stay. That way, when I'm not on duty, you can see me every day." "Sound good?" Song Qinghe immediately nodded. "Then I'll stay there, and when I have work, I'll come out." Lu Anren smiled happily while holding Song Qinghe. "So, you agreeing to marry me isn't me taking advantage of the situation, right?" Hearing this, Song Qinghe finally reacted. Her face flushed, and she punched Lu Anren lightly. "You're trying to set me up." "No way," Lu Anren resolutely denied. "I'm just stating facts. How can you say I'm setting you up?" Their time together was short, and they were always apart. But the more it was like this, the more their feelings burned intensely Each meeting felt like they could ignite each other. After spending 2 sweet days together, Lu Anren reluctantly left with Song Qinghe watching him go. The next recording for the national station was a week later. So Song Qinghe had a week of free time, which Si Jingjing unceremoniously dragged her to the studio. "I'm going to be super busy over here." As soon as Si Jingjing saw Song Qinghe, she complained, "We're at a critical stage in the selection for Hua Xia Star, so you just stay here and don't run around." Song Qinghe felt a bit guilty. She had been with Lu Anren for the past 2 days and hadn't really paid attention to the studio's affairs, leaving everything to Si Jingjing. "All right, if there's anything, share some with me." Song Qinghe, with a rare moment of conscience, thought she might have been a bit too harsh on Si Jingjing. "At least you have a bit of conscience." Si Jingjing unceremoniously handed Song Qinghe a pile of things. "This is all yours. Take a look. You're really not being polite." Song Qinghe shook her head with a smile and returned to the office with the things. While working, time flew by. By the time Song Qinghe finished everything, Si Jingjing also wrapped up her work and leaned against the door looking at her. "Let's go. We haven't had a meal together in a long time. Today, we won't go home until we're drunk." Song Qinghe raised an eyebrow. "How come you're not going to accompany those fish in the fish pond today? You actually have time to eat with me?" "Hey, men can be found anytime, but sisters are different. You can't compare men to sisters." Si Jingjing winked at Song Qinghe. The two chose to eat hot pot. The restaurant Si Jingjing picked was newly opened in Haicheng, specializing in health-focused hot pot, and it was quite popular, so they had to wait for a table when they arrived. Since they had nothing else to do, they simply sat in the waiting area chatting while waiting for their turn. "Hey, isn't that Lawyer Zhu?" Song Qinghe inadvertently saw someone in the restaurant. "What a coincidence. Is he here with his girlfriend?" "You mean Lawyer Zhu's girlfriend is quite pretty, right, Jingjing?" Song Qinghe nudged Si Jingjing, only to find her face looking very bad, which startled her. "What's wrong with you?" Si Jingjing glared at Zhu Su in the restaurant with fiery eyes. "Well, she's been playing the field for years, and now she's getting played herself. This Zhu Su is actually cheating behind my back." Although Si Jingjing was never the type to be naive, she considered herself serious about every relationship and had always parted ways amicably. "This scumbag, if I don't kick him out, what is the point of celebrating the new year?" Si Jingjing snorted coldly, stood up, and swayed her way toward Zhu Su's table. Still holding a bottle of water, she grabbed from the front desk. "Where are you going?" Song Qinghe exclaimed, quickly following Si Jingjing into the restaurant. Zhu Su was joking around intimately with the girl beside him when Si Jingjing directly opened a bottle of water from behind and poured it all over him. "Oh!" The girl screamed in shock, standing up and looking at Si Jingjing with an angry face. "Who are you? Are you crazy?" Si Jingjing slowly put down the bottle, snorted coldly at Zhu Su, who was drenched in water. "Scumbag." After saying that, she turned around and dragged Song Qinghe out of the hot pot restaurant with her head held high. The girl, who was initially angry, opened her mouth in surprise after hearing Si Jingjing call him a scumbag. She looked at Si Jingjing as she left, then turned to Zhu Su. "Bro, you cheated on her?" Zhu Su felt helpless and knocked the girl's head. "What kind of expression is that? Does my face have the word scumbag written on it?" The girl hesitated for a moment and said, "You can't really know a person just by their appearance. I have a brother filter for you. Who knows how you treat her? What if you really are a scumbag? Zhu Yuan, do you want to die?" Zhu Su pretended to be angry as he looked at Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan stuck out her tongue, looking at Zhu Su, who was completely soaked. "Bro, why don't you go buy a change of clothes? Wait for me a moment. I'll be right back." Zhu Su realized he did look ridiculous and took his phone as he exited the hot pot restaurant. He looked down and dialed a number, only to hear a mechanical voice on the other end. "Hello, the number you dialed is unavailable." Zhu Su couldn't help but laugh. This guy has a quick temper and blocked him so soon. He didn't mind and went directly to the men's clothing section to buy a whole new outfit. "Jingjing, what is going on between you and Lawyer Zhu?" Song Qinghe was completely dragged along by Si Jingjing, her face full of gossip. She had no idea when the two had gotten involved. Last time at the police station, Si Jingjing hadn't mentioned knowing him at all. Wow, this was really a deep secret. Chapter 85. "Miss, let me feed her." Si Jingjing angrily sat in the car. "Don't mention that scumbag to me. I can't believe Si Jingjing actually got played by someone. It's infuriating." "Jingjing, you don't seem right." Song Qinghe looked Si Jingjing up and down. Why have I ever seen you this angry over a man? Shouldn't I be angry? Si Jingjing glared. I was betrayed. Shouldn't I be mad? But didn't you say before that with your previous flings, it was all about if it works, it works. If not, then goodbye? Song Qinghe curiously looked at Si Jingjing. Didn't you always say, out with the old, in with the new? And that if you break up, the next one will be even better? Isn't it just that he has other girls? You can find someone else. So what are you so upset about? Is it because of Lawyer Zhu? Seeing Si Jingjing's suddenly stiff face, Song Qinghe asked, do you really like him? Of course I like him. If I didn't like him, I would have been with him. Si Jingjing slightly calmed down. But every one of my partners, I liked them, or else I wouldn't have dated them. But, sis, you just reminded me. Si Jingjing started the car. Let us go, sis. I'll take you to see something interesting. Song Qinghe quickly buckled her seatbelt. Where are we going? We haven't eaten yet. Don't worry, you won't starve. Si Jingjing pressed the gas and spun the car out. Standing in front of the Night Color Club, Song Qinghe looked doubtful. Are you sure there is food inside? Come on, sis. You have to celebrate with me today for starting my next relationship. Si Jingjing wrapped her arm around Song Qinghe's shoulder, determined not to let her leave. Song Qinghe was indeed not at ease with Si Jingjing alone, so she decided to follow her inside. The inside of the club was different from what Song Qinghe imagined. Si Jingjing took her to a private room. As soon as they arrived, a manager walked up. Miss Si, it's been a while since you've been here. We've got a new batch of products. Would you like to take a look? Sure, you know my taste. But first, bring us some food. We haven't eaten yet. Si Jingjing pulled Song Qinghe into a private room. Sit anywhere. This is my usual room. No outsiders come here. While saying this, Si Jingjing directly took off her high heels and threw herself onto the sofa. The food came quickly, along with drinks and an array of handsome guys. Song Qinghe almost spat out her food. Si Jingjing, are you crazy? You ordered so much. What is this for? Today, I'm happy. I'm going to drink until I'm drunk. Someone has to keep me company. Si Jingjing raised her chin. Aren't you pouring the drinks yet? Miss Si, it's been a while since you came. A sharply featured handsome guy stepped forward, opening a bottle of wine with a smile. We thought you forgot about us. What are you saying? I could never forget you. Si Jingjing laughed, taking the wine glass from the handsome guy and downing it in one gulp. Miss Si still has the guts. The handsome guy smiled happily and poured another glass for her. Other boys with good eyes also poured a glass for Song Qinghe, who quickly waved her hands. Please just give me a glass of water. No kidding, she wasn't as carefree as Si Jingjing, and now that she was with someone, she didn't dare interact with those boys. People can't stand being reminded. Just as Song Qinghe thought of Lu Anren, her phone rang. She hurriedly answered, walking to the restroom while smiling nervously at Lu Anren. Lu Anren was perceptive and immediately noticed Song Qinghe's tense expression and the unfamiliar surroundings behind her. He calmly chatted with her for a few moments, waiting for her to relax before casually asking where she was. I'm here with Jingjing drinking. It seems she had a breakup today. Song Qinghe answered honestly. Even though Si Jingjing wouldn't admit it, Song Qinghe could still see her discomfort, even if she didn't acknowledge her breakup. Where are you? In. Song Qinghe hadn't finished when someone knocked on the restroom door. A boyish voice came through. Miss, are you okay? Do you need me to come in? No, I'm fine. Song Qinghe quickly locked the restroom door and turned to see Lu Anren's face dark as coal, looking at her sternly. Song Qinghe paused and sweetly smiled at Lu Anren. Actually, I can explain. You say? Lu Anren leaned back, waiting to see how Song Qinghe would explain. For some reason, Song Qinghe felt this was the calm before the storm, but she still steeled herself to speak. I was supposed to go eat hot pot with Jingjing, but she ran into her boyfriend cheating at the hot pot place. Oh, and that guy is your friend, Lawyer Zhu. Zhu Su. Lu Anren raised an eyebrow slightly. Yes, that SM. Then Jingjing was in a bad mood and dragged me to a place called Night Color. I didn't know there would be so many boys here. I behaved. I just quietly ate my food because I was mainly worried about Jingjing, so I couldn't leave. Song Qinghe swore to the heavens that she had no other intentions, and Si Jingjing had clearly gone wild, drinking a lot. She couldn't just leave her there. Don't move. I'll call the instigator over. I'll have someone take you home. Although Lu Anren was full of frustration, he patiently arranged things for Song Qinghe. He would settle the score with her later. Okay. Song Qinghe was naturally obedient now that she needed help and listened to Lu Anren's arrangements. She opened the door and saw Xi Jingjing gulping down a bottle of wine, while the food on the table hadn't been touched at all. She quickly snatched the bottle away. "Jingjing, you can't just drink. You need to eat something too, or your stomach won't handle it." Taking advantage of Xi Jingjing being stunned from having the bottle taken, Song Qinghe directly shoved a bite of food in her mouth. "Good girl, eat a bite. You can drink, but you have to eat too." "Miss, let me feed her," said the first boy who spoke, introducing himself as Xiao A. Just as Song Qinghe was about to refuse, she saw Xi Jingjing wave her hand domineeringly. "This is something boys should do. Sis, you go play on the side." Saying this, Xi Jingjing shoved the plate into Xiao A's hands, smiling flirtatiously. "Come on, here's your chance to feed my sister." By the time Zhu Su arrived, Song Qinghe was already feeling overwhelmed. Upon seeing Zhu Su, she immediately looked at him with sympathy. "It's up to you now. Lu Anren called a car for me. I need to hurry out." After saying that, she dashed out without looking back. It wasn't that she was ungrateful. It was just that Zhu Su's aura was a bit intimidating, and his face looked particularly grim, while Xi Jingjing was obliviously drinking with the boys. Chapter 86. Being the Sea King isn't that easy. Song Qinghe was not aware of Xi Jingjing's later situation. After returning home, she greeted Lu Anren and was let go after being checked to confirm she was indeed at home. She was truly exhausted that night, having to deal with boys trying to get close, keep an eye on Xi Jingjing, and occasionally respond to Lu Anren's messages. She genuinely felt that being the Sea King wasn't that easy. After taking a shower, Song Qinghe went straight to bed, feeling at ease, leaving Xi Jingjing with her ex-boyfriend, whom she had sentenced to death. After all, he was Lu Anren's friend, and given how Xi Jingjing acted that evening, it was obvious that she still had feelings for Zhu Su. Song Qinghe thought it was better for the two to clarify things. Moreover, Zhu Su's frightening expression that night made her feel like both of them might have other issues to resolve. What happened between them later, Song Qinghe didn't know. All she knew was that Xi Jingjing didn't go to work the next day, which let her spend the whole day at the studio to finish her tasks. Ever since the last incident with Nyo Dahai, Song Qinghe no longer left work late. Because of this, she had Lu Anren record set of military boxing explanations for her, and she practiced along. She felt that if she encountered a similar situation again, she could be proactive instead of passive. Although Lu Anren always reminded her to use strength, insisting that it had to reach a certain level of force. To be safe, Lu Anren even seriously advised her to directly attack a man's most vulnerable spots if she ever found herself in that situation. She would definitely be able to escape. It wasn't until the third day that Xi Jingjing appeared, looking bashful. Song Qinghe looked at her and exclaimed, "Jingjing, are you back together? Has everything been resolved? Is lawyer Zhu a scumbag?" Song Qinghe was also curious about who the girl was that day, and with how close she was to Zhu Su, it was hard not to make negative assumptions. That day was his sister. He explained that to me clearly. Xi Jingjing said, feeling a bit uncomfortable as she brushed her hair. Suddenly, she glared. "I haven't settled the score with you yet. You just threw me to him that day. Do you have any conscience? If I hadn't pushed you towards lawyer Zhu, you two might not have gotten back together, right? It's you." Song Qinghe looked Xi Jingjing up and down. "What's wrong with me?" Xi Jingjing looked at her in confusion. "You were taken away by him the night before last. Why did you only arrive today?" Song Qinghe had a look on her face that said she was waiting for an explanation. Who knew Xi Jingjing just winked at her and smiled ambiguously. The fastest way for adults to resolve things is in bed. "I thought your Captain Lu had already taught you that." Originally, Song Qinghe was teasing Xi Jingjing, but her words made her blush deeply. Speaking of this, Song Qinghe was definitely no match for Xi Jingjing and could only concede defeat. By the way, let me tell you something serious. After the two laughed, Xi Jingjing's expression turned serious. "The selection for the star of Hua Xia is particularly important during this time, so I took on a few external publicity jobs for you. All of them are positive energy, so you'll have to work a little harder while you're not filming at the national station." Song Qinghe looked at Xi Jingjing in disbelief, thinking it was a bit late for her to suddenly put in effort. "Is it too late? We won't know until we start. We just need to prepare everything. What if it comes in handy?" Xi Jingjing still felt that doing more was definitely not wrong. "Don't worry, I didn't take on jobs too far from you. Although we need this positive publicity, we can't overdo it. Otherwise, the discerning eyes will know what's going on. We need to play it subtle, so we have to be cautious. Moreover, we really can't take on too many of these activities. Taking on too many can lead to stereotypes. Tomorrow, there's a cultural festival in a county under Haicheng that needs an opening guest, and I've set you up for it. Xi Jinping looked at the arrangements for tomorrow, explaining that it was pushed onto her by the leaders of the Cultural Bureau. You know, cultural festivals are officially organized, so they're all connected to the Cultural Bureau. By going, you can leave a good impression on the local government. And also because the entire Haicheng is taking this cultural festival seriously. You doing the opening is specifically recommended by the leaders of the Cultural Bureau. I heard that the big leaders of Haicheng will also be there to speak, so make sure to perform well. Xi Jinping reminded her earnestly. Okay, I understand. Are there any requirements for the instruments? I don't mind where I perform. After all, I give my all for every performance. Bring the guqin. The leaders were amazed by your guqin last time, so they requested you to play it again. Xi Jinping said, the guqin, when combined with mental energy, has an even greater impact. Sure, I'll prepare a piece and go tomorrow. Song Qinghe had no objections. I'll share the location with you. I can't leave here tomorrow. And I'll also send you the contact number of the person over there. Just call her when you arrive. Xi Jinping said as she forwarded the location and contact information to Song Qinghe. I'll also let the contact person know to expect you tomorrow. Okay. Song Qinghe made an okay gesture. After finishing all the arrangements, Xi Jinping hurriedly ran out again. Song Qinghe shook her head with a smile, thinking that Xi Jinping's temperament was truly like the wind. Remembering the materials she had promised the Interstellar people, Song Qinghe found the relevant information on her computer and uploaded everything to the system. Knowing that many people in the Interstellar community loved handmade items, she also looked for how to make various instruments and packaged the necessary materials together for uploading. After completing all this, Song Qinghe began to prepare for the piece she would perform tomorrow. She was already familiar with various pieces, and doing this was just a way to review and reinforce her knowledge. She never believed in giving up on solidifying her skills just because she thought she knew them. After selecting the piece, she went to the studio's basement where many instruments were stored, including many performance instruments. She needed to pick one to take with her. She had several gyukins, and the one she took to the cultural center last time was just one of them. This time, she simply switched to another one, tried the sound, made some adjustments, and then left the studio with the instrument. She wanted to quickly practice the piece for tomorrow's performance a few more times, and she preferred to practice at home. As soon as Song Qinghe arrived home, the doorbell rang, and she heard her mother's voice at the door. Qinghe, are you home? What brings you here? Song Qinghe opened the door, surprised to see her mother carrying a lot of bags. Chapter 87. I have a boyfriend now. Song's mother shot a glance at Song Qinghe with annoyance. Why did you come here? You didn't go home this weekend. How else would I see you? This weekend, Song Qinghe indeed didn't go home because Lu Anren was on leave, and she had been accompanying him for the past 2 days. I had some things to do, so I didn't go back, Song Qinghe said, feeling a bit guilty as she looked at the things her mother was carrying. Mom, you brought so much stuff again. I've been really busy lately, and I won't be home much. I have a business trip next week. This child, I'm worried you won't eat well. That's why I thought of bringing you more. Song's mother scolded lightly. If you could cook for yourself, would I still need to worry like this? You're such a big girl, and you can't even cook. What will you do when you get married in the future? Just find someone who can cook. And he can make food for me. Song Qinghe replied dismissively. It was fine that Lu Anren could cook. If they got married, he would definitely be the one cooking. You girl, even if you find a man who can cook, you should still know a little yourself. When you go to your mother-in-law's house, you have to show some face, Song's mother said, shaking her head in disappointment. Come on, Mom, don't talk about things that are so far away. I just need to find a mother-in-law who doesn't mind that I can't cook. Song Qinghe laughed, pulling her mother to sit on the sofa. You came at just the right time. I just got home, and you arrived. Otherwise, you might not have even seen me. What have you been busy with lately? You haven't come to see us. Your dad misses you, Song's mother said, not mentioning that she missed her daughter too, pushing everything onto Song's father. I'm participating in a program for the national channel. I have to go next week, and tomorrow I have to go to an event in a county under Haicheng. Song Qinghe explained. Don't be so tired. Being this busy, how can you date someone? Song's mother sighed. It's a troubling thing that you're so outstanding. I came here for another reason. Huh? What other reason requires a special trip? Can't you just tell me over the phone? Song Qinghe looked at her mother curiously. You know your Aunt Lu, right? The one who often hangs out with me? Yeah. What happened to her? Song Qinghe looked at her mother, confused. What happened? Aunt Lu told me that her son, who is studying for his PhD abroad, has come back. She has met you before and really likes you. So she wants to introduce you to her son. You know Aunt Lu. She's a good person with a kind heart, and her son is quite outstanding. He graduated with a PhD at a young age. So what do you think? When you have time to meet him? Song's mother looked at Song Qinghe expectantly. Aunt Lu said it's up to your schedule. You can choose when you want to meet. They will adjust to your time. Song Qinghe was momentarily speechless. Was her mother trying to set her up again? And by the looks of it, it was clear that she would be pushing her to go. She smiled bitterly and said, Mom, I can't go. Why can't you go? Song's mother raised an eyebrow and glared, clearly ready to use forceful persuasion if Song Qinghe didn't agree. How can I go? If Lu Anren, that jealous guy, finds out, it will be another issue. Mom, I have a boyfriend, so it's not appropriate for me to go. In the end, Song Qinghe decided to be honest with her mother. Although she originally planned to wait until her relationship with Lu Anren was stable before telling her mother. What did you say? Song's mother stood up in shock, looking at Song Qinghe in disbelief. Can you repeat that? What did you just say? I said I have a boyfriend now, Song Qinghe said again. Mom, I already have a partner, so it's not suitable for me to meet Aunt Lu's son. When did you start dating? Why didn't you tell your family? Song's mother now suspected that Song Qinghe was lying to avoid being set up for a blind date. We just started not long ago. I want to stabilize it first. Song Qinghe pouted at her mother. Don't give me that. Since you say you have a boyfriend, then bring him out today, so I can see him. Song's mother leaned back on the sofa, staring at Song Qinghe, clearly in a stance that suggested she wouldn't believe her unless she saw the person. Mom, he can't come out right now, Song Qinghe said helplessly. Where'd you bring him out? She wanted to see him too, but Lu Anren couldn't easily leave the military district. Song's mother looked at Song Qinghe, knowing her daughter well enough to realize that she wouldn't agree unless pressed hard. Do you have a photo? Song's mother crossed her arms. You must have a photo, right? Don't tell me you don't even have a photo. Song Qinghe was momentarily at a loss. She really didn't have a photo. After getting together with Lu Anren, most of their time was spent in bed, and she hadn't thought about taking pictures. Song Qinghe, are you trying to drive me crazy? Song's mother grabbed Song Qinghe's ear. You say you have a boyfriend, but you can't meet him, and there are no photos either. Are you just making this up to avoid a blind date? Mom, it hurts. Song Qinghe pulled her ear out of her mother's grip, dissatisfied. Mom, I'm telling the truth. He works in the military district in Haicheng, so his situation is a bit special, and he can't come out often. Seeing that Song Qinghe spoke convincingly, Song's mother looked at her suspiciously. Is everything you're saying true? Absolutely, I swear. If not, I'll make sure he comes out to greet you properly. If he can't come out, how can you date? Isn't this being alone? Song's mother mainly wanted Song Qinghe to find someone who could understand her and share the burden, rather than doing everything alone. Once a month, he can take a leave to see me, and when I have time, I can go to the military district to find him, Song Qinghe explained honestly. Song's mother frowned. It wasn't that she had anything against soldiers. She was just worried that if they got married in the future, or if Song Qinghe faced difficulties at home, she would have to handle everything by herself. What good would that do? In a marriage, both partners should help each other. A family that only has one person working hard can't support much. Just as Song's mother was thinking about how to persuade Song Qinghe's phone rang. It was a call from Lu Anren. Chapter 88, the first cultural festival. Song's mother keenly noticed the phone, and upon seeing the man's name, she coughed a couple of times and leaned back on the sofa to look at Song Qinghe. Song Qinghe felt her mother's gaze was making her scalp tingle. As she answered the call, Lu Anren's voice came through. After a brief exchange, Song Qinghe handed the phone to her mother, saying he wanted to speak to you for a moment. Song's mother cleared her throat, took the phone, spoke a couple of sentences, and noticing Song Qinghe perked up her ears to listen, stood up and went to the study, closing the door behind her. Song Qinghe found her mother's actions quite baffling. Why couldn't she just let her listen? Wouldn't she just ask Lu Anren about it later? Really? Song's mother talked with Lu Anren in the study for quite a while before coming out. Afterward, she said nothing much. Just told Song Qinghe to bring Lu Anren home for dinner next time so that Song's father could meet him. With suspicion, Song Qinghe saw her mother off and turned to call Lu Anren again. What did you talk about with my mom? Curiosity filled her eyes. Lu Anren smiled and said, nothing specific, just that it was to reassure her to let her daughter be with me, and that Annie was easy to talk to. Easy to talk to? Song Qinghe thought Lu Anren was describing someone completely different from the person she knew. After a few more exchanges, Lu Anren finally mentioned tomorrow's plans. I will be delivering your commendation with General Qi tomorrow. Will you be home tomorrow? Song Qinghe hesitated. I have to go to the county town for the opening of a cultural festival, probably in the morning, and I won't be back until the afternoon. Cultural festival? Lu Anren pondered. I will report this situation to the general shortly. After a bit more flirtatious conversation, they ended the call. Song Qinghe got up early the next morning, practiced her physical skills and mental strength, applied light makeup, and drove with her instrument to the location sent by Si Jingjing. Following her was Shuya, who had met Song Qinghe once before. Shuya was very happy to see her again. Hello, Teacher Song. I'm here again to hear you play the piano. Thank you for your appreciation. I will do my best. Song Qinghe replied with a gentle smile, fully accepting her compliment. After all, she knew that the piece she had infused with mental strength would definitely leave a lasting impression. Although the cultural festival was in the county town, the entire Haicheng was a tourist city, and there were different sceneries from the city to the county, attracting quite a number of people. The cultural festival was a key project for Haicheng this year, and if the opening went well, they planned to continue it annually. The first cultural festival was particularly emphasized by the Haicheng Cultural Bureau and other leaders. As the opening guest, Song Qinghe had become a focal point. Is there any issue with the opening act? Asked the secretary of the highest leader in Haicheng, who had come along to conduct the final inspection of the cultural festival. Secretary Xiao, please rest assured. I guarantee there will be no issues with the opening, the leader of the Cultural Bureau assured with a smile. This performer is a treasure recommended by our bureau, ensuring that all leaders will not be disappointed. Secretary Xiao glanced at the Cultural Bureau leader with an ambiguous smile, hoping that was the case. After all, he had heard another secretary complain about the Cultural Bureau's lack of insight, saying that a leader he previously followed wanted his child to perform at the cultural festival but was caught off guard by the bureau. The entire Cultural Bureau was pushing a girl, which made that secretary suspect that the girl must have some close relationship with a leader in the bureau. Otherwise, why would they all be promoting her? However, these speculations were only discussed privately and would never be brought up in front of the leaders or confirmed with the Cultural Bureau staff. Wasn't that just saying that I don't trust your work? In the world of officials, everyone is aware of the unspoken rules, and they typically see through them without mentioning them unless they want to exit the circle. Song Qinghe was completely unaware of all this. She was focused on checking the instrument she was about to perform with. Being the first to open the show, she had to ensure everything was perfect and outstanding. A lot of people had come this time, not just local leaders, but also various leaders from Haicheng. Everyone was gathered together, chatting and laughing. Upon seeing the program list, someone exclaimed, "This name seems a bit familiar." "What name?" asked a middle-aged man who appeared to be a refined leader in Haicheng. Secretary Xiao stepped forward, handed the program list to the leader, and caught sight of the performer's name. Song Qinghe? This name did seem a bit familiar. Song Qinghe? The middle-aged man slightly furrowed his brows, as if recalling that this was the person who was said to be given special attention by the higher-ups. Hearing the leader mention this, Secretary Xiao suddenly became alert. Yes, there was a call from the leader previously. He seemed to have personally called the chief of the Public Security Bureau regarding this person because of a matter. After whispering a few words in the leader's ear, the middle-aged man maintained a composed expression and cheerfully said to everyone, "I've heard this person is a performer specially recommended by our Haicheng Cultural Bureau, so let's enjoy the performance later. Being praised by our entire bureau surely means she is quite good. Then we shall see if she is as good as the Cultural Bureau's recommendation." Everyone laughed in agreement, including the leader who wanted his child to perform. Although he felt a bit displeased inside, he wouldn't show it on the surface. Soon, a staff member from the Cultural Bureau invited the leaders to take their seats, saying, "Esteemed leaders, the opening of our cultural festival is about to officially begin. Please take your seats." Song Qinghe's performance would take place before the leader speeches, and as long as her music concluded, the leaders would then speak. Now, Song Qinghe was already seated at the performance spot, her hands resting on the guqin. The opening ceremony of the cultural festival was in the central square of the county town, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers, bustling with activity. After receiving a thumbs-up signal from the side, Song Qinghe nodded slightly, her hand gently lifted, and the first note rang out. Since it was the opening ceremony, Song Qinghe played a cheerful piece, fitting the festive atmosphere. Waves of mental energy flowed outward with the music, stirring everyone's spirits. The noisy crowd gradually quieted down, and the entire square fell silent, listening intently to Song Qinghe's performance. Even the leaders sitting in the front row looked on in astonishment as Song Qinghe played. No one expected the person recommended by the Cultural Bureau to be so impressive. Even the leader who had wanted his child to perform wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead, relieved that he hadn't embarrassed himself. Otherwise, the comparison would have been too stark. Chapter 89, Honorary Citizen, Song Qinghe seemed to be immersed in her own world, her entire spirit releasing its energy along with the music. Everyone felt a refreshing baptism, as if their souls had been sublimated. As the performance concluded, the audience fell into silence, only waking up when Song Qinghe stood to bow, prompting an immediate eruption of applause like thunder. No wonder the Cultural Bureau chose this talent. It truly was a worthwhile trip. The high-ranking official smiled and said a few words to the person beside him, then walked to the front of the stage under the host's introduction. He had heard everything clearly, and his brain felt very comfortable, as if all the fatigue from days of continuous work had vanished. Looking at others, they all seemed relaxed as well. As a county with rich cultural heritage in Haiqing, Qing County is also well known far and wide. After Song Qinghe stepped down from the stage, the voice of the high-ranking official gradually became much softer. "Ms. Song, your performance was absolutely amazing." Shuya approached excitedly, looking at Song Qinghe. Unlike the elegance she had shown when they first met, she now looked completely like a little fangirl. Song Qinghe smiled back at Shuya. "You flatter me. I just hope this performance meets the expectations of the leaders of our Haiqing Cultural Bureau. Don't worry, our leader is grinning from ear to ear. He is very satisfied with you now." Shuya playfully winked at Song Qinghe, bringing the two of them closer. "How about it? Do you want to watch the next program? If you have time, you could take a look. They're all well-selected representatives and worth watching." Shuya asked as she saw Song Qinghe packing away her instrument. "Sure, I came this time to see if I can learn from other teachers." Song Qinghe replied without hesitation, acknowledging that everyone has their own strengths. This cultural festival involves selecting the best among many cultural inheritors. So the first cultural festival is of the highest quality. Shuya immediately led Song Qinghe to a good spot, saying, "This position is great. You can watch comfortably from here." After expressing her gratitude, Song Qinghe began to watch the performances on stage, while Shuya quietly went to the backstage, as she still had many tasks to complete. The cultural festival featured not only musical performances, but also many cultural characteristics of Haiqing, including acrobatic acts. "Host, what are they performing now?" "Yeah, host, why does this feel so different from what we saw before?" "Oh my, is he really walking on that tightrope? How's he doing that? Can he fly like other races? It's not like piloting a mecha and flying. I think he just has good balance." Since Song Qinghe started the live stream, the bullet comments kept flashing. Song Qinghe once again used an illusion, allowing others to see her still focused on the stage. "What you're seeing is called acrobatics," Song Qinghe explained slowly to the Interstellar audience. Acrobatics is an ancient performance art that showcases physical strength and skill. The earliest acrobatics appeared in the Stone Age, when people would perform for fun to celebrate the joy of hunting during their breaks. This was the earliest form of acrobatics. Acrobatics is now also an intangible cultural heritage of Hua Xia, thrilling yet flexible. You can really appreciate it. Song Qinghe positioned the live stream's perspective entirely on the stage, allowing the Interstellar audience to see the acrobat performing right before their eyes, making it even more vivid. Just as Song Qinghe was engrossed in watching, Shuya quietly tapped her. "What's wrong?" Song Qinghe asked softly. Shuya looked at Song Qinghe with a complicated expression. "Come with me." Although she didn't know why, Song Qinghe followed Shuya to the backstage lounge. In the lounge, Qi Yiwei and Lu Anren were present. Song Qinghe's eyes lit up, and she smiled at the two. "Uncle Qi, long time no see." "Haha, Come here, girl. Qinghe waved cheerfully at Song Qinghe. When Song Qinghe stood in front of him, he introduced her to the middle-aged man beside him. This is Song Qinghe. I mainly came this time to commend her. General, this girl is extraordinary. The middle-aged man smiled and said to Qinghe. She was the first to perform at the opening, and with just a wave of her hand, she stunned all of us. Her skill is truly remarkable. Song Qinghe felt a bit shy, but didn't know the middle-aged man's identity. So she hesitated on how to address him. Qinghe, this is the top leader of Haicheng, Secretary Zhu. Qinghe introduced Song Qinghe. Song Qinghe looked at the middle-aged man in surprise and quickly bowed. Hello, Secretary Zhu. Haha, Comrade Xiao Song. You really showcased your talent today. Secretary Zhu had no airs about him and joked with Song Qinghe. Meanwhile, Secretary Xiao was internally astonished, having initially thought this girl only knew people from the Cultural Bureau. She didn't expect General Qinghe to be so different towards her. It felt like meeting a younger generation. She was definitely not someone without connections. She was practically a person who had shot straight to the top. Qinghe, the purpose of my visit this time, I believe Anren mentioned to you yesterday. Qinghe exchanged a few pleasantries before getting to the main topic. Last time, the reagents you contributed to the country. Along with your physical skills this time, the country has decided to reward you. Comrade Song Qinghe, the country has decided to confer upon you the title of honorary citizen. Do you agree? Qinghe's expression was serious, but his words surprised everyone in the room. Honorary citizen? It's actually the title of honorary citizen? Not a single person in Hua Xia was unaware of the honorary citizen title. It is known that becoming an honorary citizen of Hua Xia is not an easy feat. It requires making significant contributions to the country. Becoming an honorary citizen also means that as long as you don't commit illegal acts in the future, the country will take responsibility for you for life, even providing for your old age. Even the recently anxious Hua Xia star, Si Jingjing, pales in comparison to an honorary citizen, which feels like child's play. Song Qinghe was completely stunned. Although Lu Anren had told her about the commendation, she never expected it to be the title of honorary citizen. She could hardly speak, opening her mouth before finally saying, Uncle Qi, isn't this a bit too much? She felt overwhelmed by the honor of receiving the title of honorary citizen. I haven't done anything special. These are all things I should do. Song Qinghe momentarily didn't know what to say to express her excitement. Chapter 90. Serve the country. Well, Secretary Zhu was completely stunned. What did he just hear? The girl in front of him was awarded the title of honorary citizen, which shocked him immensely. A sense of curiosity flashed in his eyes. What exactly had this girl done to receive such an honor? It's worth noting that the title of honorary citizen is rare in the entire Hua Xia. Those who receive it are typically accomplished individuals who have made significant contributions to the country. Secretary Xiao looked at Song Qinghe with envy. Honorary citizen. My goodness, she is actually an honorary citizen. Moreover, the recipient is so young, almost the youngest in history. He had never seen anyone so young receive this title before. Qinghe smiled as he carefully handed a box to Song Qinghe. Normally, this honor should be awarded in a more formal manner. But Anren told me that you usually prefer to keep a low profile and don't care much for formalities. From today on, you are officially an honorary citizen. Since the country has decided to grant you this honor, it means that what you have done is worthy of recognition and can bring tremendous change to the nation. Qinghe's face bore an encouraging smile. Song Qinghe, with a serious expression, accepted the box from Qinghe and said solemnly, Rest assured, General, I will not let the country down. Inside the box was the Medal of Honorary Citizenship, with the Hua Xia national flag and the blue star reflecting each other, understated yet exuding a sense of luxury. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the medal in the box, filled with a hint of envy. This is the highest honor in Hua Xia, something that everyone dares not even dream of. Qinghe smiled and said, Girl, congratulations. You are one of the youngest people in Hua Xia to be awarded the title of honorary citizen. I hope you can serve the country well in the future. I will. Song Qinghe nodded firmly, suppressing her excitement. She still had methods for training her mental strength, waiting for the successful development of biological intelligence. And the advanced martial arts would only be available after she reached level 3 in martial arts training. The mecha was even further down the line. Only with a certain level of mental strength could she reveal the relevant blueprints. All of this had to be done step by step. Fortunately, Song Qinghe was a steady person, able to remain calm through it all. Qi Wei waved to Lu Anren. All right, I'll leave you two some time to talk. Xiao Zhu, let's have a chat. Thank you, General, Lu Anren responded calmly, while Song Qinghe's ears turned slightly red as she composed herself and walked into another room with Lu Anren. How come you didn't give me a heads up about such a big deal? With just the two of them, Song Qinghe felt much more relaxed. When she spoke with Lu Anren yesterday, he hadn't mentioned that this reward was such a significant one. It nearly scared her to death. I only heard vague rumors. It wasn't until today that I confirmed it, Lu Anren replied, smiling at Song Qinghe. Congratulations. Song Qinghe finally revealed a genuine look of confusion on her face. I feel like I'm dreaming. It doesn't seem real. I don't think I've done anything that deserves such a high honor from the country. Song Qinghe truly didn't understand. She felt that she had merely contributed a potion and martial arts techniques, which did not warrant such a grand honor. Qinghe, you underestimate your contributions, Lu Anren said, having the most authority to speak on this matter. He had been involved with both the potion and martial arts. The potion can be set aside for now, but martial arts have indeed played a significant role in the military. Now, almost all soldiers have integrated martial arts into their training. Only those who practice diligently every day know the transformative effects it can have on the body. If there were only slight differences before, now it is evident that the soldier's entire state has undergone a dramatic change. This was the key reason the country decided to grant Song Qinghe this honor. The military personnel immediately recognized the value of martial arts, and after communicating with relevant leaders, they are now collaborating with the National Sports Bureau to promote martial arts nationwide. After briefly explaining the situation to Song Qinghe, Lu Anren placed a hand on her shoulder and said, Qinghe, never underestimate yourself. You must believe that since the country has decided to give you this honor, it is because you deserve it. Song Qinghe could have kept these honors to herself, whether it was the potion or martial arts, but she did not. Her first thought was to hand these things over. Lu Anren's eyes flashed with pride. This was the girl he liked, who never sought anything in return for her contributions. The country was naturally very pleased with Song Qinghe's attitude. Although they wouldn't openly express it, the girl's demeanor made a lasting impression on many. Her calmness and lack of fixation on this matter were refreshing to many. This time, Lu Anren was out on a mission, and the only reason he could speak with Song Qinghe alone was that Qi Wei, knowing they were dating, gave them some time. Qi Wei was aware that the two of them dating was entirely unexpected. Earlier that day, when Lu Anren went to pick up Qi Wei, he overheard Qi Wei and his wife talking about Song Qinghe. Mrs. Qi laughed and said to Qi Wei, now Qinghe's worth is different. She seems to be single. Should I see if there are any good matches for her? Lu Anren, just entering, paused for a moment, cleared his throat, and interjected, she already has a boyfriend. How do you know? Both were a bit surprised and looked at Lu Anren. Lu Anren felt a bit bashful under their gaze, but maintained a composed demeanor because her boyfriend is me. What? Mrs. Qi exclaimed, looking Lu Anren up and down with a smile returning to her face. Lu Anren was indeed handsome and among the best in the military, making him a good match for Song Qinghe. If one were to search around, it's true that others might not compare to Lu Anren. You'd better treat Qinghe well. If you wrong her, I won't let it go, Mrs. Qi half jokingly and half seriously warned Lu Anren. I will, Lu Anren replied earnestly, even though Mrs. Qi and Song Qinghe weren't aware of their relationship. He could tell that Mrs. Qi was protective of Song Qinghe. It was precisely for this reason that Qi Wei knew about Lu Anren and Song Qinghe's relationship. Thinking himself considerate, Qi Wei intentionally left time for Lu Anren and Song Qinghe. Chapter 91 Key Figures of Haicheng, knowing that this was a mission. The two of them didn't say much before returning to their previous room. Qi Wei smiled when he saw them come back, since things are settled here. We'll head back first. Girl, Qi Wei said affectionately to Song Qinghe. If you encounter any problems that you can't solve, contact me in time. Okay, thank you. Uncle Qi. Song Qinghe smiled back at Qi Wei, responding very straightforwardly. Although she was unlikely to make that call, she appreciated the goodwill. Aunt Ping has mentioned several times that she wants to invite you over to her house, so find some time to visit her later. Qinghe specifically reminded Song Qinghe before leaving. Okay, I got it. Once I finish up this busy period, I'll definitely pay a visit. Song Qinghe replied with a smile. No matter what, being reminded by the elders, she should go at least once out of respect and obligation. After seeing off Qinghe and Lu Anren, Song Qinghe exchanged a few pleasantries with Secretary Zhu before leaving. This little girl is now essentially a key figure in Haiqing. Secretary Zhu said to Secretary Xiao while watching Song Qinghe's departing figure. Once she became an honorary citizen, her file would be brought up, and then the relevant leaders in Haiqing would familiarize themselves with her, providing her with conveniences whenever possible. The benefits brought by being an honorary citizen are not just honor, but also many conveniences, most of which are invisible and come quietly like spring rain to those with this title. If something like what happened with Edu-Tainment occurs again, let alone the chance of him making false accusations, as long as Song Qinghe makes the first call to the public security system, that call will immediately reach the hands of the director of the police department. Edu-Tainment would be directly subdued without any chance to retaliate. After Song Qinghe went out, the performance was nearing its end, so she simply returned to the car and turned the live broadcast camera back on. Today, I want to share something very happy with everyone, Song Qinghe said with a smile while looking at the virtual screen. Today, while you were watching the program, I was awarded the highest honor of our Hua Xia. As she spoke, Song Qinghe held up the honor medal in front of the live broadcast camera. This medal is the Honorary Citizen Medal, representing that from today onwards, I am an honorary citizen of Hua Xia. This is the highest award in Hua Xia, mainly given to those who have made outstanding contributions to Hua Xia. Wow, streamer, that's amazing, so impressive. User, I have a big planet rewarded the streamer with 100 hover cars to congratulate her on becoming an honorary citizen. User, I am an island rewarded the streamer with 100 planets to congratulate her on becoming an honorary citizen. User who says I'm not a mech rewarded the streamer with 100 starships to congratulate her on becoming an honorary citizen. Large amounts of rewards kept flashing across the screen, but Song Qinghe didn't pay much attention. Instead, she earnestly told the people in the live broadcast room, actually, the ones who should be thanked the most are you in the future. I appreciate the scientists who never give up and developed this live broadcast system, which gives me the opportunity to learn some things about the interstellar world. I can learn skills that are years ahead of Blue Star, which makes me feel very proud. Even prouder is that I can spread these technologies. And Blue Star may undergo earth-shattering changes because of these things from the future. I once asked the system how Blue Star was destroyed and how humanity migrated. It told me that it was due to the invasion of aliens. And humanity couldn't withstand the invasion, so there was a partial migration with many people dying in that war. In that invasion, not only did many people die, but many civilizations also lost their inheritance. Perhaps humanity can find another place to settle, but those fallen civilizations can no longer connect. I once said that if the destruction of Blue Star was due to human reasons, then it is excusable. Song Qinghe's eyes shone with determination. However, Blue Star was destroyed because of the alien invasion, which makes me very unwilling. If Blue Star had the ability to resist, could we have protected our home? The planet that nurtured countless lives? Song Qinghe's unwillingness and the strength in her voice shocked the interstellar people. In the interstellar world, they have become accustomed to war, and many students will immediately engage in war after graduation. But they also know the fragility of the ancient Blue Star people and the backwardness of ancient Blue Star. They never thought about using any means to change ancient Blue Star, because in their understanding, although ancient Blue Star is their origin, it exists only in history and has already disappeared as the origin star. But Song Qinghe is different. She truly lives on this planet. Perhaps hundreds of years later, she will have long become a handful of dust, but thinking about this planet being invaded hundreds of years later, she cannot sit idly by. Therefore, her active live broadcasts are not just to convey the broken civilization to the interstellar world, but also to bring the things from the interstellar world to Blue Star, allowing Blue Star to adapt and change earlier, so that when the time comes, they won't be helpless and without a way to fight back. When the secret weapon that Blue Star relies on for survival cannot deal with the invasion of aliens, how desperate will the people on Blue Star be? How do they decide to activate the escape device? And what kind of emotions did they have when sending away the precious human seeds and valuable data? And what kind of feelings did the remaining human seeds have when leaving Blue Star? These are all unanswerable. Every person who left Blue Star misses it immensely, but they can only watch it drift further away, the once huge planet becoming smaller and smaller until it finally disappears. Song Qinghe has an immense desire that in the future, if aliens still invade Blue Star as usual, Blue Star will be able to strike back hard, making them realize that invading Blue Star is a mistake. Streamer, we support you. If you need any information, let us know quickly. We can also interact. Yes, Streamer. If you have any questions, we can teach you. Go for it, Streamer. I believe if Blue Star can be well prepared, it definitely won't be as passive and beaten as before. Streamer, get some mechs and let them practice well, so when those aliens come, we'll take them down. The bullet screen was filled with words of support for Song Qinghe, which made her feel very warm. Thank you all. Song Qinghe smiled sweetly. I will work hard to convey as much knowledge from the interstellar world to Blue Star as possible. Streamer, I also want to thank you. After practicing the 8 sections of brocade with you last time, I have been sticking to my exercises every day, and I found that my genetic disease seems to be improving. Chapter 92, Mutual Redemption, a colorful barrage, caught Song Qinghe's attention, and she was surprised to see the information on the screen. Not only did Song Qinghe see it, but others in the starry sky also noticed this colorful message. This kind of colorful message only appears if one charges a lot of money into their account and becomes a VIP of the streamer. Did I read that wrong? Did he just say his genetic disease has improved? What a joke. How could a genetic disease improve? Getting a genetic disease is like receiving a death sentence. Is this a joke made in collusion with the streamer? This joke is not funny at all. This really lowers my impression. If a genetic disease could be treated by Gillingsing, I would do a live stream standing on my head eating shit. Song Qinghe did not pay attention to the comments from others, but instead looked at the virtual screen and asked the person who had just spoken. You said that after practicing the 8-section brocade, your genetic disease improved. Can you elaborate on that? This was the first time Song Qinghe encountered such a situation, so she was very curious about what the person had said. The streamer should connect with him. Let us see too. Yes. The streamer can choose to connect with VIP users. Connect? Song Qinghe was taken aback, and after checking with the system, she asked for the person's opinion and finally decided to connect. The screen was split in two, and on the other side appeared a quiet-looking girl. The only noticeable difference was her somewhat gray hair and particularly light eyes, which were characteristics brought by the genetic disease. People in the starry sky were momentarily stunned upon seeing the girl. She was indeed someone with a genetic disease, and for a moment, they didn't know how to start the conversation. The girl smiled lightly and said, "Everything I said is true. You all saw it. I am indeed a genetic disease patient." Her smile carried a hint of clarity, though I really don't want to describe myself as a patient. However, genetic diseases are something that cannot be solved in the starry sky, and that is an undeniable fact. Those watching the live stream felt a bit choked up, indeed. Genetic diseases are conditions that leave all starry sky people at a loss. No matter how scientists research, it remains an unsolvable problem. Therefore, once someone contracts a genetic disease, better-off families may still take care of them, but more often, they are abandoned. Most of the children in the starry sky shelters have genetic diseases. I was watching the streamer's first live stream because I was very interested in some of Gillingsing's culture. I watched every live stream. During that stream, the streamer demonstrated the 8-section brocade, and I was curious, so I tried practicing it once and found that my body could fully handle that amount of exercise. I was very happy, so I practiced the 8-section brocade every day along with the streamer's recordings. The girl's words caused an uproar among the starry sky people because the genetic disease not only brings physical defects, but also significantly affects their physical strength. In physical training, even the most basic movements are hard for them to perform correctly, which is the key issue. And now, that girl actually said that the 8-section brocade allowed her to complete all the movements without any problems, which is nearly impossible in the starry sky. The most exciting part for me is that ever since I practiced the 8-section brocade, my body seems to be getting better and better. The girl wore a genuine smile on her face. She was very happy to tell Song Qinghe about this after her checkup results came out today. Although my genetic disease is not completely cured yet, I believe that as long as I keep practicing the 8th-section brocade, there is definitely a possibility of recovery. As she spoke, she fiddled with the device on her wrist, saying, "This is my personal checkup report. I think the comparison should still be quite obvious." 2 health check reports were displayed in the live stream, immediately shocking the Starry Sky people. Indeed, as the girl said, the genetic disease is not completely cured. But compared to the initial check, every value has undergone tremendous changes. The names on the reports are all the girl's name. This name feels familiar. The surname is He. I can only think of one person with the surname He in the Starry Sky. Yes, me too. Could this girl be related to General He? But it doesn't T necessarily mean there's a relation, right? I haven't heard of General He having any relatives. General He is a well-known war general in the Starry Sky. He swept through the entire Starry Sky at a young age, remaining calm and collected in battle, making enemies tremble in fear. This made General He one of the most desired partners in the entire Starry Sky. While everyone was discussing, a face appeared on the girl's screen, and the previously lively barrage suddenly went silent. The man looked at the girl gently and said, "You've already been tired for a long time today. You can rest now." Okay, brother." The girl smiled at the man, then waved at Song Qinghe on the other side of the screen, saying, "Qinghe, goodbye. I will keep an eye on your live stream." The man's gaze followed the girl's, and Song Qinghe felt a powerful yet calm aura emanating from him. This man was like a sharp sword, unsheathed and exuding a sharp edge. After the girl's screen closed, Song Qinghe came back to reality and saw the barrage going crazy. Oh my God, oh my God. I saw the live General He. What you said makes no sense. General He is alive. Mom asked me why I'm drooling over the screen. Sob, sob, sob. So handsome, truly worthy of General G. Oh my, he just looks so gentle that it startled me. I've never seen him look so gentle before. So that girl really is his sister? General He's sister has a genetic disease. What a pity. General He is so outstanding. If his sister didn't have a genetic disease, she would definitely be an excellent person too. So can we trust what Sister He said? She said the streamer's 8th-section brocade. Yes, we naturally believe what Sister He said. This should be a blessing for genetic disease patients. If that's the case, will there one day be no genetic disease in the Starry Sky? Genetic diseases are not unsolvable. The Research Institute can look into this. I think if the 8th-section brocade can really treat it, it should be promoted throughout the Starry Sky. Let us send a message to the Research Institute now, urging them to pay attention to this matter. Let us go, together. Song Qinghe smiled slightly. If the 8th-section brocade can really help people with genetic diseases, then I'm very happy that we can redeem each other. With that, today's live stream comes to an end. The related videos of the 8th-section brocade are in the live stream's database. I will look for more information to add to the database, and those interested can check it out. See you next time. Song Qinghe smiled at the camera and closed the live stream. Chapter 93. Why is the gap between people so big? Song Qinghe drove back to Haicheng and first told her parents and Si Jingjing about the honorary citizen matter. Wow, sister, you are amazing. Si Jingjing's voice nearly exploded with excitement. No way, wait for me. I'm coming over now. I want to see it with my own eyes. Song's father and mother were also very excited upon hearing this and immediately drove to Song Qinghe's place. The 3 of them happened to meet up and decided to go up together. 3 pairs of eyes were glued to the open box. Si Jingjing cautiously said, "Can I touch it?" Song Qinghe found it amusing and replied, "Of course, it's a metal. You can't break it." Hearing this, Si Jingjing gently picked up the metal, her eyes fixated on it. As her fingers slowly touched the metal, Si Jingjing's face filled with excitement. Oh my, I touched a real metal. I want to take a look too. Song's mother reached out her finger, her mouth grinning widely. Song's father glanced at the 2 women who were smiling like fools and felt disdainful, but his eyes kept darting toward the metal. "Dad, do you want to see it?" Song Qinghe smiled at her father. Song's father cleared his throat and pretended to be indifferent, saying, "No rush. Let them look first." "How did you get this medal?" This was something Song's father couldn't understand. An honorary citizen. This is an honor known to every Chinese person, and his daughter actually received such a prestigious honor. It felt so unreal to him. Moreover, he wondered if he should burn incense for the ancestors of the Song family to inform them of this good news. This was something that could bring glory for a lifetime. Song's father was so happy he didn't know what to do, but as a man, He had to maintain his composure, only able to watch enviously as the two women examined the medal over and over. I submitted some things to the country. Song Qinghe smiled, not going into too much detail, brushing it off. After all, this matter was too surreal. Most people might not be able to accept it. Don't worry. This medal was awarded to me by General Qi Wei. It definitely won't be a mistake. Song Qinghe's words completely dispelled Song's father's doubts. Who doesn't know General Qi Wei? Since it was a medal issued by him, it naturally wouldn't be wrong. He had been worried that perhaps the higher-ups had made a mistake and sent someone else's medal to Song Qinghe, but now it seemed he had overthought it. At this moment, Song's father was also in the mood to join Song's mother in looking at the medal. Si Jingjing moved aside to stand next to Song Qinghe and gave her a thumbs up. You are really amazing. I've been busy worrying about your Hua Xia Star matter every day, and you just gave me a bombshell like this. What Hua Xia Star? Being an honorary citizen is way more impressive. Si Jingjing laughed widely. After laughing, she rubbed her sore face, but then added, however, we need to be low-key about this. No one ever complains about having too many medals. The more rewards, the better. Hua Xia Star? Let's still compare normally. What if you win another Hua Xia Star honor? Si Jingjing imagined a beautiful scenario. This year, you really are blooming and bearing fruit. A perfect conclusion. The next time the Hua Xia Musical Instrument Promotion Conference is held, it will definitely be a hit. Si Jingjing knew without thinking that if the title of honorary citizen got out, Song Qinghe's value would absolutely skyrocket. However, this matter could be kept as a trump card. They couldn't let others think that receiving this honorary title would make them arrogant. Song Qinghe didn't know if she was getting arrogant, but she felt a bit high-spirited. Qinghe, hurry and pinch me so I can feel the reality of this world. Si Jingjing leaned her face towards Song Qinghe. Song Qinghe pinched her without hesitation, and Si Jingjing exclaimed, covering her face as she looked at Song Qinghe. You really pinched me. That was so hard. If I didn't pinch you hard, how could you wake up? Song Qinghe said nonchalantly. Now are you awake? Hey. Why do I feel like the gap between people is so big? Si Jingjing exclaimed. Look at you, so young and already receiving the highest honor in Hua Xia. What other awards could possibly catch your eye after this? Song Qinghe laughed at Si Jingjing's words. You make it sound like I'm so amazing. In fact, she really didn't expect to receive the honorary citizen title, so she preferred to handle this matter low-key. She still wanted to focus her energy on promoting Hua Xia musical instruments. Si Jingjing immediately understood Song Qinghe's intention. If the news of her receiving the honorary citizen title spread, her future life would surely not be peaceful. This title would indeed attract many people, thinking it could bring them benefits. In that case, Song Qinghe would have no time to delve into Hua Xia musical instruments. She was very pure. She just wanted to quietly make music and promote Hua Xia musical instruments. The honorary citizen title was indeed the highest honor in Hua Xia, but for Song Qinghe at the moment, it was not very important. This title was too grand and not something she could handle alone right now. I understand. Let us focus on the Hua Xia Star selection. Si Jingjing also calmed down from her excitement. Compared to the honorary citizen title, the Hua Xia Star did feel like a child's play. But there was one good thing about it. Perhaps more people would receive the Hua Xia Star, which would give everyone a sense of relatability, making it seem like those who received this honor were both impressive and down-to-earth. In contrast, the honorary citizen title was too rare, with every recipient being someone who made outstanding contributions, creating a sense of distance. All right, I will do my best. Song Qinghe nodded, feeling that the Hua Xia Star was actually a better affirmation of her at this moment. After all, the Hua Xia Star selection was entirely based on her real abilities, while the honorary citizen title relied more on the potential of future interstellar contributions. These two different honors represented different recognitions of her. For Song Qinghe, the Hua Xia Star selection better reflected her current strength. After you finish here, the national channel's recording will start again. How many episodes are left? Si Jingjing looked at the upcoming schedule. I remember there are 10 episodes to record. Which episode is this? Well, we recorded 3 episodes before, and this time will be the 4th episode. Song Qinghe nodded. It still needs 3 months? Si Jingjing looked at the schedule. That should be about right. By the time the last recording ends, the Hua Xia Star Awards ceremony will be around that time too. Where is this recording taking place? Si Jingjing looked at Song Qinghe curiously. Song Qinghe smiled slightly at Xi Jingjing. We're going to the place you most want to go. Xi Jingjing's eyes widened, and she jumped up instantly. Are you going to the Potala Palace? Chapter 94. The Pilgrimage Journey. Song Qinghe winked at Xi Jingjing and said, Guess what? I've already received the notice. This time, it's a pilgrimage journey. I want to go too. Xi Jingjing looked at her with envy, her eyes filled with longing. The Potala Palace had always been the place Xi Jingjing wanted to visit the most. According to her, maybe a visit would cleanse her soul and help her settle down. Her family was anxious about her not having a stable boyfriend. Of course, it was mainly her mother, Xi Mama. As for Xi Father, he thought it would be better if his precious daughter never married. Xinan naturally had no objections. He spent all his time at the company, and whether his sister got married or not depended on her happiness. Xi Mama was more worried about not being able to catch Xinan, so she put the pressure of marriage on Xi Jingjing. Xi Jingjing often complained that she was blocking the knife for her brother. She didn't mind her mother's urging, but her wandering heart simply couldn't settle down. Sai, if I weren't so tied up here, I would definitely go with you, Xi Jingjing said, filled with regret. During their overseas tours, she and Song Qinghe could only be together occasionally. Most of the time, one went out while the other stayed behind to work. Moreover, Xi Jingjing was busier than Song Qinghe, so she had to silently give up the idea. It's okay. I'll go ahead and scout for you. You can find a boyfriend to go with you later, Song Qinghe said with a smile. Xi Jingjing rolled her eyes at Song Qinghe and tossed her hair, saying, Come on, if I go alone, I might even flirt with a handsome guy. If I go with a man, wouldn't that ruin my trip? Song Qinghe looked at Xi Jingjing in confusion. Didn't you say you wanted to cleanse your soul? Are you sure this is a soul-cleansing journey and not a trip to flirt? Song's parents gradually woke up from their excitement. Although they wanted to show off to friends and relatives, they were repeatedly reminded by Song Qinghe to keep a low profile. It was best not to let this matter leak out, so they reluctantly gave up on that idea. After sending off Song's parents and Xi Jingjing, who was clamoring to celebrate, Song Qinghe thought it was better to skip the celebration. She still had to pack her filming luggage. For this trip to the Potala Palace, she needed to prepare more. The director had said that this journey would involve more travel, and there would be some difficult peaks to climb, so she needed to prepare for warmth, as the temperature in the Tibetan region varied greatly between day and night. She also needed to prepare some medication. Song Qinghe checked the list sent by the director and organized the items for quite a while. Some medications were still missing, so she had to go out to buy some. Fortunately, there was a pharmacy right outside her community, which was very convenient. At the checkout, Song Qinghe saw contraceptive products on the counter and blushed as she bought several boxes, tossing them on her nightstand when she got home. To calm herself, she told herself that it was natural for people to have desires, and it took her quite a while for her flushed face to return to normal. The flight from Haicheng to Lhasa was particularly early. It was at 10 in the morning and took over 3 hours. However, Song Qinghe still went to bed early. She was sure if it was because she bought the contraceptive products, but she had a night full of spring dreams. In her dream, she was entangled with Lu Anren, feeling his strong muscles and warm body. When she woke up, her face was completely red. What kind of dream had she had? She had been rolling around with Lu Anren in her dream. After practicing her physical skills and mental strength, Song Qinghe finally adjusted herself. After breakfast, she headed straight to the airport with her luggage. While waiting at the airport, Song Qinghe secretly opened her online shopping app and quietly searched for the sexy pajamas that Xi Jingjing had shared with her before. Wearing a mask and a hat, she focused on selecting for a long time before placing her order. Only then did she cover her flushed face and reveal a sweet smile. After returning from the Tibetan region, she planned to visit Lu Anren at the military district and stay there for a few days. Lhasa's International Airport is one of the highest airports in the world. This time, Song Qinghe wasn't the last to arrive after meeting up with Gong Ran. They waited together for Ruan Shi and Jiang Yuanyuan's arrival. Their flight was half an hour later than Song Qinghe's. Fortunately, the flight was on time, and Ruan Shi and Jiang Yuanyuan arrived at Lhasa Airport promptly. Wow, you can feel the different atmosphere as soon as you get off the plane. Ruan Shi greeted the two with a beaming smile. The Buddhist influence in Lhasa was very apparent, something that could be felt immediately upon arrival. None of them had lunch, and after some discussion, they decided to try the local Tibetan food since they were there. It was around lunchtime in Lhasa, but the flight had been a bit exhausting, so they chose to have local Tibetan noodles, which had a strong local flavor. They also bought some yogurt unique to the region, with 2 different flavors. Jiang Yuanyuan hesitated for a long time, but in the end, she insisted that Song Qinghe buy a different one, saying they could exchange and taste each other's. One type of yogurt was made from butter-extracted milk, while the other was made from non-extracted milk. Both had unique flavors. After a simple meal, they finally arrived at their accommodation for the day. They were staying at a completely Tibetan-style inn run by a local. After presenting them with a kata, the owner took them to their rooms to rest. The hotel was decorated with the skulls of yaks, giving it a very exotic feel. Their exploration of the Tibetan region would start tomorrow, so after resting, they had some time in the evening to find a famous local restaurant to enjoy stewed lamb, butter tea, and barley wine. Song Qinghe took a sip of the barley wine and couldn't help but stick out her tongue. She found the taste hard to accept and opted for sweet tea instead, which suited her better. On the other hand, Hua Xia and Gong Ran, the 2 men, seemed to enjoy the drink. Jiang Yuanyuan took a sip of the barley wine and nearly spat it out. So she, like Song Qinghe, stuck to sweet tea. Indeed, some things are hard to accept after crossing regions. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they returned to the hotel and had a good sleep. After breakfast, they leisurely drove the vehicle prepared by the production team to the Potala Palace. The production team had specially arranged a vehicle suitable for driving in the Tibetan region. For the next few days, they would be driving around, which made Hua Xia and Gong Ran quite happy. The men felt that being able to drive around the Tibetan region was a highlight. Hello, dear audience. Can you guess where we are? Hua Xia greeted the viewers in the live broadcast, while Gong Ran drove. After Song Qinghe and Jiang Yuanyuan greeted the audience together, Hua Xia pointed the camera at the scenery outside. At this time, the Potala Palace could already be clearly seen not far away. Chapter 95. Paradise on Earth, wow. Teacher Juan, you went to the Potala Palace? Wow, the sky is so blue. It feels like I could get drunk on the oxygen. The Potala Palace is really magnificent. Sob sob. I wonder if I will ever have the chance to visit in my lifetime. Tibet is amazing. The scenery in the Tibetan region is so beautiful. Looking forward to this live broadcast. The viewers in the bullet comments were all captivated by the grandeur and solemnity of the Potala Palace. As a prominent architectural landmark in Lhasa and a significant symbol of the Tibetan region, the Potala Palace is famous worldwide, attracting countless tourists and pilgrims. However, due to limited visitor capacity and the need to protect the architecture, daily visitor numbers are restricted. Song Qinghe and her group naturally made reservations in advance and entered the Potala Palace smoothly. The Interstellar live stream also started immediately, and everyone watching was momentarily stunned by the sight of the Potala Palace. I don't know why, even though it's just an ordinary palace. It has a kind of ethereal charm. The ancient Blue Star people were quite impressive, building such a large palace halfway up the mountain. Weren't they said to be technologically backward? How many people did it take to build this? The air feels so good, my goodness. I feel like I could live 10 more years just by taking a breath here. Really, the air quality in ancient Blue Star is beyond words. It's many times better than in the interstellar realm. So why are those people lying on the ground and kneeling? Were they worshiping? The interstellar viewers were curiously watching the scene before them, as many people moved toward the Potala Palace, bowing respectfully. Dear viewers, we have now arrived at the Potala Palace. As we all know, there are 2 theories about its construction. Hua Xia began to educate everyone in front of the camera. One theory is that Songzan Ganbu built it to marry Princess Wensheng and Princess Chizuan. The other theory is that it was built as the royal palace after Songzan Ganbu moved the capital to Lhasa. Historical records indeed support the latter theory. The Potala Palace has an exterior of 13 stories, standing at 110 meters high, rising from the foot of the mountain to the summit. The camera gradually zoomed out with Hua Xia's narration, capturing the entire Potala Palace. The Eastern White Palace and the Central Red Palace together make up the present Potala Palace. In front of the Red Palace is a tall white wall that serves as a sunbathing platform for large Buddhist tapestries to be hung during Buddhist festivals. The White Palace is the winter palace of the Dalai Lama and was also the former office of the local government in Tibet, standing 7 stories high. The Red Palace, located in the central part of the Potala Palace, has red outer walls and mostly consists of scripture halls and Buddhist temples, seamlessly connected with the White Palace. Jiang Yaoyao stood inside the Potala Palace and exclaimed, "The buildings here are really beautiful." The Potala Palace is an outstanding representative of Tibetan architecture and a masterpiece of ancient Chinese architecture. Song Qinghe smiled and explained to Jiang Yaoyao that this is the most prominent example among thousands of architectural types that combine Tibetan Buddhist temples and palaces. At this moment, Ruanshi interjected, saying that the entire Potala Palace can be regarded as a museum of architectural art and Buddhist art, and also serves as irrefutable evidence of the unity of the various ethnic groups in China and national unity. The Potala Palace, built against the mountains, stands majestically. The solid granite walls, the expansive white marble walls, the resplendent golden roofs, and the enormous gilded vases and red banners create an inseparable ensemble. Without any one of these elements, the effect we see today would not exist. Everything here seems to transcend the world, with a pure ice and snow backdrop, as if all noise has receded at this moment. The restless heart finds tranquility and liberation here. The Qinghe Tibet Plateau, known as the roof of the world, is believed by the Tibetan people to be full of spirits, and thus they believe in deities, with Tibetan Buddhism becoming their highest faith. The Potala Palace possesses timeless beauty and a dazzling paradise-like world. Brother Shi, how many years did it take to build the Potala Palace, which is so large? Gong Rant's eyes were filled with curiosity, and he felt that being here had cleansed his spirit. That's why it is said that human power is always limitless. Ruanshi smiled slightly. The main construction of the White Palace took 3 years, and the main construction of the Red Palace took 2 years and 4 months. What? In such harsh conditions in the Tibetan region, it actually took such a short time? Jiang Yaoyao looked at Ruanshi in disbelief. Brother Shi, are you serious? Of course. Otherwise, how could it be called a world wonder? Ruanshi nodded affirmatively. Standing on this land, watching the constantly spinning prayer wheels, listening to the continuously recited scriptures, and moving the prayer beads in their hands, everything feels like the most original shore laid out before everyone. The Tibetan region in the hearts of the people is mysterious, distant and romantic, yet the real Tibetan region has bustling traffic, human joys and sorrows, and deities looking compassionately at the world. All of this weaves together a harmonious and powerful Tibetan region, both earnest and solemn. After leaving the Potala Palace, the group remained silent. Not because they had nothing to say, but because words were insufficient. They spent a whole day at the Potala Palace, and early the next morning, they set off directly to the most beautiful highway. The highway in the Tibetan region winds through majestic mountains and green corridors. It is not just a highway, but more like a work of art. Along the way, vehicles pass through snow-capped mountains, forests, rivers, and wetlands, encountering all the imaginable beautiful plateau scenery. This picturesque landscape not only left viewers on Blue Star in awe during the live stream, but even the Interstellar viewers were left speechless. The road that Song Qinghe and the others were traveling on was built at an average altitude of 3,000 meters, crossing the 5,000-meter High Mila Mountain Pass, known as the Heavenly Road of the plateau. Honestly, with this scenery, I really must visit the Tibetan region. It's decided. I'm going during summer vacation. The Tibetan region is waiting for me. I don't know why, but I'm filled with tears of joy. Such beautiful scenery. It feels unreal. Yet it belongs to our Hua Xia. The vehicle finally came to a steady stop at Bong Company. Getting out of the car, the scenery in front of Song Qinghe and her group had already enchanted them. This is the Alps of the Tibetan region, an encyclopedia of natural landscapes in southeastern Tibet. The Emerald Lake, the snow-capped mountains, and the primeval forest all seemed like fairies that had jumped into the mortal world, appearing before them. Are we staying here at Bangko today? Jiang Yaoyao looked at Ruanshi excitedly. Of course, today I'll take everyone to experience the beauty of Bangko. A true outdoor paradise. Ruanshi smiled slightly at the camera. I can definitely take our audience along to appreciate why the Tibetan region captivates so many people's hearts. Chapter 96. The fairyland of Linji Basangkuo, also known as Namko, is one of the largest freshwater lakes in Tibet. The Azure Lake water ripples gently, surrounded by towering, snow-capped mountains. The lake and the mountain range blend together, creating a stunning landscape. The allure of nature is indeed irresistible. Jiang Yaoyao sat comfortably at the stern of the boat, dipping her hand into the water, the chilly water flowing past her fingers. This is why it is called a paradise on earth. Song Qinghe leaned over the side of the boat, playfully tapping the water with her fingertips, the cool water gently enveloping her fingers. They were currently heading to Jiashir Island, also known as Hollow Island. It is said that the island floats on the lake and is not connected to the lake bed. Upon stepping onto Jiashir Island, one can see the fluttering prayer flags. There is a Quozong temple on the island, established in the late Tang dynasty. This is also referred to as the castle in the lake. A Nyingma sect temple of Tibetan Buddhism, dedicated to the master Padmasambhava. Following the island in a clockwise direction, one can see hoofprints left by war horses, sword marks on stones, peach trees hugging pines, water burial platforms, trees with naturally formed Tibetan letters, and the holy spring where Padmasambhava washed his face. All these reveal unintentional legends with each step. The incense on Jiashir Island is very strong, and pilgrims are common in the Tibetan region, and Jiashir Island is no exception. It sparkles like a colorful gem embedded in a flawless blue jade, shining the most beautiful light in this tranquil painting. The most magical thing by the lakeside is the palm stone. Two massive rocks stand facing each other, resembling a pair of giant hands bowing to the 9 Contangla Mountains. Snowy mountains, clear waters, strange rocks, caves, prayer flags, devout people. The wind is strong, yet different places leave fleeting shadows, almost as if one can hear the whinny of warhorses. In such a place, there's no need to say much because many things come from the shock of the soul. One can feel it all without words. From the craftsmanship of nature to the devout faith of the people. Leaving Song, the group headed towards Linji. Linji is one of the most vibrant areas in China, where forests dance with glaciers and mountains embrace rivers. Forests, flowers, meadows. Linji is home to contiguous peach blossoms beneath the snowy mountains, a true paradise on earth. The beautiful scenery dazzled the 4 friends. Those watching the live stream from the starry sky were nearly going crazy. Oh my! Don't ask me why I'm watching the live stream on my knees. Is ancient blue star really this beautiful? We have so many planets in the starry realm, and to be honest, while some are beautiful, this level of shock is something I've never seen before. I suddenly understand the ancestor sorrow over the destruction of ancient blue star. It's not just about that. The destruction of ancient blue star also means the loss of the home in the hearts of our ancestors. Those alien invaders are too despicable, such beautiful scenery, and yet they could bear to destroy it. Come on, aren't all invaders like that? They invade without caring whether you look good or not. The viewers on Blue Star were equally vocal. Honestly, I didn't feel the paradise described by Tao Yuan Ming, but at this moment, I suddenly have a vivid image in my mind. Why are there so many peach blossoms blooming beneath the snowy mountains? The Tibetan region is truly a magical place. This is nature's gift. It's truly an inexplicable occurrence, yet it appears right before us. Wait, I must visit the Tibetan region during my holiday and retrace their steps. Brother, does this really exist? Gong Ren stared blankly out at the beautiful scenery, the shock evident on his face. Ruan sure smiled. So, coming to the Tibetan region was the right choice, right? The Tibetan region is truly a dazzling pearl of China. Moreover, Linji not only has snowy mountains and peach blossoms, but also houses the largest river in the Tibetan region, the Yarlung Tsangpa River. The Yarlung Tsangpa Grand Canyon is the most unique part of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, where countless life forms thrive. Mountains surge, rivers flow, and all things grow. Mist drifts among the snowy mountains, making it feel like a fairyland. A week's time allowed the 4 of them to only skim a portion of the Tibetan region. And if they really wanted to explore thoroughly, a week would be far from enough. They could only choose a few distinctive spots. Their last stop was Yamdrok Lake, also known as the Holy Lake, a sacred place in the hearts of the Tibetan people, a symbol of their faith. Pilgrims circled the lake, praying for a year of good fortune under the protection of the Buddha. Patches of prayer flags fluttered in the wind, and the spinning prayer wheels in their hands. Under the reflection of Yamdrok Lake's pure blue waters, exuded a calming power. Song Qinghe stood by the lake, watching the ripples created by the wind dance across the surface, sparkling in the sunlight. Everything felt like a scene from a dream, and she took out her phone to capture the beauty before her, sending it to Xi Jinping. It's really beautiful here, definitely worth a visit. Damn it, wait for me. I'm only taking one vacation this year to meet some young hunk. Song Qinghe helplessly closed her phone. She wondered if Lawyer Zhu could handle Xi Jinping's personality. After a round, they finally returned to Lhasa and took a flight out. As they were leaving, Jiang Yaoyao leaned on Song Qinghe's shoulder, saying, I must come back here again. Next time, I want to stay longer and fully experience the sanctity of the Tibetan region. Song Qinghe watched Lhasa grow smaller in the distance. Indeed, next time she would need to stay longer if given the chance. In fact, she felt quite satisfied with this trip. She even had the opportunity to communicate with local Tibetans about their unique musical instruments. Although it was just a brief exchange, it brought her immense joy. The Zemunian, a six-stringed instrument, is the favorite among the Tibetan people who love to play and sing with it. Song Qinghe encountered many Tibetans playing the Zemunian and singing, and just from her understanding, she could quickly get the hang of it. Thus, this journey not only allowed her to witness unforgettable scenery, but also brought her joy through musical exchanges. Arriving in Haicheng, Song Qinghe first checked in with Xi Jinping about the work progress, confirming there were no major issues, and then drove straight to the Haicheng military district. She had already inquired and knew that the military district was just conducting routine training these days, with no special circumstances. Although she wanted to surprise Lu Anren, no one was there to receive her at the military district entrance, so she could only inform Lu Anren in advance. When she arrived, Lu Anren was still waiting at the military district entrance. Having not seen him for over a week, Song Qinghe felt that Lu Anren seemed to have become even more handsome. Chapter 97. Melting in his arms, Lu Anren watched as Song Qinghe got out of the car, unable to hide the fiery excitement in his eyes. After registering as per the usual process, Lu Anren drove Song Qinghe to the guest house. It was quite a coincidence that they ended up in the same room as last time, causing Song Qinghe's cheeks to flush. Lu Anren also seemed to recall the heat of their previous encounter, desire swirling in his eyes. However, he managed to restrain himself since he still had training to attend to. After dropping Song Qinghe off at her room, he was about to leave. I'll wait for you to come back early, Song Qinghe whispered in Lu Anren's ear, smiling as she pushed him out. Lu Anren's heart skipped a beat, suppressing the urge to take immediate action with Song Qinghe. Once he left, Song Qinghe rushed to the bathroom to take a shower, washing herself thoroughly, her body now enveloped in a faint fragrance. Though still a bit shy, she felt much more at ease compared to her first visit. She confidently took out the sexy pajamas she had bought earlier. This set was completely different from the last. If the previous one was purely innocent temptation, this one was fiery and alluring. Song Qinghe's chest was already ample and beautifully shaped, and this outfit accentuated her curves perfectly. The back had a large cutout, and the short skirt hugged her peach-shaped bottom, making it even more voluptuous, adorned with cute bows on the sides that added a playful yet seductive touch. The fishbone bodice made her already slim waist appear even more delicate. The thin straps connected to thigh-high stockings provided a teasing hint of exposure that heightened the senses. Looking at her enticing reflection in the mirror, Song Qinghe felt her face heat up, fanning herself with her hand. Just like last time, she turned off all the lights. The team members were still trying to process how Lu Anren, who had rushed off immediately after training, was acting so differently than usual. What is up with the captain? Why is he in such a hurry? Hey, you didn't know? I saw the captain receive a call from his girlfriend today. It seems Teacher Song is here to see him again. Wow, the captain is so lucky. Since he started dating, she has visited him so many times. Why are we all single? If I could have someone like that visit me, I'd be willing to die. Come on, what are you saying? If you really had a girlfriend, would you still talk about dying? How did our captain manage to win over such a beauty like Teacher Song? She is really pretty and has a great aura. Hey, if you look like the captain, you wouldn't have to worry about finding a partner. Are you saying I'm ugly? Laughter and playful banter quickly faded behind Lu Anren as he hurried towards the guest house. He was eagerly anticipating what surprise Song Qinghe would have for him this time. Although it was only her second visit to the military district, He had a feeling she would prepare something special. Knocking on the door, Lu Anren held his breath. The door opened with a click. A delicate white wrist reached out, grabbing Lu Anren's arm and pulling him into the room. The soft yellow light inside created a hazy atmosphere, just perfect for the moment. In Lu Anren's eyes, only the woman in front of him remained. The pure black sexy pajamas on Song Qinghe made her look incredibly enticing, igniting Lu Anren's already suppressed desire. Without even taking off his clothes, he lifted Song Qinghe onto the counter and kissed her waiting lips deeply. The kiss ignited their passions, leaving them both a bit impatient. Song Qinghe fumbled to help Lu Anren undress, their bodies igniting like dry tinder, burning fervently without needing any spark. The design of the sexy pajamas was quite convenient, with cutouts everywhere. Their lips and fingers ignited sparks on Song Qinghe's body, and her soft gasps filled the air, quickly turning her into a puddle of desire. She whispered Lu Anren's name, fragmented and broken, as if her mind had turned blank, completely lost in pleasure. She relied solely on her instincts to entwine with Lu Anren, pressing her body closer to him, allowing his hot hands to roam freely. In the end, her whimpers mixed with gasps were sent to Lu Anren's mouth as they melted into each other's arms. After a long while, the rocking bed finally came to a stop, and Song Qinghe lay completely limp on Lu Anren. A satisfied expression graced Lu Anren's face as he enjoyed the moment. "How long can I stay here?" Lu Anren asked, embracing Song Qinghe and playing with her hair. Song Qinghe, her face radiating a lazy springtime glow, replied, "If you want me to stay a few days." "I can." "Really?" Lu Anren rolled over, pinning Song Qinghe beneath him, his eyes filled with surprise and a sense of possession. I don't have much going on lately. I can probably rest a few more days," Song Qinghe said with a smile, wrapping her arms around Lu Anren. Lu Anren leaned down to kiss her red lips, skillfully prying them open and teasing her tongue. It wasn't too long before Song Qinghe let out a soft moan, her body starting to react. The desire in her eyes deepened as her hands around Lu Anren's neck began to wander downward. Seeing Song Qinghe respond to his kiss, Lu Anren seized the opportunity. Soon, the mattress began to rock again, occasionally bumping against the bedside table with a thud. Soft moans filled the room once more, and more red marks appeared on Song Qinghe's snow-white skin, resembling blooming plum blossoms, both ambiguous and beautiful. The fiery encounters left Song Qinghe feeling so weak that she lay on the bed without any desire to move. Eventually, Lu Anren carried her to take a shower, staying in the bathroom for a long time, even washing and rinsing off the shower gel on her body. She simply didn't have the strength to do these things herself. Lu Anren did it all for her, embracing the fragrant little person he had just washed. Lu Anren found Song Qinghe soft and delicate, her slim waist nearly driving him mad with desire. Her breasts pressed tightly against his chest felt electric, leaving both of them wanting more. However, they both knew that they couldn't continue tonight. If they did, they wouldn't be able to sleep at all. In the end, Song Qinghe turned her back to Lu Anren, allowing him to hold her as she drifted off to sleep. Exhausted from the demands of the night, she finally succumbed to slumber. Lu Anren, feeling content, held his beloved in his arms and closed his eyes. Chapter 98. Not diminishing teacher Song's reputation, Song Qinghe wanted to spend more time with Lu Anren, but who knew that on the third day? Lu Anren received an urgent mission. He only had time to hurriedly call Song Qinghe before his phone died. With the main person away, Song Qinghe naturally wouldn't stay in the military district and packed her bags to leave that day. The next day, when Si Jingjing saw Song Qinghe in the studio, she was quite surprised. "Aren't you supposed to be with your partner?" "He went on a mission," Song Qinghe replied, understanding the nature of his work. When she met him, he was already a soldier, and they had always been apart more than together, so she was used to it. Some professions are very special, and mutual understanding and support are the best ways to stabilize their relationship. "Well, being a military spouse is not easy," Si Jingjing said sympathetically, patting Song Qinghe. "Since that's the case, turn your sorrow into energy and work hard. By the way, the person in charge of Hua Xia Company is coming today to discuss a potential collaboration." Si Jingjing thought Lu Anren's mission was quite timely. Hua Xia Company? Song Qinghe was taken aback. Hua Xia Company is a brand that produces high-quality hanfu, and Song Qinghe owned several outfits from them. She loved their designs, and most of the clothes were very comfortable to wear. Yes, it seems they are planning a large hanfu show to promote their various hanfu styles and want to invite you to wear their clothes for a performance on site. Si Jingjing explained. Song Qinghe nodded. Please let me know when their person in charge arrives. Si Jingjing made an okay gesture to indicate she understood. The person in charge of Hua Xia Company arrived around 10 in the morning, and she was a very sharp and decisive woman. President Wang, I didn't expect you to be so young. It's quite surprising, Si Jingjing said with a smile, shaking hands with Wang Qi. Wang Qi smiled back. Miss Si, you're also quite impressive. She then turned to Song Qinghe, extending her hand with a smile. Teacher Song, it's an honor to finally meet you. You flatter me. Song Qinghe said as she shook hands. I've always been a loyal customer of your company. I didn't expect to have a chance to collaborate. Song Qinghe was wearing Hua Xia Company's clothes today, and regardless of the collaboration, Wang Qi was quite satisfied with her. The reason Wang Qi proactively sought collaboration was that she had previously heard Song Qinghe's performance, which left a profound impression on her, even though it was through a video. Both the music and the person made her think of collaboration. Wang Qi, who was struggling with how to start the hanfu show, suddenly gained a lot of inspiration and immediately inquired about Song Qinghe's studio, getting in touch with Si Jingjing. Once in the conference room, Wang Qi got straight to the point. The reason I came this time is to invite Teacher Song to perform an opening act wearing her soon-to-be-released new clothes. Although our hanfu show isn't very famous, we have had some achievements, and after we hold our hanfu show, other manufacturers will gradually prepare for their own shows. This was Wang Qi's confidence. If Hua Xia Company didn't take the lead for the opening, no other company would dare to go before them, fearing they would be overshadowed by Hua Xia, which could mean that their year's worth of preparation would go to waste. If Hua Xia Company went first, there might be unknown audiences wanting to see if there were better options later, making them more willing to stay and check out other companies' products. Thus, in the field of hanfu, Hua Xia Company's authority is absolutely number one in the industry. Si Jingjing immediately took on a shrewd demeanor. I wonder what kind of conditions President Wang can offer. I believe that when you came to discuss collaboration, you must have done your research on us. Our Qinghe, not to mention anything else, I can guarantee her expertise in Hua Xia instruments is absolutely top-notch within Hua Xia. Song Qinghe felt a bit embarrassed by Si Jingjing's words. It was too grand a statement. She believed that learning is endless and that she still had much to learn. Moreover, just a couple of days ago, she had been invited by the Cultural Bureau to participate in the opening performance of the cultural festival. Si Jingjing's implication was clear. Song Qinghe was now an officially recognized figure, so her worth was naturally different from before. Furthermore, the more explosive honor of being a national treasure was still hidden deep within and not mentioned. Although she had no intention of bringing it up with this backup, Si Jingjing felt more confident in her speech. Wang Qi smiled slightly and was very straightforward. The price is not an issue. I was able to find Teacher Song because I did my homework. I personally really enjoy Teacher Song's performances, which is why I sincerely invite you to participate in our hanfu show. Please rest assured about Hua Xia's reputation. We will not diminish Teacher Song's name. Wang Qi's attitude was sincere, and she genuinely wanted to invite Song Qinghe. The two sides had a pleasant discussion, and soon the contract was finalized. The hanfu show was at the end of the month, just in time for Song Qinghe to return after recording a new program. Teacher Song, I will arrange for someone to come in the afternoon to take your measurements. We will try our best to adjust the outfit you wear that day according to your size. Wang Qi agreed on a time with Song Qinghe before leaving. As the opening guest, Wang Qi wanted to focus on Song Qinghe. She had already thought about which outfit to have Song Qinghe wear, but upon seeing her, she felt the need to modify the outfit size, hence the suggestion to send someone to take measurements. Sure, I'll be in the studio all day today. President Wang can have the staff come directly. Song Qinghe naturally had no objections. This time, Hua Xia Company provided the performance outfits, and after the event, the clothes would be gifted to her, so it was best that they could be modified to fit her figure. In the afternoon, indeed, someone from Hua Xia Company came to take Song Qinghe's measurements and left her a box, saying it was something President Wang had sent for her. When Song Qinghe opened the box, it contained a new piece from Hua Xia Company. She seemed to have seen it on their website, but she hadn't had time to shop lately and hadn't visited a physical store, so she didn't expect Wang Qi to send her one directly. Actually, the clothes could also be ordered online, but Song Qinghe preferred to try them on in-store first to ensure a good fit before purchasing. After all, she aimed to avoid emphasizing any particular prominent features. However, many clothes nowadays tend to highlight those features too obviously, which troubled Song Qinghe a lot. But most of the clothes from Hua Xia Company wouldn't miss the mark, which was an important reason why she liked their brand. Now that she had the opportunity to collaborate with a brand she liked, Song Qinghe felt quite pleased. Chapter 99. The Making of Hairpins. Thinking about participating in the Hanfu show, Song Qinghe decided to find a friend who enjoys making hairpins to choose a pin that suits Hanfu. It would also be a good opportunity to show the Interstellar people how a Hua Xia hairpin maker creates hairpins. Because of this, Song Qinghe posted announcements day by day and shared several pictures of hairpins, attracting many people with the beautiful designs, who eagerly waited in the live stream room to see if the hairpins looked as good in reality as they did in the pictures. The friend Song Qinghe was going to see was someone she met in college, who was very passionate about making various accessories during their school days. Since she studied painting and had a strong foundation, she naturally drew her own designs, and her meticulous nature led to her accessories becoming quite popular during college. After graduation, she simply opened a studio specializing in making hairpins and gained some fame in the industry. Since Song Qinghe had made an appointment with her yesterday, the studio door was open when she arrived. Senior, Meow Meow came out of the room and greeted Song Qinghe warmly. It's been a long time since I last saw you. The last time was in a short video where they posted a video of you. Meow Meow pretended to complain. Senior, you only show up on social media now. Well, that's why I'm here to find you, right? Song Qinghe laughed, ruffling Meow Meow's hair. Although their relationship wasn't as close as that with Si Jingjing, they got along quite well among other friends. Meow Meow wasn't really mad at Song Qinghe. After joking for a bit, she took her to the workshop. What kind of hairpin are you looking to choose this time? Meow Meow opened the exhibition room next to the workshop, which had recently received a lot of new hairpins. You take a look first, Senior. Okay, I'll take my time looking, and I'll find you later. You go ahead and get busy, Song Qinghe smiled. Since they weren't strangers, Meow Meow didn't stand on ceremony. She had a hairpin that a client ordered that needed to be rushed. So she let Song Qinghe browse freely and told her to come and find her once she made a decision. Once Meow Meow got busy, Song Qinghe took the eager Interstellar viewers in the live stream to look at the hairpins. Hairpins are a type of hair accessory from ancient Hua Xia. In ancient times, most Hua Xia people had long hair, so both men and women used hairpins. For women, when they came of age, there would be a hairpin ceremony, where they would wear a hairpin in their hair, symbolizing that they could marry. The hairpin developed from this practice. In ancient Hua Xia, hairpins were unisex, but men's designs were more simplistic while women's were more ornate. Hairpins originated in the Neolithic era, and by the Shang and Zhou dynasties, they were mainly made of bone. During the Han dynasty, ivory and jade hairpins appeared, often inlaid with turquoise on the heads. In the Tang, Song, and Yuan dynasties, hairpins were made from precious materials like gold, silver, and jade. As Song Qinghe spoke, she opened the display case, allowing everyone watching the live stream to see a variety of hairpins clearly. The hairpin presented to the Interstellar viewers was a peony hairpin. Each petal of the peony was lifelike, with even the fine lines on the petals clearly visible. Host, is this really not a real flower? I think it looks real. Yeah, it seems like they are trembling. It's so beautiful, I really want it. I know a bit about this peony hairpin. It was made by my junior sister after she took countless photos of peonies and painted them bit by bit. In fact, all these beautiful hairpins you see have taken efforts of possibly more than a month behind them. The styles of hairpins are very diverse, with most variations concentrated on the pin's head. They come in various shapes, often featuring designs of flowers, birds, fish, insects, and animals. Common flower types include plum blossoms, lotus flowers, chrysanthemums, peach blossoms, peonies, and hibiscus. Song Qinghe put the peony hairpin back and took out a lotus flower style one. On the lotus flower hairpin, there were even tiny water droplets that seemed to roll on the petals. Every one of these is so beautiful. How do they do it? This skill can't be achieved by machines. It's a pity this craftsmanship has been lost in the Interstellar. If they sold these in the Interstellar, I would really buy one to wear. It's too beautiful. I think I wouldn't wear it. I buy it to collect. Just taking it out every day to admire would brighten my mood. Besides hairpins, there's also a type of ornament called a chai, which is made by crossing two hairpins. The difference between a chai and a hairpin is that a hairpin is made as a single piece, while a chai is made as two pieces, primarily used to secure hair. Chai are generally paired and serve as tokens of affection. When ancient Hua Xia lovers or couples parted, women often divided their hairpin in half, giving one half to their partner and keeping the other to be reunited when they met again. Song Qinghe took out a butterfly chai from the cabinet. The butterfly chai had 7 butterflies, each looking as if they were fluttering in flight. Meow Meow's accessories were so popular largely because each piece looked incredibly realistic, yet much more beautiful than the real items. I really want this. Oh no, I shouldn't have looked. Now my heart hurts. I begged the host to share the relevant making methods to the live stream database so I can try making them myself. Song Qinghe smiled slightly. Now, let me show you how my junior sister makes hairpins. Hairpins are not made in an instant. When Song Qinghe walked over, Meow Meow was fully focused on embellishing a hairpin. The hairpin she was working on was a little fish design that a client specifically requested. This task looks simple, but is actually very difficult because each scale on a little fish is applied one by one, and they must look neat and pleasing. Song Qinghe did not disturb Meow Meow, but instead pointed the live stream camera at Meow Meow's hands, allowing people in the Interstellar to see clearly. Honestly, if I had this skill, I could make energy boxes too. That's true. The young lady's hands are really steady. Indeed, I think there are many talented people on ancient Blue Star. If they were in the Interstellar, they might be doing better than I am. They possess many rare qualities that are indeed worth learning from. The Interstellar people are martial and focus primarily on skills useful to society, often neglecting many foundational aspects. This leads to the Interstellar appearing to have rapid technological development, yet many fundamental tasks remain weak. Chapter 100. Pingyao Ancient City. Meow Meow finished preparing all the small fish scales in her hand and finally breathed a sigh of relief. She smiled at Song Qinghe. So, Senior, did you see anything you like? About that, Song Qinghe smiled back. I'm going to participate in a Hanfu fashion show, so I want to create a traditional Chinese look. A Hanfu fashion show? Meow Meow looked at Song Qinghe with interest. Is it the one I know about? Happening at the end of the month? Song Qinghe nodded. Yes, that's the one. They make hairpins, and they usually follow the major Hanfu events. When there is an event, their products become even more sought after. Oh, I see. If that's the case. Meow Meow stood up and took Song Qinghe to the display room, pulling out a box from under the cabinet. This was actually meant to be a birthday gift for you. This is specially chosen for you, tailored just for you. Meow Meow handed the box to Song Qinghe. Song Qinghe looked at the box in surprise, not expecting Meow Meow to prepare a gift for her so early. My birthday is still a while away. Why did you prepare the gift so early? I just happened to find suitable materials, so I made it. Meow Meow smiled at Song Qinghe. Senior, let me know if you like it. Song Qinghe opened the box, revealing a jade hairpin, which was completely transparent, indicating it was a good piece of jade. Isn't this too precious? Song Qinghe, of course, had an eye for quality, not to mention the carving skill of the hairpin. Just this piece of jade was enough to show its considerable value. Not all. The first time I saw this jade, I thought it was perfect for you, so I made it into a hairpin as a birthday gift. Meow Meow insisted, calling it a birthday gift again. Song Qinghe had no choice but to accept it, thinking she could return a similar gift later. Senior, don't think about giving me a gift of similar value in return. If you do, I'll really be upset. Meow Meow, knowing Song Qinghe well, blocked her from making such a promise from the start. Song Qinghe smiled helplessly. All right, this gift is indeed very suitable. So I want to be polite. When the performance day comes, if you have time, come and enjoy. Hee, even if you don't say it. I wouldn't go because during the Hanfu fashion show, we'll also be setting up stalls nearby to showcase our products. Meow Meow was happy that Song Qinghe did not stand on ceremony. I will definitely come back to see you perform that day. Okay, see you then. It just happens that day I'll be with Jing. Let us have a meal together. It's been a long time since we gathered, Song Qinghe suggested. Sure, Senior. Remember to call me when you're done with your busy schedule. Meow Meow readily agreed. She met Jing through Song Qinghe, and they got along well because they both were friends with Song Qinghe. After leaving Meow Meow's studio, Song Qinghe's live broadcast naturally came to an end. This time, she felt a bit unaccustomed to Lu Anren suddenly having a few days free. When Lu Anren was on a mission, his phone was unreachable, so she could only wait for him to contact her after he returned. However, fortunately, the next recording was also approaching. This time, the recording was set in Pingyao Ancient City in the Western Province. Pingyao Ancient City is located in the central part of the Western Province, and the entire protected area includes one city and two temples, namely Pingyao Ancient City and the Zhonggui Temple and Shuanglin Temple located on the outskirts of the city. Their plane flew to the capital city of the Western Province, and since Pingyao Ancient City is very close to the capital, they stayed in the capital on the first day and planned to drive to Pingyao Ancient City the next day. Hello, everyone in the live broadcast room. Today, I will be your host. Jiang Yaoyao waved to the people in the live broadcast room, her face beaming with a smile. Today's live broadcast is set in Pingyao Ancient City in the Western Province. This place is one of the 4 best-preserved ancient cities in China and was the financial center of China during the late Qing dynasty. As Jiang Yaoyao spoke, she pointed the camera at the 3 people slowly walking ahead. Do you see them? The 3 of them are already immersed in the ancient city. Let us catch up and give you an immersive experience of the ancient city. As she hurried to catch up, Jiang Yaoyao heard Hua Xia explaining to the 2 people beside him. Pingyao Ancient City was built during the reign of King Xian of Zhou from 827 to 782 BC, established by the Western Zhou general Yin Jifa, who stationed his troops here. In the early Ming dynasty, walls were built to defend against foreign invasions. The group strolled leisurely, blending into the local life, slowly admiring the scenery of the ancient city. Shurgu, the city gate we just entered is beautiful. How many such gates does this ancient city have? Gong Ran looked back at the place they had just entered. That gate was exquisite. There are a total of 6 city gates here. The one we just entered is called Yingshuan Gate, and it is indeed the most beautiful, Hua Xia happily replied. If we walk a bit further, we will reach the ancient market building, which is a landmark of the ancient city. Pingyao Ancient City is shaped like a soil form, and standing on the city wall, one can see the layout of the entire ancient city. There are several museums here. They move from the Bank Museum to the Ticket House Museum, and finally to the Hua Xia Escort Museum. Speaking of which, I think the escort agency is quite an interesting place, Jiang Yaoyao said, looking at the displayed weapons and smiling at the others. I once played the daughter of an escort agency head. It was very heroic and impressive. That's right. In the past, there were no security companies, so escort agencies were equivalent to today as security companies, Hua Xia noted while looking at some of the museum's descriptions. Times have changed. It was too difficult for people back then to escort something, so they had to rely on escort agencies. After all, the escort agencies were staffed with skilled individuals, which indeed provided a lot of convenience. Moreover, escort agencies in the past placed great importance on their reputation. Generally, they had to fulfill the escort tasks according to the client's requirements. After exiting the escort museum, the group continued to follow the crowd to other places. Pingyao Ancient City is quite a popular tourist destination. Although it slightly affected the live broadcast, the group tried to avoid peak crowds, making it manageable. They then arrived at the Hua Xia Rare newspaper exhibition hall. Upon entering, Jiang Yaoyao exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, there are so many newspapers here." The newspaper exhibition hall has over 60,000 types of newspapers and 1 million copies. Can you believe that? Hua Xia shook his head, leading the way inside. This has already been recorded in the Guinness World Records, Song Qinghe added with a smile. This exhibition hall contains rare newspapers from the Qing dynasty, series publications from the Cultural Revolution in the 1950s, major current events from Shaanxi and across the country, newspapers from various countries, and publications from ethnic minorities, Song Qinghe explained. The most special are the irregular newspapers, including extra-large newspapers, the smallest newspapers, those with the shortest publication time, palm-sized newspapers, postcard newspapers, business card newspapers, silk newspapers, cigarette label newspapers, umbrella newspapers, and fan newspapers. Chapter 101: The Origin of Mount Wutai. In this exhibition hall, the most unique item is the smallest newspaper, the Jiangnan Tour Report, which is the first and smallest full-color miniature newspaper, created to commemorate the 9/27 World Tourism Day and the Year of Chinese Tourism in 1997. It has been included in the Guinness World Records. Perhaps the items here are too novel, and a few people are engrossed and not in a hurry to move on to the next place. Finally, under the director's subtle urging, they reluctantly leave. Pingyao Ancient City is a place that doesn't require haste. One can stroll slowly, and the group in the live stream thoroughly explored the ancient city. After leaving Pingyao Ancient City, they headed straight for Shuanglin Temple and Zhenghua Temple. Fortunately, the locations are not too far apart. Shuanglin Temple has a history of over 400 years, and its ancient bricks shine with the luster of time. As one of the key Buddhist temples in Han Chinese regions, the sunlight casts a desolate yet beautiful glow on the old bricks. The ancient architecture within the temple is rich in historical charm, and the most notable feature of Shuanglin Temple is its colorful sculptures. Each colored sculpture is vivid and lifelike, showcasing a riot of colors. The ancient Hua Xia people used methods we still cannot scientifically explain, allowing these colorful sculptures to remain perfectly preserved after a millennium. Over 1,000 years of history has left Shuanglin Temple with a treasure that still shines brightly after the passage of time. A bit further away, Zhenghua Temple was established during the Five Dynasties period. This temple has provided much assistance for historians researching the Five Dynasties. Look, in the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas at Zhenghua Temple, the colorful statues are present, and Ruan Shi led the group into the hall, which contains a total of 11 original statues from the Five Dynasties period. Currently, apart from the Mogao Caves in Dunhuang, Zhenghua Temple's Five Dynasties colorful sculptures are among the only rare pieces left in the country, holding a significant place in the history of Chinese art and sculpture, and are of great value. The group followed Ruan Shi into the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas, where the main statue is of Buddha Shakyamuni, adorned in gold, with a relaxed demeanor. Why is this temple called Zhenghua Temple? Jiang Yaoyao asked curiously. Is there a story behind it? I remember that Zhenghua temples are usually in places like the capital, associated with the imperial family's incense offerings. You're not wrong, Ruan Shi nodded. The Northern Han only controlled a small territory in southern Shaanxi and could not compete with the later Zhou dynasty. So they vigorously promoted Buddhism to seek the Buddha's protection and extensively renovated temples in their jurisdiction. At that time, building temples and promoting Buddhist culture became a significant feature of Northern Han culture. The Han Emperor hoped that the Northern Han would replicate the civil governance of the Han dynasty. Zhenghua Temple is famous for its exquisite wooden structure, and the two ancient locust trees in the temple have withstood 1,000 years of wind and rain, still guarding the temple. After leaving Zhenghua Temple, Lin Qinghe looked back and saw a ray of sunlight illuminating the side of the hall, making the red walls and gray tiles appear vibrant. The ancient temple, with its calmness, suddenly carried a touch of liveliness, and the unique charm stirred Song Qinghe's heart as she turned around. Qinghe, let's go, Jiang Yaoyao called from a distance. Coming. The clear sound of bells swayed in the wind, with 1,000 years of guardianship behind them. The next day, they set off from the provincial capital of Xishan, driving towards Mount Wutai. As the foremost of the four famous Buddhist mountains, Mount Wutai is primarily the site of Bodhisattva Manjushri. In Buddhism, Manjushri is the embodiment of wisdom. Before reaching Mount Wutai, Ruan Shi chatted with the livestream audience on the road, introducing the places they would visit that day. So if I go Mount Wutai, I can become smarter, right? Gong Ran joked after spending some time together. Come on, even if you lived on Mount Wutai, you might not get any smarter. Jiang Yaoyao rolled her eyes at Gong Ran. Haha, Yaoyao speaks my mind. Laughing to death, this is the so-called suppression. Gong Ran can't refute Yaoyao's words. That's quite rude. What national goddess? What do you know? They're clearly joking, okay? They have a good relationship, and you're just here to sow discord. In fact, Mount Wutai's fame is also related to the emperors who visited it throughout history. Ruan Shi pretended not to see the comments on the screen and continued explaining. From the Sui and Tang dynasties to the Qing dynasty, a total of 12 emperors visited Mount Wutai and bestowed precious religious artifacts. The most famous are Emperors Kangxi and Qianlong, who visited Mount Wutai multiple times. Isn't it said that Emperor Xuanji became a monk at Mount Wutai? Gong Ran recalled something. That's right, Song Qinghe nodded. looking at Gong Ran with a smile. You remember that clearly. Mainly because there are many TV dramas about the Qing dynasty. Then let me quiz you. Do you know why Mount Wutai is called Mount Wutai? Yuan sure smiled at Gong Ran. Huh? Gong Ran was a bit taken aback. He really didn't know. Song Qinghe smiled and replied, Mount Wutai is not a single mountain. It is a group of peaks located on the northern roof of China, with the highest peak reaching 3,061 meters. Are there 5 peaks? Jiang Yaoyao looked at Song Qinghe curiously. That's right, Song Qinghe nodded. East Peak is Wanghaifeng. South Peak is Jinxiu Peak. Central Peak is Suyin Peak. West Peak is Guayue Peak. And North Peak is Yedo Peak. The 5 peaks embrace the entire area. And the tops of the peaks are flat, resembling towering platforms, hence the name Mount Wutai. Song Qinghe smiled and added, moreover, this place is also known as the Geological Museum of China, formed by the world's known ancient strata over 2.5 billion years old, making it the highest mountain range. Wow. With that said, I'm even more looking forward to what it will be like after we arrive at Mount Wutai, Jiang Yaoyao said, looking enchanted. The program had already recorded half of the content, and they had collaborated to visit many places. With each location, they learned a lot, making Jiang Yaoyao feel that accepting this gig was a very correct decision, completely forgetting how she almost cried during the first recording. It's quite cool here. As soon as they got out of the car, they felt the temperature drop significantly. That's right, Mount Wutai is also known as Cool Mountain, and the temperature is very refreshing. Mount Wutai is the only Buddhist site in China where both the Qing Temple, Han Buddhism, and the Yellow Temple, Tibetan Buddhism, coexist, which makes it very familiar to the few who have just returned from the Tibetan region. Mount Wutai harmoniously integrates natural landscapes with Buddhist culture, embodying the reverence for the Buddha within the worship of the natural mountains, perfectly reflecting the unity of heaven and humanity in Chinese culture. Chapter 102. The Hanfu Show at Yungang Grottoes. After entering Wutai Mountain, Yuan Shi shared some legends with a few people. In fact, there are many legends about Wutai Mountain, particularly regarding Qingliang Mountain. The group had been practicing their physical skills recently and felt quite good. Even Gong Ran had been diligent about exercising daily since returning last time, feeling that his health had improved significantly. According to legend, Qingliang Stone is a magical stone borrowed from the Dragon Palace in the East Sea, capable of changing the climate of Wutai Mountain to make it cool and pleasant. Long ago, Wutai Mountain was originally called Wufeng Mountain. With a harsh climate, water would freeze in winter, sand would blow in spring, and the summer heat was unbearable, making it impossible for farmers to grow crops. To benefit all living beings, Bodhisattva Manjushri transformed into a begging monk and borrowed the Xielong stone from the Dragon King. At first, Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, was unwilling to lend it, but thinking that the monk could not possibly carry the heavy stone weighing thousands of pounds, he reluctantly agreed. However, to his surprise, Bodhisattva Manjushri recited a spell, shrinking the Xielong stone to the size of a bullet, which he tucked into his sleeve and left. Upon returning to Wufeng Mountain, he placed the stone in a valley, instantly transforming Wufeng Mountain into an incredibly cool paradise. This valley became known as Qingliang Valley, and later, the locals built a Qingliang temple there, renaming Wufeng Mountain to Qingliang Mountain, which was eventually referred to as Wutai Mountain. Not only were the few people listening intently, but everyone watching the live stream was also captivated. Even the tourists climbing nearby paused to hear Yuan Shi's storytelling. Ruan's tour guide vibe is coming out again. The people next to me resemble me, trying to catch the tour guide's explanation. Indeed, all Ruan needs is a little red flag in hand. The group moved slowly through Wutai Mountain, taking a full 2 days to exit. Once outside, they headed straight to the Yungang Grottoes. The 3 World Heritage Sites in the Western Province are all deeply connected to Buddhism. Yungang Grottoes, originally named Lingyan Temple, showcases the history of Northern Buddhism. Upon entering, one could see many Buddha statues carved into the rock walls. The Yungang Grottoes were excavated along the mountainside, stretching about 1,000 meters from east to west. The grotto area is divided into 3 sections, east, middle, and west, depending on the natural topography. There are currently 45 main caves and 209 subsidiary caves. With a total sculpted area of over 18 0.000 square meters. The largest statue is 17 meters tall, while the smallest is just 2 centimeters. Upon arriving at the grottos, Yuanshi didn't need to introduce anything. Local guides were already waiting to lead everyone through the wonders of Yungang grottos. The grottos are built against the mountains, layered and staggered, creating a Yungang model that is not only a classic of Buddhist art in China, but also continues to influence aesthetic standards today. Even Mogao caves and Longmen grottos were influenced by Yungang grottos. The girls from the western province are warm and generous, and the guide's narration is captivating, leading the group through different caves while merging with the history of the Northern Wei period. The 7A live stream soon came to an end, and Song Qinghe took a night flight back to Haicheng. The next day was the Hanfu show they had previously discussed, and she needed to prepare. The Hanfu show was also held on the stage of the Haicheng Cultural Center, a place Song Qinghe was somewhat familiar with. The Hua Xia Company had already set up the venue the day before, and the clothes were handed over to Si Jingjing. Early in the morning, Si Jingjing brought the clothes to Song Qinghe's home, urging her to hurry, as time was tight. The clothing provided by Hua Xia Company was a gradient-colored improved Hanfu, which showcased a layered color effect as it moved. The outfit was a light blend of green and blue, perfectly suited for Haicheng's hot weather, looking refreshing. Song Qinghe styled her hair and wore the jade hairpin given by Miao Miao. "Wow, this hairpin is beautiful," Si Jingjing exclaimed upon seeing it. "Did Miao Miao make it?" "Yes, she did." Song Qinghe nodded, adding, "They will also come to our studio today. Let's have dinner together after I'm done here." "Sure. I haven't seen her in a long time," Si Jingjing readily agreed. They were all quite busy, so it was not easy for them to gather together. Once Song Qinghe was ready, Si Jingjing drove her straight to the Haicheng Cultural Center. The makeup was arranged by Hua Xia Company, and they just needed to show up. Having experienced a runway show before, Song Qinghe was familiar with the process and knew the backstage would be busy. However, since she was the first to go on stage, she looked for the makeup artist as soon as they arrived. Fortunately, Song Qinghe had good skin, and the makeup artist quickly finished her makeup. Seeing that Song Qinghe had already styled her hair, the artist left it as is and moved on to other models. Today, to perform the opening act and highlight Hua Xia Company's clothing, Song Qinghe chose to play the pipa. The show soon began, and Wang Qi had already taken a seat in the front row. It was her decision to let Song Qinghe perform the opening, as she felt it would perfectly match the Hanfu show after watching Song Qinghe's performance video. As she watched Song Qinghe walk from backstage to the stage, Wang Qi felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation. The success of the show relied heavily on Song Qinghe's opening performance. If it went well and captured the audience's attention, it would be a victory. Although many people attended their annual Hanfu shows, Hanfu remained a niche interest, and not everyone was intrigued. The choice of the cultural center was not only because it represented trends in fashion, but also due to its high foot traffic. As young people in Haicheng love coming here, they hope to attract more non-Hanfu enthusiasts and draw their attention to the garments on display. As Song Qinghe's fingers gently plucked the strings, the first note resonated, and Wang Qi felt her heart settle. Those involved in Hanfu often had some connection with the Chinese music scene. Hearing it live was even more impressive than her previous experience through video. Wang Qi lost herself in the music as it flowed from Song Qinghe's fingers. The audience grew increasingly captivated, but the atmosphere remained quiet as they watched the girl on stage, smiling gently, her fingers dancing on the pipa, drawing everyone's attention and emotions in sync with the music's ebb and flow. When Song Qinghe stood up and took a bow in the center of the stage, it felt like everyone awakened from a dream, and thunderous applause immediately filled the venue. As Song Qinghe moved, the backstage models began to stream out in succession, following the rehearsed sequence. Once Song Qinghe finished her performance, her task was complete, and Si Jingjing waited backstage to take her to greet Wang Qi. Chapter 103, Do We Need a Group Photo? Wang Qi excitedly held Song Qinghe's hand. "Teacher Song, I didn't really expect your performance to be so shocking in person." Many people who were attracted by Song Qinghe's music did not leave, and many stayed to watch the Hanfu performance. "In the future, if you hold a concert, you must let me know. I will definitely come to support you," Wang Qi said seriously, and even specially repeated it to Si Jingjing. "Don't worry, Mr. Wang. If there's another opportunity this year, I will definitely invite you. Xi Jingjing replied with a smile as she shook hands with Wang Qi. You go ahead and get busy. Let's keep in touch more in the future. Wang Qi naturally understood the hint and expressed her agreement on the spot. After Song Qinghe and Xi Jingjing left, they searched around the venue and found Miao Miao. The young girl from her studio was busy at the booth. When Miao Miao saw the two, she quickly greeted them. Senior, Sister Jingjing, why didn't you say you were coming? We were afraid of disturbing your business, Xi Jingjing said with a smile as she pulled Song Qinghe over. Song Qinghe smiled at Miao Miao. You still have a while here, right? How about Jingjing and I find a place to wait for you? No need. I'll just go with you. I just need to inform them, Miao Miao said casually. This Hanfu show attracted many enthusiasts, and they were naturally interested in hairpins. So there were many people in front of their booth. However, their studio produced high-quality items, and most people just gathered around to look. Not everyone was willing to buy. Many young girls preferred to buy those that looked cheaper, but were indeed very affordable. It's a helpless situation, but it's a personal choice, which Miao Miao could naturally understand. After tidying up a bit, Miao Miao said goodbye to the other people in the studio and left with the two. Senior, that performance just now was you playing, right? Although Miao Miao hadn't seen the stage directly, she had heard the sound of the instrument, and at that moment, the entire cultural center became particularly quiet, with only Song Qinghe's playing. To be honest, Miao Miao was a bit shocked. She hadn't expected that after not seeing Song Qinghe for a while. Her playing would have such an impressive emotional impact. Yes, it was me. Song Qinghe nodded, acknowledging it generously. It was amazing, really. If I didn't know it was you playing, I would have wanted to see which fairy had come down to earth. Miao Miao gave Song Qinghe a thumbs up. Junior, your words are quite impressive, Xi Jingjing said with a grin as she hooked her arm around Miao Miao's shoulder. Isn't our Qinghe just like a little fairy? It's not that exaggerated. Song Qinghe found it amusing watching the two. I'm just an ordinary person. If a fairy really came down, her playing would definitely outshine me by a lot. No, Senior, you can't be modest. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a saying that this piece only belongs in heaven. How many times can it be heard on earth? Miao Miao shook her head vigorously. She truly felt that Song Qinghe's playing was beautiful, and the young girls in their studio were all starry-eyed, becoming little fans of the performer. Fortunately, Miao Miao didn't tell them she knew the performer, otherwise, when Song Qinghe and the others came over, she might not have been able to leave. The three of them arrived at the restaurant, ordered a private room, and prepared to chat comfortably. Are you Song Qinghe? A timid voice came from behind her. She turned around and looked at the young girl in front of her with confusion. The girl turned red when she saw Song Qinghe looking at her. Hello. I'm a fan who saw your performance on the national broadcasting channel. I didn't expect to meet you here. I really like you. The girl was clearly very excited, even a bit incoherent, but Song Qinghe just smiled at her. Thank you for your support, Song Qinghe said, her eyes curving into a smile. And thank you for supporting our program. No need to thank you. You're the pride of Haicheng, the girl said, her eyes sparkling. She never expected to meet Song Qinghe in the restaurant. Although she knew Song Qinghe was from Haicheng, she really didn't think she would encounter her in person. Song Qinghe kindly asked, do you want to take a photo together? Is that okay? The girl looked at Song Qinghe in surprise. She had seen that Song Qinghe was clearly here with friends and was afraid to disturb them, which was why she hadn't brought it up. Now that she was asked if they could take a photo, she was genuinely thrilled. Of course. Xi Jingjing understood and walked over. Come on, unlock your phone. I'll take a picture for you. After the group photo, Song Qinghe chatted warmly with the girl for a few more moments before heading to the private room with Xi Jingjing and the others. The girl looked at the group photo on her phone, grinning foolishly, and suddenly remembered something. She hurriedly opened her social media app and posted the photo of herself with Song Qinghe online. Met the real Song Qinghe. She's so beautiful and gentle, and her voice is so pleasant. I really love her. The girl didn't post it anywhere else but in Song Qinghe's personal super topic. Originally, she didn't have a personal super topic, but after appearing on a national broadcasting channel, fans had created one, mostly filled with clips from the show or videos of Song Qinghe that someone had dug up online. Once the girl's photo was posted, it immediately made the people in the super topic envious, wondering what luck it was to see the real person. Her post was quickly pinned by the administrator as a highlight post. So many people entering the super topic could see it at first glance. The sister's skin looks so good. She is really thin. I'm so envious. Where did the poster meet her? I want to go and bump into her too. As a person from Haicheng, I've never met her even once. It's such a crime. The online discussion was heating up, but Song Qinghe and the others were naturally unaware of it. The three of them hadn't seen each other for a long time and had a lot to talk about. Time flew by during a gathering among close friends. Si Jingjing was still surprised when she received a call from Sinan. Brother, why did you think of calling me at this time? Did you forget that we're having dinner with Zhu Su at home tonight? Sinan was exasperated with Si Jingjing's carefree attitude. What time is it? Si Jingjing looked at the time nonchalantly, suddenly standing up in shock. Oh no, it's so late. I'm on my way. What's wrong? Song Qinghe and Miao Miao looked at Si Jingjing curiously. Si Jingjing said casually, oh, my mom found out that I'm with Zhu Su and insisted on meeting him. It's strange. I've dated so many guys before, and she never insisted on meeting any of them. Why is it only with Zhu Su that she insists? Si Jingjing was very puzzled and didn't understand her mother's logic. However, she naturally wouldn't dare to ask her mother about it. If her mother knew she thought her reasoning was off, she would surely be angry. Chapter 104. Achieving Intelligent Biotechnology. Wow. Jingjing, are you guys meeting the parents already? Is it a good sign? Miao Miao looked at Si Jingjing with curiosity. Si Jingjing was taken aback. What? Meeting the parents? It took her a moment to realize that Zhu Su was essentially equivalent to a parent. Oh my! Is he doing this on purpose? Si Jingjing's eyes blazed with anger as she threw out a line. Sisters, I have to deal with a personal issue first. Let us meet up later. Miao Miao looked at Song Qinghe in confusion. Senior, what is going on with Jingjing? Did I say something wrong? It's nothing. Song Qinghe smiled. Your Jingjing just doesn't want to be tied down so quickly. Miao Miao understood, as she was also aware of Si Jingjing's impressive track record and admired her ability to attract men. If this meeting wasn't initiated by Jingjing, it could only mean that the person currently with her had some ulterior motives. Bringing the relationship to her parents meant an extra layer of assurance. Senior, do you think Jingjing will settle down this time? Miao Miao was very curious. With Si Jingjing's wild nature, what kind of person could possibly keep her in check? Well, Song Qinghe chuckled. Who knows? Matters of the heart are unpredictable. Anyway, Si Jingjing does have feelings for Zhu Su, but whether that feeling is strong enough for her to give up other options is hard to say. After parting ways with Miao Miao, Song Qinghe had to take a taxi back to her apartment since Si Jingjing drove them there in the morning. The first thing she did upon returning home was to continue practicing her physical skills. She felt like she was on the verge of reaching level 3 and had a hunch that with a few more practice sessions, she would achieve it. Sure enough, after spending the entire afternoon in the dance studio, her physical skills successfully reached level 3. Congratulations, host. The system rarely manifested, appearing beside Song Qinghe. Would you like to exchange for the new physical skill? The contribution points required for the true interstellar physical skill were quite substantial. But for Song Qinghe at this moment, it was not a big deal. She nodded and said, exchange. All right, host. 77 hopes to witness the changes on Blue Star one day. The system placed the interstellar physical skill in front of Song Qinghe and gradually disappeared. As a system, its emotions were comparable to humans. It had been watching Song Qinghe's efforts and was moved by her determination to change Blue Star's backward fate. As a future interstellar system, it was doubtful whether ancient Blue Star could truly resist alien invasions. After all, if ancient Blue Star managed to withstand the invasion, what would happen to the future interstellar people? Would they still be relocated? Would the future interstellar world remain the same? Having traveled through time and space to the present ancient Blue Star, it felt deeply about its backwardness, regardless of whether the future would indeed change. Song Qinghe was slowly altering it with her abilities. After obtaining the new physical skill, Song Qinghe didn't immediately review it, but instead took a moment to steady her breathing. After just leveling up to 3, she could clearly feel indescribable changes in her body, as if her strength had significantly increased. The new physical skill could be practiced up to level 10. Level 10 was the highest rank and still consisted of 10 movements. These 10 movements were an extension of the previous child version, but were many times more difficult. Song Qinghe tried practicing the movements and, with the foundation of level 3, successfully completed the first 2 movements. However, she got stuck on the 3rd movement. Nevertheless, having gained some experience, She remained calm and took her time to adapt. She had figured out the rules of the physical skill. As long as she persisted in her training, she could steadily level up. She was also nearing the threshold for mental training, but it was much more challenging than physical training, and after each session, she needed to let her brain relax to prevent overexertion. After several days at home, researching physical skills and mental training, a phone call pulled her out of her practice. Did it work? Song Qinghe asked in surprise, questioning Si Nan on the other end of the line. Si Nan's voice was filled with excitement. Yes, we succeeded. We conducted 2 tests, and it can indeed connect to human nerves, achieving a virtual online game in reality. Are you at the company? I want to come see. Song Qinghe felt that her luck had finally come. If intelligent biotechnology was indeed realized, then mental training could also be put on the agenda. Just come directly here. Sinan replied readily. Song Qinghe immediately drove to Sinan's company. After failing to go last time, she finally arrived smoothly this time. Sinan had been waiting downstairs for a while, feeling uneasy after the elevator incident last time, so he personally waited on the first floor to take her up. We tried making a small game, and the effect is very realistic, just like their real contact in reality. Si Nan was excited, his face filled with animated expressions. It's important to note that this was the first time in human history that a true virtual game was realized, unlike other companies that merely provided VR glasses, which always felt a bit lacking. What they developed was a helmet containing a biological intelligence chip that could directly connect to a person's brain. Si Nan led Song Qinghe through several security doors until they finally arrived at the laboratory. This is where we conduct our experiments. You can try our game. Si Nan smiled at Song Qinghe and personally placed the helmet on her head. Song Qinghe closed her eyes and immersed herself in the game. Although she rarely played games, she found herself playing for a long time. The game was indeed similar to the kind of gameplay she had exchanged for her mental strength, but lacked the fluidity of Interstellar games. This was probably related to their recent development. With further refinement, it should be no problem. After the experience, Song Qinghe took off the helmet and looked at Si Nan. Since that's the case, I'll put forward my request regarding the game you're going to help me create. Si Nan nodded, sure. I'll call our game designers over so we can have a meeting to discuss it. As the second party, they needed to listen to the opinions of the first party and inform them about what could be done or what couldn't be when the first party made requests. At this moment, because the company's development had finally reached a temporary conclusion, many people could finally get a good night's sleep. So they simply set up sleeping bags in the company. Si Nan quietly called the game designers without disturbing others. The 3 of them arrived in the meeting room, and the game designer looked at Song Qinghe with admiration in his eyes. Boss, why didn't you tell us the one providing this technology is such a beautiful lady? Song Qinghe smiled shyly, seemingly a bit embarrassed. Chapter 105. Fu, East Province. Si Nan shot him a glance, whether it's pretty or not. You still have to play the game. Hee, if I had known it was such a beautiful woman, wouldn't we be even more motivated to play? The game designer quipped. All right, let's get down to business. Si Nan didn't continue joking with him. This time, as mentioned before, she needed us to use the latest technology to create a game. Qinghe, please share the game requirements and concepts with us. If there's anything inappropriate, we could discuss it. Si Nan spoke gently to Song Qinghe. Song Qinghe nodded and briefly explained some visuals and requirements related to the interstellar children's mental power to the 2 of them. This shouldn't be particularly difficult. The game designer understood immediately. They just needed to set up the levels and conditions for passing. So can it be made? Song Qinghe asked, her excitement rising. If this game could be successfully developed, then mental power development could commence, and they could find an opportunity to submit the mental power detector to the state. Sure, let's give it a try. We'll create a version for you to look at first, and then upgrade based on that foundational version. Si Nan nodded. Although they had just started exploring intelligent biological technology games, they had previously developed many games and naturally knew where some key nodes were. Then I will await good news. Song Qinghe smiled happily. If this goes smoothly, she would push to expedite her progress on her side, aiming to practice the new martial arts quickly and release a video. Moreover, last time, Lu Anren mentioned that the General Administration of Sports was also conducting research on martial arts and preparing to promote it vigorously. This was indeed great news for Song Qinghe. Upon returning home, Song Qinghe, he saw Lu Anren cooking in the kitchen and immediately rushed into his arms with surprise. "When did you come back? Why didn't you say anything? I wanted to surprise you, but you weren't home," Lu Anren replied, ruffling Song Qinghe's hair. "I have to leave soon." Song Qinghe, he looked at Lu Anren dejectedly. "You have to leave so soon? Isn't your task over yet?" "It's considered over, but I still have to go back to handle a few things." Lu Anren lifted Song Qinghe and let her sit in his lap. "I can have a meal with you and then leave." "All right." Song Qinghe, he quickly perked up, wrapping her arms around Lu Anren's neck and pouting. "Then you have to kiss me." "As you wish." Lu Anren leaned in, his warm breath enveloping her as he skillfully pried open her lips, his agile tongue making her feel weak in an instant. The pot in the kitchen continued to bubble away, and the aroma gradually wafted out. As their saliva exchange became more intense, Lu Anren's body felt scorching. "I'll let you off today, but next time I'll definitely make you pay back with interest." Lu Anren rested his head on Song Qinghe's shoulder, using great willpower to quench the rising desire. If they continued kissing, it would inevitably lead to more. Given the tightness of his schedule and that Song Qinghe, he wasn't home when he returned, he simply didn't have the time to indulge. However, it would be soon. After this task was completed, he would have a few days off to spend with Song Qinghe. The meal was ready quickly. Lu Anren brought out the food and had Song Qinghe drink some soup first. She filled 2 bowls, carefully blew on it, took a sip, and the fresh taste immediately reached her taste buds. "Delicious." Song Qinghe, he squinted her eyes and flashed a sweet smile at Lu Anren. Both of them cherished their time together, so they quickly finished their meal and cuddled for a while. Only when Lu Anren could no longer delay did he get up to leave. "I'll wait for you." Song Qinghe, he tightly hugged Lu Anren's waist, smiling at him at the door. "I'll be waiting for you to come home." A flicker of emotion crossed Lu Anren's eyes as he pulled Song Qinghe in for a kiss before leaving without hesitation. If he stayed any longer, he really wouldn't be able to leave. Song Qinghe, he quietly tidied up the dishes, stood in the kitchen in a daze for a while, then returned to the dance studio. She needed to continue her training in martial arts and mental power, aiming to hand these over to the state as soon as possible, so that she could wholeheartedly pursue the pinnacle of Hua Xia musical instruments and have more time to accompany Lu Anren. After staying at home for a week, aside from studio work, Song Qinghe, he had been cooped up at home. It seemed that Si Jingjing had also been busy with other matters, as she had seen her at the studio. However, she wasn't overly worried. After all, if there was something urgent, Si Jingjing would definitely call her. Finally, in the new week, Song Qinghe, he set off for a new recording location. This time, they were heading to Cifu in East Province. Cifu in East Province is home to the earliest and largest temple dedicated to Confucius in Hua Xia. Confucius is not only well known in Hua Xia, but many people abroad are also aware of him. Their journey this time would take them into the world of Confucius. As the founder of Confucian culture, Confucius holds a significant position in the world. During his lifetime, he was known as the Heavenly Sage, later referred to as Saint Confucius, and was honored as a model teacher for all ages, even being ranked among the top 10 cultural figures in the world. Cifu is an important birthplace of Eastern culture and is praised as the holy city of the East. The cultural atmosphere here is undoubtedly rich and vibrant. Song Qinghe, he was the first to arrive. Cifu Airport is quite some distance from the city itself. Therefore, she had to wait for everyone else to arrive before heading to Cifu together. As someone who had live-streamed several times, Song Qinghe, he didn't notice much difference since she had hardly left her home after finishing the previous program, only participating in fixed activities. However, once she arrived in Cifu, she was gradually recognized by people. "Isn't that the girl who live-streamed on the national channel?" Song Qinghe, he rubbed her face, which was stiff from smiling. She didn't expect the people of East Province to be so warm and hospitable. Several people welcomed her to their homes. It was only after Song Qinghe, he repeatedly explained that she was there to record a program that they let her go, promising to watch as soon as it aired. The live streaming program on the national channel is very popular in East Province and is even listed as a must-watch program by schools. They not only take everyone to appreciate the world cultural heritage for various regions, but also intersperse some of Hua Xia's intangible cultural heritage. Sometimes, schools even organize group viewings and create corresponding exam questions, which makes students both love and hate the program. Chapter 106, World Cultural Heritage of the East Province. After Song Qinghe and Hua Xia met up with a few others, it felt like a great relief. The people of the East Province are so warm and hospitable that I almost lost myself here. Song Qinghe exchanged a few jokes with the group. Hua Xia laughed heartily, noting that the hospitality of the East Province is famous throughout Hua Xia, and naturally, it is very warm. Moreover, as the hometown of Confucius, the East Province spares no effort in welcoming guests. Upon arriving in Tsiufu, they headed straight to the Confucius Temple. The Tsiufu Confucius Temple, built around Confucius's former residence, is a site of annual worship. Most of the existing buildings date back to the Ming and Qing dynasties. This site, along with the adjacent Kong family mansion and the Kong forest to the north of the city, is collectively known as the Three Kongs. Hua Xia humorously stepped through the main gate, saying they were going to pay homage to the sage, hoping to gain a bit more knowledge themselves. Brother Xia, if we're talking about who has more knowledge among us, it must be you, Jiang Yaoyao said with a smile, hanging on his Song Qinghe's arm. I probably haven't read even half as much as you. This is the Xingtan, said to be where Confucius lectured, surrounded by apricot trees, hence the name. The site was established during the Northern Song dynasty to commemorate the historical stories of Confucius's teachings. Hua Xia led the group around the Confucius Temple, which is a sacred site for Confucian worship and an ancient ritual location for sacrifices to Confucius in Hua Xia. Additionally, the temple serves as a school for the transmission of Confucius's thoughts and cultural education. The integrated system of temple and school allows the functions of both to combine, where students learn cultural rituals while also spreading Confucian philosophy. The cultural wealth of Confucianism belongs to all of Hua Xia. In the past, Hua Xia promoted Confucian rituals to strengthen political control and educate the populace, following Confucius's teachings to establish an orderly society and achieve feudal autocracy. Worshipping Confucius is a way to honor his philosophical teachings. Therefore, the current Confucius Temple bears witness to 2,000 years of history, marking the development of ancient Hua Xia. Through the study of architecture and rituals, one can gain a deeper understanding of the evolution of Confucian and ancient Hua Xia's cultural thoughts. Exiting the Confucius Temple and heading east, they arrived at the Kong family mansion, the residence of the hereditary descendants of Confucius. The main gate of the Kong mansion faces south, featuring a large powder-white screen wall in front, with a pair of over 2-meter tall stone lions on either side. The second gate, built during the Ming dynasty, has a vertical plaque inscribed by the Grand Scholarly Dongyang that reads Sage's Gate. The entire Kong mansion retains the furnishings from the late Qing and early Republic periods. Most importantly, there are many precious historical artifacts inside the Kong mansion, as successive emperors have bestowed numerous rewards to show their esteem for Confucius and his descendants. Their final destination was the Kong forest. As the family burial ground of Confucius's descendants, it is also known as the Sacred Forest. Confucius's tomb is located in the center of the Kong forest, with a burial mound shaped like a yoke. During the Han Dynasty, a shrine was built, and in the Song Dynasty, stone instruments were engraved. In the Yuan Dynasty, a monument was erected and a surrounding wall was constructed, while in the Ming Dynasty, the worship hall and tomb gate were rebuilt, with the addition of the Zhushui Bridge and the Wangu Changchun Archway. Thus, what is presented today is the result of many dynasties' influences. Confucius's great achievements are known to all Hua Xia people. It must be acknowledged that as a sage, his profound impact on Hua Xia is unparalleled. As they exited the Kong forest, everyone expressed their admiration, declaring Confucius truly to be the foremost figure of the present day. After leaving Tsiufu, the group did not linger but headed directly to Taiyuan. The world cultural heritage of the East Province includes not only the Confucius Temple in Tsiufu, but also Mount Tai, the Qi Great Wall, and the eastern section of the Grand Canal located in Taiyuan. All of these can be seen in Taiyuan. The ruins of the Qi Great Wall in the East Province were built during the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods, stretching over 640,000 meters. It spans across the land of Qi and Lu, passing through several cities in the East Province, with Taiyuan being one of them. The eastern section of the Grand Canal also flows through 5 cities, including Taiyuan, making it convenient for Song Qinghe and the others to provide explanations during their live stream. At their last stop in Taiyan, the group naturally went to Mount Tai, as the foremost of the 5 great mountains. Mount Tai is also known as the #1 mountain under heaven. Mount Tai is accompanied by 5,000 years of Hua Xia Civilization, embodying the symbol of national prosperity and the survival of the nation. It was regarded by ancient people as a direct path to the imperial throne, a sacred mountain worshipped by the people and visited by emperors for sacrifices. There is even a saying that when Mount Tai is stable, the world is at peace. Throughout history, 13 emperors have ascended Mount Tai. Yuanshi leaned on a cane to save energy while climbing. Brother Sure, I just want to know, did these emperors climb up by themselves? Gong Ran wiped the sweat from his forehead. They were truly exhausted from the climb. I don't know if they climbed up by themselves, Jiang Yaoyao said, panting as she took a few gulps from her water bottle. After climbing up, I might lose half my life. Although they all exercised regularly, they couldn't compare to Song Qinghe. Watching Song Qinghe, who only had a slight flush on her face and hardly broke a sweat, made Jiang Yaoyao feel envious. How can there be such a big difference between us? Song Qinghe smiled shyly and said, Sister Yao, I've been practicing martial arts longer and more than you, so my stamina has improved. This was the truth. In the days leading up to the shoot, Song Qinghe had been continuously practicing advanced movements, already able to complete half of 10 actions. And finishing them all was just a matter of time. Once she completed all the movements and continued to practice diligently, her physical condition would improve, and the gap in physical ability with them would become increasingly apparent. Jiang Yaoyao vowed, just wait, when I go back, I'll practice more. At the very least, among the 4 of us, I could definitely one be the one at the bottom. Ha ha ha, look at Gong Ran's face. It's like she is saying, Sister Yao, you were just pointing at me. Seriously, climbing Mount Tai is really exhausting. Sister Qinghe is amazing. She doesn't seem to feel it at all. I practiced that martial art before, but I didn't stick with it. However, our school's calisthenics have changed to that now. We did too. I thought we were the only ones who changed. I only started watching this program because of that martial art. It's simply appalling. Not many from our school can complete those movements. Hey, that just means your physical condition isn't that great. Almost everyone in our school can do it. The comments on the screen were lively. After resting, the 4 continued to ascend. The beauty and peril of Mount Tai were evident in the journey. They planned to stay on the mountain tonight to witness the sunrise the next morning. Chapter 107. Yintai paper cutting. A round red sun slowly broke free from the clouds, shining like a gem, dancing between heaven and earth, dyeing the surrounding clouds red. Those who have never seen the sunrise at Mount Tai cannot describe the shock of that feeling. At that moment, it felt as if one's heart had opened up. The magnificent scenery seemed capable of cleansing troubled souls, immersing people in the beauty of nature. In fact, when everyone comes to the Eastern Province, they will realize that this place is rich in intangible cultural heritage. And today we are going to show you Yintai paper cutting. Yuanshi shook the red paper in his hand toward the live broadcast camera. Yintai paper cutting originated in the Yuan dynasty and flourished in the Ming and Qing dynasties, featuring a wide variety of styles. These paper cuttings mainly include monochrome paper cutting, outline dyed paper cutting, color splice paper cutting, and background colored paper cutting, among others. I could do a bit of this as well. Gong Ran held scissors and gestured on the paper, saying, when I was young, my grandmother was very skilled at paper cutting, so I'll learn a little from her. Really? How about we have a contest with our master? Jiang Yaoyao said with a mischievous smile. No way, no way. Gong Ran quickly waved his hand. I still know my limits. I'm not even worthy of holding my master's shoes. Ha, look at his survival instinct. The people from the ancient Blue Star are quite fun. Their heritage is passed down a lot, and I'm interested in this. I've already prepared the materials. Luckily, the Interstellar Express is very fast. As soon as I saw the host say the materials needed to be prepared, I placed an order immediately. Interstellar Express, order, and it arrives. So many people have already prepared scissors and paper, eager to try their hand at the ancient Blue Star's paper cutting skills. What they see now in Yintai paper cutting is very compact in structure and smooth in lines. Paper cutting is used to decorate lanterns and hang colorful paper on door frames. The paper cutting master smiled and said, paper cutting actually has a long history. When we were young, every household would do paper cutting, but now it has become much less common. In the late Qing dynasty, paper cutting also became a subject in our local schools. Officially included in the curriculum for the first time, Song Qinghe held up a booklet containing the works cut by the master. Wow! Jiang Yaoyao leaned in, her eyes filled with astonishment. Master, did you cut this 8 immortals crossing the sea as well? Yes, the paper-cutting master nodded with a smile. The 8 immortals crossing the sea cuts each character's features very clearly, gathered together, very vivid and lifelike. Today I'm going to teach you a simple cutting method. The paper-cutting master smiled, and, with a few snips of scissors, a lifelike hibiscus flower appeared. Master, your skills are amazing. Ruansher gave a thumbs up to the paper-cutting master. In a while, I'll cut slowly so you can follow along. The paper-cutting master humbly smiled, saying that many techniques of paper cutting have already been lost, and many people are not interested in them, making it challenging to maintain the tradition of paper cutting. So we take this opportunity in the program to call on everyone. If you're interested in paper cutting, try to engage with it more. Ruansher spoke sincerely to the camera. Many traditional techniques in Hua Xia are facing a break in transmission. Our original intention in making this program is not only to explain the world cultural heritage on our Hua Xia territory to friends from various places, but also to spread our intangible cultural heritage, letting more people see it. Yes, that's why we promote it vigorously. We hope everyone pays more attention to Hua Xia's intangible cultural heritage. Song Qinghe's expression was very firm. Just like how I will try my best to promote our Hua Xia musical instruments, I also hope more people can pay attention to intangible cultural heritage and value it. Official protection is only one aspect. If there aren't many people learning such techniques in the community, they will eventually face extinction. Therefore, if through this program, more people can know and pay attention, that means they have succeeded in their program. The viewers were somewhat silent. Most of them watched the program, but few truly understood the stories behind it. However, the Interstellar people could understand what Song Qinghe was saying, as what they saw now were the disappearing traditions. Don't worry. Host, we will cherish it well. Yeah, host, we've all downloaded the materials from your live stream. Some schools are also intentionally starting to offer courses on ancient Hua Xia skills. Everything is developing in a good direction. Don't worry. The comforting words from the Interstellar people made Song Qinghe smile knowingly. Then let's start learning with our master, and see which of us 4 learns it first. The previous topic was a bit heavy, so Song Qinghe tried to steer it back a little. Ruansher also smiled in response. I guess I might be the last, as my handicraft work has never passed. Shige, you actually have subjects you didn't pass? Gong Rant's eyes widened. I thought Shige was a jack of all trades. Haha, thanks for thinking so highly of me. There aren't so many perfect people. Everyone has their issues to some extent. It's just that their strengths overshadow their weaknesses. The 4 of them sat in a row like elementary school students, focusing on the master's movements. Gong Ran, having learned some paper cutting as a child, quickly got the hang of it and followed the master to cut out a beautiful hibiscus flower. Not bad. Jiang Yaoyao looked at the flower in Gong Ran's hand, then at her own, and couldn't help but shake her head. This really can't be compared. Song Qinghe carefully cut the last step, and a hibiscus flower also bloomed in her hand. I also cut one. It's beautiful. Me too. And I think with the assistance of mental strength, it will be smoother to cut. Wow, you reminded me. I'll try again. Finally found someone who didn't succeed in cutting. I thought I was the only one who failed. Try using mental strength. It will definitely succeed. Mental strength? Song Qinghe pondered, so this can be assisted with mental strength. She took another piece of paper, covered it with mental strength, and let the lines be drawn in the form of her mental strength. Sure enough, a hibiscus flower quickly bloomed in her hand again. Qinghe, you learned too fast. You succeeded on the first cut, and the second time was even quicker. Jiang Yaoyao looked enviously at the 2 flowers in front of Song Qinghe. It's probably practice makes perfect. Song Qinghe smiled, and she naturally couldn't say it was because of mental strength. Practice makes perfect could be an explanation. Jiang Yaoyao suspected that the 2 had different definitions of practice makes perfect. Why is her practice makes perfect based on a lot of practice? While Song Qinghe directly succeeded on the second attempt, Ruansher patted Jiang Yaoyao sympathetically. Some people are just meant to bring down others' dimensions. You can't compare. Chapter 108. Du-Jianjian and Qingqing Mountain after returning from the eastern province. Song Qinghe was invited by Nan to adjust the game graphics. Since the game was essentially customized by Song Qinghe, she knew best what kind of effect she wanted. She had only stayed at the game company for 2 days when she gained a group of little fans who affectionately called her Qinghe. There was no helping it. In their company, all the employees were monks, and suddenly having such a beautiful girl among them excited everyone, making them work more energetically than usual. This made Nan wonder if he should hire a few girls to work there, as their efficiency might increase significantly. Song Qinghe was also quite gentle, always speaking with a smile, which made the boys in the company feel elated, thinking she was truly their ideal girlfriend type, never raising her voice. The game progressed relatively smoothly, though Song Qinghe aimed to replicate the mental training aspect of the Interstellar game, yet there were still certain technical flaws, so it could only be as similar as possible. This adjustment took a month, and only then was Song Qinghe somewhat satisfied. She tried it out. Although the effect might not be as good as the Interstellar game, it was still effective. During the game debugging, Song Qinghe also recorded 2 programs. The 7th recording took place in Sichuan province, and the first location they reached was Du-Jianjian. Du-Jianjian is located in the west of Du-Jianjian City in Sichuan province, and its establishment has specific historical reasons. The Shu region is based on agriculture and has the requirements and capabilities for water management. In the late period of King Zhao of Qin, the governor of Shu, Li Bing, summarized the experiences of predecessors in water management and organized the people along the banks of the Min River to build Du-Jianjian. Du-Jianjian is the only ancient water conservancy project in the world that remains today, characterized by its dam-free water diversion. The rushing river water carries turbulent waves, and standing on the suspension bridge makes one's heart sway along with it. The main components of the Du-Jianjian water diversion system are the fish mouth, facial weir, and Beopingku. Ruan Shi stood on the suspension bridge, explaining to the audience in the live stream about the constantly surging river water. The 3 components work in organic coordination, mutually restricting and harmonizing with each other to divert water for irrigation, reduce flooding, and mitigate disasters, achieving benefits such as distributing water evenly and balancing drought and flood. The place we are currently at is called Anlin Suspension Bridge, which is also known as the Couples Bridge. Anlin Suspension Bridge spans the inner and outer rivers and is one of the 5 major ancient bridges in China. Originally built before the Song dynasty, but destroyed in the Ming dynasty due to warfare. Du-Jianjian is very close to Qingqing Mountain, and after spending almost an entire day at Du-Jianjian, they finally headed to Qingqing Mountain. Speaking of Qingqing Mountain, it reminds me of the legend of the White Snake. Jiang Yaoyao said with a smile, and then added, under Qingqing Mountain, Bai Sujin comes down to repay Su Xian's kindness. Is that the legend of the White Snake? Gong Ran looked curiously at Jiang Yaoyao. I've heard of it but never seen it. Is that something from your era? You brat, why does that sound off to me? Jiang Yaoyao said, rolling up her sleeves, what do you mean for my era? Bai Sujin is such a classic, and even now there are different adaptations. Jiang Yaoyao playfully punched Gong Ran. Don't use the excuse of not having seen it to say you're young. Song Qinghe and Ruan Shi laughed on the side. And after a while, Ruan Shi smoothed things over. Actually, the legend of the White Snake in Qingqing Mountain is indeed deeply rooted in people's hearts. However, the most important aspect of Qingqing Mountain is that it is one of the famous Taoist mountains, one of the 5 great immortal mountains, and one of the 10 celestial caves, a sacred place of the Chuanjin Longmen sect. The forests of Qingqing Mountain are lush and green, remaining evergreen throughout the seasons, surrounded by peaks with thousands of steps of red stairs and winding paths. This is why it is known as the beautiful place of Qingcheng, the world of tranquility. Song Qinghe smiled and added, it is known alongside the peril of Jianmen, the beauty of Amei, and the grandeur of Qimen as the 4 beauties of Shu. Speaking of which, Qingqing itself has 4 unique specialties. Song Qinghe smiled at the livestream camera. The first specialty is the tea from the Cave Heaven. During the Song dynasty, the purple-backed dragon-tooth and white-backed dragon-tooth from Qingsheng were listed as tribute. The tea from the Cave Heaven has excellent quality, a clear color, and a rich aroma. The second specialty is chicken stewed with ginkgo nuts. Everyone knows that ginkgo nuts can promote metabolism, enhance beauty, and relieve coughs. Chicken stewed with ginkgo nuts is a traditional dish from Qinghe Mountain, with a rich white broth and exceptionally tender chicken. The third specialty is Qinghe pickles, commonly known as Qingcheng Taoist old pickles, made with fresh cucumbers, cowpeas, red chili peppers, radishes, garlic, cabbage, baby ginger, and ginger produced by Taoists in Qinghe Mountain, and placed in a special juice made with mountain spring water, salt, and Sichuan pepper. They are crunchy and refreshing with a deep aftertaste. The fourth specialty is Cave Heaven rice wine, made from fresh kiwi fruit produced in Qinghe Mountain, following traditional Taoist techniques to extract the juice, then mixed with fermented rice juice, rock candy water, and a little liquor for brewing. The wine is rich but not strong, sweet but not cloying. Jiang Yaoyao's eyes lit up as she listened. These sound fantastic. Since we're at Qinghe Mountain, we definitely need to try these 4 specialties. When it comes to food, you can't be left out. Hua Xia joked with a smile. In life, it all comes down to eating and drinking. Jiang Yaoyao replied with a look of course. Aren't people in this world just pursuing those simple pleasures? With clear waters and green mountains, yellow tiles and red walls, and the rising incense smoke, the air is filled with the scent of worship. The 4 of them took the viewers of a live stream to Shanqing Palace, walking along the tranquil mountain paths, experiencing the cool world within the mountains. The viewers in the Interstellar livestream room were practically rolling with excitement. They hadn't seen such an environment in a long time, with babbling brooks and high-quality air causing them to flood the comment section. Daily question: why did they destroy the ancient blue star? In the interstellar world, unless one specifically goes to the green star, where can you find so many green plants? If only we could go to the ancient blue star. It really is a place to yearn for. The last place we want to seem to be Buddhist, right? This time it's Taoist. They have so many religious elements. We don't have that now. I have heard about this. It's said to help rulers better control the populace. Oh, we're basically free now. Song Qinghe looked at the comments and explained to them. Actually, whether it's Taoism or Buddhism, they're both inclusive in Hua Xia. We understand and embrace everyone who has faith in a religion, so their existence is complementary. Sometimes having faith is not about control, but more of a spiritual support. Perhaps it is a prayer for the mercy of the divine for things that cannot be realized in reality. Therefore, Hua Xia is tolerant of these religions. Buddhism, Taoism, Islam, etc. are all similar in essence, treated with an inclusive attitude toward every religion. As long as these religions promote goodness, are orthodox, and have dedicated individuals to communicate and serve these religions. Chapter 109. The Immortal Realm of Edu-Tainment and the Celestial Maiden after leaving Qinghe Mountain. The 4 of them headed straight to Amei Mountain. Previously, they visited a famous Taoist mountain, and this time they came to the well-known Buddhist site, Amei Mountain. Hua Xia waved his hand to introduce Amei Mountain to everyone behind him. In fact, Amei Mountain was not originally a Buddhist holy site. It coexisted with Taoism and Buddhism for a long period in history, with both developing in their own ways. Taoism referred to it as the 7th Cave Heaven, while Buddhism called it Bright Mountain. However, as time went on, many emperors in ancient Hua Xia either suppressed Taoism and promoted Buddhism or vice versa. The 2 religions influenced each other, eventually leading to the decline of Taoism, and the temples on the mountain were transformed into monasteries, with a focus on the worship of Puxian. Thus, Amei Mountain has now become one of the 4 major Buddhist mountains. Gong Ran climbed the mountain with great enthusiasm. When it comes to Amei Mountain, I immediately think of the Amei sect from martial arts novels, which is known for its beautiful women. It's the beautiful women that I remember clearly. Jiang Yaoyao rolled her eyes at Gong Ran. But I did hear many sects mention the Amei sect when I was filming before. The most representative character of the Amei sect in martial arts novels is probably Zhou Zhuo, who is both beautiful and ruthless. You're right. The martial arts of Amei originated in the spring and autumn period and have been passed down mostly in the Shu region. It is now a major martial arts faction. Hua Xia explained with a smile. Amei martial arts have been influenced by the cultures of Chu, Anyu, Central Plains culture, and Bashu culture during their development, representing the wisdom and crystallization of various ethnic groups in Bashu over thousands of years. Amei Mountain is relatively close to the Leshan giant Buddha, so the group went to see the Buddha right after leaving Amei Mountain. The Lesan giant Buddha was carved from rock and overlooks the confluence of 3 rivers. The statue is 71 meters tall, making it one of the tallest in the world. To be honest, every time I see the Lesan giant Buddha, I am amazed. The ancient Hua Xia people were truly remarkable. Standing beneath the Lesan giant Buddha, looking up, I felt that this was the wisdom of the working people. The Lesan giant Buddha has withstood the test of time for 1,000 years and still retains the grandeur of the Tang dynasty. It was sculpted over several dynasties at great expense, which has contributed to it becoming a world wonder. The mountain is a Buddha, and the Buddha is a mountain. From a distance, the Lesan giant Buddha is perfectly positioned at the heart of the sleeping Buddha of Lesan, making it seem just right, forming a wondrous spectacle where the heart is the Buddha. The 4 of them walked out from the Lesan giant Buddha and flew to Juzhegu. Juzhegu is part of the edge of the Qinghe Tibet Plateau. It is famous for its numerous multi-layered waterfalls, colorful lakes, and snow-capped peaks. The people from the interstellar world had completely immersed themselves in the exquisite landscapes these days. However, when they followed Song Qinghe to Juzhegu, they were momentarily speechless. The natural wonders of Juzhegu truly exemplify the phrase "the work of nature." The snow-capped peaks towered high. The lakes were clear and vibrant. The waterfalls were varied and colorful. And the rushing streams were powerful and surging, with lush green trees swaying gently. Standing in the scenery of Juzhegu felt like stumbling into a fairyland. The azure sky, fresh air, bright sunshine, ancient villages, and simple wooden bridges unfolded like a beautiful painting before everyone's eyes. Many people had told me that Juzhegu was beautiful and that not visiting it would be a regret in life, and I had previously dismissed those comments. Jiang Yaoyao, holding on to Song Qinghe, gazed dreamily at the scenery before them, and I now truly felt that those words were correct. Not visiting Juzhegu would indeed be a regret in life. When Song Qinghe and the others arrived, it happened to be the autumn season in Juzhegu. The autumn breeze brought the most romantic season to Juzhegu, blowing through the mountains and forests, coloring every corner with vibrant hues. The colorful reflections were imprinted on the lake's surface, with the lake and mountains mirroring each other, creating a picturesque scene. The colorful lakes, the colorful sky, and the colorful world made autumn in Juzhegu resemble a girl with hidden thoughts, graceful and elegant, lively and charming. The autumn sun adorned the valleys, and the autumn charm enveloped the leaves, gently caressing the layers of the valley. The sky was clear and blue, and fallen leaves floated in the rhythmic waters of the lake. This was the enchanting Juzhegu, showcasing its alluring and passionate side to everyone. Ruanshi took the 3 of them to a village in Juzhegu. Juzhegu is a gathering place for the Tibetan people, named after 9 villages. The villagers are kind and simple, with colorful prayer flags fluttering in the wind and white stupas standing pure and clean. All of this was reflected in the welcoming laughter and hospitality of the village. Arriving at Juzhegu, they naturally moved on to Huanglong. Huanglong is the only well-preserved high-altitude wetland in Hua Xia, located on a ridge that gradually rises from south to north. It is a place that is damp and cold year-round, with a long winter and only a few days of summer, linking spring and autumn together. The highest peak of Huanglong is the main peak of Minshan, Zubeiofeng, which rises to 588 meters above sea level and is snow-capped year-round, marking the easternmost point of modern glaciers in Hua Xia. "Oh, how clear the pool water is!" the group exclaimed. In Huanglong Valley, beneath Zubeiofeng, there are deposits of light yellow calcium carbonate scattered throughout the valley, arranged in a terraced manner. Snowmelt flowing down from the peak converges into streams, forming layered lakes and ponds in Huanglong Valley. The water is crystal clear and colorless, with hues of yellow, green, light blue, and deep blue, influenced by the sediment and trees at the bottom and the changing colors of the mountains. Surrounding Huanglong Valley is a dense primeval forest, with calcified emerald pools and golden streams, resembling a giant yellow dragon lying within the thick forest. Under the sunlight, it is colorful and seems like a fairyland on earth. Walking in the midst of it gives a surreal feeling, as if one is walking within a painting. The most notable feature of Huanglong Valley is the colorful pools. which are the largest and highest outdoor calcified pool group in the world today. The pools, arranged in a staggered manner, resemble pieces of jade plates, colorful under the sun, with water flowing gently, stirring the heart and spirit. The scenery here, captured in a snapshot, could serve as a stunning wallpaper. During a live broadcast, Song Qinghe stood amidst the scenery and turned back with a smile, immediately catching the attention of quick-fingered netizens who took screenshots, making the live broadcast trend before it even ended, with the caption, "The Celestial Maiden of the Immortal Realm." Lu Anren held the approval of their marriage report, feeling a bit excited. It had been more than a month since he last saw Song Qinghe after their previous separation. After this mission was fully completed, he would have a few days off, and coincidentally, the marriage report he had submitted earlier had also been approved. He was preparing to surprise Song Qinghe with the report. "Lu, come here. Is this your partner?" The political commissar waved to Lu Anren as he saw him about to leave with the report. Lu Anren took a couple of steps forward and saw Song Qinghe smiling back at him on the political commissar's computer screen. Where did this come from? Lu Anren didn't directly admit it, but instead asked the political commissar back. The political commissar chuckled and said, "Didn't General Qi ask us to keep a close watch on Teacher Song last time? So as soon as her activity appeared online, it was immediately monitored." Chapter 110. Lu Anren's visit. Song Qinghe is now an honorary citizen and is receiving significant attention from Haiqing, especially as someone who is under special care from above. At this moment, she is trended on social media, and many people have received the news. However, seeing that it is a positive trend, they did not intervene, just quietly watching to ensure nothing goes wrong. Lu Anren took out his phone and quickly found the trending topic, saving the photos in one go. "Political commissar, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I'll invite you to the wedding when the time comes." After speaking, Lu Anren strode out of the political commissar's office. The political commissar stared in disbelief at the hurried Lu Anren. "What's the rush?" Lu Anren drove straight out of the military district, first returning home, then rummaging through his father's belongings, and finally stuffing the trunk full of various packages before leaving. In the living room, Father Lu looked at Ran Xinqi in confusion. "What is he doing in such a hurry?" "I don't know. This kid. Why didn't he stay home for a meal after coming back? Where's he off to now?" Ran Xinqi looked reproachfully at Lu Anren's disappearing figure. It was rare for them to be home together, and they had hoped that with Lu Anren back, the family could have a meal together. Instead, he just showed his face and vanished. Lu Anren parked his car in front of a neighborhood, and before getting out, checked himself in the rearview mirror. Clearing his throat, he finally stepped out of the car. He felt a bit nervous, much more than when on a mission. He held the gifts and knocked on the door, which opened promptly. Inside stood Song's mother, whom he had seen in the previous video call. Song's mother paused, looking hesitantly at Lu Anren. "Hello, Auntie. Elu Anran. I came to visit you and Uncle Song today." Song's mother suddenly understood and quickly invited him in. "I thought you looked familiar. Come in quickly." She noticed Lu Anren was carrying many packages and asked, "Why did you bring so many things?" "It's only proper." Lu Anren placed the gifts down. "Please wait a moment. I'll get Uncle Song." Song's mother dashed to Song's father's studio and pulled him out. "Stop your carving. Your daughter's boyfriend is here. Hurry up and entertain the guest." Hey, I just need to finish this last bit." Song's father reluctantly took off his goggles. He was almost done with the carving, but Song's mother interrupted him, ruining the flow. The technique of wood carving relies on feeling and inspiration. Being interrupted means he would lose that touch. Helpless, Song's father set down his carving knife. "Just wait for me to finish. I definitely can't continue today. I'll find a chance to complete it later." He loosened his apron and asked Song's mother, "Who did you say was here?" "Qinghe's boyfriend," Song's mother said as she cleaned up the remnants on Song's father. "What? Boyfriend?" Song's father looked surprised at Song's mother. "When did Qinghe get a boyfriend?" Song's mother paused for a moment, then slapped her forehead. "Look at me. After the last video call with him, I meant to tell you, but I got dragged away by my friends to dance and completely forgot." Song's father looked speechless at Song's mother. How could she forget something so important? She always complains he has a bad memory. Could he forget something like that? If he had forgotten to tell her, she would have scolded him thoroughly. But facing Song's mother, he dared not speak, fearing he would end up hurt. When they arrived in the living room, They found Lu Anren sitting upright on the sofa, his body tense. Upon seeing them come out from the basement, he immediately stood up to greet them. "Hello, uncle. I'm Lu Anren, Qinghe's boyfriend. Have a seat," Song's father said, noticing Lu Anren was still in military uniform, and curiously asked, "Are you a soldier?" "Yes." Lu Anren nodded. "Qinghe isn't home right now. What brings you here?" This was something Song's father didn't quite understand. Since Song Qinghe no longer lived with them, as her boyfriend, he should know that. If he came to meet the parents, he should have come with Qinghe. Did she not agree? And he came secretly? Although Song's father had many questions, he kept them to himself and did not express them. "Auntie, uncle, I'm sorry for the sudden visit. I have something I would like to request from you," Lu Anren said, looking seriously at them. Song's father and mother felt a bit tense from Lu Anren's serious expression, thinking something significant must have happened, and they stared at him intently. Song Qinghe was completely unaware of Lu Anren's visit to her parents' house. She had just finished her live stream and was on a flight back to Haicheng. She had no idea about the trending topic related to her, only noticing that the flight attendants were looking at her strangely. It wasn't until one of the flight attendants quietly asked if she was the person in the photo that she realized what was happening. After taking a picture with the flight attendant, she finally understood that she had gained some online fame. The plane landed quickly at Haicheng Airport, and when Song Qinghe pushed her luggage and saw Lu Anren waiting for her, she was pleasantly surprised. She rushed into Lu Anren's arms. "What are you doing here? Are you done with everything? How did you know I was on this flight?" Lu Anren had specially checked her flight schedule, thinking she would be back in Haicheng shortly after finishing her show. In fact, Song Qinghe was a girl who enjoyed staying at home. If not for work, she would stay indoors all day. "Well, I have a few days off, so I came to pick you up," Lu Anren said, wrapping one arm around Song Qinghe's waist and pulling her luggage with the other. "Really?" Song Qinghe was thrilled. It was rare for Lu Anren to have time off. "Then I'll check with Jingjing tomorrow. If I don't have work, I'll stay home with you." "It's okay. If you have work, I can go with you and wait for you." Lu Anren gently patted Song Qinghe on the head. "Okay." Song Qinghe flashed Lu Anren a sweet smile. Seeing Lu Anren at the airport was unexpected for Song Qinghe, so she was currently quite excited. Once in the car, she didn't pay much attention to where Lu Anren was taking her, frequently turning to smile at him. "Why are you so happy?" Lu Anren felt a warmth in his heart under her gaze and couldn't help but ask. "Because I saw you as soon as I got to Haicheng. It made me very happy." Song Qinghe openly expressed her emotions, feeling elated since she saw Lu Anren. Lu Anren smiled, saying, "In the future, we'll have more days together. As long as I have time, whenever you come back, I'll definitely be the one to pick you up." This was Lu Anren's promise to Song Qinghe, which he later fulfilled over a lifetime. As long as Song Qinghe returned to Haicheng, he would always be the first to pick her up whenever he had the time. Chapter 111 Proposal. Lu Anren drove with Song Qinghe for a long time without reaching their destination. "Where are we going?" Song Qinghe thought Lu Anren was driving straight home, but it seemed they were not on the way back. "We're here." Lu Anren stopped the car and took Song Qinghe out. This was a community with a guard at the entrance, and there were people walking who greeted Lu Anren. Lu Anren led Song Qinghe to a house. This was a first-floor room with an independent yard, and they entered through the yard. Lu Anren opened the door. The yard was clean with nothing in it. The room was just simple white walls and tiled floors. "Qinghe, this is the marriage house I applied for. I want to invite you to officially become the mistress of this house, to be my lifelong partner, to be the mother of my future children, and to be an indispensable part of my life." Lu Anren stood in the empty room, with no flowers in hand, only a ring he had prepared earlier. His expression was extremely serious as he knelt on one knee. "Will you marry me, Qinghe?" Song Qinghe's mouth opened in surprise. She never expected Lu Anren brought her here to propose. Even without flowers, just this man kneeling with a ring made the empty room feel vibrant. Her eyes became a bit misty as she gently nodded. "I agree." Lu Anren broke into a bright smile and slipped the ring on his Song Qinghe's ring finger. A passionate kiss followed, filled with love. They hadn't seen each other for over a month and missed each other dearly. Lu Anren's proposal ignited their passion even more. Unfortunately, the house was empty. Otherwise, Lu Anren promised he would have taken immediate action. Lu Anren carried the weak-legged Song Qinghe back to the car and quickly drove out of the community. touching the ring on her hand. Song Qinghe still felt it was a bit unreal that Lu Anren had proposed to her, and she had accepted. This meant their relationship had taken a step further, from boyfriend and girlfriend to engaged couple. This time, Lu Anren truly brought Song Qinghe home. Once inside, he pressed her against the wall and kissed her. He had been holding back all the way, driving at the fastest safe speed, just to cherish the moment once they got home. Song Qinghe eagerly responded, her longing and excitement making her body feel warm. Clothes were strewn across the living room as their figures moved rhythmically on the sofa. The lights were off, illuminated only by the faint glow from outside, casting shadows of their entwined bodies. The sounds of the woman's soft gasps and the man's breaths intertwined like a symphony. As the tension built, their bodies tightened, reaching a peak together. Song Qinghe's face was flushed with allure, and her beautiful appearance made Lu Anren unable to stop kissing her repeatedly, savoring every moment. "Let us take a shower," Song Qinghe murmured, feeling sticky after not taking any precautions earlier. She wanted to clean up. Lu Anren held her and turned on the shower, warm water soon flowing down. In the steamy bathroom, Song Qinghe playfully asked, "What are you doing? Aren't we going to take a shower? I'll help you wash." "You, don't touch there." Song Qinghe's voice was restrained as she bit her lip, enduring the sensations Lu Anren's washing brought her. The wet shower water cascaded down her dark hair, and both their hearts felt similarly moist and tangled, as if stirred in a mixing cup. Eventually, Song Qinghe couldn't hold back her moans any longer. Leaning weakly against the glass wall, her head tilted back, and her chest rising with each breath. The bathroom soon echoed with intimate sounds, the glass clinking as the atmosphere became even more suggestive. After they emerged from the bathroom, Song Qinghe's face was flushed, and she appeared languid. Even her hair was dried and styled by Lu Anren. Lying on the bed, she pulled out her phone to order some food. A series of events had unfolded since she returned, and neither she nor Lu Anren had had dinner. Lu Anren held Song Qinghe's hand, kissing her tenderly, tossing the phone aside and clasping her hand. His bronze skin contrasted sharply with her fair skin. Lu Anren, who had gotten a bit darker from daily training, found it perfect. It exuded a primal desire. "I ordered food. It'll arrive at 10. We have some time." Lu Anren's agile tongue slid into Song Qinghe's mouth, intoxicating her with kisses. The bed began to creak rhythmically as Lu Anren, excited by Song Qinghe's acceptance of his proposal, was determined to show his future wife just how passionate he could be. Song Qinghe melted into the bed, feeling overwhelmed by the intimacy they shared. Even though she was physically capable, she couldn't withstand Lu Anren's persistent advances. Her body trembled, becoming sensitive to his touch, as if a switch had been flipped, releasing a flood of emotions. When the doorbell rang, Lu Anren casually threw on a shirt and opened the door. He set the food on the table before heading back to the bedroom to bring Song Qinghe out for dinner. During this break, he had packed a few changes of clothes at Song Qinghe's place for convenience. Lu Anren knew Song Qinghe had a small appetite, so he hadn't ordered too much. If he hadn't been so hungry himself, he wouldn't have overeaten. He had ordered a few stir-fried dishes to accompany a thick porridge, which was decent for a late-night snack. As for the digestion issue, Lu Anren wasn't worried. He had plenty of ways to help with that. While eating, Song Qinghe had no idea of Lu Anren's intentions and was still touched by his thoughtfulness. The physical exertion had intensified her hunger, and after a spoonful of porridge, her stomach felt much better. "I've already applied for the marriage certificate. Qinghe, let us pick a date to get it." After dinner, neither felt sleepy. Lu Anren held Song Qinghe while they watched TV in the living room, his voice carrying a hint of temptation. Song Qinghe suddenly sat up, then sank back down, her waist sore, unable to sit up for long. "You applied for the marriage certificate?" "Yeah." Lu Anren nodded, pulling the marriage application from the pocket of his clothes on the couch and handing it to Song Qinghe. She opened the document, and the bright red seal of the military region was stamped on Lu Anren's marriage application. Approved. For some reason, as Song Qinghe looked at those two words, tears welled up in her eyes. Did this mean that her marriage with Lu Anren was recognized by the state? Chapter 112, Getting the Marriage Certificate. Song Qinghe flipped through the marriage report several times, feeling satisfied as she finally put it away. "So this means we can get married at any time?" "Yes." Lu Anren looked at Song Qinghe with bright eyes. So, Qinghe, when are you going to go with me to get the marriage certificate? I need to think about it. Song Qinghe smiled playfully. Lu Anren could tell that Song Qinghe was joking, so he directly picked her up. What are you doing? Song Qinghe was startled and quickly wrapped her arms around Lu Anren's neck. I need to perform well to make my wife happy and agree to let me hold the certificate, Lu Anren said nonchalantly, carrying Song Qinghe toward the bedroom, just after having a meal and needing to digest properly to avoid indigestion. Song Qinghe's face turned red, and she quickly replied, Okay, we can go tomorrow. She had just returned today and had been dragged by Lu Anren to explore various positions, and now she finally had a moment to catch her breath. But here it was again. Her waist could barely take it. Lu Anren chuckled, placing Song Qinghe on the bed and telling her to lie down. He whispered in her ear, I was talking about giving you a massage. Where did your mind go? But if you want, I can do that too. The teasing tone made Song Qinghe bury her face in the bed, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. How could Lu Anren's words be so ambiguous? Angered, Song Qinghe pinched Lu Anren's waist hard, too naughty, digging a pit for her. The two laughed and played for a while, and Lu Anren helped Song Qinghe relax her waist. His strong hands massaging her felt very comfortable, and she quickly fell into a drowsy state. After finishing her recording today, she had flown back and then been taken by Lu Anren to see their new house, proposed to, and had been continuously busy. Now, under Lu Anren's massage, she quickly drifted off to sleep. Once he noticed Song Qinghe was asleep, Lu Anren covered her with a blanket. He had been watching her efforts, and although it pained him, he knew these were things she enjoyed, so he could only keep his worries to himself. Silently supporting her was Lu Anren's greatest respect for Song Qinghe. Song Qinghe was always a woman of her word. Having said they would go to get the marriage certificate the next day, she wanted to get the household registration book. However, her household registration book was with her parents, so if they were to get married, she needed to go back to her parents' house. Lu Anren raised an eyebrow and took out a household registration book. I went to Uncle and Annie's place earlier and brought your household registration book. What? Song Qinghe was surprised as she took the household registration book from Lu Anren's hand. It was indeed hers. When did you get it? How come my parents give it to you? Yesterday, I specifically visited them. Lu Anren caressed Song Qinghe's hair with a gentle smile. I asked Uncle and Annie if they could let their precious daughter marry me, and they agreed. So they gave me the household registration book. Song Qinghe looked at Lu Anren in disbelief, unable to believe he had thought of everything, even going to her parents' house to discuss their relationship. Most surprisingly, he had convinced her father, who valued his daughter above all else, to agree to their marriage and hand over the household registration book. This was beyond her expectations. Looking at the two household registration books in her hands, one belonging to her and the other to Lu Anren, she smiled brightly at him. So what are we waiting for? Let us go get the certificate today. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, there were many people waiting in line, and the faces of the couples were filled with joy. Song Qinghe and Lu Anren stood in the middle of the line, occasionally exchanging smiles, and the atmosphere around them was sweet. The line moved quickly, and soon Song Qinghe and Lu Anren were seated in front of the staff. The staff asked the two to fill out the information, stamped the newly issued marriage certificate with a seal, and handed it to them, congratulating them on their marriage. Thank you. Song Qinghe smiled kindly at the staff and left with Lu Anren. Hey, that girl just now, is she the one who was trending yesterday? One nearby staff member gossiped with the one who had just processed Song Qinghe's paperwork. What trending? The staff member had been busy all day yesterday and hadn't had time to check their phone. It's this one, the fairy from the Yaoqi Wonderland. Saying this, the person pulled out the viral photo of Song Qinghe from their phone, which left the staff member in awe. Ah, it seems to be her. She really is beautiful in person. The two chatted for a while before quickly returning to their work. They could only exchange a few words. Their work was still busy. Am I now a married woman? Song Qinghe and Lu Anren walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, looking at the marriage certificate in their hands, unable to believe that just this morning she was single, and now she was married. Lu Anren took the marriage certificate from Song Qinghe's hands, placed the two certificates together, and stuffed them into his pocket. That's right, Mrs. Lu, your lawful husband now invites you to celebrate our marriage. Where to? Song Qinghe immediately cast aside her confusion. eager to know how Lu Anren planned to celebrate. Regarding their marriage, Lu Anren had already communicated with both families in advance. Knowing that Lu Anren's identity was special and that they might not even be able to hold a wedding, it was still necessary for both families to meet. Therefore, on the day they got their certificate, both families gathered together for the first time. Lu Anren took Song Qinghe to see a drama performance first before taking her to the restaurant where both families would have lunch. When they arrived at the private room, facing both families, Song Qinghe suddenly realized that she hadn't even informed her family about getting the marriage certificate. Don't worry, I've already talked to them. Today is just for both families to celebrate us together. Lu Anren whispered to Song Qinghe, reassuring her. Only then did Song Qinghe breathe a sigh of relief. If she hadn't told her family about getting the certificate, she didn't know how her mother would react. However, at this moment, her mother was too busy chatting happily with Lu Anren's mother. Although it was their first meeting, the two women hit it off well. Ran Yongbing saw Song Qinghe and immediately smiled, waving at her, "Come here, granddaughter-in-law." He was now very pleased that his most favored student was with his favorite granddaughter. A perfect match. Teacher. Song Qinghe obediently walked over to greet Ran Yongbing. Ran Yongbing's face turned serious. "Why are you still calling me teacher? You should be calling that brat grandpa." Song Qinghe's face turned red, and she shyly called out, "Grandpa." "That's better." Ran Yongbing's face instantly broke into a smile. "I saw you recording that program on a national channel last time. It was quite good, a program with depth. You can gain some insights into music while broadening your horizons." Chapter 113, is he considered the longest? Ran Yongbing was not watching the live broadcast, but rather a program edited by the national station based on the live content, which was aired later. Many middle-aged and elderly people who do not watch live broadcasts prefer to watch programs this way, and Ran Yongbing was one of them. However, the edited programs are aired a week later than the live broadcasts, alternating perfectly. As for Song Qinghe's live broadcast in Sichuan province, Ran Yongbing had not seen it yet and would have to wait a few days for the edited version to come out. Both families had no objections to the couple getting married, and since they had already obtained their marriage certificates, they were quite satisfied with the children. Most importantly, living together was a matter for the two of them. As parents, not interfering in their relationship was the most basic principle. After dinner, Lu Anren did not take Song Qinghe back, but instead took her to the home goods market. "Why are we here?" Song Qinghe asked as she was led by Lu Anren, browsing from store to store. "The new house needs some renovations. You can choose according to your preferences, and I'll take care of everything else." Lu Anren was in a very good mood. He had secured his wife and could now prioritize the new house. He wanted to get furnished quickly so he could go home every day. Song Qinghe thought about the layout of the new house. "Okay, the floor might need some work, but we can just buy and place the other items." She liked to walk around the house without shoes, and she also needed a space to practice dance, martial arts, and mental training. The house they had seen that day was not very big, as it was in a military district, but it had 3 rooms and a living room, allowing one of the rooms to be converted into a training space. Song Qinghe shared her requirements with Lu Anren, who nodded. "I applied for a 3-bedroom house with this in mind. One room is specifically reserved for that purpose." Saying this, Lu Anren looked at Song Qinghe apologetically. "But this house is not as big as the one you're currently living in. It might be a bit cramped for you." "That's okay, as long as the house is livable, and I don't need a particularly large space for training." Song Qinghe smiled sweetly at Lu Anren. As long as it was sufficient, that was all that mattered. The reason her current training room was large was that she had been living alone before, and with the large area of the house, she naturally chose a bigger room. Song Qinghe simply found a store, borrowed paper and pen from the staff, and discussed her needs with Lu Anren. Since the new house wasn't large, they needed to make the most of the space. It was fine to buy things later, but the basic renovations had to be done first. The two sat in the store discussing their plans. Fortunately, they were both quite attractive, which helped boost foot traffic. Otherwise, the staff would not have agreed to let them sit there without making a purchase. After confirming what needed to be redone, they left the home goods market, deciding to buy items later after the basic renovations were complete. The day after their wedding, Song Qinghe was taken to the Sinan company for game testing, and her newly minted legal husband, Lu Anren, naturally followed. Song Qinghe explained the principles of the game to him, guiding him through the testing process. She was also curious to see if Lu Anren had any potential for mental training. Some people are just born to be impactful. Lu Anren handled the game with ease. Although it wasn't fully adjusted in the end, it indicated his potential. This surprised Song Qinghe. She urgently needed someone with mental potential. And if Lu Anren could really develop his mental abilities, he would be a great candidate for the mech that might come later. Naturally, good things are thought of for one's own people, and Song Qinghe considered whether to share the genuine mental training methods from the interstellar realm with Lu Anren. Although one should always be cautious, she and Lu Anren were already married, and some things couldn't be hidden. If they were both at home, she couldn't just stop practicing. Plus, she didn't know what level Lu Anren's martial arts had reached, if he were at level 3 as well. He might be able to practice new techniques just like her, but she would have to wait until she got home to ask him properly. However, before she could return, Xi Jingjing approached her. Xi Jingjing was utterly stunned when she learned that Song Qinghe had gotten married. Sister, you jumped into the grave so quickly? Have you thought this through? You're such a beautiful girl. Why rush into early marriage? Song Qinghe suppressed her laughter at Lu Anren's dark expression and replied, I'm not young anymore. When I meet the right person, I settle down. You know my personality. Being able to get married is already a surprise. Song Qinghe's words were entirely truthful. Her ability to marry was indeed unexpected, as she had always thought she would be alone for the rest of her life. But sometimes fate works like that, catching one off guard, yet she accepted it gladly. That's true. Xi Jingjing stuck out her tongue at Song Qinghe and complained. I've been annoyed lately. My mom keeps pressuring me to get married, and it's making me not want to go home at all. But if I don't go home, my dad keeps nagging me, saying it's fine if my brother doesn't come back, but if I don't return, he can't handle being with my mom all the time and want me to go back and ease things. Oh my gosh, this is a vicious cycle. Xi Jingjing sighed dramatically. Isn't your mom always nagging you whenever she sees you? This isn't something new, so why are you so troubled? Song Qinghe found it strange. Xi's mother, feeling helpless about Xinan, had shifted all the pressure of marriage onto Xi Jingjing. It had been like this for years, not just recently. Xi Jingjing looked at Song Qinghe with a complicated expression. Before, I didn't have a specific partner, but ever since I met Zhu Su last time, she's been asking me when I'm planning to marry him. Please, marry? I haven't even had my fun yet. What if we break up? That would be so awkward. Xi Jingjing was quite indifferent, adding, besides, breaking up when you're not married is different from divorcing after marriage. I'd rather break up and be single again than become a second-time bride after a divorce. Song Qinghe found herself unable to refute Xi Jingjing's twisted logic. Indeed, being a second-time bride didn't sound as appealing as being single. But I feel like you and lawyer Zhu have been together for quite a while. Doesn't he count as the longest boyfriend you've had? Xi Jingjing had a rich romantic history, but considering the ups and downs, Zhu Su was indeed the longest she had been with anyone so far. Oh, Xi Jingjing blinked, realizing she had never actually counted the time she had been with Zhu Su. She had always treated relationships in a way that if she got tired of it, she'd suggest breaking up. At least for now, she was still enjoying herself and wasn't bored. Understanding Xi Jingjing's personality well, Song Qinghe immediately understood. I remember you said before that if anyone could stay by your side for more than 6 months, you'd consider marrying them. So, how long have you and lawyer Zhu been together? Chapter 114. Better to have than not to have. Xi Jingjing calculated the time she had spent with Zhu Su, and her expression changed several times. She and Zhu Su had been together for over 6 months, and now she still did not feel tired of him, which was not a good sign. A sense of panic rose within Xi Jingjing. No, she couldn't continue like this. She wanted to break up with Zhu Su. She didn't want to step into the grave of marriage. It was too terrifying. Thinking of this, Xi Jingjing hurriedly left. She needed to confront Zhu Su. It was time to end things before they grew tired of each other, ensuring they parted on good terms and presented the best versions of themselves to one another. Song Qinghe watched Xi Jingjing run off in confusion, then turned to Lu Anren, wondering what was wrong with her. Forget about her. We've finished here. Let's go. Lu Anren said, pleased to see Xi Jingjing leave. Who could care about her issues? When they returned home and had dinner, Song Qinghe pulled Lu Anren into the training room. What is going on? Why the secrecy? Lu Anren smiled at Song Qinghe. His little wife exuded a certain cuteness. Lu Anren, what I'm about to show you, I might not be able to explain its origin, Song Qinghe said seriously, prompting Lu Anren to adopt a serious demeanor as well. But I assure you it's harmless. As she spoke, she took out a book on children's mental strength training and real physical training. Before showing it, she specifically asked the system to remove the word Interstellar. Lu Anren looked at the items in Song Qinghe's hands in surprise. What is this? Do you remember the physical training you practiced? Song Qinghe asked, looking at Lu Anren. Is it still effective for you now? After practicing the physical training, a warm current would appear in the body, but as the training level increased, the lower versions would lose this ability. Although Lu Anren didn't understand what Song Qinghe meant, he replied, No, I used to feel very comfortable after practicing, and while it still works now, it just doesn't feel as effective as before. Clearly, Lu Anren had already mastered the low-level physical training to its peak, and the lower version could no longer meet his needs. Although he could still practice it, it no longer had the original effect. Song Qinghe nodded in understanding and handed Lu Anren the high-level physical training book because they were about to practice that. When she opened the high-level training, a virtual figure appeared out of nowhere, and Lu Anren's pupils widened in shock. Such technology was not yet applied in Hua Xia. He had only seen it in movies. You could try to practice with it and see how many movements you can complete, Song Qinghe instructed. The high-level physical training consisted of 10 movements, and after learning them, he could gradually improve his training to level 10. Your current physical training should be at level 3. To move up, you need to practice the high-level version. Lu Anren didn't respond verbally. He simply stood up and began to learn the movements from the virtual projection with precision. It must be said that in terms of physical training, Song Qinghe was indeed not as good as Lu Anren, perhaps due to their frequent high-intensity training. After completing 6 movements in one breath, Lu Anren finally paused. This record astonished Song Qinghe. If she had given this physical training to Lu Anren earlier, he might have completed all 10 movements and even recorded a video. Meanwhile, she was still stuck on the 7th movement, unable to pass it smoothly. Lu Anren was sweating profusely but wore a satisfied expression. Practicing the physical training was tiring at the moment, but after finishing, he felt refreshed. The long-lost warm current washed through his meridians, making him feel completely relaxed. To see if he can finish the movements in the next few days. I'm stuck on the 7th movement, Song Qinghe said, though surprised, she was pleased. If you can complete the movements, I'll think about recording a video, just like before, to submit to the country. Only by making our Hua Xia people stronger can we have infinite possibilities in the future. Lu Anren looked at Song Qinghe, whose face had become resolute while speaking, and felt a slight touch of emotion. This version of Song Qinghe was admirable. You should be the one to record, he said with a smile, ruffling her hair. Song Qinghe grinned mischievously. What does it matter who records? Besides, we're married now. It's the same for both of us. As long as it benefits the country, it doesn't matter. Lu Anren had come to thoroughly understand Song Qinghe, his character, over their time together. She always spoke her mind, and as long as it helped Hua Xia, she didn't care about gaining fame. All right, Lu Anren said, looking at Song Qinghe's gentle smile. How could he not love such a girl? Oh, right. There's also this, Song Qinghe said, pushing the children's mental strength training book towards Lu Anren. The game we made at Sinan's company was based on this. She opened the mental strength training book, which had only one function. Looking at Lu Anren, she softly said, train your mental strength. Mental strength? Lu Anren was taken aback, not understanding what Song Qinghe meant. Yes, mental strength, Song Qinghe nodded. It's in our brains and is particularly important. Those who develop their mental strength will naturally appear a bit smarter than others. However, there are currently no methods for developing mental strength in Hua Xia, or even worldwide. This has led to many people having their mental strength activated but lacking corresponding training methods, resulting in headaches, migraines, or neurological hallucinations. Lu Anren's eyebrows twitched slightly as Song Qinghe nodded at him. General Qi activated his mental strength but had no training methods, which caused his severe headaches. Such individuals have abnormally active brain cells, yet modern medicine cannot find a solution. However, once he begins mental strength training, his headaches will be resolved. That's why I had Sinan create that game, hoping to help more people connect with and develop their mental strength. Because in the future, mental strength will become an indispensable part of us. Song Qinghe spoke with certainty, making Lu Anren feel a bit puzzled but also believe in what she said. In the future, mental strength would be essential. However, the game's effects might not fully achieve this, but it was better than nothing. Having something was better than having nothing. This was a regrettable reality. Even if Nan's side had conquered intelligent biological technology, it was still in its initial stage compared to interstellar technology, which was far from their advanced technology. Chapter 115. The submission of advanced body technique. Song Qinghe also knew that one cannot achieve everything at once. So this was an unavoidable situation. The item in her hand could be submitted, but she couldn't find a reasonable explanation for it right now. It was good to rely on the game created by Nan to give them a foundation first. Let me give it a try. How do I do this? Lu Anren looked at the colorful bubbles that appeared in the room. Try to avoid them as much as possible. Don't let them touch you. You can only push them away using the mental energy in your brain. Song Qinghe was familiar with this. You need to simulate that there's a rope or a pair of hands in your mind. Only they can make these colorful bubbles fly away. Otherwise, you can only rely on your body to dodge, which is not very effective. As she spoke, Song Qinghe demonstrated for Lu Anren. Now she could easily pass the first level, with her mental energy swirling around her and driving those bubbles away to other places. Lu Anren quickly grasped the essence of it. Song Qinghe had felt that he had potential in this area during the game, and now it was indeed the case. Although it was his first contact with mental energy, Lu Anren was doing much better than she had at the beginning. Song Qinghe sat on the side, smiling as she watched Lu Anren. Her husband was even more outstanding than she had imagined. In the following days, they didn't go anywhere. Lu Anren spent his few days off in the training room, practicing body techniques and mental energy training with Song Qinghe. By the time Lu Anren was about to leave, he had finally learned all 10 movements, while Song Qinghe was still stuck on the knife. Perfect. I'll help you record a video, and then you can submit this video to General Qi. Song Qinghe felt no jealousy. She was happy that Lu Anren was better than her. In fact, there are always people better than oneself, and she never thought she was much better than others. That's why she always maintained a humble and low-profile attitude. Lu Anren completed all 10 movements perfectly, and Song Qinghe sent the video to his phone. This video would determine that Hua Xia could advance years ahead of other countries. As for whether to share this video, that was a decision for the higher-ups. Song Qinghe only needed to submit it. Now that the official business is done, let's talk about our own matters. Lu Anren took the phone from Song Qinghe's hand and tossed it aside, directly picking her up. What? Song Qinghe looked at Lu Anren in confusion. Come with me to take a shower. We're both sweaty from the training, and I'm going back to work tomorrow. You should spend time with me today. The way Lu Anren emphasized the word accompany was ambiguous yet clear, making Song Qinghe blush. His physical strength had always been good, and with the current practice of body techniques, he was only getting fiercer. Sure enough, that night, Song Qinghe felt like she was about to fall apart, floating in and out of consciousness while being held by Lu Anren. After being tossed around by Lu Anren, Song Qinghe finally couldn't even cry, her voice becoming hoarse. The next morning, Lu Anren returned to the army feeling refreshed. When he left, Song Qinghe was still in bed, completely unaware that he had already gone. The first thing Lu Anren did after returning to the military district was to find Qi, hand over the video on his phone, and explain the situation. You're saying this is an advanced version of body techniques? Qi raised his eyebrows as he looked at the movements on the screen that were different from the previous body techniques. Yes, Lu Anren nodded affirmatively. I've learned all of these body techniques. The previous techniques were indeed too small for me, but the advanced techniques have made me feel like I'm practicing low-level techniques all over again. Qi stood up and paced back and forth. So, this means our strength can still improve. Yes, the previous low-level techniques could only take body techniques to a maximum of level 3, but high-level techniques can practice body techniques up to level 10. It is said that there are a total of 10 levels for body techniques, and as long as one persists in practicing the advanced techniques, they can reach the highest level. Qi's eyes lit up. Good. If that's the case, Hua Xia doesn't need to fear those foreign thieves anymore. Indeed, wasn't this developed by Qinghe? Qi laughed heartily. How is that little girl doing? You're lucky to have such a treasure as a girlfriend. Lu Anren revealed a gentle smile. She is doing well. Then, Lu Anren corrected Qi with a serious expression, She is not my girlfriend anymore. She is my wife. We've already registered our marriage. Qinghe was taken aback. You've moved pretty fast getting married so quickly? It's not too fast. Lu Anren chuckled. We both recognized each other as the ones we would spend our lives with, so we didn't want to delay. Getting married early is a good thing for both of us. Since we've confirmed each other's feelings, why waste time? Marriage is not just a bond for each other, but also a guarantee for both parties. Lu Anren was doing his utmost to ensure the stability of their relationship. Although he often found himself in uncontrollable situations, Song Qinghe was the one he had chosen, and he didn't want to let go or be apart. You really are? Qinghe shook his head with a smile. However, he was genuinely happy that they could form a lasting bond. Whether it was Lu Anren or Song Qinghe, he considered them both to be good juniors. Seeing them together to form a family was something he welcomed. When Qinghe comes back, you must take her to our house for a visit. Your Aunt Ping has been mentioning it. They had always wanted Song Qinghe to come to their home, but she had been busy. Now that she was married to Lu Anren, their families lived closer, so it was appropriate to visit each other. Yes, General. That same day, the video was sent to the higher-ups by Qinghe, and Lu Anren was instructed to select those in the military district who had reached level 3 in body techniques to practice this technique first. Those who had not yet reached level 3 would wait until they did to continue their practice. For a while, the Haiqing military district seemed to fall back into a strange cycle, each person gritting their teeth as they completed the body technique movements. Lu Anren was not as gentle as Song Qinghe. He was straightforward with those who didn't meet the standards, making them practice the movements hundreds of times until they remembered them clearly. After Lu Anren left, Song Qinghe also welcomed her 8th recording session. The 8th recording took place in Yuzhou province, and after packing her luggage, she headed straight to Yuzhou to meet up with Hua Xia and others. Yuzhou province has a long history and rich culture, being the origin of Chinese civilization. These aspects would be unveiled in the 8th live broadcast, revealing the historical legacy. Chapter 116. The ruins of Luoyang. When it comes to Luoyang, the first things that come to mind for everyone are peonies and the Longmen grottos. However, the 4 of them arrived in an off-season, so they couldn't see the peonies. Yet, as an important city preserving ancient Hua Xia cultural heritage, Luoyang boasts numerous famous historical sites. Not only does it include world cultural heritage, but it also harbors deep cultural roots of Hua Xia. The compass, papermaking, and printing, 3 of the 4 great inventions, originated here, and the world's first seismograph was invented here as well. The first Chinese dictionary, Shuowen Jiezi, the first chronological history, Han Shu, the first agricultural technology monograph, Qimin Yao Shu, and the first comprehensive historical text, Ziji Tongjian, were all written here. Luoyang is the foundational city of Confucianism, the birthplace of Taoism, the initial transmission site of Buddhism, the formation ground of Xuanxue, and the source of Neo-Confucianism, where various cultural thoughts coexist and thrive. It is the source of the He Luo culture represented by the He Tu and Luo Shu, which is the ancestral root of the Yin and Huang descendants both domestically and abroad. The first stop for the 4 was a famous landmark in Luoyang, the Sankai, 3 colors, ceramics. Luoyang Sankai art is a groundbreaking achievement in ceramic history and a treasure of Hua Xia history. As the first place to discover Sankai pottery, Luoyang innovated and promoted the Sankai craft. Hua Xia led the group into the Sankai Museum. The characteristics of Luoyang Sankai are vibrant colors, brightness, transparency, and fluidity. It is truly beautiful, radiating a dazzling luster. The group stood in front of the exhibits, unable to take their eyes off them. The changes in history and the evolution of culture have continuously elevated Sankai art. The origins of Han Sankai, the transitional period of the Northern and Southern dynasties. The flourishing era of Tang Sankai, the elegance of Song Sankai, the unique charm of Liao Sankai, the grandeur of Ming Sankai, and the intricate beauty of Qing Sankai are all represented here. In this museum, one can experience making Sankai pottery by hand. Naturally, the 4 were excited and rolled up their sleeves. Since Song Qinghe's mental strength had been improving, she was quite steady with such handicrafts. This was also a method beneficial for mental strength training seen from the Interstellar barrage. Each uncolored model, with only a rough outline, felt slightly coarse in hand. Layer by layer, color agents were applied, and the works were placed in high-temperature kilns to complete the process. Everyone's understanding and love for colors were different. So the Sankai they created naturally had distinct styles. This is fun. It looks really good. I want to try it too. I feel like the Interstellar era has lost a lot. These colors are really beautiful. I'm itching to try it myself. It feels great to work with my hands. I once made the instrument played by the host, and I must say it really makes sound. Wow, there's a big shot up ahead. I actually made an instrument? Can I get one? After leaving the Sankai Museum, they headed straight to the Luoyang Opera House, where traditional performances of Luoyang, such as the Hua drum, were held. The music of the Hua drum is lively and expressive, showcasing distinct local characteristics. The Hua drum is formed by combining a type of qinshu from Luoyang and drum lyrics from Nanyang, serving as a traditional music form that narrates stories, shapes characters, expresses thoughts and emotions, and sings about social life through spoken and sung art. It cleverly absorbs the essence of various musical genres from Hunan province, greatly enhancing the musical appeal of the Hua drum. Today, the four listened to Lu Gong, an representative traditional piece. Upon exiting the opera house, their ears felt a bit itchy. The impact of the Hua drum was too strong, leaving them a bit overwhelmed. When in Luoyang, a must-visit site is certainly the Longmen Grottos. The Longmen Grottos are the world's largest treasure trove of stone carving art, with the most sculptures. Recognized by UNESCO as the pinnacle of Hua Xia stone carving art, ranking first among China's major grottos. Most of the sculptures in the Longmen Grottos were built by royal nobles, making it a unique royal grotto in the world. Over 1,400 years, constructed across more than 10 dynasties, is the longest-lasting grotto in the world. The guide, revealing 8 teeth, began to explain to them. The Longmen Grottos present a trend of Hua Xiaization in grotto art, marking a milestone in Hua Xia stone carving art. The legendary Du opened the Longmen. This Longmen is the site of the Longmen Grottos, where the legendary carp jumping over the Dragon Gate also occurred. The surrounding mountains and waters of Luoyang are magnificent, with Longmen being the foremost, where 2 mountains face each other and the Yi River flows between them, creating a beautiful landscape of mountain and water, showcasing the magnificent Tian-Ke wonder. Please follow me. On the western cliff you see, there are over 50 large and medium-sized caves from the northern dynasties and the Sui Tang period. Previously, Wu Zetian sculpted the Lashina Buddha in her own image. On the day of its completion, she personally led officials to participate in the consecration ceremony of Lashina and performed music and drumming on the east bank of the Yi River. The Longmen Grottos are grand in scale, imposing in atmosphere, with exquisitely carved sculptures inside and a rich variety of subjects. Hailed as one of the greatest classical art treasures in the world, as the site with the most ancient inscriptions in Hua Xia. It is known as the Forest of Ancient Steels, with over 2,860 inscriptions. Having visited many grottos, every time they see these caves, the group feels an increased admiration for the ancient Hua Xia people. After visiting the Longmen Grottos, it would be unreasonable not to stop by the White Horse Temple. The White Horse Temple is only half an hour away from the Longmen Grottos and is the first state-sponsored temple built after Buddhism was introduced to Hua Xia. As a key temple of Han Buddhism defined by the state, the White Horse Temple has held a unique status in Buddhism, both in the past and present. The annual bell sounds of the Horse Temple is listed among the 8 great scenic spots of Luoyang, attracting many visitors. The ancient trees in the White Horse Temple rise to the sky, remaining evergreen throughout the seasons. In the crisp autumn, touring the ancient temple is indeed a joyful experience. When many people mention Hunan province, they often bring up Shaolin Temple. The Shaolin Temple on Songzhan Mountain has resonated throughout history. Not only is it the birthplace of Zen Buddhism, but it is also the origin of Chinese Kung Fu, known as the ancestral home of Zen and the holy land of martial arts, acclaimed as the #1 temple in the world. The renowned Shaolin Kung Fu has been developed and refined by generations of Shaolin monks, leading to the saying that Kung Fu comes from Shaolin and Shaolin Kung Fu is the best in the world. Many foreigners' first action upon arriving in Hua Xia is to visit the Shaolin Temple, as the Kung Fu of Shaolin Temple is deeply loved, and even in the U.S. There is a festival named after the Shaolin Temple. The Shaolin Temple on Songshan is set within a historical architectural complex in Dengfeng. It has continued through the Han, Wei, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, forming a visual architectural history of 2,000 years in the central plains of Hua Xia, making it one of the ancient architectural complexes with the longest time span, the most architectural variety, and the richest cultural connotations in Hua Xia. Chapter 117 game, Helmet. The architectural complex of heaven and earth showcases the grandeur and brilliance of ancient Chinese architecture, displaying the magnificent beauty of Chinese ancient buildings and the splendid light of China's long history. It also stands as a testament to the existing and developing traditions of Buddhism and Taoism. Here, one can fully see the wisdom and creativity of the Hua Xia people. Standing in front of the ancient buildings, one sure sighed, reflecting on how the ancients measured the earth and calculated the center of the universe, gathering and preserving a wealth of precious cultural memorial architecture. Every time he sees such magnificent structures, he feels his own insignificance. Gong Ran stood on the stargazing platform, recalling how the ancients observed celestial phenomena and deduced many things from them. Thus, stargazing has never been solely a modern pursuit. In ancient Hua Xia, there were already practices of observing celestial events. Didn't ancient Hua Xia have dedicated departments for celestial observations? Song Qinghe smiled slightly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have invented instruments like the seismograph. The world cultural heritage and material cultural heritage of Hunan province were presented one by one under the guidance of a few individuals. After returning from Hunan province, Song Qinghe returned to debugging the game. After many rounds of adjustments, it was almost ready for production. How is it? There shouldn't be any problems this time, right? Sinan looked at Song Qinghe, who had taken off her helmet. This was one of the main games their company was developing, and they had been making adjustments recently. They had agreed with Song Qinghe that it could be one of the first games to be put into use as a major promotional project. Song Qinghe smiled at Sinan, saying, "No problem, but I might need to trouble you, Brother Sinan, for a brand new helmet. I need to present this game to my elder, if I can gain their approval." Song Qinghe looked meaningfully at Sinan, suggesting that Brother Sinan's company was poised for great success. That day, Song Qinghe contacted Qi Wei. Qi Wei was surprised to receive a call from Song Qinghe, but was also very happy. "Sure, come over to my house. Aunt Ping has been asking about you." "All right, see you later." After hanging up, Song Qinghe tilted her head and thought that if she went to his house, she would need to prepare a gift. Lu Anren had just finished training and was getting ready to return to the dormitory when he was stopped by Qi Wei's guard. "Captain Lu, General Qi said he wants you to come to his house tonight." "Did the general mention why?" The guard shook his head. "No, just that the general specifically instructed you not to have dinner and to eat at his house." "Thank you." Lu Anren nodded to the guard, unsure of what Qi Wei wanted to discuss, and even the guard was unclear. Could it be about the implementation of the physical techniques? Lu Anren's mind raced with thoughts, but he quickly returned to the dormitory, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and headed to Qi Wei's house. The military district's residential area was just behind their training ground, not far, a 5-minute walk. Upon reaching the door, he happened to see Song Qinghe parking. He raised an eyebrow slightly, realizing why Qi Wei had invited him for dinner. Song Qinghe was here too. "Why didn't you let me know you were coming?" Lu Anren helped Song Qinghe carry her things, his eyes filled with happiness. "I was afraid that if I took care of things over here, it would be too late for you, so I didn't say anything." Song Qinghe was also very pleased to see Lu Anren. She initially intended to inform him, but later thought about how long she might be delayed at Qi Wei's place and feared Lu Anren would have to wait too long. So she decided not to mention it. She didn't expect Qi Wei to directly invite Lu Anren over. "What is this?" Lu Anren took a large box from Song Qinghe, which wasn't particularly heavy. "It's the game you tested last time. It's been debugged. I had Brother Nan get me a new helmet, installed the game, and I'm preparing to let General Qi try it." The best candidate to determine whether the game would achieve the desired effect was Qi Wei. If his headaches disappeared while playing this game, it would confirm that the approach was correct. Everything the general uses must be checked, so he might not use it right away today. Although Lu Anren didn't want to dampen Song Qinghe's enthusiasm, the procedure had to be followed. Song Qinghe was a bit stunned, She thought it could be used directly, which was why she brought it over with excitement, only to find out it needed to be tested first. Let's go inside and talk. Lu Anren gestured for Song Qinghe to knock on the door. Qi personally opened the door and, seeing the two of them carrying a lot of items, widened his eyes. Why are you bringing so much stuff when you come over? If you do this again next time, I might not let you come. Uncle Qi, Song Qinghe greeted obediently. It's nothing much, just one thing I mentioned to you on the phone. Oh, Qi became interested and let them in. You didn't explain it clearly on the phone. You said it was something useful for my headaches? Qi trusted Song Qinghe's words, as his headaches had improved significantly after hearing her performance. Although he still experienced occasional sharp pains, it was not as unbearable as before. Before Song Qinghe could respond, Qi wife came out of the kitchen and smiled upon seeing Song Qinghe. I've been wanting you to come over to play. You've been so busy, and now you finally made it. Aunt Ping, Song Qinghe hurriedly greeted. Lu Anren placed the items down and naturally rolled up his sleeves. I'll help out. You two can chat. Oh, that sounds great. You two catch up first, and Xiao Lu will help me, Aunt Ping said without hesitation, leading Lu Anren into the kitchen. Uncle Qi, this is what I mentioned to you, Song Qinghe said as she opened the box. Inside the box was a lot of foam, designed to prevent any impact. This biological technology helmet is very sensitive to external shocks since it connects to the brain's nerves. Song Qinghe briefly explained the situation to Qi, saying that this game was ultimately a form of mental training. The reason Qi had persistent headaches was that he had stimulated his mental energy without any means to train it. Now, through the game, this issue would naturally be resolved. Qi looked curiously at the small helmet. Are you saying that by wearing this helmet, a virtual game will appear? Like what is shown on TV. Occasionally, Qi would watch some sci-fi movies, so he was somewhat familiar with such concepts. Exactly. Song Qinghe hesitated for a moment, but then added, however, I heard from Lu Anren that everything the general uses needs to be checked first. So let's wait for the inspection to finish before you use it, Uncle Qi. Qi waved his hand dismissively. What inspection? What I have to worry about? Xiao Lu is just being overly concerned. Saying this, Qi picked up the helmet from the box. Chapter 118. Development of Mental Power. Song Qinghe saw that Qi was eager to try, so she took the helmet and said, let me help you with the adjustments. After setting everything up, Song Qinghe handed the helmet back to Qi, saying, Uncle Qi, you can give it a try now. Qi put on the helmet with great enthusiasm, and the game interface appeared before him, giving him a sense of immersion that was quite astonishing. After reading the game instructions, he immediately began to experiment with it eagerly. The moment this kind of game appeared before him, he could see how many infinite possibilities there were if this technology were used for military drills. Creating a virtual war game for soldiers to practice in is far less resource-intensive than live-fire drills in reality. It's important to note that in real-life drills, there are death indicators and the dangers are undeniable. However, in the game, dying means you can come back to life, right? Although Qi had never played games before, he still had basic knowledge. When a meal was ready and served, Qi was still immersed in the game. Mrs. Qi glanced curiously at the helmet on his head and asked, Qinghe, what is Uncle Qi doing? He's experiencing a game. Song Qinghe replied as she stepped forward to assist. It's rare. He actually plays games? Mrs. Qi smiled, noting that Qi was usually quite proper and, while he didn't reject such things, he wouldn't play them himself. Yes, it's a game that might help with his headaches. We'll see if it really works. Song Qinghe was also quite nervous. Although it was said to be similar to the method of training mental power in the Starry Sky, the real effect would only be known after Qi tested it. The few of them didn't rush him and waited for Qi to come out of the game on his own. After a while, Qi finally took off the helmet, his face still showing a sense of lingering enjoyment. This immersive game is indeed great. Qi nodded in satisfaction. Just now, I used to think my mind was a tangled mess, but now with this game, I know how to untangle those knots. This game teaches you the method. Once I can subconsciously organize my mental power in reality, I'll truly be on the path to cultivating my mental power. Qi, who had independently activated his mental power, was able to figure out how to train it just by playing a game. Many people would need the game to guide them slowly, while he could grasp the core directly. Noticing that everyone was waiting for him to eat, Qi laughed a couple of times and said, come on, let us eat and chat. While eating, Qi Wei shared his thoughts with Song Qinghe, and Lu Enren nodded in agreement. I thought of this too when I was testing the game before, but this technology is just starting to be developed, and we don't know if such a large-scale game can be successfully created. Moreover, the cost of biotechnology might be high, so I think covering the entire army might not be realistic. Last time, when Lu Enren debugged the game, she specifically asked Si Nan about related matters. The cost of a biointelligent helmet far exceeds their military budget, which isn't very suitable. I think it's true that new things tend to be more expensive at first. Qi Wei didn't refute Lu Enren's words. When a new product comes out, the price can't be lowered immediately because everything needs testing. And since this involves linking to brain nerves, the materials used must be the best. This is what leads to the high cost of a helmet. However, if the project gains national recognition and promotion and the country invests in it, that would be different. Uncle Qi, I'm not too familiar with the specifics, but I can have the head of the game company come to see you and explain it clearly. Okay, let's do it this way. Have him come to the military district to find me tomorrow morning. I'll be relatively free then. Qi Wei nodded in agreement, as he had many feasible ideas he wanted to discuss with someone. Good. Song Qinghe nodded in agreement. If it can be popularized, that would be the best. Being able to cultivate mental power would be much more useful than we currently imagine. Song Qinghe was not aimlessly suggesting cultivating mental power would enable control over mechas. However, Qi Wei's earlier statement reminded her that perhaps they could create a mecha game first, allowing people to get accustomed to piloting mechas so that when they come to reality, it would be second nature. All right, you all have to eat while discussing things. What? Do you dislike my cooking? Mrs. Qi feigned a stern face. Not at all. Song Qinghe quickly replied. Aunt Ping's cooking is excellent. I could never learn that skill. Mrs. Qi chuckled. If you like it, eat more. You look so thin. You must not be eating enough. To be fair, Mrs. Qi's cooking was indeed good. Her home-cooked dishes had a warm, homely feel. After the meal, Song Qinghe shared her thoughts with Qi Wei and Lu Enren. Mechas? The two were taken aback. Lu Enren, being younger and more exposed to cutting-edge topics than Qi Wei, quickly realized that what Song Qinghe was referring to was something commonly found in many sci-fi novels. But even if a mecha game comes out now, wouldn't it be meaningless? Lu Enren raised a question. With Hua Xia's current capabilities, we can't produce mechas, so this game isn't necessary. Just because we can't produce them now doesn't mean we won't be able to in the future. Song Qinghe didn't just come to deliver the helmet. She knew she couldn't rely solely on herself for many things. If the country was willing to help, it would be much faster than her slow push. Song Qinghe took out 2 blueprints from her backpack and placed them on the table. One blueprint was for a mental power detection machine, and the other was for a mecha. This was a mecha that had long been outdated in the starry sky, but was still advanced for Hua Xia today, or rather, for Blue Star today. This one could detect mental power, and this one. Song Qinghe pointed to the mecha blueprint. I'm not an engineering student, so I can't see the details, but I think Uncle Qi can consult a specialized robotics team to see if we can make it with our current capabilities. Moreover, this mecha can completely integrate with intelligent biological technology. That's why I suggested creating a mecha game. If we can successfully control a mecha in the game and become familiar with it, wouldn't it save a lot of trouble once we are out in reality? Chapter 119. What is most abundant in Hua Xia? Soon after, Song Qinghe witnessed how a man could turn into a boy when he saw something he liked. Qi Wei and Lu Enren didn't even have time to look at the blueprints for testing mental strength, their eyes glued to the mecha above. Just like how most girls love beautiful clothes and an abundance of cosmetics, men really cannot resist this kind of mechanical power. The two discussed the parameters on the blueprints for a long time, with Qi Wei's eyes shining brightly. If Hua Xia could have a mecha battle team, Lu Enren's eyes also shone with enthusiasm. Hua Xia didn't have to worry about external threats. As a national treasure, it should be prioritized. Both were full of confidence in the mecha. At the very least, if the first mecha battle team could be formed, it would intimidate other countries in the world. Song Qinghe had to pour cold water on them, saying that only those with mental strength could operate mechas, but not everyone could cultivate mental strength. The game Uncle Qi played today and the mecha game I propose later are both a selection process. First, it needs to filter out people who can cultivate mental strength to operate the mechas. This is a very realistic problem. According to Interstellar claims, only 1 in 100 can cultivate mental strength, and that's in the future interstellar era, let alone in today's Hua Xia. Qinghe wasn't worried at all. He smiled confidently and asked, "Do you know what Hua Xia has the most of?" "What?" Song Qinghe was taken aback. "Hua Xia has the most people. People are the foundation of Hua Xia, so we aren't afraid of not finding those with mental strength. These are not problems," Qinghe said confidently. "Since that's the case, I'll leave these 2 blueprints with Uncle Qi. I look forward to the day the Hua Xia mecha team is established." Song Qinghe didn't say more. How to assess the situation was definitely something Qinghe thought through better than she did. "All right, I will report your contributions to the state truthfully." Qinghe looked at Song Qinghe with appreciation. Since he met her, she had surprised him countless times. This little girl truly deserved the title of honorary citizen he had fought hard for her to receive. Originally, there was some hesitation above, as the title of honorary citizen is usually given to those who have a significant influence on Hua Xia, and Song Qinghe was quite young. He argued that if physical skills blossomed throughout Hua Xia, the influence it would bring to Hua Xia would be immeasurable, especially with that anti-cancer reagent. Not to mention the impact on Hua Xia. It would have an indelible merit for all of humanity. Fortunately, he persuaded those in power, and now, Song Qinghe once again brought explosive advancements in physical skills, mechas, and mental strength. Those who once doubted would surely retract their doubts. After discussing for a while, Song Qinghe checked the time and realized it was quite late. Madam Qi is warmly inviting guests to stay. It's not safe for a girl to drive so late. Why not stay at her home tonight? Lu Anren suggested. I'll take her to the guest house and show her our house along the way, he added, but Lu Anren politely refused. Are you joking? My wife is living here, and I finally get to see her once. We haven't even had a moment together. Song Qinghe felt the intense warmth in Lu Anren's gaze, her face slightly flushed. She smiled and said to Madam Qi, "Aunt Ping, I think I'll stay at the guest house. I'll come back to visit you later." "Oh dear, all right then." Madam Qi smiled knowingly at the two, understanding that the newlyweds would have a lot to say after being apart. After leaving Qinghe's home, Lu Anren led Song Qinghe to their house. The two families were indeed not far apart, just a few steps away on foot. Once Lu Anren returned, he immediately started renovations on the house. The flooring had all been replaced with wooden floors, and one room had been turned into a training room. That was fast. Song Qinghe was surprised. It hadn't been long, and the basic renovations were already complete. Lu Anren rubbed his nose. How could it not be fast? I've been monitoring the progress right after training, and the workers are from the military. They work quickly. It's almost time to buy furniture, Lu Anren said as he took out his wallet and retrieved a card. This card contains all my salary, which I haven't used over the years. Now I'm handing it over to my wife to furnish our home. Then I want T-hole back. Song Qinghe didn't refuse. A home belonged to both of them. It was only right for Lu Anren to contribute financially, and she wasn't unwilling to help either. She would take care of the smaller items while Lu Anren handled the larger ones. Song Qinghe roughly simulated the placement of the furniture. Do we need someone to come over? If the furniture can be delivered. No need. I'll make a call. And when the furniture arrives, they can bring it here, Lu Anren explained to Song Qinghe, assuring her that the area was very safe and there was no worry about theft. Everyone living here knows each other. We see each other all the time. Plus, the community is very well managed, so there really isn't too much chance of losing things. All right. Song Qinghe nodded happily, feeling reassured about buying things. I might send some packages over, so remember to collect them when they arrive. Don't worry. The packages will be placed at the community entrance. And when you tell me, I'll go pick them up and bring them home. The two discussed and arranged the upcoming matters before Lu Anren took Song Qinghe to the guest house. Upon entering the guest house, his warm body pressed against hers. After Song Qinghe softly said she was hot, he directly carried her in the bathroom. The rising steam, the falling water, the quickly discarded clothes ignited their passion for each other. The ambiguous entanglement was clearly marked by the mist. The cool wall was pressed against their burning bodies as they intertwined, letting go of each other's embrace and accepting themselves more fully. The sound of water began to resonate rhythmically in the bathroom. Outside, the moon was bright and the stars were few, while inside, It was filled with spring warmth. Song Qinghe didn't linger much in the military district. After asking Si Nan to find Qi Wei, she drove away from the military area. Now she felt much lighter after handing over the burdens she carried on her shoulders. She naturally noticed that Lu Qinghe wanted her to move in quickly. So the first thing she did upon returning to Haicheng was to drag Si Jingjing out shopping. Wow, are you really going to move over there? Si Jingjing looked at Song Qinghe regretfully. That would make it so inconvenient for work. It won't be easy to find you. I've decided to stay in Haicheng when I have work and just live over there when I don't, Song Qinghe replied, knowing she couldn't just abandon her job because she lived in the military district. After all, it's our first new home, so I want to decorate it according to my own preferences. Song Qinghe's eyes were filled with joy, radiating happiness. Si Jingjing was a bit stunned and suddenly asked Song Qinghe, "Is marriage really that wonderful? You seem completely different from before." Chapter 120. Once you return from Huangshan, you won't look at other mountains. Song Qinghe found it curious about what Si Jingjing said, wondering why she would say that. I feel like I haven't changed much from before. In the past, Song Qinghe was indifferent to many things and preferred not to go out whenever possible. Even the last time she went shopping for her own house, it was Si Jingjing who eagerly dragged her around his shop. If it were up to her, she would have preferred to solve everything online. However, Si Jingjing saw this change as a good thing. It's not that things couldn't be bought online, but for larger items at home, it was definitely better to see the actual products. How are you and lawyers doing? Song Qinghe looked at Si Jingjing curiously. It had been several days since Si Jingjing hurriedly left, and she was curious about how things were going between them. When it came to this topic, Si Jingjing's face flushed red and then pale. That day, she had gone to see Zhu Su to break up, but unexpectedly, they ended up back in bed. It would have been awkward to sleep with someone and then get up and leave, so she had to postpone the breakup. She had tried bringing it up again in the past few days, but once again, she was led back to bed. It was all her fault for lacking self-control. The allure was too strong, and she couldn't resist. Who asked her to be so tempted by him? Having been sidetracked by the breakup topic twice, Si Jingjing felt awkward to bring it up again. Let be, go with the flow. At this moment, Si Jingjing couldn't say anything too decisive, as she wasn't sure herself. Song Qinghe smiled and didn't press the topic further. Based on Si Jingjing's recent behavior, it was possible that she might really be dragged into marriage by lawyer Zhu. The two spent a whole day at the furniture city, finally selecting their furniture, and only then did Song Qinghe and Si Jingjing go out to eat before heading home. Some furniture needed to be shipped from the manufacturer, and after informing Lu Anren, Song Qinghe began to busy herself with other matters. She also had some small items she bought online gradually arriving at the new house. Under Song Qinghe's introduction, Sinan's company reached a cooperation with the military. With the support of the state, they increased the production of helmets and shortened the production cycle. Song Qinghe was surprised to see the overwhelming advertisements later, realizing how much had been accomplished. But that was a story for later. Right now, Song Qinghe was standing in front of the welcome pine, admiring the scenery below the mountain. This was the 9th recording by the national TV station, located at Huangshan in Anhui province. Once you return from the 5 mountains, you won't look at other mountains. Once you return from Huangshan, you won't look at other peaks. Huangshan is famous for its 5 wonders: strange pines, bizarre rocks, sea of clouds, hot springs, and winter snow. Although it wasn't winter when Song Qinghe and the others visited, they were fortunate enough to see the Sea of Clouds, a dreamy ocean formed by layers of clouds, with mist swirling among them. The welcome pine now represented the hospitality of the people of Huizhou. The beauty of the rivers and mountains in Jianghuai embraced the etiquette of Hua Xia. The beauty of Huangshan lies in its pines, which grow in a staggered manner, not in rows. Some even grow in the cracks of stones. The mountain is also famous for its 3 major waterfalls, with the sound of water cascading down the rocks bringing a refreshing and majestic feeling. While they had climbed many mountains before, they still found Huangshan to be truly beautiful. Ruansher looked at the strange pines on Huangshan and joked with the 3 beside him. Clouds surrounded the mountains, and the mountains held the clouds, making one feel as if they were in a fairyland. The beautiful scenery was like a painting. Without needing a camera, just using their eyes to record, it felt like such beauty could be etched in their memories for a lifetime. The second place the four of them visited was the ancient villages of Hongsuan and Shidi in Huizhou, both of which are well-preserved ancient village architectures from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Many people come here to gather inspiration for their art. The houses and scenery are perfect for sketching. Walking through this ancient village, even the usually lively Jiang Yaoyao became quiet. Such ancient villages have a calming power. Jiang Yaoyao rarely smiled gently. I used to shoot scenes of Jiangnan women and would specifically come to such ancient villages or towns to find inspiration. I went back and caught up on Sister Yao's scenes. I remember there was a film where Sister Yao played a very gentle Jiangnan girl. Is that the one? Gong Ran suddenly interjected. Exactly. Jiang Yaoyao patted Gong Ran's shoulder. Good job, young man. You have a future. Gong Ran grinned. In fact, he hadn't had much time, as the live broadcasts kept him busy, but he had managed to catch up on the drama in his spare time. In addition to these two villages, Huizhou's world cultural heritage also includes the Grand Canal and the Ming Dynasty royal tombs. Xian paper is recognized as an intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Song Qinghe had previously introduced it on stage with the people from a starship. This time, they had the chance to experience making Xian paper themselves. A thin sheet of Xian paper requires 108 steps, and they still retain the ancient handmade paper-making skills. They were fortunate to witness the making of 3 giant sheets of Xian paper. The larger the size, the more difficult the process. Making a 3x3 sheet requires over 50 craftsmen to work together. The treasure of the nation, paper lasts for 1,000 years, referring to Xian paper. Huizhou is a province rich in cultural heritage, where literary giants and Huizhou merchants have different legends. After returning from Anhui province, Song Qinghe specifically composed a song based on the unique Huangmei tune of the local area and posted it online, which generated quite a response. Qinghe. The time for the Hua Xia Star Gala has been announced. As soon as Song Qinghe returned, Si Jingjing anxiously pulled her and kept repeating, "When is it?" A week later in Kyoto, Si Jingjing nervously grabbed Song Qinghe. "Do you think we have a good chance this time? Is there hope for us to win the Hua Xia Star?" "Don't worry, even if we don't win, it's okay. We can wait for the next time," Song Qinghe reassured her. "Who knows?" Si Jingjing's eyes widened. "What if we don't get selected, and then Dan Xing does? That would be so frustrating." Song Qinghe couldn't help but facepalm. She didn't understand how Si Jingjing had come to compare herself with Dan Xing, considering she thought there hadn't been much interaction between them lately. "You don't know. That woman is now talking as if she is the only one who deserves to be the Hua Xia Star." Si Jingjing wrinkled her little nose. "Humph, how shameless. The way she talks about the Hua Xia Star, it's as if her family runs it. Ugh. What's most frustrating is that some people are actually fawning over her. Do you think these people have a problem with their eyesight and need to see an eye doctor?" Si Jingjing scoffed. However, as her manager, she had to pay close attention to online comments, not only to ensure that Song Qinghe didn't have any negative news, but also to see where the Hua Xia Star's inclinations were. Chapter 121. Summer Palace next week? Song Qinghe looked at the time. "What day is it?" "Just in time for my last recording." "Where's your last recording?" Si Jingjing was taken aback, not expecting the timing to overlap. Song Qinghe smiled at Si Jingjing, the capital. "Isn't that just perfect?" Si Jingjing's eyes lit up. "Even if it gets delayed, it would only take a little time, and being in the same city makes it much better. I'll discuss it with the director later. For now, we can only keep it like this. After all, it's still uncertain how long the Hua Xia Star Gala will take. Regardless of whether this evaluation will win an award, we need to maintain a good attitude." During this time, Song Qinghe visited her new home. Many pieces of furniture had been delivered and set up, along with some things she bought. She arranged it roughly and felt that the overall feeling was quite nice and warm. The bedsheets were also in colors that Song Qinghe liked. Haiqing seasons had always been quite warm, so there was no need for thick blankets. Song Qinghe only prepared a very thin quilt. Thinking of the heat from Lu Anren, her face turned red. Generally, when Lu Anren was around, she would feel hot. Because Lu Anren liked to hold her while sleeping, being wrapped together made it even hotter. After thinking for a moment, she prepared a light scarf. If Lu Anren was resting at home, she could just use the scarf. She also brought some clothes over, taking up half of the closet space, leaving the other half for Lu Anren's clothes. After Lu Anren finished training, He stopped by the new home to see if there was anything to tidy up and saw Song Qinghe smilingly peeking her head out from the bedroom. "You're back." His eyes were filled with surprise. He didn't expect her to come today without telling him. If he hadn't come over on a whim to check the new place, he wouldn't have known that Song Qinghe was there. Song Qinghe smiled and pursed her lips. She just wanted to give Lu Anren a surprise. Moreover, Lu Anren had been in contact with her these days, detailing the situation of the new home every day. So she knew he must come to the new house every day. Sure enough, as she guessed, Lu Anren rushed to the new home right after training. It seemed he was really looking forward to her moving in. "I came to tidy up a bit. I will be living here until the recording next week." "Really?" Lu Anren's eyes brightened, and a spark ignited in his gaze. Now that he was married, with the house not ready, and his wife unable to accompany him, plus Song Qinghe had been quite busy recently, he hadn't had much time to come over. Even though they were married, he had been keeping the house empty for a long time. That night, Song Qinghe felt Lu Anren's long-missed enthusiasm. She was glad she had considered the noise from dancing and installed soundproofing measures in the house. Otherwise, her cries would have become famous throughout the neighborhood. She still had some pride. If she were to be gossiped about right after moving in, she would really want to die. Lu Anren thought his wife was soft and adorable, making him unable to resist her, wanting to be with her day and night. Unfortunately, he still had to train during the day. In the past few days, those training with Lu Anren noticed that his mood had improved quite a bit. Even when someone made a mistake, he would gently reprimand them and then continue practicing. This led many soldiers to whisper among themselves, wondering what had changed Lu Anren's temperament. And Lu Anren would head home without looking back right after training. With such a beautiful wife waiting at home, he wouldn't waste a moment, and moreover, Song Qinghe wouldn't stay home too long either, as she still had to go to Kyoto. After a few days of sweet moments together, Song Qinghe finally headed to the airport. The timing of her last recording coincided with the Hua Xia Star Gala. The first day of recording happened to be the same day as the Hua Xia Star Gala. Upon hearing that Song Qinghe was going to attend the Hua Xia Star, the director immediately agreed, waving his hand, indicating that today's recording could end early. The prestige of Hua Xia Star was quite high. It wasn't just an award for the inheritors of Hua Xia instruments, but included various industries. In fact, not only was Song Qinghe attending, but Jiang Yaoyao and Ruanshi were also required to attend. Additionally, Gong Ran was invited as a live broadcaster for Hua Xia Star. After discussing, since everyone was attending the award ceremony, they decided to find a location where today's live broadcast could be recorded in a short time. Ruanshi and Gong Ran were fine, but Song Qinghe and Jiang Yaoyao, as girls, needed some time for makeup. Dear audience, hello everyone. The location we are at now is probably familiar to many. This is the royal garden from the Qing dynasty, the Summer Palace. It is constructed based on Kunming Lake and Longevity Hill, modeled after West Lake in Hangzhou, and incorporates design techniques from Jiangnan Gardens, making it a large landscape garden. It is also the most well-preserved royal palace garden and is known as the Royal Garden Museum. Ruanshi and Gong Ran were rowing a small boat, while Song Qinghe and Jiang Yaoyao introduced their location to the live stream audience. The water surface of the Summer Palace occupied 3/4, so there were many boats. The four of them enjoyed themselves, gently swaying on the water. By the time they left the Summer Palace, it was already noon. After explaining the situation to the live stream audience, they each went to find their respective teams. They agreed to meet in the evening, and Song Qinghe contacted Si Jingjing and headed straight to her. Si Jingjing had arranged a place specifically for styling. The evening of Hua Xia Star was truly star-studded, with people from various industries gathering together, making it lively. This evening's award ceremony allowed nominees and media from various industries to attend, but ordinary citizens were not permitted. Most people were waiting in the live stream to watch. Many fans had arrived early at the entrance just to catch a glimpse of their idols. The Hua Xia Star had a red carpet, and everyone usually walked in on it. Song Qinghe was arranged to walk the red carpet with other nominees for Hua Xia instruments. Naturally, some walked separately, but Song Qinghe did not compete for that position. It was rather the people in the entertainment industry who preferred such position disputes. When Song Qinghe entered the venue, she was seated in the third row, coincidentally next to Edu-Tainment. The organizers probably arranged them together, thinking they were both from the same place. Edu-Tainment couldn't help but roll her eyes and snort softly. But since it was live, she didn't say anything. Seeing her attitude, Song Qinghe naturally did not greet her with a smile, just adjusted her skirt and sat down. She entered the venue just as the red carpet was beginning, and the gala would start after everyone had walked the carpet. Chapter 122. The award ceremony of the Hua Xia Star. The award guests invited by Hua Xia Star are all heavyweight figures, with one representative from each industry sent by the national authorities. Song Qinghe is representing Hua Xia Instruments. Some people are destined to be mere participants. Why come here just to be a laughingstock? Yu Danqing is blowing on her nails, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Teacher Yu has a rather profound self-awareness. Song Qinghe give a light smile, but her words are unyielding. What a joke! Would she be afraid of her? Yu Danqing's expression twists. She didn't expect Song Qinghe to be so rude. Generally, Song Qinghe wouldn't bother to argue with her, but if she keeps jumping in front of her, she won't hold back. The atmosphere between the two is a bit stiff. The person who just sat down nearby is somewhat confused, but this is how the circle works, with many pretending to be friendly on the surface. Everyone has entered the venue by 8 o'clock in the evening, and the awards ceremony grandly begins under the host's introduction. As a highly prestigious award, Hua Xia Star naturally attracts a lot of attention, with the number of viewers in the live broadcast increasing geometrically. Instruments are considered a niche category, and their awards are placed a bit earlier, with more influential categories as the finale. Now, let's get to know the outstanding inheritors of Hua Xia Instruments. As the host finishes speaking, 10 candidates' names appear on the big screen, including Song Qinghe. The 10 candidates are all top performers in Hua Xia Instruments. But Song Qinghe notices that Yu Danqing's name is not on the candidate list. Strange, wasn't she supposed to be a candidate? However, Song Qinghe doesn't think too much about it, because the award for the Hua Xia Star in the field of Hua Xia Instruments is about to be announced. The award is presented by the highest leader of the National Cultural Bureau. This person has been dedicated to promoting Hua Xia Instruments, single-handedly bringing them to the world, staying true to their original intention and forging ahead. Let's congratulate Miss Song Qinghe. Song Qinghe tightly clenches her fists, suppressing her excited heart. All the hard work she has put in over the years, tirelessly performing everywhere, suddenly transforms into pride at this moment. This is an achievement she has made herself, unrelated to anyone else, the best honor she has earned through her own efforts. Song Qinghe stands up and walks step by step to the award podium. After delivering her acceptance speech, she feels a bit dazed, surprised that she has actually won the Hua Xia Star through her own abilities. Yu Danqing's face looks very bad as she glances at the Hua Xia Star trophy, ultimately snorting coldly and saying nothing. At this moment, Song Qinghe's phone is almost about to explode, with messages flooding in continuously, not only from friends and family, but even viewers who have been watching the live broadcast are feeling emotional. Why do I feel like my daughter has succeeded? So touching, my tears aren't worth much. The host is amazing. Really, I think the host truly deserves it. Her abilities are evident. Whether in the Interstellar Bullet comments or on the Blue Star, it's all congratulations. Song Qinghe pauses for a moment before taking the trophy to the backstage. She actually has another task today, which is to perform live. When she received this notice, both Song Qinghe and Si Jingjing were a bit surprised. Si Jingjing even discussed with Song Qinghe whether this meant they had a greater chance of winning. Song Qinghe remembers saying that there might also be a greater chance of just being a participant. Both of them were a bit unclear about the organizers' intentions. However, now Si Jingjing is backstage, unable to hide her excitement as she greets Song Qinghe, first giving her a hug and pulling her to jump around, saying, "We did it. Qinghe, we really did it." Si Jingjing is a bit incoherent at this moment. Winning the Hua Xia Star is truly not easy. The two of them have been persistently promoting Hua Xia Instruments and Hua Xia music in a semi-public manner year after year, and the hardships they have faced are known only to themselves. Now, after the hardships, everyone can see their efforts. Si Jingjing's eyes are a bit misty, and seeing Song Qinghe also getting a bit teary, she quickly stops her tears, saying, "There's another performance coming up. Hurry and change your clothes." The performance outfit and the award outfit naturally cannot be the same. Song Qinghe goes back on stage again, this time for a guqin performance. The sound of the guqin is distant and lingering, capable of echoing for 3 days. Song Qinghe's emotions are somewhat excited now. Her mental energy instantly released to the maximum as she rides the waves of the music. Everyone in the audience is focused on the person on stage, and the music flowing from her fingertips seems to paint a picture of blossoming flowers. As soon as the piece ends, it shoots to the top of the trending searches. Captioned, "This piece should only exist in heaven." The next day, when Song Qinghe goes to record Scattered Pearls, she finds that the number of people in the live broadcast suddenly increases, and she feels quite strange. Although their show has always had decent popularity, it has never had this many viewers. No need to be surprised. You're the newly elected Hua Xia star plus yesterday's piece. Hua Xia gives Song Qinghe a thumbs up, saying they were all present at the venue yesterday. Hearing Song Qinghe's performance again after some time is even more shocking and mesmerizing than before. "Ah, Qinghe, I want to have your baby." Jiang Yaoyao clings to Song Qinghe, looking like a little fangirl. "Really, my live stream froze. Luckily the audiences did too." Gong Ran laughs heartily. When Song Qinghe performs, the audience can only hear her playing, and everything else becomes background noise. Let's not focus the topic on me. Let's take the audience together to appreciate the historical richness of the Forbidden City. Song Qinghe smiles shyly. The group exchanges a few jokes, and they are visiting the royal city, the Forbidden City today. The Forbidden City served as the royal palace during the Ming and Qing dynasties, located at the center of the city's central axis. The Forbidden City in this city is built based on the Nanjing Forbidden City, and a total of 24 emperors have lived here. It is one of the largest and best-preserved ancient wooden architecture complexes in the world. Under the yellow tiles and red walls lies the testimony of historical changes. The Forbidden City has 4 main gates, with a main gate named Woman, which has a concave shape. Behind Woman are 5 white marble arch bridges leading to Tainment. The East Gate is named Donghuimen, the West Gate is named Zawaman, and the North Gate is named Shenwoman. I know this. Didn't the TV dramas always mention the beheading at Woman? Is this the Woman? Gong Ran asks enthusiastically. Woman is actually the place where the emperor issues edicts and commands for expeditions. Hua Xia smiles. The main gate is usually only accessible to the emperor. The empress enters once during the royal wedding. The top 3 candidates from the palace examination can exit through this gate once. Civil and military officials enter and exit through the east side gate, while royal family members use the west side gate. Chapter 123. The conclusion. The future of Blue Star lies in the younger generation. There are so many stories within the Forbidden City. With commentary, Hua Xia took the people in the live broadcast room on a general tour, which took an entire day. The setting sun stretched the shadows of the city walls, and the collections and ancient buildings inside, along with historical relics, became a peculiar existence. After witnessing the charm of the ancient Hua Xia Palace, the interstellar visitors were once again led by Song Qinghe to the Great Wall. Their first live broadcast had featured a documentary about the Great Wall, and now they were actually climbing it. The interstellar people felt inexplicably excited. I remember the host had a saying, "He who does not reach the Great Wall is not a true man." Does this mean I have climbed the Great Wall with the host? Ah, that's right. We have indeed become heroes. The Great Wall in the game has already been rebuilt, and it's said to be a 1-to-1 restoration. Really? Now we won't be fooled. I need to verify it myself. Anyway, we're not so easily deceived anymore. We already know what the Great Wall looks like. The Great Wall is not merely an isolated wall, but a defensive system that combines the wall with numerous cities, barriers, pavilions, and markers. Climbing the Great Wall was now a small matter for the group. Even Gong Ran didn't feel too tired. The Great Wall is a famous symbol of Hua Xia and a business card that introduces Hua Xia to the world. The magnificent architecture of the Great Wall condenses thousands of years of wisdom and strength, leaving a valuable heritage in human history. As Hua Xia and the others climbed, they chatted with the people in the live broadcast room. Today was the last day of recording, and they dedicated it to the Great Wall. The Great Wall is not only a business card for Hua Xia, but also the endpoint they wish to showcase to everyone. Every place they have visited, every relic they have seen, these pearls scattered across the land of Hua Xia, if connected together, reveal the brilliance of civilization in every corner of Hua Xia. The soul of Hua Xia. The roots of Hua Xia are all embedded within these. On the last day of recording, the group felt a bit sentimental, but time moves forward, and so must their steps. Over the course of 10 episodes, the four of them had developed a good friendship, and they agreed that their small group could not be disbanded. Song Qinghe returned to Haicheng, and the program concluded perfectly. She also returned with the honor of being a Hua Xia star. After returning, due to her identity as a Hua Xia star, she received a lot more invitations for performances, and interviews were arranged by Xi Jinping. Amidst the busyness, she also heard some gossip from Xi Jinping about Edu-Tainment, saying she did not participate in the Hua Xia musical instrument selection, but instead chose to report for Hua Xia music. Although Hua Xia musical instruments and Hua Xia music are related, the awards are different. Unfortunately, even though she managed to ride on the candidate quota, she still ended up as a runner-up. After hearing this, Song Qinghe shrugged it off. Such a person had never troubled her, and she had many things to do. After a while, Song Qinghe finally had time to return to the military district home. Fortunately, during this time, Lu Anren was also on a mission. Otherwise, she would have been complaining to her on the phone. Song Qinghe felt that ever since they got married, Lu Anren's personality had become increasingly childlike, always wanting to stick to her and say flirtatious things. When she got home, Lu Anren hadn't returned yet, saying the first batch of helmets had already been delivered, and they were conducting tests, which might take a while. By the time Lu Anren returned home, Song Qinghe had already fallen asleep on the bed. Her small face was flushed from sleep, and she had kicked off the blanket because she felt hot, revealing her fair and long legs. Lu Anren swallowed hard, his gaze deepening, and without hesitation, he pounced on her. It had been a long time since he had seen his wife, and he missed her terribly. Song Qinghe was awakened by the passionate kiss, and Lu Anren had already skillfully unbuttoned her clothes, moving his head from her lips to her chest. Not having seen him for many days, Song Qinghe naturally missed Lu Anren as well. After waking up, she immediately responded, sinking into his embrace. Every time Song Qinghe stayed at the military district home, she would be worn out by Lu Anren, sleeping in until noon the next day. This day was no different. Lu Anren said they had found quite a few good candidates for training mental strength from the military district, and physical training had now been fully implemented in the army, allowing all soldiers to complete every action perfectly. The rest was just continuous practice until the physical training reached level 10. Because of this, Lu Anren kept her awake most of the night, and the next day, Song Qinghe felt dazed when she got up. After getting up, her stomach churned, and Song Qinghe hugged the toilet and vomited for a long time, making her suspect that she had eaten something bad. Just as she was thinking about whether to take some medicine, Xi Jinping's call came in. Once the call connected, she heard Xi Jinping crying on the other end, which made Song Qinghe's heart sink. She quickly asked what was wrong. After a long time, Song Qinghe finally understood that Xi Jinping was pregnant, and the child was Zhu Su's. This is so outrageous. We clearly took precautions every time. It must have been him who did something. Xi Jinping was furious. Now the whole family knew she was pregnant, and they were pushing her to marry Zhu Su. Zhu Su was willing to take responsibility, but she just wasn't happy about it. After comforting Xi Jinping for a long time, Song Qinghe hung up the call and waited for a while before picking up her phone. Ever since she and Lu Anren got their marriage certificate, they hadn't taken any precautions, letting everything happen naturally. After pondering for a moment, Song Qinghe went to the nearby hospital. The military district had this advantage. To ensure the soldiers' peace of mind, there were supporting facilities available. However, there was one downside. As soon as Song Qinghe entered the hospital, Lu Anren found out. He rushed to the hospital, panting, and when he found Song Qinghe, his face was covered in sweat, and his eyes were filled with anxiety. "How are you? Are you feeling unwell?" Song Qinghe looked at Lu Anren in surprise and suddenly smiled. "Lu Anren, congratulations, you're going to be a dad." Originally checking to see what was wrong with Song Qinghe, Lu Anren froze, staring at her in disbelief. "I'm pregnant." Song Qinghe waved the test results in her hand. "The doctor said I'm pregnant." 9 months later, Song Qinghe gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy named Lei and a girl named Xiao Xiao. After the Interstellar people learned that Song Qinghe had given birth, they clamored to see the two children. Occasionally, when Song Qinghe was doing science popularization for them, Lei and Xiao Xiao would adorably walk into the live broadcast room, causing the audience to scream and shower her with gifts, calling it cloud parenting. Due to the increasing value of the gifts, Song Qinghe exchanged for more interstellar information, submitting everything she could. Because of this, Hua Xia's technology and military strength successfully rose to the top in the world. Later, Hua Xia also appropriately released their eliminated items to allied countries, leading the entire world into a rapid development period. Many children born around the same time as Lei Lei and Xiao Xiao began training in physical skills and mental strength starting in kindergarten. As the new generation grew up, their abilities far surpassed those of their parents. With a head full of white hair, Song Qinghe finally laid down the burdens on her shoulders. She had done her utmost, and the future of Blue Star was all in the hands of the younger generation. She smiled as she held Lu Anren's hand and left in her sleep. When Lu Anren woke up and found that Song Qinghe had stopped breathing, he was not panicked. He slowly helped her tidy herself up, changed her in her favorite clothes, and after taking a shower and changing himself, lay down beside Song Qinghe and closed his eyes. By the time the family discovered them, both had passed away. At the same time, Song Qinghe's name was recorded in the history books that documented the progress of Hua Xia.